Ye Xuan found himself reborn as an infant, cradled by his 9 sisters, when he unexpectedly activated a divine sign-in system. When held by his eldest sister, the vice president of a financial group, he received a sign-in reward of 100 million renminbi. Being fed medicine by his second sister, a miraculous healer, granted him exceptional acupuncture skills. His third sister, a master of martial arts, helped him strengthen his physique, while his fourth sister, a top-tier live streamer in China, bestowed upon him a transcendent beauty. Every day presented a new opportunity to sign in. Ye Xuan spent a remarkable 8 years in the city, amassing a fortune that made him a billionaire and a prominent figure in wealth. On his 8th birthday, as his 9 sisters faced pressure from the family patriarch to enter into arranged marriages, despair hung in the air. Ye Xuan, emerging from his eldest sister's embrace, boldly declared, "Have you consulted me before forcing my sisters into marriage?" Chapter 1. The Divine Sign-in System. Wow, how adorable. Indeed, I want to give him a kiss first. I'll go first. How noisy, Ye Xuan thought, annoyed by the commotion disturbing his slumber. With great effort, he opened his eyes to see a beautiful nurse cradling him, appearing as if she had just begun her internship. Surrounding him were several stunning women, each more captivating than the last, making him feel as though he had entered a realm of enchanting beauty. Some of these ladies appeared to be around 18, while others looked a bit younger, perhaps 14 or 15, yet all radiated extraordinary beauty, each a masterpiece in her own right. Ye Xuan was utterly perplexed. Had he truly been reborn? And as an infant, no less. Good heavens, even fate has its peculiarities, he mused, recalling the numerous gigabytes of educational materials stored on his old hard drive. What? You think a few gigabytes isn't substantial? He retorted in his mind. I'm talking about several gigabytes of seeds. I must return, he thought desperately. In the midst of his internal turmoil, a luminous screen appeared before him. Rebirth detected. Please bind to the Divine Sign-in System. Will the host bind? The Divine Sign-in System? Ye Xuan was momentarily stunned, his struggle ceasing. Once more, will the host bind? Why the urgency? Ye Xuan pondered, of course I will bind. Congratulations. You have successfully bound the Divine Sign-in System. This system will randomly trigger sign-in opportunities in specific scenarios or moments. The sign-in scenarios can be repeated. The screen continued to reveal. Ye Xuan began to comprehend the situation as the screen flashed again. Detected. The host is currently being held by second sister Ying. Sign-in opportunity available. Will the host sign in? Sign in, he silently urged, unable to vocalize his thoughts. Congratulations. Sign-in successful. You have gained exceptional acupuncture skills. Exceptional acupuncture skills? What use could that possibly serve him? He wasn't a skilled healer. Yi Ying, the second sister before him, was indeed the name of the beautiful nurse cradling him. Did this mean that the other stunning women surrounding him were also his sisters? His heart raced with excitement at the thought. Why not enjoy this moment? He resolved, inching closer to her. Ah, Yi Ying exclaimed as she felt him nuzzle against her. One of the girls nearby laughed. Second sister, your little brother thinks you're his mother, but I'm only 16. Yi Ying protested, glancing at the infant in her arms. The group gathered around to see Ye Xuan, who wore a contented smile, utterly unbothered. Look, he isn't crying. So well behaved. Indeed, still smiling, as if he's in bliss. Yet Ying frowned, recalling what the head nurse had said about newborns not crying, possibly indicating a lack of oxygen or respiratory blockage. With that, she playfully smacked Ye Xuan's bottom. Not crying? Smack. Still no tears? Yi Ying observed Ye Xuan, who gazed at her with an expression of reproach. Is he really so stubborn? She wondered, her resolve hardening. With determination, she began to spank him repeatedly. Wah! A loud cry echoed throughout the room. The following day, as they left the hospital, Ye Xuan found himself in the arms of his eldest sister, Ye Xuan. Detected. The host is being held by eldest sister Ye Xuan. Sign-in opportunity available. Will the host sign in? Another sign-in opportunity? Ye Xuan felt a surge of anticipation. Congratulations. Sign-in successful. You have received 100 million renminbi. Wait, is that 100 million? Truly? Such fortune. The funds were deposited into a system-customized bank card. Soon after, Ye Xuan found himself in a Rolls-Royce, heading home. As they traveled, the surroundings buildings, lush greenery, and sunlit asphalt exuded an aura of wealth and elegance. Upon arriving at the luxurious villa district, Ye Xuan was astounded by the opulence. Some homes even boasted massive Tibetan mastiffs, barking at passers-by. Finally, they reached the villa. Ye Xuan, cradled by Ye Xuan, gaze at the grand entrance and expansive courtyard, which showcased the property's uniqueness. The intricate stone sculptures and carvings enhanced the villa's aesthetic, a testament to the work of a top-tier designer. Little brother, we're home. Ye Xuan smiled, turning to her sisters. You all, help your mother. The sisters assisted a woman down, and together they entered the villa. Ye Xuan's heart swelled with joy. What a remarkable family. Yet he understood that the system's activation rate was quite high, potentially triggering at least once a day. So far, it had only activated for his elder sisters. Would it trigger with his other sisters as well? In that moment, he realized he must bide his time, for he was merely an infant, unable to articulate his thoughts. All he could do was babble and coo. Moreover, the prospect of working was far from his mind for now. He would simply endure this phase of life. Upon arriving home, Ye Xuan was gently placed in a finely crafted crib by his elder sister. In the blink of an eye, 8 years have swiftly elapsed. Chapter 2. 8 years have swiftly passed. During these years, Ye Xuan has been living a life of simplicity and modesty. Now, he has grown increasingly fond of spending his time at home. Today, he visited his eldest sister's room to collect some money. Tomorrow, he would seek medical knowledge from his second sister. And the day after, he would enhance his appearance with his fourth sister. Ye Xuan is now 8 years old. 8 years. Do you know how I've spent these years? As he pondered, he withdrew a notebook from the luminous screen and began to flip through its pages. Upon reaching the first page, he read, "Today is June 5th, 2013, in the Huaxia calendar. I have finally learned to walk, or rather, I can now demonstrate my ability to walk. My physique has surpassed that of an adult. If it weren't for my short legs, I believe I could outpace Bolt. However, I must not reveal too much, for I fear dissection may await me. Speaking of which, life has been rather dull. I have been drinking milk every day to the point of nausea, and I can hardly recall the taste of meat, let alone seafood. By the way, I completed my check-in in my fourth sister's room today. Perhaps it's because she aspires to become a streamer. I gained a point in appearance. January 1st, 2021. Finally, we have entered 2021. Calculating, it marks my 8th year here. 8 years, and I'm still without achievements, merely surviving day by day. My elder sisters have all soared to great heights. My eldest sister, Ye Xuan, was recently promoted to Vice President of Jinling Southeast Securities, launching a new fund with a fundraising cap of 15 billion, but ended up raising over 200 billion, showcasing her remarkable capabilities. My second sister, Ying, has transformed from a simple nurse into one of the foremost medical professors in Huaxia. I must admit, I find her medical skills average. Perhaps my numerous check-ins with her have inflated my confidence to an unattainable height. It's ironic that she cannot even cure her own menstrual pain without my assistance. Over the years, I have repaid the debt for her past punishments, and I must say, the sensation was quite satisfying. My third sister, Ye Xuan, has trained in martial arts since childhood, proving that a woman can excel in a male-dominated field. She is now a master of national martial arts. I have gained both my excellent physique and mastery of martial arts through check-ins in her room. My fourth sister, Ye Xuan, is a leading figure on Feiyu Live, boasting millions of fans and earning substantial monthly rewards. Yet, over the years, she has only contributed 20 points to my appearance. Come on, sister, you must do better. My fifth sister, Ye Fei, has risen to fame as a top singer in Huaxia, renowned for her exceptional voice and songwriting talents, even surpassing Zhou Dong of her generation. However, I have not gained anything useful from her, as I have yet to reach my voice-changing period. My sixth sister, Ye Ming, a celebrated actress, earned the title of Best Actress at the age of 20, with a recent film, Summer and Cicadas, achieving a staggering box office of 5 billion. My seventh sister, Ye Bing, now serves in the military, a remarkable feat for a woman, holding a significant rank within the army. My eighth sister, Ye Xuan, has emerged as a scientist and a newly appointed academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. My ninth sister, Ye Xuan, is an archaeology expert and a professor at Qingbei University, though I have rarely seen her. Nevertheless, I did acquire my golden eye from her. Additionally, I mastered the 8 extremes fist in my third sister's room today. January 3rd, 2021. I gained a point in appearance from my fourth sister today. January 4th, 2021. I acquired a godly piano skill from my fifth sister. January 5th, 2021. Check-in, check-in, check-in. Ye Xuan, how can you fall into such a state of lethargy? You are bringing disgrace to all-time travelers. You must accomplish something grand, akin to Wang's little goal from your previous life. First, Earn 100 million. January 6th, 2021. Oh, I almost forgot. I now possess a savings of 300 billion. In less than a day, I have achieved my little goal. Additionally, today I checked in with my third sister and gained some physical prowess. January 7th, 2021. In my eldest sister's room, Ye Xuan exclaimed, "Damn it, I'm not recording this anymore." With that thought, he tossed the notebook into the luminous screen before glancing at the information that appeared before him. Name, Ye Xuan. Age, 8. Appearance, 97. Assets, 365 billion. Physique, 800. Average adult physique, 100. Skills, mastery of 8 extremes fist, golden eye, tenfold rebate skill, comprehensive knowledge skill, musical genius skill, divine investment skill, divine acupuncture skill, divine. Chapter 3. Ye Xuan surveyed the information displayed on the screen with a hint of satisfaction. He then proceeded to head downstairs as dinner was nearing. In the kitchen on the first floor, a beautiful woman emerged, carrying a dish. However, she was clad in a Pikachu pajama set, complete with a hat adorned with 2 charming Pikachu ears, which instantly made Ye Xuan chuckle. This woman was none other than his fourth sister, Ye Xuan, a top-tier streamer in Huaxia. Due to her introverted nature and her work as a streamer, she spent the most time at home. Ye Xuan had received the most rewards from check-ins in her room, primarily enhancing his appearance. His eyes brightened as the golden eye skill activated. He gazed at the woman before him. Name, Ye Xuan. Height, 170 centimeters. Appearance, 98. Figure, favorability, 96. Ye Xuan examined Ye Xuan, noting her high favorability rating towards him, perhaps owing to the time they had spent together. Fourth sister. Ye Xuan called out, making his way downstairs. Just as she placed the dish on the table, the girl, having burned her hands, turned to face him. Little brother, come here, give me a hug. Ye Xuan opened her arms and enveloped Ye Xuan in a warm embrace. The sensation of this face wash. The feeling of being wrapped in softness was akin to being enveloped in cotton candy. However, gradually, Ye Xuan gasped, "Fourth sister, I can't breathe. Let go." After struggling, he finally freed himself from her grasp. He looked at the girl before him. Her bright eyes and delicate lips, even without makeup, exuded an alluring beauty. Her fair and slender hands were exquisite. Noticing Ye Xuan's gaze, she wore a puzzled expression. "Little brother, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, fourth sister. What about the other sisters? Are we the only ones here tonight?" Ye Xuan glanced around. Among his elder sisters, the seventh sister, being a high-ranking official in the military, was naturally occupied day and night at the military headquarters, and it was considered fortunate if he could see her a few times a year. The eighth sister, an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, also seldom returned. As for the ninth sister, a professor of archaeology at Qingbei, she was either teaching or, heaven forbid, off raiding tombs, conducting archaeological work. The remaining sisters were not frequent visitors either, with the primary ones at home being the eldest sister Ye Xuan, the second sister Ye Ying, the third sister Ye Xuan, and the fourth sister Ye Xuan. They were all busy. After all, was it only I who was not? The fourth sister leaned closer to Ye Xuan, saying, "Come, let me introduce what I have prepared. This is stir-fried bamboo shoots with shrimp, and here is braised pork. And look, this is dessert." Ye Xuan glanced at the dessert. "Fourth sister, your skills have improved. You can make chocolate cake now. This isn't chocolate, it's cream." "Then why is it black?" After Ye Xuan posed this question, he was momentarily stunned, and on the other side, Ye Xuan was equally at a loss for words. Ye Xuan, the atmosphere became awkward. Subsequently, Ye Xuan stood up and made a hasty retreat. "Don't run. Come back. Moments latte." Ye Xuan caught Ye Xuan and smiled. "Little brother, don't worry, it's not poisonous. Can't fourth sister harm you, right? Just give it a try." Ye Xuan repeated. "It's all black. It's not poisonous? What then constitutes poison?" With that, Ye Xuan reluctantly took a bite. "Fourth sister, I'm full. I'm heading back to my room." Watching Ye Xuan's reaction, Ye Xuan turned her gaze to the cake she had made, contemplating that it didn't look so impressive after all. "I followed an online recipe. I'll take a bite." Saying this, Ye Xuan took a mouthful. "All right, if I make dessert again, I'll consider myself a dog." After a while, she began tidying up, as such delightful treats should await the return of her sisters. She then started her preparations for that night. Feiyu was hosting a grand event, a collaboration with several platforms. Given that live streaming had become increasingly popular, these major streaming companies decided to unite for such an occasion, effectively consolidating their channels and audiences. The anticipated outcome was naturally significant, with a vast number of viewers expected. Thus, streamers from various platforms were eager, ready to attract a surge of followers, and Ye Xuan was no exception. Beyond her personal aspirations, as a pillar of Feiyu Live, both Feiyu and the guild hoped she would gain a considerable following. This evening was essentially a gala, culminating in the selection of the most popular male and female streamers. After preparing, Ye Xuan went online to begin her broadcast. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan, feeling bored in his room, opened the door, intending to check if there were any opportunities to sign in at his fourth sister's room. However, upon arriving, he noticed a sign hanging on her door, currently live. Unauthorized personnel keep out. Ye Xuan remarked, "Is she working again?" He then took out his phone and downloaded Feiyu Live, as he had never actually followed his fourth sister's streams. Logging in with his secondary account, he soon found her live broadcast on the homepage. Oh, she is quite impressive. Did fourth sister just start streaming and already made it to the homepage? Indeed, there was something special about today's broadcast. Draw the most beautiful Chan in your heart. Today's event is about to commence. I've already received numerous submissions in the background. Let's take a look. Ye Xuan sat by the computer, clad in a Pikachu outfit, her voice melodious and captivating, complemented by her stunning looks. No wonder she had amassed such a large following. Ye Xuan was intrigued to see this event unfold. Aha, I've submitted my drawing to Chan Chan. It's my own work. Yes, we assure you. We truly created something special. I can't stop laughing. A flurry of comments flooded in. Ye Xuan opened the first submission. Title: I am a realist. A photograph appeared on screen, and Ye Xuan recognized it as a still from a previous live stream where she playfully pouted in mock anger. The image captured her in a uniquely charming manner. The choice of image is commendable. I wonder how it will be interpreted. As she chuckled and scrolled down, the imitation that followed caused her smile to freeze. Realist. Such an expression leapt to life on the computer screen. Ye Xuan, this is what you call realism? I'm so adorable, and you present me with this? Young man, something is off. Is this how you perceive me? And it doesn't even resemble me. Look at me. As she spoke, Ye Xuan struck a cute pose and snapped a screenshot to place on her desktop. You should have drawn based on this image, right? An audience member commented, "Congratulations, you've been eliminated by the judges. Goodbye." Let us move on to the second submission. As the second entry opened, it was a drawing of Stitch dressed in a Pikachu outfit. Ye Xuan exclaimed, "I'm losing it." On the other side, Ye Xuan burst into laughter. This was quite amusing. However, the next moment, a wave of comments erupted in the live stream. Panda audience has arrived. Panda audience has arrived. Panda audience has arrived. Panda audience? The viewers in the live stream paused for a moment before realizing that this event was a collaboration between Feiyu and several other streaming platforms, which explained the presence of audiences from different platforms. Then, several female streamers entered Ye Xuan's live stream. Xiaoyu Live, Xiaoyu has entered the live stream. Xiaoyu Life. Ziyu has entered the live stream. Hey Bye Live. Liunian has entered the live stream. Ye Xuan noticed 3 well-known streamers from other platforms entering her room, figures akin to pillars of their respective platforms. At that moment, the 3 streamers regarded Ye Xuan with a smirk. This event was initiated by Feiyu, with other platforms forming a coalition. In essence, it was a way to reap the audience's attention, yet it also presented them with an opportunity, as the potential viewership was immense. They needed to seize this chance to enhance their visibility. The best way to do this was through rankings and leveraging the popularity of larger streamers to draw in viewers. Thus, the trio banded together, launching an attack on the mid-tier female streamers of Feiyu. In a remarkably short time, they had already outperformed many of Feiyu's mid-tier female streamers. The other female streamers felt a wave of intimidation upon witnessing their confidence, prompting them to check out Ye Xuan's stream. However, Ye Xuan, after all, is regarded as a pillar of the Feiyu Live platform, which rendered the others hesitant to approach her. After some deliberation, they devised a plan to collectively channel their influence and fan donations onto a single individual, who would then initiate the campaign against Ye Xuan. The moment they could bring her down, their visibility and popularity would surge dramatically. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan remained oblivious to their intentions, though she found herself intrigued by the influx of visitors to her live stream. After all, who would refuse an opportunity to gain more followers? Soon, she noticed a small icon indicating a request to connect. Xiaoyu Live, Xiaoyu request to connect. Ye Xuan was quite intrigued by this connection request, as few dared to engage with her in such a manner, even among other prominent hosts on the platform. It was not uncommon for viewers to be drawn to her captivating looks and eloquence, often leaving their own streams for hers. Maintaining her composure, Ye Xuan accepted the connection. And a voice emerged. Wow, sister, are you hosting an event where fans draw portraits of you? Is this one of those portraits? I must say, it resembles you quite well. How enviable to have such creative and realistic fans. Xiao Yu's voice, though delicate, carried a hint of sarcasm, leaving Ye Xuan somewhat speechless. If you can't articulate your thoughts well, perhaps you should remain silent, she mused. Did she really think Ye Xuan resembled Stitch? What a curious expression you have, she thought. At that moment, the newly arrived viewers in the live stream began to flood the chat with comments. Haha, right? The host is absolutely correct. I just saw that. And it seems so. No doubt. A true representation. They chimed in, each remark amplifying the tension. Xiao Yu smiled, satisfied. These viewers were her pawns, strategically placed to create just the effect she desired. As the atmosphere shifted, Xiao Yu regarded Ye Xuan with a hint of disdain, feeling an inexplicable superiority, despite the source of this arrogance being unclear. Listening to the unfolding exchange, Ye Xuan felt a sense of provocation. Before she could respond, the audience began to express their discontent vehemently. What do you mean by that? If you don't want to watch, then leave. Who invited you here? To disrupt someone else's live stream is truly amusing. Just go. We don't welcome you here. How we tease our Chan is our business. If you dare to interfere, we will not forget it. The comments escalated into a fierce battle between fans of the three hosts and Ye Xuan supporters. The three hosts, wide-eyed, were shocked by the overwhelming support Ye Xuan commanded. Their combined fanbase struggled to match her singular following. Xiao Yu, seizing the moment, proposed a new challenge. Let's make this a contest of gifts. Whoever can accumulate more within a set time frame wins. This was a common event across platforms. Yet this time, it was unified under the Feiyu Live branding, featuring gifts like planes, rockets, and super rockets. With a super rocket valued at 2,000 yuan and a colossal star at 100,000 yuan. Initially, Xiao Yu's stream was flooded with gifts as their fans rallied together. However, when they glanced at Ye Xuan's side, their eyes widened in disbelief. Several affluent supporters had already gifted her super rockets. Meanwhile, in Ye Xuan's fan group, a rallying cry erupted. Brothers, someone has dared to provoke us. Let's show them what we're made of. As Xiao Yu's group witnessed the escalating donations, they felt a shiver of concern. Their total was quickly rising to 30 or 40,000 yuan. They swiftly reached out to their union, which had been instrumental in orchestrating this event. The union, though impressed by Ye Xuan's fervor, promptly responded with their own show of force. Suddenly, a massive golden fish-shaped gift appeared in the live stream, shaking before exploding. The audience was momentarily stunned. What is that? A colossal star? They had been streaming for quite some time and had never encountered such a gift, which cost 100,000 yuan, an amount beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The revelation triggered a worldwide notification. User Golden has gifted a colossal star in Xiao Yu's live stream. Everyone rushed to claim fish balls. As Ye Xuan supporters felt the weight of this new development, they realized their contributions, though substantial, paled in comparison to the monumental gift. Some even ventured over to Xiao Yu's stream to snatch fish balls. With a global announcement amplifying Xiao Yu's visibility, her stream's popularity skyrocketed to an alarming level. Ye Xuan, aware of the tricks at play, sought assistance from her union, only to receive a sobering response. Chan, we may not be able to assist you this time. Other platforms are now targeting Feiyu Live, and too many hosts have been affected. Furthermore, this event must share profits with them, so we cannot return your donations. The opposing party appeared to be anything but amicable, seemingly a coalition of several platforms. Consequently, the union representatives refrained from voicing their concerns. And Ye Xuan understood the gravity of the situation. After all, the stakes were exceedingly high in this instance, compounded by the unique circumstances of the platform's alliance. The opposing side was clearly invested, and with the Flying Fish Guild targeting multiple adversaries, it was evident that the situation was precarious. It seemed that they would have to concede. At that moment, in the opposing live stream, Xiao Yu surveyed the unfolding scene and smirked coldly. Miss, what's the matter? Why the silence? Oh, it seems your fans have fallen quiet too. I never anticipated such enthusiasm from my supporters. TSK. And my number one fan hasn't even arrived yet, and you all seem to be crumbling already. As Xiao Yu spoke, her confidence swelled, her demeanor brimming with pride. If she could outshine Ye Xuan, It would undoubtedly propel her live stream's popularity to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan cast a glance at Xiao Yu's incessant prattling. Her frustration mounting. Was it not a case of taking advantage while feigning innocence? Just as Xiao Yu basked in her triumph, and Ye Xuan's fans remained silent, a colossal golden fishball descended into Ye Xuan's live stream. This sudden development halted Xiao Yu's triumphant chatter abruptly, akin to a duck being seized by the neck mid-quack. She, along with the other female streamers, gaped at the enormous golden fishball, utterly astonished. What on earth? Chapter 6. Back again? What? An enormous fishball? Who is this? They all turned to behold a single character, Mo. At that moment, Xiao Yu and the 3 other streamers were left dumbfounded, scarcely believing their eyes. This was a newly registered account, implying that it could not possibly be associated with Ye Xuan's guild. This was indeed a newcomer. But a newcomer who could afford to drop such a significant gift? The guild behind Ye Xuan was equally taken aback. What was happening? The live stream erupted in chaos. A newcomer? Showering such extravagant gifts right off the bat. What kind of family background was this? Goodness, is this even real money? Such extravagance. Rich people. Do you need any accessories? Can I be your leg hair? Ugh, you're disgusting. Voices poured in from all directions. In another room of the villa, Ye Xuan observed the flurry of comments. Moments later, a notification flashed before him. Detected that the host has successfully spent 100,000 yuan, triggering the tenfold rebate skill, refunding 1,000,000 yuan. Indeed, this rebate skill proved to be remarkably effective. It felt as though he had signed up for it years ago at his sister's place. Ye Xuan reflected on it, marveling at how well this method of survival suited him, with new opportunities for rewards emerging daily. He recalled that a deposit of 60 billion was approaching maturity, but he dismissed it, as he had far more funds at his disposal. He noted that he hadn't yet activated today as reward. Planning to visit his sister's room after her live stream concluded. Reclining on his bed, he regarded the recent gift of the enormous fishball with indifference. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the live stream and on the platform was electric. User Mo has sent an enormous fishball in Chan's live stream. Everyone hurried to grab the fishballs. Xiao Yu and her companions, upon assessing the level of Ye Xuan's account, began to formulate their own theories. Suspecting that this account was merely Ye Xuan's new guise to provide herself with gifts. How amusing. Were they really starting to play this game? With 100,000 spent, she would incur significant losses. The guild supporting Xiao Yu shared similar sentiments, and soon they too began to act. In an instant, several enormous fishballs plummeted down. User Tianya has sent an enormous fishball in Xiao Yu's live stream. Everyone hurried to grab the fishballs. User Shuhai has sent an enormous fishball in Xiao Yu's live stream. Everyone hurried to grab the fishballs. User Ling Chung has sent an enormous fishball in Xiao Yu's live stream. Everyone hurried to grab the fishballs. Just as the guilds showered their contributions, a massive comment appeared. User Xiao Yungu has entered the live stream. Xiao Yungu, none other than Xiao Yu's #1 supporter. In an instant, Xiao Yu's face lit up with a smile as she sweetly greeted, "Welcome, Xiao Yungu." With this prominent figure's arrival, her live stream was certain to be a success. The viewers in Xiao Yu's stream regarded this big shot with awe, as he had previously contributed nearly 1 million. What did that signify? 10 enormous fishballs. On the other side of the screen, Lu Yin listened intently to the host's voice, sending a few comments of his own. The situation was so intense that he need not intervene. He then glanced at the account, sending the enormous fishballs. A new account? His curiosity piqued. He sent a private message. "Bro, are you a new account, or was someone else's alternate account?" Lu Yin inquired, soon receiving a reply. "I'm a new account." This revelation compelled Lu Yin to take notice. A newcomer? Showering enormous fishballs right off the bat? He recalled that when he first started, he could only afford to gift a few thousand. He then suggested adding the new user on WeChat. Ye Xuan, lounging on his bed, was oblivious to Lu Yun's intentions but accepted the request, noticing that Lu Yun seemed to be from Jinling as well. Once added, Lu Yun initiated a conversation. "Lu Yun, bro, I see you're also from Jinling. You certainly have a big wallet," diving straight in with an enormous fishball. Ye Xuan, first time playing. I wasn't sure and just tossed a few gifts. Lu Yun, seriously? You're downplaying it. Are you trying to show off? Lu Yun was nearly exasperated, but he maintained his composure. "Lu Yun, bro, let me give you a piece of advice. You won T win this round, The opposition has several guilds backing them, and going solo won't cut it. After all, they had already invested 400,000, clearly aiming to elevate Xiaoyu. Thus, Lu Yun felt compelled to caution Ye Xuan. However, Ye Xuan did not respond. Lu Yun then observed the live stream, where the atmosphere was tense on both sides. Especially in Ye Xuan's stream, the audience felt a sense of hopelessness. Even Ye Xuan seemed prepared to concede. The viewers, confronted with the current scenario, had not anticipated such fierce opposition. If it were merely tens of thousands, they might have rallied together, but now they faced a chasm of hundreds of thousands, an insurmountable gap. They turned their attention towards the account of Mo. But in the next moment, user Mo has left the live stream. Ye Xuan's audience? What the heck, big shot? You just up and left without a word? Xiaoyu, just like that? Gil, what? If you intended to leave, you shouldn't have made us gifts so much. It's painful. Other streamers, we thought we were in for a monumental showdown. And this is it? Yet, they noticed Ye Xuan's expression, which sparked their curiosity. What did that look signify? Could it be that this is not her alternate account? Is she merely an ordinary fan? What a surprise. At this moment, Xiaoyu and her guild were bursting with a myriad of thoughts they wished to express. Was this not sheer folly? Meanwhile, the audience in Ye Xuan's live stream began to wail in despair, lamenting the departure of the big shot. Should we continue to tip? In this round, it seemed we truly could not compete. Sigh, the gap of hundreds of thousands is simply insurmountable for us. What can we do? Hundreds of thousands. I only made 200,000 this year. To the person ahead, why do I feel you are indulging in a bit of flaunting? At this time, Xiaoyu and several female streamers opposite began to revel in their triumph. Sister, I see your fans are not that impressive. Look, you've lost a few super large star rewards already, right? Exactly, sister. It seems this round is destined for our victory. I wonder how high the popularity can soar. Voices echoed, and Lu Yun observed Ye Xuan's exit from the live stream with a sense of satisfaction. Clearly, the other party had heeded his advice. Excellent. A promising pupil indeed. Just as he nodded in approval amidst Xiaoyu and her companions gloating, a comment suddenly appeared in Ye Xuan's live stream. User Mo has entered the live stream. Chapter 7. Signing in at a plaza? What does this mean? Xiaoyu and the other female streamers felt a jolt in their hearts, and Lu Yun was equally perplexed. The next moment, Ye Xuan entered Xiaoyu's live stream. Oh, Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, then turned her gaze to the screen. I'm thrilled that Brother Mo could join my live stream. A voice, infused with a flirtatious tone, emerged, and Xiaoyu felt a twinge of pride. Could it be that this significant benefactor was coming over to her side? However, in the next instant, Mo, how thrilled are you? Xiaoyu, well, I'm quite thrilled, especially thrilled. Her expression turned somewhat peculiar, and she had long wanted to voice her thoughts. Mo, you're too early in your excitement. Xiaoyu, the audience in the live stream? Lu Yun, what do you mean by that? Mo, apologies. I just spent a bit of money. Now we can have some fun. After sending the message, Ye Xuan began. A golden fishball was hurled down. Super large star. Before the audience could react, the second and third followed suit. User Mo sent a super large star in Chan's live stream. Everyone hurry to grab the fishballs. User Mo sent a super large star in Chan's live stream. Everyone hurry to grab the fishballs. User Mo sent a super large star in Chan's live stream. Everyone hurry to grab the fishballs. The world message flooded in an instant, and the viewers on the Flying Fish livestream platform watched in astonishment. Initially, they felt indifferent. After all, what use were these fishballs to them, the freeloaders? However, gradually, they sensed something was amiss, and it was particularly amiss. Messages poured in one after another, ceaselessly. In a brief moment, dozens of messages flooded in. What a grand gesture. How much money is involved? I reckon it must be several million by now. I am truly astounded. Just a moment ago, my mother asked why I was kneeling to watch a live stream. Please tell me quickly. I'm quite anxious. Over here, in the live stream, Xiaoyu gazed at the screen, finally grasping the meaning behind Ye Xuan's words about her premature excitement. How many super large stars was this? Almost 100. 100 of those would be worth $1 million. Currently, Ye Xuan firmly held the top spot across numerous platforms. Meanwhile, the guild behind Xiaoyu was utterly dumbfounded. They were not foolish enough to contend against such a wealthy benefactor. Subsequently, the guild informed a few streamers and made a hasty exit. Xiaoyu, a chorus of streamers. What? You're just leaving like that? At that moment, Xiaoyu turned to the camera. Apologies, everyone. I just received a call that my mother's house is on fire, so I must end the stream now. I'm off. Until next time, goodbye. One by one, the streamers concluded their broadcasts, fearing that lingering on would lead to utter embarrassment. As they signed off, Ye Xuan looked at the screen and thought, is this it? This is all you have? I've only spent so little, and you're all finished? On the other side, Lu Yun swallowed hard, observing Ye Xuan's generous tipping. He was eager to uncover the identity of this person and the background that allowed for such extravagant spending. His tone shifted to one of respect. Lu Yun, brother Mo, are you also in Jinling? Ye Xuan, my surname is Yi, and I go by Ye Xuan. Currently, I am in Jinling. Ye Xuan? Lu Yun pondered. But after considering the prominent figures of Jinling, he could not recall anyone by that name. However, the lavish spending certainly qualified him for entry into their elite circle. After a moment's thought, Lu Yun sent Ye Xuan a group invitation, then quietly awaited a response. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Still no addition to the group. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan was in the room of his fourth sister, Ye Xuan, indulging in a pleasant moment. Sister, why did you end the stream so quickly? It's over. So I signed off, didn't I? Ye Xuan reflected on the night's events, feeling a mix of astonishment. She looked at Ye Xuan, little brother. I made some money today. Tomorrow, let us go out for a nice meal, shall we? Sure, as long as it's not something you cook yourself. As Ye Xuan spoke, he was suddenly pinned down by a long leg, and Ye Xuan flipped over, landing on him with a cold smile, leaning down. Ye Xuan gazed at her expression, marveling at her fairness, or rather, the depth of her allure. Sister, I dare say your career will surely flourish. Your figure is simply remarkable. Just as he was about to steal another glance, Ye Xuan seized his face with both hands. Little brother, what did you just say? Is my cooking that bad? As she spoke, she playfully squeezed Ye Xuan's cheeks, as if threatening him. It's quite delicious. Ye Xuan, feeling helpless, knew that if he didn't praise her cooking, he might find himself in trouble, given how his brothers had often faced the consequences of their teasing. That's more like it. Finally, Ye Xuan realized Ye Xuan. Then, a light curtain appeared before him. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a sign-in opportunity. Indeed, he had received a sign-in opportunity while in his sister's room. Ye Xuan focused his mind. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired ownership of Huaxing Plaza. Oh, Huaxing Plaza? Ye Xuan was well aware of this location. In fact, no one in Jinling was unfamiliar with Huaxing Plaza. Jinling boasts 3 major plazas, with Huaxing Plaza being the foremost. The others follow as Wanda Plaza and People's Plaza. Ye Xuan looked at his sister, Ye Xuan, with newfound admiration. Well done, sister. Finally, why didn't he have to sign in for looks here? Chapter 8. How did I become a scoundrel? Sister Ye Xuan finally released Ye Xuan, who, having watched the live stream for such an extended period, must have been fatigued, thus he chose not to linger in the room any longer. It was certainly not because he had completed his check-in. Absolutely not. What is this? Ye Xuan glanced at his phone and noticed that Lu Yun had sent him an invitation to join a group chat on WeChat. He opened the group, which was aptly named Future of Jinling. Oh, what a name! Ye Xuan thought, astonished by such a designation. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The group seemed to consist of the offspring of Jinling's elite, the cream of the crop in the region's social hierarchy. Anyone plucked from this group would undoubtedly be a figure of significant influence in Jinling. Thus, the choice of name was hardly surprising. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was nearly losing his patience. What on earth? Why hasn't brother Yi joined the group yet? Could it be that he looks down on us? Lu Yun pondered, considering the possibility, especially since Ye Xuan had once bestowed a staggering 10 million in rewards in a single evening. No, not just one evening, but within a mere span of minutes. It was indeed astonishing. His intention in bringing Ye Xuan into the group was straightforward. If he could secure Ye Xuan's presence, it would align their interests, placing him on the same battlefield as a formidable ally. As one of the 4 young masters of Jinling, having such a powerful figure at his side might just propel him to the status of the foremost young master in the city. This was the reason behind his fervent enthusiasm toward Ye Xuan. However, after waiting for an extended period without any sign of Ye Xuan, he set his phone aside and proceeded to take a shower. Just as he stepped into the bathroom, Ye Xuan accepted his invitation to join the group chat. At that moment, a lively discussion was underway among the group members. Lin Yuan, while I was watching the live stream tonight, do you know what I discovered? Gong Xiaohan, what could you possibly discover while watching a live stream? Did you manage to get a date with the host? Or perhaps see something beneficial? It seems rather mysterious. Lin Yuan. What the heck, Miss Gong? Why so critical of my observations? Besides, Brother Yin frequently watches live streams too. Why don't you call him out? Is it just because his family is better off than mine? Gong Xiaoan. Brother Yun's viewing is purely for leisure. Do you understand? Fatty? Lin Yuan, fatty? Who are you calling fatty? Come on, let us settle this. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt his temper flare. The double standards were outrageous. Zheng Jianghao. All right, you two, stop bickering. You're like a pair of lovebirds. Quickly tell us what you found out. Yes. Do share. Don't dodge the topic. Just spill it already. Lin Yuan, don't rush me. And why are you all attacking me? You should be going after Xiaoan. Fine, I'll tell you. While I was watching a live stream, U1T believe it. One account rewarded a host 10 million in just 10 minutes. What? Instantly, the group members stared at Lin Yuan's message, their eyes wide in disbelief. 10 million in 10 minutes? What kind of concept was that? Even for them, or their families, managing to produce 10 million required careful consideration. Even Lu Yun, one of the 4 young masters, would likely face a stern reprimand from his father if he rewarded such a sum in a brief period. Indeed, there were many wealthy individuals in Huaxia. Gong Xiaohan. It must be a second generation from Modu or Tianjing, right? 10 million in 10 minutes? I recently saw a handbag for 500,000 that I hesitated to purchase, and here someone is throwing around such sums. It's simply absurd. Lin Yuan. If they were from Modu or Tianjing, would I even need to mention it to you? The group fell silent for a moment, then began to chastise Lin Yuan. You glutton, can't you finish one thought before moving on? Stop teasing us. Just as they were eager to hear more, a new message popped up on the screen. User Xian, he has joined the group chat. Everyone. Who is this? How did someone else join the chat? This group had been established long ago, and its members were relatively fixed. Only the prominent young masters and mistresses of Jinling were included. Outsiders couldn't join. Had a second generation from outside the region been invited? They were taken aback, but quickly resumed their conversation. For they were the second generation from the ancient capital, Jinling. There was a certain pride that came with it. Although they couldn't compete with those born under the imperial shadow in Tianjing, they still held their own prestige. This was precisely why young masters and mistresses from neighboring provinces and cities found it challenging to integrate into their circle. Now, glancing at Ye Xuan, they assumed he was merely another young master or mistress from a nearby region, hardly on their level. Since they were well acquainted with Jinling's elite and had no knowledge of this newcomer, they automatically overlooked him, even neglecting to extend a welcome or inquire about him. After all, what mattered most was the information they could extract from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, I checked his profile card. He is from Jinling. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. They had just been contemplating the improbability of such a figure existing in Jinling, and now one had appeared. Gong Xiaoan, do we know him? I can't recall anyone with such deep pockets. Lin Yuan, could it be your brother? Gong Xiaoan, if my brother had money, would I be unable to afford a handbag worth 500,000? Zheng Jianghao, I reckon it might be Brother Yun. ISNT, he the top rewarder in Jinling's live streaming scene? He has given over 1 million, hasn't he? Lin Yuan, could I possibly not recognize Brother Yun's account? Moreover, I've heard that this person has merely rewarded 10 million. He is a major player in the live streaming industry, operating numerous accounts, each donating at least 1 million, totaling several billion. Furthermore, he is rumored to be a notorious playboy, having been involved with many of the more prominent female hosts in the streaming world, particularly those on the rise. It is said that he even set a record for being with 7 women in one night. At this point, he can be said to have slept with nearly every notable figure in the streaming realm. Gong Xiaoan, Zheng Jianghao, group members. What the heck? I can't believe it. Over 1 billion in rewards. 7 times in one night, and he has been with so many women? What is this? An iron constitution? It was overwhelmingly impressive, yet utterly devoid of morals. A scoundrel indeed. In an instant, the group erupted in outrage. Initially reclining on the sofa, casually scrolling through his phone and enjoying the adulation of the group, Ye Xuan suddenly sat upright, staring at the messages on his screen. Over 1 billion in rewards? Sleeping with everyone in the streaming industry? 7 times in one night? Or perhaps with 7 at once? I'm astounded. Where did you acquire such information? This is utterly ridiculous. How have I become a scoundrel? Chapter 9. A meeting? Lin Yuan. I have heard that he is currently extending his reach towards the young ladies of Jinling. particularly the affluent ones. You all should be on your guard and recognize the true nature of this so-called king of the sea. Gong Xiaohan. In an instant, Gong Xiaohan admitted her fear. If she were to encounter such a person, wouldn't she be at his mercy? After all, the disparity in their romantic standings is too vast. With such news circulating, the young ladies in the group felt a chill, as their target had shifted from online streamers to them. Ye Xuan, little brother. Something seems off here. How have I become the king of the sea? I warn you, be careful, or I will sue you for defamation. What left Ye Xuan speechless was that these young masters and ladies believed it so readily. They accepted it without a hint of skepticism. Gong Xiaohan, I think I should be cautious. I've decided to activate my home security. Lin Yuhan, you're so foolish. Just stay at home. Otherwise, you might be deceived, and who knows, you could be the 8th victim of the great sleep. Gong Xiaohan Pu. Many young ladies pondered Gong Xiaohan's words and Lin Yuhan's warning, realizing they truly needed to be wary, as a wolf was lurking outside, eyeing them. Meanwhile, Xin, I heard that the donations came from a newly created account, right? How did you gather so much information from that account? Perhaps it was merely someone who donated $1 million while watching a live stream. Your claims are rather far-fetched. As Ye Xuan spoke, the others recalled the username of the individual who had just joined their chat and had remained silent until now. However, his words irked the young masters and ladies. They perceived Ye Xuan as just another privileged youth from outside their city, unlike them, who had grown up in the ancient capital, accustomed to a higher caliber of life. Having been born with silver spoons in their mouths, their standards were indeed lofty. Thus, they found Ye Xuan's message amusing, even contemptuous, dismissing his skepticism as unwarranted. Could our information be erroneous? While others dismissed Ye Xuan's remark, Lin Yuhan felt differently. He perceived Ye Xuan's comment as a direct challenge to him. Lin Yuhan, to the newcomer, your words are not pleasing to my ears. This information is derived from our exchanges within the streaming community. After all, there have been many instances of new accounts making substantial donations before, and the methods align perfectly. Lin Yuhan, not to single you out, but I worked hard to obtain this information. The individual in question must possess an extraordinary identity. Otherwise, how could someone donate millions in just 10 minutes? And for what purpose? Surely it can't be mere affection, right? That defies logic. There must be ulterior motives. Gong Xiaohan, indeed, my friend. Why do I feel as though you were defending that person? Why do you seem to side with him? Zheng Jianghao, how would you know what he thinks? Those who donate billions are often eccentric. Therefore, I believe what old Lin says holds substantial truth. In an instant, many in the group began to criticize Ye Xuan, although they refrained from harsh language, as they were all young masters and ladies, and they still needed to maintain decorum in the group. Ye Xuan, however, sensed a peculiar feeling. How am I so formidable? It seems my legend has already spread across the realm without me even stepping outside. He insists he is not the king of the sea. Yet, within this group, the young masters and ladies were pointing fingers at him, declaring him a big shot, warning that anyone who disagreed would face their wrath. There exists a form of greatness defined by the perception of others. Conversely, there exists a form of disdain based on their judgment. In that moment, Ye Xuan found himself rendered speechless. At this point, Lu Yun returned from his bath and noticed Xian. He had joined the chat. Hey, what are you all up to? That person is the one who made the donation. Yet he claims he did not donate that much, and you insist on labeling him a big shot, the king of the sea? Lu Yun, seriously, what are you all doing? Lin Yuhan, Yingu, you're back from your bath. We were discussing tonight's donations. I heard you were at the scene. What happened? Do you have any insights to share with us? Gong Xiaohan, yes, Yingu, do tell. Lu Yun, what should I say? You all should inquire among yourselves. Inquire among themselves? The young ladies were momentarily taken aback. After all, they did not know this person. Lu Yun, he is the brother I just added today. The one who donated millions tonight. Boom. His words detonated like a bomb in the WeChat group. Lin Yuhan, this is awkward. I just called him the king of the sea in front of him. The others wore expressions of embarrassment, realizing they had spoken disdainfully about a young master who had donated millions in just 10 minutes. Lu Yun felt exasperated. They were simply speculating without basis. Lin Yuhan, my apologies, brother. I didn't realize you were in the group. I was merely relaying what my friend said. Lin Yuhan, everyone, how about we meet tomorrow? It would be a good opportunity to get acquainted with this brother, and I can personally apologize to you. How's that sound? With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Lin Yuhan proposed this, and Ye Xuan, seeing the message, noted that he had nothing else planned for the next day. Thus, he decided to join them. Qian, sure, where shall we meet? I plan to visit Huaxing Plaza tomorrow. How about there? Lin Yuhan, sounds good. We shall meet tomorrow. After exchanging a few more messages, Ye Xuan chose to disengage from the conversation, turning his attention to his desire for a new watch, which he had yet to find. Meanwhile, Lin Yuhan created another group for the young masters and ladies, excluding Ye Xuan. Gong Xiaoan, old Lin, why have you created yet another group? Moreover, you seem a bit sycophantic, eager to meet that person. I find that rather beneath you. Lin Yuhan, Xiaoan, do you really think I am that kind of person? I am doing this for all of you. Lin Yuhan, although he denies being a scoundrel, who can say for sure? Let's meet him tomorrow to find out. This is for your benefit, after all. What do you think of this person? Gong Xiaohan, I just checked his profile. It indicates he is 8 years old, and his social circle is closed off. Honestly, the likelihood of him being a scoundrel is quite high. Who would set their age as 8? I suspect he might not even be our age. Could it be that he is an older man? Perhaps. In an instant, the group began to speculate. Lu Yin, old Lin, you're quite cunning, aren't you? Indeed, meeting him will reveal what kind of person he truly is. Lu Yun is also eager to see who this generous benefactor is, who bestowed such lavish rewards in just 10 minutes. Chapter 10. Sister Ye Xuan. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan was browsing the Patek Philippe official website, sorting the watches by price from highest to lowest. The first model that caught his eye was the Patek Philippe Duke Men's watch, valued at 20 million. Ye Xuan admired the watch, finding it quite appealing, and promptly paid the deposit. He then discovered that there was a store at Huaxing Plaza where he could pick it up, so he decided to set the pickup location at the Patek Philippe store there, looking forward to tomorrow's visit. Shortly thereafter, the roar of an engine echoed outside the villa. As the villa door swung open, a graceful figure stepped inside. Ye Xuan glanced towards the entrance. Name, Ye Xuan. Height, 173 centimeters. Attractiveness, 97 physique. Affinity, 95 sister. You're back. Have you eaten? Ye Xuan called out to the girl at the door, who was dressed in a smart ensemble, glass stockings, high heels, a little leather skirt, and a tailored suit, complemented by her stunningly beautiful face. She was the very embodiment of allure, standing there effortlessly captivating everyone around. Ye Xuan looked at Ye Xuan. Little brother, you're still awake? She approached and embraced him, the weariness on her face dissipating considerably. I was waiting for you. Fourth sister just finished her live stream and has already gone to bed. Ye Xuan inquired again, have you eaten yet? I have. No need for us to wait any longer. Second sister has an emergency surgery tonight. She probably won't be back. I'm going to take a shower. Could you give me a massage later? Go ahead. Ye Xuan waved his hand dismissively. A little later, Ye Xuan called out, little brother, can you bring me the bath towel and such? Ye Xuan obliged, carrying the towel over. He noticed the stockings on the floor and picked them up, saying, sister, I've told you many times to hang your clothes up. Otherwise, they'll be wrinkled by morning and the moisture will ruin them. Ye Xuan looked at him. What are you staring at? She then wrapped herself in the towel, playfully tapping Ye Xuan on the head. Ye Xuan then? Ye Xuan lay down on the mat beside the large bathtub. Come, little brother, give your sister a back massage. Sister, why do I feel like you've turned me into a mere tool? Ye Xuan muttered as he began to knead her back. Hey, having such a skilled master at home is too good an opportunity to pass up. Ye Xuan responded, enjoying Ye Xuan's technique, which effortlessly eased her day's fatigue. How's my footwork, boss? Should I have more time? Ye Xuan joked. Not bad. Let's do a foot massage too. Extra payment. Ye Xuan retorted playfully. You're really pushing it, treating me like a tool. Ye Xuan, you are my beloved friend and brother, and you still want extra payment? No means no. Extra payment. Ye Xuan insisted. Ye Xuan, so love can fade away, huh? Little brother, why are you so quiet? Sister, to be honest, I think you might have gained a bit of weight, Ye Xuan remarked, only to find Ye Xuan gripping his face, a cold smile creeping on her lips. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Ye Xuan, are you threatening me? The next morning, Ye Xuan arose early and found Ye Xuan already awake, gazing at his phone. Little brother, you're up quite early, she said lazily. Sister, look at the time. Aren't you getting up? You need to take me to Huaxing Plaza today. What do you need to go to Huaxing Plaza for? I'm meeting a friend, Ye Xuan replied, climbing out of bed. Ye Xuan glanced at her phone, sighed, and began her morning routine, while Ye Xuan got dressed in his suspenders. He looked in a mirror and couldn't help but feel that fourth sister's enhancements had worked wonders, with the 20 points added to his attractiveness. He felt like a national darling. Are you not going to check on fourth sister today? Ye Xuan followed the well-dressed Yuan outside, heading towards the parked Ferrari 812. Yuan looked upstairs. You still don't know fourth sister? She won't be waking up for another 2 hours. I've already ordered breakfast service for her. Buckle up. We're off. With the roar of the engine, they soon arrived at Huaxing Plaza. Sister, I wish you a smooth day at work. I'm off now. You know where my office is, right? It's in the office area of Huaxing Plaza. If you need me, just come find me. Given the vastness of Huaxing Plaza, it was divided into office and commercial sectors, with Ye Xuan working at Southeast Securities in the office area. However, Ye Xuan had no intention of lingering. He headed directly to the Patek Philippe store to pick up his watch, as there was still some time before his appointment with Lu Yun and the others. Even at this early hour, Huaxing Plaza was bustling with people. Wow, that little boy is adorable. Indeed, whose child is he? Such fun. Ye Xuan unwittingly attracted numerous glances as he walked. Turning a corner, he caught sight of a mirror and froze. What the? He had a prominent lipstick mark on his forehead, unmistakably noticeable. Big Sister. Chapter 11. Patek Philippe Duke Watch. Ye Xuan quickly made his way to the restroom to wipe the lipstick mark off his forehead, feeling that his sister had done this on purpose. After cleaning up, he took the elevator to the 6th floor of Huaxing Plaza. From a distance, he spotted the Patek Philippe store, its classic black and gold decor, exuding sophistication. The large windows gleamed, revealing several customers inside. As he stood at the entrance, he listened to the customers speaking softly with the sales representatives, the bustling crowd surprisingly orderly. Indeed, this was an ultra-premium luxury brand. The clientele were exceptionally refined. Ye Xuan walked inside, admiring the array of stunning watches on display, nodding in appreciation. Each piece was exquisite, though the prices were equally striking. Due to his shorter stature, the sales ladies had yet to notice him. A middle-aged woman, accompanying her partner to select a watch, spotted him and exclaimed with delight, "Look, a little child has come in, and he is absolutely adorable." The crowd paused momentarily, then turned to follow her gaze. Ye Xuan had a fair complexion, and his large, dark, and bright eyes often evoked thoughts of a fawn with its glistening gaze. Yet, he appeared distinct from the ordinary child. Although he was merely 7 or 8 years old, there was an incongruous air of maturity about him. "Which guest has brought this young lad?" inquired a round-faced salesgirl as she stepped out from behind the counter, gently taking Ye Xuan's hand. The onlookers shook their heads, and the woman who had first noticed Ye Xuan chuckled, covering her mouth. "If such a beautiful boy were my son, I would wake up laughing in my dreams." Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging how exceptionally charming the boy was, resembling a little prince from a fairy tale. The salesgirl reached out to touch Ye Xuan's smooth cheek, grinning as she remarked, "It seems that good looks are indeed important. Even children are cuter when they are beautiful." She had encountered many attractive children before, but none as delightful as him. She speculated that his parents must be exceptionally good-looking, perhaps even celebrities. Ye Xuan, disliking such intimate contact, evaded the salesgirl's reaching hand and leaned against the counter, closely observing the watch styles within. The customers found his serious demeanor amusing, chuckling amongst themselves. This child has a bright future ahead. At such a young age, he already knows how to admire luxury watches. How could a child understand luxury watches? I bet he is merely attracted to the shiny objects. Such a beautiful child. It's dangerous to be lost. Should we help him contact his family? The salesgirl nodded thoughtfully, understanding that a lost child would surely cause distress to his parents. She approached Ye Xuan, squatting to match his height, and gently asked, "Little friend, where are your parents? Did they not come with you?" The salesgirl's actions made Ye Xuan feel respected. Typically, he had to look up to others, but this equal interaction was quite comforting. He regarded the salesgirl, shook his head, and replied, "I came here on my own. I am not lost. I came to your store to buy a watch." Laughter erupted from the customers. What? They widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished at what they had just heard. This little boy was truly intriguing. He had come here to buy a watch. They were aware that this was Patek Philippe, the most renowned watch brand in China and even the world, which was not something an ordinary person could afford. Even they were merely here to browse, without any intention to purchase. Everyone found Ye Xuan's remarks utterly amusing. His voice was so youthful, yet his tone was remarkably mature. A couple who had just made a purchase approached Ye Xuan. The woman, increasingly enamored with him, took his hand and led him to a section dedicated to children's watches. Ye Xuan quipped, "Be careful, or I might accuse you of attempting to abduct children. If it weren't for your impressive looks, I would disregard you entirely." But if you were only 10 years younger, that would be ideal. Inside the shop, various electronic watches adorned with cartoon characters, along with some extravagant children's quartz watches, were on display. The woman scanned the surroundings and even discovered a smartwatch capable of making calls. Whichever you like, just tell Annie, and I will buy it for you. The woman genuinely liked Ye Xuan. This small expenditure was inconsequential for her, and if it could bring joy to a child, it would be worth every penny. She selected the most expensive watch, a superhero-themed timepiece, and waved it in front of Ye Xuan, asking, "What do you think of this style?" A boy of your age should admire superheroes, right? The man, unable to tolerate the situation, interrupted before Ye Xuan could respond, asking, "Little friend," before making a purchase. One should first ascertain their ability to buy. Do you have enough money to afford these watches? Ye Xuan glanced at him with indifference, then looked at the watches before shaking his head, declaring that they were all too cheap. The couple's expressions turned awkward, and the man was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly a response from child? His answer rendered him speechless. The woman confronted her husband, lightly scolding, "What are you doing? Are you trying to embarrass me? I already said, I am buying it for the little friend. Besides, this amount is trivial. Why be so calculative? What is wrong with spending a little on such a charming child?" The man cleared his throat awkwardly, perhaps fearing his wife's displeasure, and hastily explained, "I was merely trying to be kind. I thought it important to instill a proper sense of value in the child." Did you hear what he just said? He even found these watches too cheap. I wonder how his parents are educating him to have instilled such thoughts. The store owner, a ruggedly handsome man with a full beard, chuckled and remarked, "This child certainly has high standards. Why don't you tell Uncle what kind of watch you like?" Ye Xuan remained silent, feeling somewhat troubled. Why did all these adults insist on questioning him? Was it merely because of his good looks? The man pondered, convinced that Ye Xuan's current mindset was undoubtedly influenced by his parents' values. "Little one, you are still so young. Do not be so vain. At your age, you should focus on your studies, which will lead to a better future. Then you can buy anything you desire with your own money." The rugged man nodded in agreement. However, business still needed to be conducted. He pretended to be surprised as he observed the three of them, saying, "With such attractive parents and this charming child. I thought you were a family of three." The couple, fully aware that the store owner was flattering them, could not help but laugh happily. In his excitement, the man pulled out his business card and handed it to the store owner. The owner accepted it with a smile, glancing at the sparkling watch on the man's wrist, and asked, "Mr. Chun, is this the piece you just picked up from Patek Philippe?" A flicker of pride flashed in Mr. Chen's eyes. Yet he maintained an air of nonchalance as he replied, "Yes, I was just browsing and saw the platinum edition in stock, so I bought it. It's not worth much, just over 500,000. The store owner's expression stiffened, internally cursing under his breath. If he truly believed it was not worth much, why disclose the price? Just casually browsing? It seemed he was on the verge of rolling up his sleeves, flashing that extravagant watch. Despite his inner thoughts, the store owner could not resist complimenting, "You are living the life of a wealthy person. Unlike us, we lack the courage to even step inside and take a look." Mr. Chun adjusted his watch, glanced at Ye Xuan, and said, "You should learn from this little one." He just confidently declared he came to Patek Philippe to buy a watch. But upon reflection, he realized it was inappropriate to use a child as a point of jest. He changed the subject, adding, "But I have my reasons. Life demands it. I often meet friends and clients who are affluent, so I must maintain appearances." The shopkeeper was utterly infuriated. Was this Mr. Chen merely seeking validation in his own little world, claiming he was compelled by life's circumstances? It was nothing more than a fade to boast about the impressive people in his life. Wealth and privilege seemed to be the only criteria, as if everyone didn't have a wealthy friend. Had I boasted about opening my store next to Patek Philippe? Mr. Chun felt his vanity was being indulged as he approached Ye Xuan, earnestly advising, "Young lad, you mustn't fall prey to such negative influences. Uncle is merely keeping up appearances out of necessity for business. If you desire a watch, I can procure a little genius phone watch for you. Just a couple of thousand, a mere drop in the bucket, especially since he is in high spirits today." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper promptly produced the latest model of the little genius watch, placing it on the counter for Ye Xuan to try on. "Young one, do you not fancy this style?" The round-faced salesgirl, concerned for Ye Xuan, crossed into the store just as she spotted the watch on the counter. She had heard of this brand, which allowed phone calls and provided location services, making it perfect for children. Unlike Mr. Chun, who indulged in lengthy lectures, The salesgirl pondered briefly before gently saying to Ye Xuan, "If you truly admire Patek Philippe, dear, wait until you grow up to purchase it, all right?" Ye Xuan held a fondness for this salesgirl, but regrettably, she, like many others, did not believe in his capabilities. Just then, a tall woman hurried past the store. The round-faced salesgirl quickly called out, "Manager, weren't you off to a meeting? Why are you back so soon?" "Ah, mister. You purchased a Duke watch yesterday and was scheduled to collect it today. I just retrieved it from the headquarters warehouse," the manager explained patiently. "What are you doing here? Come back with me. The whole store needs to be prepared." The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Mr. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his speech faltering. "Manager, are you referring to the Duke watch valued at over 20 million on the official website?" The Duke watch was renowned not only for its limited release, but also for its unparalleled design. The dial's core adhered to Patek Philippe's high-precision standards. And what made it most precious were the myriad colored diamonds adorning it. Due to their rarity and the stringent selection standards of Patek Philippe, only the finest diamonds graced the watch's dial. This exquisite and luxurious design earned the Duke watch the nickname Rainbow Dial. With only 11 pieces released worldwide, each owner was a person of great renown. As Mr. Chen contemplated this, his eyes began to redden with envy. Owning such a watch was every man's dream. It served as an elevated form of identity, not revealing personal information, but declaring to all who beheld it that its owner was of exceptional status. Just imagine, casually revealing such a timepiece, garnering respect from countless individuals, a feeling beyond compare. In that moment, Mr. Chen glanced at his recently purchased watch and felt its allure diminish. He had spent over 500,000 on it, but only those with discerning eyes could appreciate its value. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. It was indeed disheartening. Why should others wear such costly watches while he could not? Chapter 12. A replacement is easily acquired at that juncture. Mr. Chen could no longer concern himself with purchasing a watch for Ye Xuan. He called his wife and hurried back to the Patek Philippe store. Though he could not wear or own such an exquisite timepiece, merely witnessing it in person would suffice to alleviate some of his regrets. He also hoped to catch a glimpse of the legendary mysterious tycoon, perhaps even exchange business cards, a fruitful expedition indeed. As the manager returned to the store, she suddenly turned to the round-faced salesgirl and inquired, "I completely forgot to ask, has anyone come in today asking to collect a watch?" She recalled that the enigmatic Mr. You might have already visited the store, and a cold sweat nearly broke out on her forehead. Such a significant oversight could cost her the management position if she had offended a client of that caliber. The round-faced salesgirl quickly scanned her memory, realizing that aside from the adorable Ye Xuan, no one had clamored to collect a watch that day. "No, that Mr. Yi likely hasn't arrived yet," she replied. The manager exhaled a sigh of relief, her heart racing. Just then, she noticed Ye Xuan standing behind the round-faced salesgirl and curiously remarked, "Oh, how did a little boy wander into our store? Are you lost?" Ye Xuan stepped forward, shaking his head. "I've mentioned several times that I am here to collect a watch." The manager paused, then burst into laughter. "Whose child is this? He certainly mimics the adults well. If he were a decade older, I might have genuinely been fooled." The round-faced salesgirl chuckled helplessly, explaining, "This little one is probably spoiled by his parents. Quite amusing indeed." Ye Xuan sighed in resignation. He didn't want to be perceived this way. With such a youthful visage, he was easily taken advantage of and frequently questioned. What is wrong with being young? Must youth exclude one from luxury? It's just a watch worth over 20 million. Ye Xuan retrieved a phone from his pocket and swiftly maneuvered it before looking up at the manager. "I made the full payment yesterday. Here, the collection code. You may scan it." The manager felt a momentary blur as Ye Xuan presented the QR code, its brightness almost blinding. Could this be real? Should she believe it? In an instant, her perspective began to shift. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, she mechanically picked up the scanning device, as if steeling herself for a monumental decision, and swiftly scanned the QR code in Ye Xuan's hand. Ding! The crisp sound confirmed a successful scan. The computer screen behind the counter displayed Ye Xuan's order details. The Duke watch, the Rainbow Dial, valued at over 20 million. The payment section indicated it had been fully paid. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Had the scan truly succeeded? A thunderous silence enveloped the watch store as disbelief settled in. This young boy had, indeed, purchased a watch worth 20 million? It was utterly inconceivable. How could they, at their age, not afford even a single piece? At that moment, everyone felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their hair standing on end and bodies trembling. They exchanged incredulous glances, all regarding Ye Xuan with disbelief. Could this really be a 7 or 8-year-old boy? 20 million is no trivial sum. Which child possesses such a vast allowance? Ye Xuan, noticing the store manager's dazed expression, expressed his dissatisfaction and reminded him, "The verification was successful. Can I collect my item now?" The manager, utterly flabbergasted, muttered, "What on earth? My mindset has shattered. My worldview has collapsed. I initially thought I was dealing with a major client, only to find that a child is purchasing a 20 million wristwatch." She quickly apologized and hurried into the storeroom to retrieve the watch. The sales assistant promptly produced a gift box, typically used for customer packaging. Upon seeing this, the manager's brows furrowed, and she reprimanded, "Mr. Yi is our most esteemed guest. How could we offer him a mere ordinary gift box?" After saying this, she personally selected a new gift box from the storeroom. As the box emerged, illuminated by the bright lights, it sparkled with a spectrum of colors. Was this box crafted from crystal? It was astonishingly beautiful, a fitting representation of Patek Philippe's luxury. It was delightful. Just the design alone suggested an exorbitant cost. The manager, overhearing the murmurs around her, proudly proclaimed, "This is a premium gift box set prepared by Patek Philippe for our top-tier clients. The crystal top alone is worth 200,000, with the entire set exceeding 500,000. Everyone instinctively swallowed hard, once again experiencing the opulence of Patek Philippe. A gift box valued at 500,000 was simply outrageous. Surprisingly, Ye Xuan barely glanced at it before donning the watch on his wrist. As he admired the shifting colors of the colored diamonds under the light, he expressed his satisfaction. "All right, I shall take my leave now." General Manager Chun, watching Ye Xuan turn to leave, quickly reminded him, "Young man, Mr. Yi, you Haven collected your gift box and warranty card. Should your watch malfunction, you can replace or repair it. And this gift box is worth 500,000. As he spoke, he swallowed hard. The value of just this box equaled that of his newly acquired watch. Without turning back, Ye Xuan casually remarked, "Oh, it's fine if it breaks. I'll just toss it and get another." General Manager Chun could scarcely believe his ears. Such words emanated from a child of merely 7 or 8. A 20 million item. And he wouldn't even bother to repair it? Just discard it and buy another? Reflecting on his years of struggle, he could no longer stay. He fled the store, forgetting to call for his wife. Today, he had been thoroughly humiliated. Meanwhile, the sales assistant, the manager, and the other customers stood there, utterly dumbfounded, unable to extricate themselves from the shock Ye Xuan had induced. Their values had not only been overturned, but their self-confidence had also suffered a significant blow. Ye Xuan, however, paid them no mind. Chapter 13. You are the big shot? After obtaining the watch, Ye Xuan examined it, and had to admit that this 20 million wristwatch was indeed exquisite. A paragon of luxury, with the strap adjusted to the perfect fit, neither too loose nor too tight. They say the impoverished indulge in cars while the affluent indulge in watches. And it proved true. Now that he had acquired the watch, he was ready to seek out Lu Yun and the others, who he presumed must be arriving soon. At that moment, outside the Huaxing Plaza shopping center, several young ladies and gentlemen adorned in designer brands were scanning the area. A girl, dressed in a light blue skirt and possessing a charming appearance, turned to the muscular young man beside her and said, "Yunge, this is the place you mentioned yesterday, right?" "Indeed, in all of Jinling, this is the only Huaxing Plaza," Lu Yun replied with a smile. "What's wrong, Xiaoan? Are you eager to meet that person? Aren't you afraid of leading a lamb into a wolf's den?" chimed in a chubby fellow, only to be met with a swift tug on his ear from the girl. Hey, that hurts. Young lady gone, let go. I was wrong," Lin Yuhan pleaded, wincing in pain. "Who taught you this?" Lu Yun approached, saying, "All right, Xiaoan, stop it. This guy just has a flowery tongue. Don't stoop to his level." "I wonder what sort of person will come," Gong Xiaohan mused, releasing Lin Yuhan as she spoke. "Didn't Tiwi speculate last night? Someone who can give away millions might be a big shot in the cryptocurrency world. Or perhaps an older gentleman. Given that we don't know them, the likelihood of them being an older man is greater," Lin Yuhan added. "Regardless, I think you shouldn't have too high expectations." As they conversed, Ye Xuan approached them with steady strides, unhurried. "Hey, look at that little boy. He is so adorable." Gong Xiaohan was the first to notice Ye Xuan. Soon, the others turned to look at him, their expressions momentarily frozen, particularly the young ladies, who were captivated by Ye Xuan's cherubic appearance, nearly compelled to embrace him. "Little one, are you alone? Are you lost? Would you like me to help you find your mother?" Gong Xiaohan inquired, stepping forward, only to be met with laughter from those nearby. "Xiaohan, you sound just like a human trafficker. Look at how you're speaking." Lu Yun, Lin Yuhan, and the others joined her, their faces filled with incredulity. Were it not for the many onlookers, Gong Xiaohan would have loved to scoop up this exquisite little boy and shower him with affection. However, the next moment, Ye Xuan addressed the crowd, saying, "You're the ones from the group, right? Lu Yun, Gong Xiaohan, Lin Yuhan." Boom! His words detonated like a bomb among them, and they all widened their eyes in disbelief. Huh? What does this mean? How does this little boy know our names? Recalling his earlier approach, it was clear he had been heading toward them. This was baffling. "Who are you?" Gong Xiaohan's expression shifted as she asked. "Huh? Aren't you the ones who agreed in the group to meet here today, at Huaxing Plaza?" Ye Xuan replied, observing the peculiar expressions on their faces. "Little brother, did you peek at your brother's phone and come out to find us? That is not a good habit," Gong Xiaohan remarked again, as their confusion deepened. They looked at Ye Xuan, unable to believe that he was the very big shot who had extravagantly tipped on the Feiyu live streaming platform the previous night, giving away millions in mere minutes. A million. What kind of family circumstances could allow a child to tip such a sum in such a short time? Seeing their disbelief, Ye Xuan retrieved his phone and displayed the group chat and his messages for them to see. Gong Xiaohan was momentarily taken aback. Yet before she could utter a word, Lu Yun, Lin Yuhan, and others were fixated on the exquisite watch adorning Ye Xuan's wrist. In an instant, they appeared as if turned to stone. "What is wrong with you?" Gong Xiaohan inquired, noticing their silence. Her gaze followed theirs to Ye Xuan's watch. "Is there something wrong with it?" Lu Yun exclaimed. "Is there something wrong? This is a monumental issue. That watch is a Patek Philippe Grand Complication, priced at over 20 million. Xiaohan, don't speak. You may not be aware, but this particular model exceeds 20 million in value," Lin Yuhan whispered beside her. The other young ladies and gentlemen overheard their conversation and turned their attention to the watch. A watch worth 20 million. What could possibly justify such an exorbitant price? Despite being the scions of wealthy families in Jinling, with their parents being prominent figures, even their fathers would find it nearly impossible to spend such a sum on a watch. The realization that such an extravagant timepiece rested on the wrist of a mere child sent shivers through them. In an instant, they felt a desire to revere this young man. Ye Xuan's stature in their minds began to ascend, reaching a level equal to, if not surpassing, their own. This was, indeed, rather terrifying. Lu Yun felt an urge to address him as Brother Yi, especially after the generous 10 million donation he made the day before, coupled with the ostentatious watch he now wore. However, after much contemplation, he found himself unable to utter those two words. "Ye Xuan?" As he spoke the name, his lips twitched. Despite his disbelief, the evidence lay stark before him, compelling him to accept the truth. Indeed, Ye Xuan nodded, leaving the crowd in a state of shock, their astonishment lingering. Noticing their expressions, he dismissed their awe as his phone rang, prompting him to answer. "Hello? Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Zhang Tianxing, the president of Donghai Bank. Do you have a moment to speak?" Upon recognizing the voice, Ye Xuan remembered that Zhang had called the previous day regarding his expiring 600 billion in funds. "I am currently at Huaxing Plaza. You may come and meet me," Ye Xuan stated, cutting to the chase. "Certainly, Mr. Yi," Zhang Tianxing replied, his tone brimming with excitement, his voice slightly trembling. After all, he was addressing a client with an astonishing 600 billion in deposits. Securing this client would undoubtedly propel his performance to unprecedented heights. Just as he was about to end the call, a female voice interjected from the other end. "Young Master Lu, are you at a gathering today?" Lu Yun was taken aback, recognizing the voice of the enchanting beauty approaching them, her eyes brimming with allure. "She's stunning," he thought, quickly regaining his composure. He introduced her to the others. "This is Director Lu Yanran from Huaxia Bank." The mention of her name sent Zhang Tianxing into a frenzy. "What? Huaxia Bank is moving at lightning speed. While I'm here making inquiries, they've already arrived, right next to Mr. Yi." Panic surged within him. He could not afford to be outpaced. If they secured the client first, he would be left regretting his inaction. "Mr. Yi, please hold for a moment. I shall be there shortly. Once I arrive, I guarantee our conditions will astonish you." With that, He turned to his secretary, urging, "Hurry, prepare the car. I need to get a washing plaza as swiftly as possible." The secretary, witnessing the president's flustered demeanor and the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, was utterly astonished. This was a man who remained unfazed even in the face of Jinling's elite. Yet today, he appeared transformed, nearly panicked. After hanging up, Ye Xuan glanced at a girl standing beside Lu Yun, a vision of grace and elegance. Her exquisite features were accentuated by a touch of makeup, and she donned a fitted blazer that accentuated her curves. The pencil skirt and glass stockings complemented her figure, making her a sight to behold. The wealthy young men present could hardly contain their gazes, their eyes wandering, nearly revealing their desire. Observing their reaction, Gong Xiaohan scoffed. "How predictable. Men are so superficial. Am I not attractive? Why do you not look at me in such a way?" Lin Yuhan retorted, "Miss Gong, how could you compare yourself? Look at her. She possesses everything. You merely have a slender figure." Gong Xiaohan shot him an icy glare, her expression turning cold. "What is your problem? Do you harbor some grievance against me?" "And no, not at all," Lin Yuhan stammered, startled by her fierce demeanor. Chapter 14, 600 billion. Meanwhile, Lu Yun regarded Lu Yanran with a flattering smile. Fully aware of her esteemed position as the director of Huaxia Bank, having risen through the ranks solely based on her abilities, his family had entrusted a significant amount of their deposits to her bank. While the other young ladies and gentlemen had heard of Lu Yanran, they remained hesitant to approach her, choosing instead to keep their distance. "Lu Yanran, what brings you here today?" Lu Yan inquired. "I have a meeting with a significant depositor of Washing Plaza, so I arrived early," she replied, her smile radiant. She understood that she was not the only one who had reached out to Ye Xuan the previous day. Thus, he had likely coordinated a unified meeting time. She had come early to make a favorable impression on him. A significant depositor? The mere mention of this phrase left Lu Yun and the others astonished. How much could this depositor be looking to save? 100 million? 200 million? Any more than that was beyond their imagination. Lu Yanran observed their expressions, aware of their curiosity, but refrained from divulging any information. She picked up her phone and dialed, her demeanor shifting to one of respect and caution, while the nearby young ladies and gentlemen fell silent, listening intently. Then, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted the tension in the air. "Little brother, someone is calling you." The words echoed, mistaken for a ringing phone. Ye Xuan responded, "Sister, did you change my ringtone yesterday?" In an instant, Ye Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. He had spent the night blissfully sleeping beside his sister and had not anticipated being caught off guard. After hanging up, he turned to the elegant Lu Yanran. "Director Lu, it's me." Ye Xuan then gazed at Lu Yanran. Name, Lu Yanran. Attractiveness, 96. Height, 171 centimeters. Figure, 36. Affinity, 0. Initial affinity, such as size? Ye Xuan mused over the number 36, reflecting on the expansive nature of her figure. The gathering audience listened intently to Ye Xuan's declaration. The simple words, "It's me," made everyone turn their heads in disbelief. Lu Yanran's body trembled as she stared at Ye Xuan, her voice wavering. "Mr. Yi, is that you? Does it not look like it? Ye Xuan Simirkit." The question hung in the air, leaving Lu Yanran momentarily breathless. What had she heard? Mr. Yi possessed 600 billion. 600 billion. The enormity of such wealth was staggering. Initially, she envisioned him as a mature businessman, perhaps the chairman of a company. But now, the disparity was beyond comprehension. Yet, she began to scrutinize Ye Xuan more closely. Though his clothing bore no visible labels, she recognized them as bespoke designs from international luxury brands, with tags either hidden or absent. Her gaze shifted to his wrist, where a Patek Philippe watch rested quietly. At that moment, Lu Yanran's heart raced. Was that truly a Patek Philippe worth over 20 million? Could this be Mr. Yi? She stood there, breathlessly astonished, her work attire straining against the pressure of her heartbeat. Upon her arrival, Lu Yanran had resolved to maintain her composure, regardless of who she met. However, the reality before her shattered her poise. She felt like a novice in the professional world. Her anxiety peaked as she stood there, hands clenched, feeling as though her values were being upended by Ye Xuan's presence. Ye Xuan, sensing Lu Yanran's diminishing composure, found amusement in her plight. "Ah, dear girl, this is a part of your journey." Lu Yanran swiftly approached Ye Xuan, smoothing her dress, and then crouched down. In that moment, Ye Xuan's perspective allowed him an unobstructed view of her ample figure, which seemed perilously constrained by her attire. Mr. Ye, I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. I came to discuss your 600 billion in restricted deposits. Or shall we converse? Boom. Her words, though softly spoken, resonated like thunder among the gathering elite, leaving them momentarily stunned. How much? They collectively gasped. 600 billion? Had they heard correctly? In an instant, their spines tingled, as though emerging from a frigid abyss. 600 billion. At such a tender age, he commanded an unfathomable fortune. Was he perhaps a scion of a prominent family from Tianjing or Modu? Ye Xuan's stature transformed in their eyes, from one of condescension to equal footing, and now they gazed up at him in awe, feeling utterly dwarfed by his wealth. Lu Yun, contemplating this, quickly approached Ye Xuan. Brother Ye, I know a splendid CAF nearby that has private rooms. Shall we go there? Brother Ye? The remaining elite were taken aback by Lu Yun's casual address towards a mere child. In that moment, Lin Yuhan clenched his fists in frustration. Lu, how could you do this? You're stealing my thunder. If his thoughts were known, he would surely be met with derisive glances from those around him. Nonetheless, the others turned their respectful gazes toward Ye Xuan, addressing him as Brother Ye. Chapter 15. Arrival of the Titans. Ye Xuan nodded in agreement, joining the group as they headed to Lu Yun's chosen CAF. Upon arrival at Huaxing Square, an unusual sight unfolded. A young boy, merely 8 years old, led the way, followed closely by a stunning beauty, trailed by a cadre of affluent youth mimicking their steps. Inside the CAF, they entered a private room where Ye Xuan ordered coffee, and Lu Yanran began to converse with him. Outside Huaxing Square, as the clock struck 9, the foot traffic increased, with many patrons indulging in shopping. Luxury cars began to arrive in succession. Look, a Mercedes, someone exclaimed, and there's a Bentley. Several high-end vehicles pulled up, signaling the arrival of influential figures. Indeed, it appears the esteemed leaders have arrived early, one remarked, as several impeccably dressed men stepped out of their vehicles. Enough banter, Zhang Tianxing interjected, eyeing the group of executives. I spoke with Mr. Yi earlier. If we continue with our jests, we might waste time and miss our opportunity. The mention of Lu Yanran's name sent a shiver through the group. They all knew her reputation and the fortune she had siphoned away from them. This time, they were determined not to let her do so again. With their objectives clear, they made their way to the address provided by Ye Xuan. Moments latte. They entered the private room. Greetings, esteemed leaders. Welcome. At this moment, Lu Yanran cast a glance at the group of bank presidents, their eyes locking in a fierce exchange, almost igniting sparks. After all, they were rivals, and such palpable tension was hardly surprising. Director Lu, they exchanged pleasantries with her, then began searching for Mr. Yi in the private room, soon directing their attention to Ye Xuan, who occupied the main seat. The remaining young heirs sat to the side, and even though these bank presidents were astute, they found themselves momentarily bewildered. Zhang Tianxing, the president of Donghai Bank, looked at Ye Xuan in the main seat and said, Mr. Yi? Witnessing their astonished expressions, as if they had undergone a profound revelation, Lu Yanran couldn't help but smirk inwardly. However, her demeanor soon stiffened, reminiscent of her own expression upon entering. 50 steps mocking 100 steps. Yet, the impish side of her nature emerged, and she gazed at the astonished bank presidents, biting her lip to suppress a mischievous grin. You often target me. Now I shall add a little spice. Clearing her throat, she drew the attention of the bank presidents and subtly gestured toward Ye Xuan's wrist. Their gazes followed her indication. A single glance. Just one glance. Silence enveloped the room. This was at a watch. In that instant, the previously bustling private room fell into an eerie stillness, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. This, Apatek Philippe, this was the dream of all present. Yet now, this coveted piece adorned the wrist of a mere child. Dream shattered. Is this the life of the wealthy? Their doubts dissipated. The only one capable of wearing their dreams was undoubtedly Mr. Yi. The aura of authority they once held dissipated, and they found themselves bowing their heads. Mr. Yi, I am Zhang Tianxing, president of Donghai Bank. Greetings, Mr. Yi, I am Lu Yi, president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Jilin Branch. Voices arose, each of these prominent figures humbling themselves in deference. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and the other young heirs exchanged glances, inching closer together as if seeking comfort from one another. These individuals were figures of authority over their parents. Yet here they were, gathered together, addressing Ye Xuan with such reverence that they questioned whether these magnates had ever shown their own parents such respect. They looked at Ye Xuan, whose stature in their eyes had risen to an unattainable height. Lu Yun thought, what kind of formidable person is this? Wasn't it said that he was merely a wealthy, second-generation streamer? What is happening now? I feel lightheaded. This is terrifying. Lin Yuhan pondered, did I offend Brother Yi yesterday? He wouldn't seek retribution, would he? Gong Xiaohan mused, although Brother Yi is young, I can wait. After all, I am only 17 and can afford to wait. The young heirs harbored their own thoughts. Ye Xuan faced the assembly of magnates, settling into his seat. All right, I understand your intentions. You're all here for the deposits I hold. Please state your terms, and I shall place my funds with the most favorable offer. Upon hearing this, they erupted with enthusiasm, practically buzzing with excitement. After all, the amount of his maturing deposit was staggering. 600 billion. It was as if they were homeless wanderers who had stumbled upon a lavish feast, their hearts racing with exhilaration. Though they had witnessed grand spectacles before, they had never encountered one of this magnitude. Ye Xuan leisurely sipped his cappuccino, his youthful face radiating an inexplicable maturity, as if seated there was not an 8-year-old child, but a seasoned company chairman. Then he inquired, who would like to go first? At this, silence fell over the room. Each harbored their own terms. Yet none wished to speak first, fearing that doing so would diminish their chances of negotiation. Huh? None of you wish to speak? Then I shall call on each of you. Ye Xuan's voice resonated. Still, they remained mute. However, Lu Yanran, listening to Ye Xuan's words, wore a proud expression. After all, she had arrived first and spent considerable time with Mr. Yi. Surely, he would favor her, right? After all, even a child would prefer a beautiful older sister. Wouldn't he they? Yet in the next moment, Ye Xuan pointed directly at Lu Yanran. Director Lu, since you arrived first, please go ahead. Lu Yanran exclaimed, Meow? Mr. Yi, have you forgotten our previous rapport? I came to see you early and dressed up specially for this occasion, only to be met with this? Chapter 16. They must not live. She had assumed that even if Ye Xuan would not allow her go last, he would at least provide her with some advantage. However, if Ye Xuan were aware of Lu Yanran's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly be speechless. After all, he had encountered far too many beautiful women. Just the 9 older sisters alone were breathtaking, each a paragon of beauty, and Lu Yanran was merely on par with that standard. Nearby, many bank presidents observed Lu Yanran's expression, unable to suppress their laughter, thoroughly amused. They looked at her, thinking, you arrived early and acted unreasonably. Now look where that has gotten you. The first to arrive is the first to speak. Go ahead, whatever you say, we will have the opportunity to counter. Mr. Yi, you are correct. Whether by arrival order or courtesy toward a lady, it should indeed be Director Lu who speaks first. We cannot compete with her awareness. Indeed, Director Lu, you are astute to arrive so early to await Mr. Yi. We lack such foresight. Alas, Director Lu, for the sake of past camaraderie, please show us mercy. Director Lu, please share your terms swiftly. Voices echoed from the prominent figures, their expressions a delightful mix of sympathy and malice, reveling in Lu Yanran's predicament. They had long competed with her, often on the receiving end of her cleverness. Witnessing her in a vulnerable position was a source of great amusement. At this moment, Lu Yanran listened to their taunts, her anger boiling as she observed their smirking faces. How audacious they were. Upon entering, they nearly devoured her whole. Yet now they wore smiles, feigning innocence. Truly remarkable. However, Lu Yanran found herself at a loss, gazing at them with fierce determination. Since you have chosen to take advantage of my predicament, I shall not hold back. If I cannot obtain it, neither shall you acquire it easily. Taking a deep breath, she turned her gaze towards the group, a chilling smile gracing her lips. This very smile silenced the bank presidents, a sense of foreboding rising within them. They watched as Lu Yanran advanced, her voice steady. Mr. Yi, in recognition of our utmost respect for you at Huaxiao Bank, I present the following terms. First, an annual interest rate of 9%, with a provision for a 1-day advance notice for withdrawals. Second, Huaxiao Bank will bestow upon you an exclusive black card, a limited edition with only a few in existence. This card will afford you exceptional privileges with our various partnerships and esteemed brands. With these words, The previously smug expressions of the other bank presidents froze, their admiration turning to disbelief. Had this woman lost her senses? An annual interest rate of 9%. Alongside a black card, she was prepared to contend fiercely. Even if she could not secure the funds, she would not allow them to seize it effortlessly. The audacity of her proposition left them utterly dumbfounded. Lu Yanran, the illustrious director of Huaxia Bank, truly demonstrated her formidable prowess. Now, they understood the meaning behind her earlier gaze. Although they felt disheartened, they recognized that her terms still left room for negotiation. Lu Yanran, seizing the opportunity, declared, "Mr. Yi, I must correct my previous statement. Huaxia Bank offers you an annual interest rate of 10%. Furthermore, should you entrust us with 600 billion, I will ensure my unwavering assistance, becoming your personal secretary. My extensive connections in the fields of investment, finance, and banking will be at your disposal to manage your assets." What say you? At this, Zhang Tianqing of Donghai Bank exclaimed, "This is outrageous. Mr. Yi, she has violated the rules. We were merely discussing conditions, and she has chosen to offer herself as a prize. This is a breach of fair play." The other presidents echoed his sentiments, aghast at Lu Yanran's boldness. What do they possibly do? A striking beauty like her could easily make such an offer, but as elderly men, they could hardly voice similar proposals. Realizing they had no choice but to increase their own offers, they turned to Lu Yanran. Initially, they had anticipated profits, but her audacity had changed the game, rendering their efforts to secure the deposit a mere tactic to undermine one another. It was a mutual destruction. Lu Yanran regarded them with a cold smile, thinking, "Since you choose to exploit my vulnerability, then let us all perish together." Zhang Tianqing stepped forward, acknowledging Lu's grand strategy. "Director Lu indeed plays her cards well. Allow me to present Donghai Bank's offer, an annual interest rate of 11%, along with our own exclusive black card." The other bank presidents looked on, realizing the stakes had escalated. As one began to propose terms, the others followed suit, each vying to outdo the last. Meanwhile, the young elites present trembled at the fierce competition unfolding before them. Gong Xiaoan thought to herself, "Oh dear, we just want to leave. I feel like a husky among a pack of wolves. What on earth should I do?" In an instant, the young elites cowered in the corners, recognizing their lack of agency in this high-stakes negotiation. They turned their eyes to the 8-year-old Ye Xuan at the head of the table, their respect for him growing exponentially. Ye Xuan, seated and sipping coffee, wore a content smile, reveling in the exhilarating drama unfolding before him. After the bank presidents had finished presenting their offers, they all turned to Ye Xuan, awaiting his decision, knowing that it would determine who would ultimately secure the 600 billion deposit. The young elites also looked on, acutely aware of the significance of Ye Xuan's forthcoming choice. Finally, he addressed the assembly, speaking slowly, "Director Lu of Huaxia Bank. I'm here." Lu Yanran's heart raced at the sound of his voice, her body trembling with anticipation as she responded eagerly. Her expression one of triumph as she regarded the other bank presidents. In that moment, she resembled a victorious swan, while the expressions of the other presidents darkened with envy and frustration. How could Lu Yanran be so shameless? Yet, Ye Xuan continued, calling upon two more individuals, Zhang Tianqing of Donghai Bank and the president of the Jinling branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Lu Yanran's smile faltered as confusion clouded her mind. Had they not agreed that the 600 billion would belong to her? What did this mean? Nevertheless, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Even if they were to share the spoils, each bank would still gain 200 billion, a substantial sum. Just as they contemplated this, Ye Xuan leapt from his seat, declaring, "Actually, I have decided I will deposit 600 billion in each of your banks." The room fell silent. 600 billion for each bank? That amounted to a staggering 1,800 billion. The shockwaves reverberated through the assembly, leaving the bank presidents and directors breathless. Lu Yanran gasped, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment. Yet, as the realization sank in, they understood that their fierce competition had led them to this astonishing conclusion, only to discover that Ye Xuan had played them all masterfully. They are merely on the first level, devious. It is truly insidious. In the eyes of others, Ye Xuan's petite figure began to take on a different significance. His seemingly harmless face now bore a new implication. Nearby, a group of young masters and ladies turned their gazes toward Ye Xuan, their bodies trembling in response. As prominent figures of Jinling, Their perspectives were inherently elevated, yet they felt their values being profoundly challenged. Brother Yi is simply astonishing, Lin Yuhan remarked, and upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sheer magnitude of the situation. 1,800 billion. With that, they solidified their belief that Brother Yi must belong to a prestigious family from Tianjing or Modu. Otherwise, it simply made no sense. After a short while, Ye Xuan transferred the funds and obtained black card from 3 banks. As for these cards, he had no use for them since he possessed a tenfold rebate, rendering them unnecessary. The bank presidents who received the deposits left elated, while the others remained dejected and sighing in despair. Naturally, Lu Yanran was still present. Ye Xuan looked at her and asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" Lu Yanran replied, "Should I leave? I dare not." She then glanced at Ye Xuan. "Mr. Yi, you seem to have forgotten. I already agreed to be your personal assistant." "Ah, I remember now," Ye Xuan said, nearly causing Lu Yanran to choke on her own blood. "Remember? A stunning lady like me, becoming your assistant. How could you forget? The key is, I have nothing for you to manage. Perhaps you should return for now." Lu Yanran, in that instant, began to question her own allure. For so many years, she had been a goddess-like figure, a top student in school, revered like a campus belle, with countless suitors turned away at her door. Now, she had swiftly risen to become the director of Huaxia Bank, with admirers lining up in droves. Yet Ye Xuan appeared indifferent to her beauty. Even considering Ye Xuan's youth, she found it difficult to accept, feeling an unexpected sense of loss. Nonetheless, she prepared to leave. The other young masters and ladies were astonished by Ye Xuan's actions. How could he let such a beautiful assistant slip away? Lu Yun and Lin Yuhan swallowed hard, wishing they could be with Lu Yanran every day. Was this the difference between them? Just then, Ye Xuan called out, "Wait, I actually have something for you to do." Turning back hopefully, Lu Yanran's eyes sparkled with renewed confidence. Indeed, her charm was still intact. Ye Xuan gestured to her. "I'm looking to hire a driver. You could drive, right? Consider yourself my chauffeur for now." His words, though softly spoken, nearly left her breathless. Chapter 18. Painfully proficient at hiring a driver, Lu Yanran. What could she say? After finishing their coffee, the young masters and ladies surrounded Ye Xuan as they exited the CF, transformed from their previous demeanor. Particularly, Lin Yuhan, who had been brimming with arrogance the night before, was now behaving like a loyal follower, showering Ye Xuan with concern. "Brother Yi, I added you on WeChat. Please accept my request." "Brother Yi, would you like a ride in my car today?" "Brother Yi, where do you live? I'd love to visit sometime." Voices rang out, and Gong Xiaoan cast a glance at Lin Yuhan. What a sycophant. "Yuhan, how can we never notice you were so good at flattering?" "Xiaoan, what are you talking about? I am merely impressed by Brother Yi. You wouldn't understand." "Exactly, Xiaoan. How could you say that about Yuhan?" Lu Yin chimed in. "Huh?" Gong Xiaoan looked around at the other young masters and ladies, who were all nodding in agreement. "Goodness, has the jester turned out to be me?" "Brother Yi, I didn't mean it that way." Gong Xiaoan quickly clarified. Ye Xuan waved his hand. In this brief moment, he had captivated the group of young masters and ladies, gaining a cadre of admirers. "All right, let us go, driver," Ye Xuan said, placing his hands behind his neck as he walked alongside Lu Yanran. The turned driver almost choked Lu Yanran. How could a dignified director of Huaxia Bank be reduced to a chauffeur? If her colleagues found out, they would surely mock her. At that moment, she could only smile at Ye Xuan and say, "Yes, young master." Young master? That title pleased Ye Xuan, and he nodded in approval. He approached her car, a Mercedes-Benz, which indicated her accomplishments at such a young age. "Where to, young master?" Lu Yanran inquired. "Tianyue Bay, I'm heading home." "Tianyue Bay." Lu Yanran swallowed hard. The Tianyue Bay community was where the elite of Jinling resided. It was not surprising that a young master would live there. On the road, as Ye Xuan sat in the passenger seat, he inhaled the fresh scent of Lu Yanran's perfume, which was unlike anything he had encountered before. A peculiar sensation arose within him. "Is it beautiful?" Lu Yanran asked, feeling his gaze upon her. "Beautiful indeed. I foresee a bright future for your career," Ye Xuan replied, giving her a thumbs up. Lu Yanran lowered her head slightly, her face flushing crimson as a button on her blouse, under immense pressure, burst open, revealing a glimpse of her alluring neckline. This button must have given way once she got into the car. What poor quality. Could the company not improve the garment's quality? If the supervisor responsible for uniforms at Huaxia Bank knew Lu Yanran's thoughts, they would be quite innocent, for the clothes do have their limits. As she looked at Ye Xuan, the sight of his thumbs up made her blush even deeper, contrasting starkly with her previous authoritative demeanor. As they approached her home, Ye Xuan activated his golden eye once more. Name: Lu Yanran. Upon arriving home, Ye Xuan noted the impressive favorability rating of 80 he had garnered in such a short time. As he stepped out of the car, he made his way toward the entrance of Tianyue Bay, an esteemed residential complex in Jinling, known for its stringent security measures. Only vehicles belonging to residents were permitted entry without rigorous inspection. To avoid any inconvenience, Ye Xuan opted to walk in. Once inside, he boarded a vehicle provided by the property management that took him to Villa Number 2, his abode. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran stared at her outfit, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling unaccustomed to being scrutinized in such a manner. She reminded herself to remain composed. After all, he was merely an 8-year-old child. Yet, the thought of an 8-year-old possessing a staggering fortune of 1.8 billion was quite absurd. Upon entering the villa, Ye Xuan noticed a McLaren parked inside, his elder sister's car, indicating that she had returned home. Yi Ying, reputed as a miraculous healer, had been the first among her sisters to cradle Ye Xuan when he was an infant, although she had also been the one to provoke his tears. 8 years had elapsed, and she had emerged as a rising star in the medical field, earning the title of miraculous healer, a testament to her extraordinary skills. However, Ye Xuan regarded her achievements with a sense of nonchalance, perhaps due to the plethora of advanced medical techniques he had absorbed from her over the years. Ascending to the second floor, he intended to seek out his fourth sister, Chan, but the sounds of a live stream emanating from her room deterred him. Instead, he chose to visit his second sister. In another room, a graceful figure reclined on the bed, engrossed in her phone, which displayed medical knowledge. Ye Xuan observed her enchanting silhouette. At that moment, Ying, having just emerged from shower with damp hair, exuded an ethereal beauty that captivated all who beheld her. "Little brother, where have you been today?" she inquired. "I went out to have some fun," he replied as he approached her. Ying, catching a whiff of his scent, probed further. "Did you meet any girls today?" Surprised, Ye Xuan exclaimed, "No way. How could you tell, sister? I shall call you the strongest." She teased. "Really, there's nothing to it," he reassured her. "But that fragrance isn't from any of us. Have you been flirting with other girls? I warned you about wandering off alone. You have no idea how many girls used to flock around you when you were younger." "Actually, I'm aware of that," Ye Xuan admitted. "Are you back from the hospital?" "Yes, I've been in surgery since last night, and I'm utterly exhausted." "Please, give me a massage," she requested. "Of course," he agreed, climbing onto the bed and beginning to knead her back. Moments later, a playful slap echoed as he playfully struck her backside, prompting her to flip over in surprise. Years of playful rivalry had fostered a familiarity that now felt almost routine. Suddenly, a notification appeared. "Congratulations. Host has received a sign-in opportunity. Please complete the sign-in." "Really? A slap grants me a sign-in opportunity?" Ye Xuan mused, proceeding with the sign-in. "Congratulations. Host has acquired the skill of advanced first aid." "Advanced first aid skills? That seems rather mundane," he commented. "Would you mind flipping over again?" he asked. As Ying complied, albeit with a hint of suspicion. Another playful slap ensued, eliciting a confused expression from her. "Little brother, what are you up to?" she questioned, her tone shifting to one of caution. "Nothing much. I've simply discovered a new massage technique," he replied with a grin. "Why are you so wary?" "I'm just a child. What ill intentions could I harbor?" "Wait a moment. I see through your ruse. You're trying to take advantage of the situation." Ye Xuan, sensing her rising ire, leapt off the bed and dashed out of the room, calling for help from his fourth sister. "Sister, save me. Sister is coming to get me." As he fled, Ying pursued him, declaring, "Stop right there. You've already slapped me. Now it's my turn. Come on, sister, don't be so petty," he pleaded, glancing over his shoulder. "Petty? Are you jesting with me?" she retorted, seizing a feather duster and chasing after him. At that moment, their eldest sister, Yuan, entered the scene, prompting Ye Xuan to hide behind her, clutching her clothing. "Sister, help me. What's going on here?" Yuan inquired, observing the playful chaos. "He's been hitting me," Ying accused, pointing at Ye Xuan. "Then let me assist you in returning the favor," Yuan responded, playfully embracing Ye Xuan and delivering a couple of light slaps. Ying protested. "I was supposed to handle it myself. That hardly seems fair." Ye Xuan exclaimed, feeling the comedic injustice of the situation. As the commotion continued, their fourth sister, Ye Xuan, emerged from her room, having just concluded her live stream. What is happening here? Why are you all so riled up? Upon hearing this, both Ye Xuan and Ye Ying were momentarily taken aback. They were well aware of Huaxing Plaza, the largest square in Jinling, sprawling over tens of thousands of square meters. Its prime location made it akin to a golden goose. This year alone, the rental income would likely amount to several hundred million or even upwards of $1 billion. Such a significant change in ownership would undoubtedly create quite a stir. Thus, the president has tasked me with renegotiating the lease terms with the Plaza's manager tomorrow. I have no doubt that the renewal price will be substantially high, considering the customary practice of new officials making a strong impression. Ye Xuan sat upright, pouring herself a cup of tea, feeling quite troubled by the matter. It would be fortunate if negotiations went well, but failing to secure a deal would pose a significant challenge, especially since it was a task assigned by the president. Meanwhile, the younger sisters, Ye Xuan and Ye Ying, remained in a state of shock. Eldest sister, do you know who the owner is? Such a grand gesture to take over Huaxing Plaza? Ye Xuan asked curiously. Ye Xuan shrugged. How should I know? Do you have any thoughts on it? Anyone with such financial capacity is likely quite seasoned, so don't dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan scooped up Ye Xuan. I have no thoughts on that. Having a little brother is enough for me. She then playfully rubbed her face against his. Listening to his elder sister, Ye Xuan remarked, Eldest sister, I find it hard to believe that a young person didn't purchase Huaxing Plaza. A young person? Ye Xuan chuckled lightly. Huaxing Plaza is worth over $100 billion. Could a young person really afford that? I suspect it's one of those wealthy middle-aged gentlemen. Ye Xuan retorted. Eldest sister, can't you at least think of me in a positive light? I am your younger brother. Shortly after, Ye Xuan took on the task of preparing dinner, while Ye Xuan played on his phone, quickly communicating a few directives to the manager of Huaxing Plaza after signing in yesterday. The content was straightforward. They exempted the eldest sister and her companions from rent, while other tenants would not enjoy such privileges. Rents would increase, as usual. As she had said, new officials make their mark. Before long, Ye Xuan had prepared a sumptuous feast, garlic prawns, abalone with garlic, and various stir-fried dishes, simple yet exquisite home-cooked fare. It was enough to satisfy them. Eldest sister, your cooking is the best, Ye Xuan exclaimed while eating, only to notice the hopeful gaze of Ye Xuan fourth sister. It's not that I don't appreciate your cooking. I simply cannot speak insincerely. Chapter 20. Signing in again. However, after holding back for a while, Ye Xuan finally said, Fourth sister's cooking is indeed delicious, as good as eldest sister's. Oh, little brother, you are just flattering me. Ye Xuan waved her hand dismissively. Ye Xuan, Ye Ying, Ye Xuan, goodness, fourth sister, do you really have no self-awareness? After a hearty meal, Ye Xuan began to play on his phone. Today, he relished the thrill of a tenfold rebate and contemplated going for something even more extravagant tomorrow. Just then, he was pulled into the room by his eldest sister, Ye Xuan. Little brother, we just played rock, paper, scissors, and tonight you're mine. Ye Xuan was left speechless. Is this how you decide my fate for the evening? Have I truly become nothing more than a tool for you? The next moment, a notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a sign-in opportunity. Will the host complete the sign-in? Ye Xuan, delightful. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving a Ferrari LaFerrari. A Ferrari LaFerrari? Oh really? Tell me, system. How am I supposed to drive it at 8 years old? Can I even reach the pedals? After that, the notification faded away. Little brother, what's wrong? Ye Xuan noticed Ye Xuan's daze and inquired. He waved her off. It's nothing, eldest sister. Let us sleep. An early night means an early rise. You have a tough day ahead, and that manager is no easy opponent. Negotiating with her is always a tense affair. Ye Xuan echoed his sentiment. Recognizing that a poor performance tomorrow would lead to embarrassment in front of another vice president, a prospect she wished to avoid. Don't worry, big sister. You'll do just fine, Ye Xuan reassured her, though he was not overly concerned, having already made arrangements for her. The following morning, Ye Xuan rose early, dressed in her work attire, and as Ye Xuan observed her, he couldn't help but think of Lu Yanran. Eldest sister, you might need to improve in this area. Big sister, may your work go smoothly. Rest assured, I can handle it, Ye Xuan responded, bringing breakfast to Ye Xuan, intending to kiss him, but he rejected her. Eldest sister, you're wearing lipstick. What of it? Many desire my kiss, yet few have received it. You're the only one. Don't get too smug over it. She murmured. Ye Xuan rolled his eyes at her words, knowing the truth, but unable to resist. All right, I'm off. After she left, Ye Xuan immediately called Lu Yanran. Little secretary, come pick me up. Lu Yanran was in a morning meeting when she stepped out to take the call. Returning with a radiant complexion, she addressed the president. President, Mr. Yi has summoned me. Is that so? The president leapt from his seat. Lu, didn't I tell you? When Mr. Yi calls, you need to consult me. Hurry over and attend to him. Make sure to treat him well. Understood? Go. Got it. Lu Yanran smiled brightly and left. Bang. In an instant, the entire conference room erupted. What the hell? This is unreal. That easygoing person is truly their president? Typically, he maintains a stern demeanor. Yet now he wears a fawning expression. Lu Yanran is so fortunate. She landed a 600 billion deposit and is now connected with that big shot. Her performance will surely skyrocket. Moreover, it seems the president now treats her as if she were his superior. Of course, whoever secures the deposits is the boss. And that Mr. Yi, I've heard he is no ordinary person. Once someone remarked, others chimed in, we don't need you to point that out. 600 billion in deposits is hardly ordinary. Mr. Yi deposited 600 billion into Huaxia Bank. I received the news that on that very day, he also made deposits of 600 billion each into Donghai Bank and Industrial and Commercial Bank, totaling an astonishing 1,800 billion. The words, though softly spoken, resonated like thunder in the ears of the crowd, causing their eyes to widen in disbelief. 1,800 billion. What a lavish tycoon. In an instant, they felt as though their mental states had exploded, felt a surge of exhilaration. Ever since she learned yesterday that she had reclaimed 600 billion in deposits, the bank president had showered her with praise, and now she had a legitimate reason to step out during work hours. Mr. Yi has requested to discuss a few matters with me. Who would dare to stop her with such an authoritative excuse? Felt a sense of protection in her words. She could not help but exclaim, Mr. Yi is truly invaluable. Upon receiving news of Ye Xuan, joyfully made her way to Tianyuebe community. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan had also arrived at the office. It was still early, yet some employees had already come in. Good morning, President Yi. Hello, President Yi. President Yi. Voices greeted her, and her reputation among her colleagues remained commendable. She returned their greetings in kind. At the same time, on the top floor, a young man in a tailored suit spoke confidently to the middle-aged man seated before him. I've told you, leave the contract negotiations with the new boss to me. I know the supervisor at Huaxing Plaza. This will be a sure success. However, the middle-aged man, observing, furrowed his brows. Although spoke the truth, he was someone who valued trust in his team. He still had faith in Ye Xuan. I believe this matter should be entrusted to Ye Xuan. After all, she has handled it before. Just then, a graceful figure entered, knocking on the door. Oh, Deputy General Manager Li, what's this about? Upon entering, Ye Xuan overheard the president's words and quickly grasped the situation. Looked at her, harboring resentment from the time he had publicly confessed his feelings to her, only to be met with a cold rejection. He could no longer hide anything as she confronted him. It's nothing, Deputy General Manager Yi. I was just discussing the renewal with the president and thought I might take it on as I was concerned about your workload. Are you worried I might not handle it well? No. Your abilities are well known, and everyone is eager to see you succeed in negotiating a lower rent. You must not disappoint us, Deputy General Manager Yi. His words dripped with insincerity, elevating Ye Xuan to a pedestal, yet it felt like a double-edged sword. Of course, if you encounter any difficulties, I have connections as well. Should you find it too challenging, just give me a call, and I can step in, added, a smirk playing on his lips. Ye Xuan smiled, assuring him, no need for your concern, Deputy General Manager Li. I can manage this minor task. Internally, however, she bristled at its underhanded tactics. It seemed she would have to face this challenge head-on. Chapter 21. Miss Yi, gazing its scheming expression, made Ye Xuan feel a wave of nausea. After gathering her documents, she stepped outside, taking a deep breath beneath the building of Huaxing Plaza. She had come here today to negotiate the contract renewal with the owner of Huaxing Plaza. Ye Xuan felt a flutter of anxiety. She had heard that the ownership had changed and that the new owner was shrouded in mystery. Although she had encountered numerous high-stakes situations and managed funds amounting to hundreds of billions, the prospect of negotiating with an unknown opponent made her uneasy. Furthermore, insidious flattery added to the pressure she felt. Upon reaching the reception, she announced her identity. I have an appointment with the supervisor. Could you please assist me in contacting them? The receptionist recognized her immediately. Good day, Deputy General Manager Ye. I'll inform our supervisor. Please hold on. Thank you. Ye Xuan replied courteously. The receptionist made a call, and after a brief conversation, she turned to Ye Xuan. Miss Ye, please follow me. The receptionist led her to a small, exclusive elevator, swiping her card to access the desired floor. Take care, she said as the elevator doors closed. Ye Xuan inhaled deeply. The main event was about to commence. The elevator whisked her directly to the designated floor. As the doors opened, a sophisticatedly dressed woman greeted her. Hello. You must be Ms. Ye. I'm a supervisor's secretary. Please follow me. The supervisor's office, situated at the quieter end of the floor, offered a serene atmosphere. A slender man in his 30s sat comfortably on a sofa, sipping tea. Upon sensing Ye Xuan's gaze, he turned to meet her eyes, offering a polite, warm smile that felt refreshing. The secretary ushered Ye Xuan into the office. Approaching the man, Ye Xuan extended her hand, recalling their previous interactions. Supervisor, I have come to discuss the renewal of our contract. The supervisor shook her hand lightly, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor. With a serious expression, he listened to Ye Xuan's introduction before responding. Of course, we warmly welcome the renewal from Southeast Securities. Warmly welcome? What does this mean? Ye Xuan thought, momentarily perplexed. Aren't we supposed to negotiate? Why such a welcoming attitude from the outset? Feeling bewildered, she pressed on, Excuse me for being forward, but will there be any rent increase in the renewal terms? Although her expression was slightly awkward, her presence remained commanding. For the sake of the company, she hoped to secure the renewal at the lowest possible rate. However, the power lay with Huaxing Plaza. Their options were either to renew or vacate. The supervisor took a sip of tea, chuckling lightly. Deputy General Manager Ye, you certainly have a sense of humor. I can show you the contract. The secretary promptly retrieved the contract, presenting it to Ye Xuan with an attitude even more respectful than the supervisor's. As she glanced through the contract, Ye Xuan was astonished to find that it bore little difference from the previous one, except that the rent section was marked as 0. 0? No cost. This is impossible. Ye Xuan could hardly believe her eyes. Moreover, the renewal fee was also listed as 0. What on earth is happening? It is often said that a new official brings enthusiasm. Other companies or groups at the very least raise their prices, and some even dare to confront the situation directly, dismissing employees without a second thought. However, upon hearing such rumors, she felt a sense of difficulty and trepidation. Yet when it came to her, everything flowed so smoothly. The amount was even a mere 0. Supervisor, is there an issue with this contract? Ye Xuan inquired earnestly, pointing at the price. Although this was the dream of everyone, Ye Xuan was not one to resort to underhanded tactics. If there were errors in the contract on the other side, she was willing to discuss amendments. As long as the price was reasonable, other matters were not a problem. The supervisor shrugged, chuckling softly, his gaze towards Ye Xuan filled with a hint of admiration. Deputy General Manager Ye is an honest and trustworthy individual. What you see is indeed the truth. As long as you sign this contract, we are willing to renew at 0 rent and 0 renewal fee. You may sign right now. The secretary promptly presented a pen, its golden line shimmering uniquely. Ye Xuan's expression stiffened slightly. This was the opulent Huaxing Plaza, and everything was indeed real. She took the pen and inscribed her name, with the stamp affixed. The 3 copies of the document were duly signed. The secretary respectfully handed her copy to Ye Xuan, congratulating her, wishing her success in the days ahead, and offering assistance should she encounter any difficulties. The flurry of compliments caught Ye Xuan slightly off guard, yet her spirits soared. The feeling of being valued was immensely gratifying, especially when it came from those who appeared to be esteemed figures in society. Having completed the signing, the weight in her heart lifted. She resumed her usual chatty demeanor and conversed with the supervisor for a while before departing with the contract. Although she was uncertain as to why things transpired this way, the other party had neither made excessive demands nor imposed other conditions, leaving Ye Xuan with no qualms about taking advantage of the situation and promptly reporting back. Establishing a good rapport with the supervisor would surely make future work more manageable. Meanwhile, the president of Southeast Securities anxiously awaited in the office. Wally Jai across from him experienced a headache. He could only offer some consolation. President, your pacing is making me dizzy. Please sit down and rest for a moment. Once Deputy General Manager Ye returns, everything will become clear. The president shot him a glare. Though he trusted his staff, he still felt a pang of worry. After all, Where could one find a better office location than Huaxing Plaza? It was a high-end, sophisticated place reserved for elites. Huaxing Plaza was affluent, looking down upon any enterprise. Just this morning, a company had lost the right to renew its lease and was promptly shown the door. Observing the president's anxious demeanor, Li Jiai inwardly smirked. With the president in such a state of distress, Ye Xuan's return, regardless of the outcome, would not leave a favorable impression. If she failed to secure the contract, there would be nothing more to say. Even if Ye Xuan succeeded, Li Jiai could easily claim that had he been the one to negotiate, utilizing his connections, the rent could have been reduced significantly, thus diminishing Ye Xuan's achievement. This time, he felt he had her firmly in his grasp. Moreover, should the renewal fail, Ye Xuan's position as deputy general manager would also be at risk. Just as the president could no longer contain his impatience, Ye Xuan finally returned to the company. Upon seeing her, the president sprang forward as if propelled, eyes fixated on her. Well, how did the negotiations with Huaxing Plaza go? What did they say? In that instant, countless possibilities raced through the president's mind. If she successfully signed, everything would remain as is. If not, an emergency plan would need to be enacted. Oh, dear President, you startle me. Ye Xuan exhaled. Here is the contract. She teased, withholding whether the signing was successful and instead thrusting the contract towards him. The president, sensing her silence, felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. No way. If the renewal contract wasn't signed, what kind of contract is this? It can't possibly be an eviction notice. Can't. The president felt a twinge of helplessness, reluctant to look at the contract, believing that Ye Xuan's demeanor suggested the renewal had not gone through. Ye Xuan, it isn't an eviction notice, is it? Li Jiai seized the moment, glaring at Ye Xuan with feigned outrage. Deputy General Manager Ye, this is a bit excessive. The president entrusted you with this responsibility, yet you cannot unilaterally make such a significant decision. Li Jiai was reveling in this moment. As he and Ye Xuan had never seen eye to eye, and now she was seemingly handing him a golden opportunity. Let us see how you get kicked out of the company this time. Yet, Ye Xuan remained unfazed, turning with poise to the president. President, don't be alarmed. I believe it would be best for you to take a look at the contract, paying attention to certain key details, such as the price and the renewal amount. Both the president and Li Jiai were momentarily taken aback. Ye Xuan had been so explicit. It seemed the renewal had indeed been successful. But what did the price and renewal fee imply? Had the rent increased? Was the renewal fee excessively high? The president could not find joy in this. An increase in these two costs would signify a decrease in profit. What business owner could be pleased with that? Well, let us secure the renewal first, and then I can focus on landing some major contracts. The president resigned himself to the situation and opened the contract to examine the rental figure. The next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, unable to process what he was seeing. For a brief moment, he felt utterly dazed. What was this? Upon seeing the figure 0, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. How could this be? No rent for the renewal? Even if it were his own father's business, it would be impossible to charge nothing. The renewal fee was also a mere 0. The president gazed at Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, how did you achieve this? In that instant, he seemed to witness a miracle. The usually unflappable president now visibly excited. In truth, he did not wish to know the answer. Regardless, the outcome was more than satisfactory. What is this? Nearby, Li Jiai observed the president's transformation from despair to elation, utterly perplexed, before leaning closer to inspect the figures on the contract. His entire being froze in shock. 0 rent renewal. What the hell? This outcome was entirely beyond his expectations, catching him completely off guard. Ye Xuan was capable of such a feat. Witnessing the president's delight, Li Jiai recognized that the president had already entrusted Ye Xuan with significant responsibilities, while he himself was merely regarded as average. This turn of events further diminished his standing in the company. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken by his fellow townsman last night, who mentioned that he would speak with the supervisor today. At that moment, Li Jiai furrowed his brow and then burst into laughter, saying, President, do you see? What did I just say? There is no need to worry. This matter will certainly be resolved smoothly. My compatriot mentioned that he would have a good talk with his supervisor, and it seems my old friend is quite reliable. Li Jiai scratched his head in an embarrassed manner and added, he merely said he would do his best to handle it. I never expected such a delightful surprise, talking about rent exemption and renewal fee waivers. I fear I might owe quite a significant favor this time. The president and Ye Xuan both froze in disbelief. Ye Xuan, frowning, asked, Vice President Li, what do you mean? Are you implying that the contract I worked so hard to secure was due to your efforts? Ye Xuan was not a fool. She could clearly see the blatant attempt to claim credit. Such a brazen act, especially while she was present, seemed rather shameless. Li Jia shot her a glance and scoffed. Vice President Yi, does taking over this work mean I can disregard the company's affairs? Have you lost all sense of collective honor and belonging to the company? Upon hearing this, the president nodded silently, feeling that Li Jia had a valid point. Even if the signing duties were assigned to Ye Xuan, as the vice president of the company, one should strive to contribute to its survival. This is the hallmark of a dedicated employee and a commendable leader. The president regarded Li Jia with newfound respect. This was indeed the demeanor of an exemplary leader. Rest assured, Vice President Li, you have handled this matter exceptionally well, and the company will not shortchange you. We will discuss your bonus in the company meeting, and personally, I will also reward you privately. The president's mind was racing, already planning to announce Li Jia's commendation. However, the most pressing concern now was to cultivate a good relationship with Huaxing Plaza. Now, please call the supervisor at Huaxing Plaza and invite him to dinner tonight. The location is up to you, and the cost is not an issue. The president decisively instructed. Relying on others is never as reliable as depending on oneself. It would not do to seek favors every time a renewal came around. Why not take this opportunity to socialize and foster relationships, making future communications more convenient? Li Jia was more than eager to do so, contemplating how to strengthen his connection with the supervisor at Huaxing Plaza. He did not believe Ye Xuan wielded such influence, especially given her evident anxiety when she left earlier. Clearly, Huaxing Plaza had great confidence in the strength of Southeast Securities, and with the help of his compatriot, they had made such considerable concessions. With this in mind, Li Jia prompted Huaxing Plaza. To ensure the president grasped the situation more profoundly, he activated the speakerphone. After several transfers, he finally reached the supervisor. Hello. Who is this? Came the supervisor's warm yet authoritative voice. Li Jia cleared his throat and said, Supervisor, I am here to express my gratitude. I didn't expect you to extend such courtesy to my compatriot by granting us the rent exemption agreement. I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Would you be willing to grace us with your presence? He spoke with utmost politeness. The supervisor paused, clearly taken aback. What old friend? Who are you? Li Jia felt a bit embarrassed and quickly replied, Oh dear, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Li Jia, Vice President of Southeast Securities. I previously asked a friend to contact you. Li Jia, I have not heard of you. The supervisor interrupted, his tone laced with impatience. What kind of nonsense is this? Why did my secretary connect such a call? You think the rent exemption is due to you? My old friend said he would speak on my behalf. Li Jia felt his face flush with embarrassment. Having boasted earlier, he realized he needed to salvage the situation to avoid losing face with the president. The supervisor, finding amusement in Li Jia's words, retorted, Your name? Who are you? Don't think that just because you are a mere vice president, you can speak so boldly. Even if your president came, it would still be meaningless. With so many properties under Huaxing Plaza, I doubt anyone dares to speak like that. Besides, what does it matter to me? I am merely an employee working for my boss. If I had such authority, I would be on the brink of being ousted from Huaxing Plaza. As the supervisor, his only concern was to maintain his boss's reputation. He would follow his boss's directives without question. As for others, they were simply tenants. Who would dare to confront him? And about Miss Ye Xuan? Li Jia and the president simultaneously turned their gaze toward Ye Xuan. How could this be? Ye Xuan had never mentioned any connection with Huaxing Plaza. The reason we have waived the rent and renewal fees is that Miss Ye is a friend of our boss. This was all instructed by our boss. Only Miss Ye is someone I can negotiate with. Others, even discussing rent exemption, would not be feasible. The supervisor's words echoed with authority, leaving the president and Li Jia speechless. After finishing, the supervisor hung up the phone. If renewing contracts were so simple, they would not be pacing around the office like headless flies. The admiration and respect embedded in the supervisor's tone toward Ye Xuan were unmistakable. It turned out that Ye Xuan was the silent powerhouse. The favorable terms were extended due to her influence. The president felt a strong urge to slap himself. He had been deceived by Li Jia. That rascal was truly leading him astray. Had he inadvertently hurt Ye Xuan's feelings with his earlier demeanor? and he had just learned something significant. Yuan was a friend of Huaxing Plaza's owner. Yuan, you should have mentioned your friendship with the Huaxing Plaza owner earlier. I was anxious for no reason, and your actions were rather inappropriate. I must criticize you for this. Although the president's words seemed critical, his face was beaming with delight, even tinged with flattery. After all, Huaxing Plaza alone was worth hundreds of billions, and those associated with it were among the elite. Ye Xuan? I truly do not know the owner of Huaxing Plaza. Please believe me. Yuan, the company has decided to assign you the leadership roles for several new funds. You are indeed the pillar of the company. By the way, Yuan, do you have time for lunch? I would like to treat you. Before Yuan could respond, the president continued speaking. Upon hearing the president's words, Yuan hesitated momentarily, then cleared her throat and spoke seriously. Actually, I am good friends with the owner of Huaxing Plaza. I was hesitant to mention this before, and I apologize for causing you concern. After saying this, she raised her eyebrows. After all, it was worth leveraging connections. Ha ha ha. Please inform me of such matters in advance next time, or I might be truly displeased. The president burst into laughter as he conversed with Yuan. On the other side, Li Jia nearly fainted upon hearing this. What? Yuan, you know the owner of Huaxing Plaza? Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to set me up? President, weren't there a few new funds that I was supposed to manage? Li Jia exclaimed in a fluster. Oh, little you're still here? My apologies for overlooking you, the president said, patting his shoulder. I think you still need more experience. How about this? Set aside your position as deputy general manager for now and learn from Yuan. Starting tomorrow, you will be her assistant. Observe and learn. If you have no objections, please proceed to the HR department to complete the necessary procedures. The president said with a cheerful expression. Li Jia exclaimed, Assistant? To Yuan? What the hell? His mindset was in turmoil, but what could he do? Did he dare to leave? Absolutely not. So, he could only stand there in a daze. The president then looked at Yuan. Ye deputy general manager, let us go. I believe your office is too small. We can combine the two deputy general manager offices. I'll accompany you to see how we can arrange it. We can finalize it today and start renovations tomorrow. Thank you, President, Yuan replied, feeling somewhat confused yet pleased. You're too kind. I will have to rely on you in the future. The president quickly waved his hand in response. At Tianyue Bay Community, Lu Yanran had already parked her car and was waiting at the entrance. Young master, when will you come down? I'm already here, she called. Although she had seen the area before, each visit still filled her with a sense of grandeur. Indeed, it was the most luxurious community in Jinling, home to dignitaries and the affluent. Please hold on for a moment, came the reply from the other end. All right, young master, Lu Yanran said, watching the cars and residents passing by. It must be noted that Lu Yanran, already tall, looked even more elegant in her 7-centimeter stiletto heels. Today, she wore a low-cut dress paired with a light trench coat, her long, fair legs on full display, creating a striking visual impact. Several male residents couldn't help but glance at her, one of them even experiencing a nosebleed from the allure of her presence. After a brief wait, Ye Xuan emerged from the community, humming a tune. Young master, here you are. You arrived quite promptly. Where are we heading? Lu Yanran inquired as she prepared to drive. No need for the car. Let us head to the sales office over there and see if there are any unsold properties in Tianyue Bay. I want to purchase some real estate, Ye Xuan replied, eager to test his tenfold rebate skill and experience the thrill of substantial returns. Lu Yanran remained non-committal, responding simply. All right. The sales office was located at the front of the community, housed in a beautifully constructed 2-story building. If not for the sign indicating it was an independent villa, no one would doubt it. The revolving door at the entrance was equipped with an automatic sensor, which slowly began to turn upon, detecting their presence. Welcome to Tianyue Bay. May I ask if you have an appointment with a sales consultant? The receptionist greeted them sweetly, her demeanor and tone exuding warmth, adding to the charm. The receptionist was quite attractive, creating a delightful atmosphere akin to savoring a sweet pastry. Lu Yanran turned to Ye Xuan, who shook his head, prompting her to respond to the receptionist. We do not have an appointment. We live nearby, and this is our first visit. Very well. Please wait a moment while I arrange for a sales consultant. The receptionist replied with a bright smile, promptly contacting the sales department. Today, there weren't many visitors, and several sales consultants were idly chatting. When they heard the receptionist mention a visiting client, veteran employee Lu Yanxun's eyes lit up, and she quickly walked to the door. However, upon seeing Lu Yanran and Ye Xuan, Her expression soured as she turned to the other employee, Zhang Xiaoming, and said, "Xiao Zhang, please attend to that client. I'll assign this one to you." Zhang Xiaoming, a newcomer, was thrilled to receive a client, considering it a valuable opportunity for experience, regardless of the outcome. Lu Yanxun returned to her seat, resuming her conversation with the other seasoned sales staff. "Isn't it unusual for you to be so generous, Yanxun, handing over a client to a newbie?" Another veteran asked, casting a sidelong glance. "You have no idea." Lu Yanxun rolled her eyes, retorting, "Don't be fooled by her designer clothes. She looks wealthy, but she's just here to browse and let the child play." The veteran considered this possibility, but another countered, "What if she isn't? Bringing a child could mean she's looking to buy a new home. Our community is so lovely." Lu Yanxun, seemingly quite knowledgeable, responded confidently, "Even if she intends to buy a decorative figure like her one team make the decision. Let us wait until she brings her husband. Then we can secure the deal effortlessly." The veteran nodded appreciatively, remarking, "You truly are impressive, Yanxun. Such non-productive clients should be left to the inexperienced newbies, allowing them to experience the harsh realities of the marketplace." The group laughed and continued their banter, dismissing the situation. Zhang Xiaoming approached Lu Yanran and Ye Xuan enthusiastically, introducing herself. "Hello, ladies. I'm your property consultant, Zhang Xiaoming. You can call me Xiaoming." Upon noticing Ye Xuan, she gasped in admiration. "Wow, this young man is absolutely stunning. Would you like some juice or a beverage?" Ye Xuan replied, "Sure, I'm used to it." "Since you're so friendly, could you perhaps crouch down so we can discuss career lines?" While others might read palms to predict life and wealth lines, he uniquely specialized in career lines. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, lest he draw unwanted attention. Zhang Xiaoming was quite fond of the two guests before her, quickly leading them to the community's model display. She remarked, "Ladies, please take a moment to explore our model and familiarize yourselves with our planning and design. I shall prepare some refreshments for you." Just as Zhang Xiaoming departed, Ye Xuan was preparing to examine the overall layout of the community when he suddenly heard an exaggerated call. "Ye Xuan?" Following the voice, he spotted a girl of similar age, adorned in layers of a princess dress, looking at him with surprise and a smile. Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Was that not his classmate and deskmate, Feng Lily? Feng Lily, already quite lovely at her tender age, resembled a budding lotus, hinting at her beauty. Paired with her exquisite dress, she truly appeared as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale. Feng Lily bounced over to Ye Xuan, teasingly circling around him, and cheerfully said, "Ye Xuan, what are you doing here?" Before Ye Xuan could respond, a man and a woman followed Feng Lily, greeting Lu Yanran in a warm tone. "We are Feng Lily's parents. May I inquire who you are?" Feng Lily immediately leaped into her father's embrace, playfully introducing, "Dad. This is my deskmate I mentioned. His name is Ye Xuan. I haven't seen him since the holiday began." Feng's father turned to Lu Yanran and said, "You must be Ye Xuan's mother. You look remarkably youthful." He then smiled at Ye Xuan, amiably saying, "Hello, Ye Xuan. You are quite the young gentleman. Please look after Feng Lily in the future, all right?" Lu Yanran felt a bit awkward, but was unsure how to refute the statement. After some light conversation, Feng's father mentioned they were also looking at properties. Feng Lily, noticing the adults conversing, winked at Ye Xuan, exclaiming, "What a coincidence. We're deskmates at school. And now we might be neighbors too." Ye Xuan nodded, not saying much, yet his demeanor sparked a twinkle in Feng Lily's eyes. She was enchanted by his cool aloofness. Feng's parents, being very hospitable, engaged Lu Yanran in discussing the Tianyue Bay community, praising its prime location and significant potential for appreciation. They noted the nearby excellent elementary school, emphasizing that the stability of property prices in school districts ensured their investment would hold its value even in downturns. Lu Yanran politely acknowledged their points, indicating she was listening. Zhang Xiaoming soon returned with the refreshments, while Feng's family followed the property consultant to learn more about the houses. "Madam, here is your coffee," she said, handing Lu Yanran an Americano and Ye Xuan a sweet milk tea. Observing Ye Xuan's disinterest, she gently inquired, "Young man, is there something wrong with the flavor?" As she spoke, she retrieved a cup of hot chocolate from the tray and placed it in Ye Xuan's hands, saying, "I anticipated you might be particular. Do you like chocolate?" Setting down the tray, Zhang Xiaoming took out a laser pointer and began to elaborate on the details of Tianyue Bay. She had memorized the information thoroughly, preparing for potential questions with the help of her parents through role-playing. Although she was somewhat anxious, it was her first time presenting. We currently have a limited number of properties available. May I inquire about the size you both are interested in? Zhang Xiaoming asked, leading them to a nearby lounge area for a more comfortable selection process. She placed several floor plans of the available properties on the table, saying, "Please take a look at the layouts while I prepare some snacks." Lu Yanran pushed the floor plans toward Ye Xuan while sipping her coffee, commenting, "This property consultant is quite good, very enthusiastic, though it's evident she knew." She had observed several staff members idling about, yet she understood that those seasoned employees, while seemingly slacking off, had established client relationships that afforded them a certain leniency. However, Zhang Xiaoming's presentation was indeed professional, and it was clear she had done her homework on various details. Ye Xuan glanced at Lu Yanran, surprised by her discerning eye. Receiving her praise was no small feat. This snack should be suitable for children. Zhang Xiaoming thoughtfully selected some treats, having noticed Ye Xuan's discerning palate and aiming to offer a variety. Chapter 24. Swipe the card. Lu Yanxun had long been observing Zhang Xiaoming bustling about, feeling quite irritated. Her frustration peaked upon noticing that Zhang had taken all her favorite snacks, leaving only one bag, which happened to be her utmost favorite. So many snacks, and you leave just one, yet you choose to take it for yourself? It's not as if you have significant clients. Will they even close a deal? Why waste the company's resources on snacks? Lu Yanxun's tone dripped with sarcasm, her words cutting. Zhang Xiaoming felt a surge of indignation. It seemed inappropriate to speak ill of clients. "Sister Lu, those two individuals are here to view properties, and these snacks are prepared for them. Is it not acceptable for me to take them?" she retorted. Lu Yanxun was taken aback by Zhang Xiaoming's boldness. With her hands on her hips, she confidently replied, "While it's true these are for clients, do you think the company should spend money on them merely to coax them into purchasing a property? Taking out so many, do you genuinely believe you can secure a deal?" She had already concluded in her mind that Lu Yanran and her companion would not sign, and she smugly continued, "By the way, have you seen Mr. Lu around?" "Mr. Lu? Which Mr. Lu?" Zhang Xiaoming was puzzled. "Mr. Lu Hong, the big boss you're unaware of? No wonder your performance has been lacking after all this time. He is a major client of ours, having recently purchased a duplex." As she spoke, Lu Yanxun expressed her admiration, lamenting, "One duplex is worth over 10 million. With a tone of arrogance, she added, "Just a few days ago, Mr. Lu mentioned he would be coming to buy 2 more properties. If you happen to see him, please inform me immediately. We cannot afford to miss any business opportunities." Zhang Xiaoming felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. While she understood that Lu Yanxun's remarks were intended to provoke, it still stung. With a stiff neck, she nodded, "All right, I understand. I have clients to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As Zhang Xiaoming attempted to walk away, Lu Yanxun stepped in front of her, unabashedly wearing a mocking expression. "You better take good care of them," she said, and without waiting for a response, she turned and sashayed away. Zhang Xiaoming wished to defend herself, but as a new employee, she felt dwarfed in comparison to the seasoned staff who held numerous clients. Even if she escalated the issue to a supervisor, she knew she would gain no advantage. Carrying a tray of snacks, Zhang Xiaoming thoughtfully placed it between Lu Yanran and Ye Xuan for their convenience. Upon noticing that Lu Yanran's coffee cup was empty, she immediately stood up and offered, "Let me refill your cup." Lu Yanran's impression of Zhang Xiaoming improved further. She smiled softly and replied, "Thank you for your service. But I must clarify that I am not the one purchasing the house. I am merely accompanying my young master here." Zhang Xiaoming was taken aback. She blinked to Ye Xuan, who appeared quite charming yet seemed no older than 7 or 8. Was he joking about buying a house? It was conceivable to put a property in a child's name, but Zhang Xiaoming did not underestimate them. Instead, she eagerly turned to Ye Xuan, tilting her head and cheerfully inquired, "Which villa do you like? I can provide you with a detailed introduction." Ye Xuan straightforwardly replied, "Please tell me about villa number 1. Villa número 1? Zhang Xiaoming found it amusing, but thought, well, since she had nothing to do, she might as well consider it a training exercise. Despite her disappointment, she reassured herself. Villa number 1 was the crown jewel of their development, situated at the heart of the villa district, with a total area of 720 square meters and a usable area exceeding 200 square meters. The courtyard was the largest in the entire community, with a combined area of over 700 square meters for both the front and backyards. Zhang Xiaoming spoke confidently, having memorized all the available properties in the community during her free time. Villa number 1 comprised 4 above-ground floors and a sunken courtyard on the first level. The first floor featured 2 kitchens, one Chinese and one Western, while the living room boasted floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing ample natural light. There was a guest room on the south side with its own bathroom and walk-in closet, along with a small terrace. The second and third floors each contained 2 bedrooms, and space was intentionally reserved for a children's room. The fourth floor was designed as a stargazing room, equipped with a telescope for viewing stars and the moon at night. The starry backdrop could be retracted, transforming the room into a sunroom perfect for basking in sunlight. Due to its prime location in the center of the community, the villa enjoyed unobstructed lighting and the best views, ensuring its prestigious status. Zhang Xiaoming had visited Villa number 1 and was captivated by its luxurious decor. Although she could not recall the names of the foreign designers or the extravagant home brands, she vividly remembered the sensation of the first-layer calf leather on the oversized sofa in the living room, soft and smooth, yielding naturally when one sat down. The manager had proudly informed them that Villa number 1 showcased the pinnacle of global home design, undeniably a luxurious residence. However, the price matched its opulence, with the sales department setting it at 1.8 billion, claiming it was an auspicious figure. While Zhang Xiaoming continued her enthusiastic description, Ye Xuan appeared somewhat drowsy. He interrupted her, stating, "All right, I will choose this one." Zhang Xiaoming's mouth fell slightly agape, her face a canvas of disbelief. What had she just heard? An 8-year-old child wanted to purchase a villa priced at 1.8 billion? But I haven't even quoted you yet, she instinctively added with respect. After all, 1.8 billion was an astronomical sum. No child, regardless of wealth, could possibly afford such a price. Ye Xuan pulled a black card from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "You can simply swipe this. No password is required." Zhang Xiaoming stared at the black card, too stunned to take it. She was genuinely flabbergasted. Lu Yanran coughed lightly to remind her, "Just take it. The card doesn't require a password. You can swipe it directly." Zhang Xiaoming quickly seized the card and dashed toward the finance department. Upon entering the office area, she nearly collided with the supervisor, who was currently accompanying the general manager on an inspection of the sales department. The supervisor frowned at Zhang Xiaoming's hurried demeanor and reprimanded, "Look at you, rushing around like this. As a property consultant, you represent the company's image and must always be mindful of your conduct." Zhang Xiaoming nodded vigorously, excitedly waving the black card in her hand. "Supervisor, I sold Villa number 1. You sold Villa number 1? Is it worth getting so worked up over? You don't care about your image anymore?" The supervisor repeated his reprimand, but was soon taken aback. "What did you just say? You sold what?" "Villa number 1, Zhang Xiaoming exclaimed. At that moment, Lu Yanxun happened to pass by and overheard her. She stepped forward, incredulous. "Are you joking? Those two could never afford Villa number 1. You surely must have been tricked." As she approached, Lu Yanxun scrutinized the black card in Zhang Xiaoming's hand, noticing it bore no recognizable bank card symbol. "Goodness, how can you not even recognize what a bank card looks like? There's no way this card will work at finance." The general manager furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the black card, but its quality suggested it was something unique. He promptly stated, "Since the client insists, let us try swiping it at finance." Everyone gathered outside the finance office, awaiting the outcome. Lu Yanxun was unwilling to miss the chance to mock Zhang Xiaoming. Has our company lowered its hiring standards? What kind of employees are we bringing in? They have no discernment. How can they sell high-end properties in just 2 or 3 minutes? Zhang Xiaoming emerged from the finance department, holding a receipt. "I did it." The card was successfully swiped, she declared, presenting the receipt to the general manager. As he examined the long string of zeros on the receipt, his heart raced with excitement. Did this client not haggle at all? 1.8 billion is the price set by our sales department. If we find a genuinely interested buyer, the price is negotiable. Yet, the transaction price is 1.8 billion. To spend such a fortune on a house without even discussing the price. What a wealthy individual. Xiaoming, quickly take me to meet Mr. Yi. Rest assured, you have accomplished a great feat for the company, and your commission and bonuses will be substantial. The general manager immediately declared. Colleagues gazed at Zhang Xiaoming with envy and admiration. A commission from an 1.8 billion transaction would be monumental. Even a mere 1% commission would amount to 18 million. Such wealth could buy several fine properties in Tianyue Bay. Lu Yanxun felt as though stacks of soft currency were flying away from her, and she let out a wail, regretting her decision to let the client go. Chapter 25. Is this your classmate? The general manager followed Zhang Xiaoming back to the break area, momentarily stunned upon seeing Lu Yanran and Ye Xuan. Where's Mr. Yi? Here stand a woman and a child. So, where's Mr. Yi? Zhang Xiaoming pointed at Ye Xuan, saying, this is Mr. Yi. The general manager, who considered himself well-versed in the world, was utterly bewildered at that moment. An 8-year-old child, spending 18 billion on a house without haggling? He had never heard of such a thing. It was equally unheard of across the national real estate market. While children can indeed own property, it must be registered in their name with funds entirely prepaid by their parents. This situation was beyond his comprehension, surpassing the bounds of his understanding. Mr. Yi, congratulations on becoming the most esteemed client of our company. I am the general manager, and I wonder if I might have the fortune of dining with you this afternoon? The general manager said with utmost respect. Ye Xuan glanced at the time and waved his hand dismissively, replying, what time is it? Besides, when did I say I was leaving? The house has yet to be purchased. Why would I go anywhere? Ye Xuan looked at the words that appeared on the screen, detected that the host successfully spent 18 billion, triggering a 10-fold rebate skill, rebating 180 billion. A rebate of 180 billion. With such an opportunity, why not make the most of it? The general manager was not at all perturbed by Ye Xuan's poor attitude. Rather, he was astonished by his last statement. The house has not been purchased yet. What could that possibly mean? The card had already been swiped. Zhang Xiaoming approached with a puzzled expression. Is there something about Villa number 1 that you find unsatisfactory? Ye Xuan shook his head and pointed towards the model display, stating, it wasn't easy for me to come here, so I don't want to be picky. I will take all the remaining houses. All of them. Dozens of properties, without a single inquiry. Just a wholesale acquisition. The mindset of the wealthy was utterly incomprehensible, and the logic of a rich child was akin to the depths of the universe. After speaking, Ye Xuan raised his head and addressed the general manager. This property consultant is quite impressive. Her performance is noteworthy, you know? The general manager nodded vigorously, affirming, certainly, our company offers excellent benefits, and we would never shortchange our employees. Moreover, now that Zhang Xiaoming has found such a wealthy client, I would be remiss not to treat her well. Go prepare the contract quickly. The general manager signaled to Zhang Xiaoming. Purchasing such a property should be done promptly. Signing the contract and collecting the payment was paramount. The general manager was elated. With all the properties sold in advance, the headquarters would surely commend their efforts. Today, as promotion seemed secure, Lu Yanran was taken aback by Ye Xuan's ostentatious display of wealth. Fortunately, her composure held, and she did not reveal her astonishment in front of others. Purchasing the top-tier property was one thing, but clearing out the entire development was another matter altogether. Young master, is it truly wise to be so extravagant? As everyone busied themselves, a portly middle-aged man entered the sales office. Upon arrival, he fixated on the front desk attendant, his gaze nearly affixed to her. Miss, is your sales consultant Lu Yanxun here? I am here to buy a house. Lu Yanxun, her eyes puffy like peaches, forced herself to muster some energy upon seeing Manager Lu, exclaiming, Manager Lu, you finally made it. Manager Lu smiled broadly, saying, I promised I would come. I would never go back on my word. Have you reserved a property for me? Lu Yanxun nodded. I have set aside the best unit in the prime location for you, and the price is the lowest possible. Is that acceptable? She turned to prepare the contract, hoping to recover from the inexplicably large transaction. However, when she attempted to print the contract, she discovered that all properties in the system were marked as sold out. After refreshing the page multiple times and even rebooting the computer, there was no change. Manager Lu, growing impatient, urged, could you hurry up? I have matters to attend to after signing the contract. Lu Yanxun's expression darkened. The system does not make mistakes. Yet it now indicated that everything was sold out. How could this be? Upon hearing that the properties were sold out, Manager Lu erupted, slamming his hand on the table, shouting, What do you mean? Are you toying with me? I had already reserved it, and now you tell me it has been sold to someone else? This is commercial fraud, selling the same property twice. Please wait a moment. I will consult with my supervisor. Lu Yanxun stammered in shock. Zhang Xiaoming had already printed the contract, and Ye Xuan was signing his name one by one. He presented his card again to Zhang Xiaoming, saying, Please go ahead and swipe it. He was eager to finalize the purchase so he could return and rest. Such domineering spending was rather tedious. If others were to hear his thoughts, they might very well explode with disbelief. Just as this was unfolding, Lu Yanchun walked in with Manager Lu. Upon seeing the supervisor, Manager Lu stormed forward in anger. Supervisor Chun, what is the matter with your company? How could the property that your sales consultant promised to reserve for me be sold to someone else? The supervisor, taken aback, replied coldly, Manager Lu, did you place a reservation? If so, please present the receipt. If not, verbal agreements are not binding, as you surely know. Manager Lu was momentarily speechless. Lu Yanchun had indeed urged him to pay a deposit, but he had deemed the market insufficiently hot and felt that withdrawing funds would be too cumbersome. Thus, he refrained from paying. We are familiar acquaintances. I have purchased several properties through you. Now you tell me that verbal agreements are not binding? The supervisor shrugged, saying, we are a corporate entity, and our policies are established by the company. We merely execute them. If you do not follow the rules, can you expect me to grant favors? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? The supervisor's logic was sound. Let S do this. Bring the buyer here, and I shall personally negotiate with him. Whatever happens, your sales department need not interfere. I have a bit of standing here. If things escalate, it would not benefit anyone. Manager Lu declared, rolling up his sleeves, preparing for serious discussion. The supervisor, observing his thuggish demeanor, smirked and said, rest assured, we cannot intervene in your dealings. However, out of courtesy, there are a few things we must inform you of for your consideration. The supervisor disclosed that Ye Xuan had purchased Billionaire. 1, and it cleared all properties at Tianyue Bay. That gentleman paid in full. Are you sure you wish to meet him? The supervisor intentionally highlighted Ye Xuan's financial prowess. Was Manager Lu not flaunting his status here? Let us see whose influence is truly greater, the manager's face or the wealth of this individual. A tycoon like Ye Xuan could easily support countless lives with just a fraction of his wealth. Engaging in a conflict with such a financially robust person would lead to disastrous consequences. Moreover, Manager Lu's business was situated within the city. If a commotion arose, it was all too evident who would struggle to survive. The supervisor's insights were clear, and Manager Lu understood the implications entirely. He wished to intimidate the other party. Should it come to blows, he might not possess the courage to follow through. After hearing this, Manager Lu felt a wave of shock wash over him. How could one simply buy an 18 billion yuan property on a whim? The remaining houses, are they really just going to be taken all at once? What kind of ruthless person is this? How audacious. Currently, Director Lu trembles with fear, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his body shaking as if he has just been pulled from the freezing depths of winter. I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Director Lu turns and scuttles away, his excess weight jiggling with every hurried step, not daring to linger for an instant. After retrieving his card, Ye Xuan is met with a glowing display. Detected that the host has successfully spent 2 billion, triggering the tenfold rebate skill. Rebate, 200 billion. He casually remarks that he will return next time to collect the keys and departs from the sales office. No sooner has Ye Xuan left than the Fong family returns to the sales department. They had just viewed the sample apartments under the guidance of a property consultant. The 3 members of the Fong family are exceedingly satisfied with the layout and area, eager to finalize their decision to sign the contract. The property consultant soon returns, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, Mr. Fong. The property you were interested in has already been sold. So soon? Mr. Fong exclaims, realizing that truly desirable properties do not linger on the market. Are there any other houses similar to that one? The consultant shakes his head, regret etched on his face. I'm afraid not. Mr. Fong is incredulous. Surely you're not attempting to raise the price? Just a short while ago, there were many listings, and now they've all vanished? Who do you think you're fooling? The consultant raises his hands in a gesture of surrender, explaining that a major client has just cleared all available listings. Mr. Fong reflects on the day's visitors, recalling that there were not many, and wonders how he missed identifying a major player among them. The consultant, with a hint of surprise, responds, "It was your daughter's classmate. I remember you two conversing." Mr. and Mrs. Fong are left speechless, and even Fong Lily stares blankly, her eyes wide with confusion. "Are you certain?" Fong Lily asks. "Absolutely, it was Mr. Ye who made the purchase. I am quite sure," the sales consultant affirms decisively. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Fong turn to their daughter, inquiring about her classmate's family background. "I'm not entirely sure, but it seems the Ye family is quite affluent." "This is far beyond mere affluence," they respond incredulously. Chapter 26. cardiac arrest upon exiting. Ye Xuan glances at Lu Yanran beside him. What troubles you? Young master, I'm pondering what role I might fulfill. Lu Yanran feels almost frantic, perceiving herself as merely a decorative presence, a rather awkward situation. You could simply act as a decorative figure, perhaps also as a driver. Ye Xuan suggests, beckoning her. Come along, let's explore inside. Very well. Lu Yanran agrees, trailing behind Ye Xuan as they stroll through the opulent surroundings, her awe growing with each step. Though she had imagined Tianyue to be extraordinarily luxurious, the reality surpasses her expectations. After a while, Ye Xuan checks his phone, realizing his fourth sister has likely just risen, inquiring about his whereabouts. Little secretary, I shall return home briefly. Would you care to join me? Ye Xuan offers, to which Lu Yanran expresses her desire to continue exploring. All right, he concedes, making his way home. At that moment, fourth sister Ye Xuan, clad in a Stitch-themed pajama set, sleepily descends from the second floor, catching sight of Ye Xuan entering. Where you been this early? She questions, shooting him an incredulous look. Early? It is nearly noon. Ye Xuan retorts. Second sister will not be joining us for lunch today, it seems. Fourth sister Ye Xuan murmurs as she reviews a message on WeChat. Ye Xuan shrugs. What can one do? Second sister is renowned for being a miraculous healer. What shall we have for lunch? Ye Xuan inquires, readying herself to cook. Just then, first sister Ye Xuan enters, arriving just after Ye Xuan. Both siblings pause, surprised. Sister, what brings you back today? The CEO is treating us. I'm back to change my clothes. Please, pour me a glass of water, Ye Xuan says, settling onto the sofa, her face radiating delight. I take it the contract was successfully negotiated? Ye Xuan queries while pouring water for her sister. Indeed, but it's rather perplexing. The owner of Huaxing Plaza has agreed to a zero-rent renewal, claiming to know me, though I have no recollection of him. Ye Xuan elaborates, eliciting a smile from Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan furrows her brow. Sister, could it be that he has feelings for you, hence such generous terms? The remark nearly causes Ye Xuan to spew his tea. Ye Xuan remains uncertain, acknowledging that without knowing the individual, she cannot speculate further and heads upstairs to change. Meanwhile, fourth sister begins bustling about in the kitchen. However, the sounds emanating from the kitchen resemble the cacophony of a realm of torment. As both Ye Xuan and Ye Xuan are acutely aware that whatever is produced will likely be unpalatable, they decide to make a hasty exit. Given that someone is treating, Ye Xuan has no qualms about leaving, while Ye Xuan thinks to bring some food to second sister, knowing her tendency to neglect meals when engrossed in work. After exiting, Ye Xuan finds Lu Yanran and they depart together. Shortly thereafter, Ye Xuan finishes preparing the meal and steps out, only to be met with an empty space. Where has everyone gone? They were just here. Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran have left the residential complex and are now en route to Jinling Hospital. All right. Lu Yanran acknowledges her directive, realizing she seems to enjoy her role as a driver, possibly due to the shock from Ye Xuan's recent extravagant expenditure on properties. As they drive, they encounter a traffic jam. Lu Yanran glances ahead, realizing there is no option but to pull over, and they proceed to investigate the situation. Approaching the scene, they find a crowd gathered, drawn by a cacophony of anguished cries. Mom, Mom, please wake up. Help, help. The desperation in a man's voice resonates deeply, creating an unsettling atmosphere. It is uncommon to hear such raw despair from a man. It evokes a feeling akin to a lion's lament, more heart-wrenching than any woman's cry. What happened to that elderly lady? One bystander queries. I don't know. She just collapsed while walking. Initially, I thought it was a scam, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Make way, please. Just then, a petite figure maneuvers through the crowd, following closely behind Ye Xuan. Young master, please wait for me. Excuse me, may I pass? Lu Yanran pushes through, arriving at the scene to witness a distressing sight. An elderly woman lying on the ground, her complexion pale, while a man kneels beside her, crying out in despair, both clad in simple clothing that suggests they come from humble means. The man, with dusky skin and a robust physique, exuded an air of ruggedness, suggesting a military background. Yet, he now appeared flustered, gazing helplessly at the elderly woman lying on the ground, clearly someone dear to him. At that moment, Ye Xuan's expression shifted as he focused on the woman. He swiftly approached, placing his hand on her neck. No pulse. Next, he leaned over her chest. No heartbeat. Consciousness lost. Blood pressure undetectable. coupled with her pallor and slight convulsions. It was evident she had suffered a cardiac arrest, and it had likely been some time since the onset. The crowd around him was taken aback by Ye Xuan's actions. What was this child doing? In such a perilous situation, he dared to step forward? Others recoiled, preferring to observe from a distance, fearful of any repercussions. After all, accusations of malpractice were not uncommon. Yet, here was a small child rushing in. Even Lu Yanran, the young lady present, was incredulous, unsure of Ye Xuan's intentions. However, as she watched him, her eyes widened in astonishment. Ye Xuan's gaze narrowed, and with a clenched fist, he struck the elderly woman's chest directly. In an instant, the faces of the onlookers, including Lu Yanran, changed dramatically, their mouths twitching in disbelief. What was he doing? Stop! Don't move! Wait for the doctor! They shouted in alarm. Yet, Ye Xuan had already delivered a powerful blow. With a resounding thud, he struck again and followed it with a third blow. Each strike served as a life-saving measure. He meticulously controlled the force, ensuring it was neither too strong to fracture her ribs nor too weak to provide any benefit. The burly man across from him was frozen in place, kneeling and gaping at Ye Xuan's actions, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. Why are you just standing there? Come help! Ye Xuan commanded, directing the man to assist with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The man complied hastily, dropping down beside the elderly woman as Ye Xuan began chest compressions, maintaining a rhythm of 100 to 120 compressions per minute, targeting the lower third of the sternum. The crowd watched in awe, astonished by the child's precise execution of emergency procedures. Who is calling 120? Hand me a phone, Ye Xuan demanded, and Lu Yanran promptly passed him a connected device. Listen carefully to every word I say, he instructed. The patient is experiencing cardiac arrest and has been unresponsive for some time, with symptoms including loss of consciousness, absent blood pressure and pulse, and diminished heart sounds. I am currently performing pre-hospital emergency care. Given the elapsed time since the onset, the ambulance must be equipped with a defibrillator, adrenaline, lidocaine, atropine, and other necessary medications. Ensure they bring an ice cap. The patient is experiencing cerebral hypoxia and requires a reduction of head temperature to 32 degrees to minimize oxygen consumption. Additionally, inform the emergency room that 2 central venous access points need to be established. Given the condition, peripheral venous access may be challenging. Consider intraosseous access or central venous catheterization via the external jugular or femoral vein. His voice rang out with authority, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Could this truly be a child speaking so calmly and knowledgeably? Their eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Even Lu Yanran felt overwhelmed. Her understanding of medical jargon limited. Yet, the responding medical personnel quickly acknowledged his directives, rushing to prepare. My goodness, whose child is this? So impressive. Surely, he must come from a family of physicians, murmured the bystanders in admiration. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan's expression grew increasingly grave. He realized he lacked the necessary equipment and medication. With time slipping away, he felt the weight of uncertainty. The likelihood of saving the elderly woman diminished with each passing moment. Upon the arrival of the ambulance, equipped with the supplies he had specified, the responsibility would shift away from him. He would not board the vehicle. As the elderly woman was loaded into the ambulance, Ye Xuan turned to Lu Yanran. What are you staring at? Master, did you really understand medicine? She asked, astonished. Just a bit, he replied modestly. You're incredibly impressive. I did give you a perfect score for that act, she exclaimed, half in jest, half in genuine admiration. All right, after such a lengthy ordeal, I'm quite tired. Let us grab a bite to eat, he suggested, glancing at his Patek Philippe watch. Almost midnight. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Dr. Yi, a woman clad in a white coat, hurriedly walked through the corridors, accompanied by a colleague who provided updates on a patient en route, suspected of cardiac arrest with a history of symptoms. This woman was none other than Ye Xuan's older sister, Ying, her face etched with concern. Cardiac arrest was no trivial matter, and she knew the chances of recovery diminished significantly with time. Despite her colleague's reluctance to take on the case, she felt compelled to act. After all, lives were at stake. If the patient were to perish on the operating table, the burden of that life would rest heavily upon her conscience. As she briskly moved, other doctors and nurses took note of her urgency, their expressions revealing a shared understanding of the gravity of the situation. "What's the current status?" she inquired, to which the response was that the ambulance had arrived and was transporting the patient. Ying took the report from her colleague, her eyes widening with each detail. The diagnosis, the necessary equipment, the medications, everything was meticulously outlined, even down to the mention of an ice cap. It was clear that whoever had provided this information possessed a profound understanding of the condition, perhaps even first-hand experience in dealing with such cases. It is important to note that the elderly woman fell ill in an open area, without any medical equipment available. Her diagnosis was made solely through observation and inquiry, which is indeed a remarkable feat. Ying meticulously reviewed the details and promptly notified the emergency room that the patient required the establishment of 2 superior vena cava access points. Based on my assessment, the surrounding veins had collapsed, making puncture attempts likely to fail. Therefore, a bone marrow cavity puncture, external jugular vein, or femoral vein catheterization would be necessary. They must prepare for this urgently. "Dr. Yi, the patient has arrived at the hospital." "Good. Let's hurry," Ying exclaimed, sprinting towards the operating room. Meanwhile, the burly man followed closely behind a group of doctors. "Mom, we're at the hospital now. Don't be afraid. You will pull through," he urged, looking anxiously at the elderly woman being swiftly wheeled away. Inside the operating room, Ying observed the critical condition of the elderly woman, her brow furrowed in concern. The prognosis was far from optimistic. She opted for external flow from the carotid artery, adhering to the prior recommendations. The entire surgical team sprang into action. In contrast to the bustling activity of the emergency room, Ye Xuan, who had just completed an urgent rescue, remained at ease. He turned to his assistant, Lu Yanran, inquiring, "Where would you like to dine? A hotel or a restaurant?" "I'm fine with either. It primarily depends on what you wish to eat." "Young master," Lu Yanran replied, her admiration for Ye Xuan growing, especially after witnessing his impressive leadership during the rescue. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Xuan decided, "Let's go to the Ziyun Club. It has quite the reputation and is worth experiencing." Lu Yanran paused in surprise. She was well aware that while the name Ziyun Club may seem unremarkable, it was renowned locally. The establishment had deliberately opted out of star ratings, yet its quality surpassed that of many prestigious 5-star hotels internationally. Its most prominent characteristic was its opulence. The Ziyun Club was strategically located in the city center, a prime area where no structure could exceed 15 meters in height, meaning the tallest building could only be 4.5 stories high. The costs were exorbitant, making it a daunting prospect for many investors. Yet the Ziyun Club's bold choice underscored its exclusivity. The exterior boasted a design crafted by a master architect, making it a veritable work of art. The owner had spared no expense in materials. While most establishments opted for paint or marble, the Ziyun Club adorned its walls with antique ceramic tiles, elevating the building's status immensely. Each tile was a priceless artifact, and during construction, numerous collectors had flocked to the entrance, lamenting their inability to acquire even a few pieces, believing the owner was squandering treasures. However, upon the club's completion, it was unveiled as an artistic marvel, silencing all critics. It was undoubtedly a masterpiece, earning the moniker the Ceramic Pavilion. An endless stream of visitors, eager to experience dining within such luxurious surroundings, nearly overwhelmed the entrance, undeterred by the exorbitant prices or the additional 15% service charge. Contemplating this, Lu Yanran's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Reviews of the Ziyun Club were overwhelmingly positive, often awarding it perfect scores, as only a select few could afford to dine there. Previous attempts by media outlets to document their dining experiences had been swiftly curtailed by staff adhering to the club's high-end, members-only policy, which cultivated an air of mystique that beckoned curiosity. Soon, they arrived at their destination. From their vantage point, they admired the club's distinctive peak, a graceful and elegant design that set it apart from its surroundings. The underground parking facility offered direct access via an elevator, and they ascended to the first floor. In stark contrast to the lavish exterior, the interior exuded an immediate sense of luxury, with every visible surface crafted from the finest materials. Ordinary-looking items were adorned with gold plating, radiating a spectacular and opulent ambience. Lu Yanran's pupils dilated in astonishment, exclaiming, "If one were to take a small knife and scrape around here, they could live quite comfortably for months on end." Ye Xuan chuckled, "Feel free to try. If you can't pay, we'll have to keep you here." "I wouldn't dare," Lu Yanran replied, laughing. Their reserved dining room was located on the first floor, and a courteous hostess escorted them to their private area. Upon entering, they were greeted by an intricately carved wooden screen depicting two dragons playing with a pearl, showcasing graceful lines that brought the scene to life. This screen appears to be an antique, Ye Xuan remarked appreciatively. The hostess's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Lu Yanran. Your young master possesses remarkable discernment, recognizing it as an antique. Many adults lack such insight. Lu Yanran offered no further explanation and asked, "Where's the menu?" The hostess promptly departed, returning shortly with a server dressed in formal attire, who presented the menu with both hands. Without glancing at the menu, Ye Xuan directly inquired, "What are today's recommended main dishes?" The server nodded slightly, unperturbed by Ye Xuan's youth, and responded earnestly, "Today we have the Wellington steak, as well as top-tier foie gras flown in from France. Additionally, we offer a limited amount of premium caviar." Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What type of sturgeon roe are you serving? What is the price?" The server hesitated for a moment, clearly taken aback by Ye Xuan's knowledge at such a young age. "Today we have platinum caviar, from albino sturgeon over a century old, enhanced with edible 22-karat gold. As for the price, it is quite exquisite. The market rate is 250,000 RMB per teaspoon. But due to the rarity of albino sturgeon roe, the demand increases the price to 350,000 RMB per teaspoon. According to the regulations of the Ziyun Club, an additional service charge of 15% is imposed. Consequently, a mere teaspoon of caviar costs a staggering 400,250 yuan. This is an exorbitant price, comparable to the cost of a small apartment in a lesser city. Such a delicacy is reserved solely for the elite. Ye Xuan nodded and remarked, "Such a rare culinary delight must not be missed. I shall have 2 teaspoons. Merely consuming this morsel, which could easily be swallowed in one bite, would amount to 800,000 soft currencies." Even the seasoned waitstaff, accustomed to the affluent, could not help but cast a few extra glances at Ye Xuan. Who is this young master, molded by such wealth? Not only is his discernment remarkable, but his audacity is also unparalleled. Furthermore, this young lad can spend such an extravagant sum without batting an eye. Truly impressive. Ye Xuan also ordered a selection of other gourmet dishes, ensuring he did not overlook delicacies like foie gras and steak. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran remained quietly by his side, absorbing the list of exquisite ingredients and dishes he had chosen, feeling somewhat out of place. She thought to herself, "Perhaps it is best for me to simply remain as a good luck charm." After placing the order and surveying the elegantly antiquated private room, Ye Xuan could not help but express his thoughts. This room, so rich in character, feels mismatched with the foreign dishes we are about to consume. The waiter immediately offered an apologetic reply. "I sincerely apologize, sir, for any discomfort you may have experienced. Each of our private rooms has a unique theme and character. Perhaps you might consider a different theme on your next visit." Lu Yanran chimed in with a smile. "If it were up to me, such a beautiful and poetic room should be a venue for poetry and music rather than dining. It feels somewhat incongruous. It cannot be said that it is entirely out of place. Rather, it seems no cuisine is worthy of such an elegant setting." Soon, the platinum caviar arrived at their table. Observing the minute glimmer of gold caviar, Ye Xuan delicately scooped a small amount onto the webbed area of his left hand. After several seconds of anticipation, he savored the caviar in one bite. "Indeed, this is the world's finest caviar," Ye Xuan expressed, relishing its smooth and elastic texture, complemented by an exceptionally rich flavor. Lu Yanran, puzzled by his method, tilted her head and inquired, "Why do you place it on your hand? Is there some special significance?" Ye Xuan shook his head, explaining, "There's nothing particularly special. Many say that caviar warmed by the body's temperature enhances the flavor." Enjoying his meal, Ye Xuan waved his hand to request 2 more teaspoons of platinum caviar. As Lu Yanran gazed at the caviar, she mused, "Such a small amount surely cannot cost much. Yet it appears so luxurious. Perhaps it is worth thousands?" Her thoughts turned to the staggering reality that such a spoonful could indeed cost a fortune, far beyond her modest salary. As she continued to eat, an overwhelming sense of emotion washed over her. After all this time working, she realized she was indeed impoverished. Meanwhile, downstairs, 2 men were embroiled in a dispute with a waiter. "What is going on here? Are you not making money?" one man exclaimed impatiently. He and his friend had come with high hopes of securing a private room, only to be informed by the waiter that none were available. The waiter, wearing a conciliatory smile, explained, "Please do not misunderstand, sir. All our rooms are currently occupied. We would never dream of turning away esteemed guests like yourselves." Upon hearing the waiter refer to them as esteemed guests, the men's expressions softened slightly, yet one continued to press. "Knowing our status, why are we not offered a room? You can be assured the tip will be substantial." With that, he pulled out a stack of cash that appeared to be several thousand yuan, tossing it onto the table without a hint of regret. The waiter quickly stepped back, repeatedly declining, "I am sorry, sir, but we are not permitted to accept tips privately. Moreover, we genuinely cannot free up a room, nor would it be right to dismiss current guests." At that moment, another server from a nearby room approached to inquire about the situation, suggesting, if there are no private rooms, why not consider the seating in the lobby? The lobby of the Ye Xuan Club is enchanting, akin to a dreamscape, and many patrons specifically request to dine there. Before the waiter could respond, the two men erupted. "What are you implying? Do you look down on us? We have business to discuss. You expect us to eat in the lobby? How is that reasonable?" After a moment of silence, the waiter, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "You two are indeed renowned businessmen, but we are merely nameless waitstaff. Forcing us to vacate a room would place us in a difficult position. Even if we were to resign, we could not afford to offend the esteemed guests already present. Wouldn't you agree?" The server's expression turned increasingly pitiable. Those who serve at the Ye Xuan Club are typically stunningly beautiful, and her demeanor would evoke sympathy from most men. Seeing her distress, the two men nodded in understanding, their demeanor softening slightly. One of them, with a cunning glint in his eye, asked, "Tell us the truth. If a room opens up, will you accommodate us?" The server nodded, "Yes, sir. If you are here to spend, we will certainly arrange a room for you if one becomes available." With this assurance, the man puffed out his chest, exuding confidence. "Very well. Wait for us to be accommodated. I shall go up shortly." He then turned and ascended the stairs, surveying the area until he spotted Ye Xuan and Lu Yinran's private room. Fully aware that it was occupied, he pushed the door open without so much as a knock. "Who are you?" Lu Yinran asked, her voice laced with caution. The man, taking in the scene before him, chuckled to himself. He had worried about encountering someone influential, but now it was merely a woman and a child dining together. Such individuals were easily manipulated. He quickly interjected, "Listen, I am here to present you with a lucrative opportunity." Lu Yinran instinctively glanced at Ye Xuan, questioning whether someone of his stature would need such opportunities. Was this a new form of scam, or perhaps a pyramid scheme? The man nonchalantly pulled out a chair, saying, "Let us keep this casual. I don't want you to feel pressured." Lu Yinran was taken aback. What is this man up to? "Here's the deal. If you relinquish the room to me, I'll cover your expenses and even provide you with compensation. How's that sound?" As he spoke, he thumped his chest with confidence. Ye Xuan felt an odd sense of familiarity with this gesture, reminiscent of a gorilla in the animal kingdom, eager to flex its muscles when excited. Lu Yinran embraced her chest with both hands, her voice icy. "Oh, is that so? What compensation do you intend to offer?" 10 times, how does that sound?" The man replied with a smug grin, "I will give you 10 times your meal cost today, provided you vacate this private room." He glanced at the plates before him, dismissing them as mere trifles, pondering the total cost to be only a few thousand at most. 10 times? What's that? Just a few tens of thousands? I can afford it. Just as Lu Yinran was about to rebuke him for his blatant rudeness, she heard Ye Xuan calling for a waitress. The young server, fearing something had gone awry, hastily entered, only to find the troublemaker had invaded the very private room she had previously attended. "Sir, you," she began, but Ye Xuan interrupted, "Please calculate our total expenditure. This gentleman claims he will compensate us tenfold." The waitress was taken aback, staring at the man in disbelief. Is he out his mind? On the opposite side, Lu Yinran quickly grasped Ye Xuan's intention. Was he planning to ensnare them in a trap? Indeed, the feast laid before them must amount to several tens of thousands, if not more. 10 times, that would be a staggering sum. Moments later, the waitress returned with the bill. The man snatched it from her hands, exclaiming, "We'll cover this. Let me see it." As he scrutinized the figures, his expression twisted in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, stunned by the figure displayed. 1,800,000. 180,000. For just a few empty plates, had they dined on dragon meat? His hands trembled as he processed the enormity of the sum. Is this a scam? How could a single meal cost this much? This isn't just robbery, it's a death sentence. The waitress, maintaining her composure, clarified. This includes the cost of tea, the meal, and service fees. Before the man could protest further, Ye Xuan interjected coolly, a consumption of 1-800-000 multiplied by 10 amounts to 18 million. We be paying by card or check. Alipay and WeChat are also acceptable, but please cover the transaction fees. I am rather short on funds. Lu Yanran was taken aback. Young master, you jest. You're short on funds? Yet after her moment of sarcasm, she suddenly realized she must have overlooked something crucial. Young master, how much did you say this meal cost? 180,000? Her gaze darted to the table, and she gasped, realizing she had just consumed delicacies worth hundreds of thousands. In that instant, she felt as though she were not dining, but rather feasting on gold. The most excruciating knowledge is learning the value of what you have consumed only after the meal is over, leaving you bereft of the chance to savor it properly. Meanwhile, the man's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. A meal costing 1-800-000, and he was being asked for a service fee? Was he really that short on cash? They struggled to scrape together even 180,000. Though he worked in construction, most of his funds were tied up in project payments, leaving him unable to withdraw any. Even if he could, such lavish dining was beyond his means. What's the holdup? Transfer the money quickly, Ye Xuan urged with a smile. The man's face darkened further, clutching his stomach. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. I must take my leave. I won't intrude any longer. Farewell. With that, he hurriedly exited, the sound of his footsteps echoing as he rushed down the stairs. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, followed by a series of gasps. Sir, are you all right? Did you fall down the stairs? Should we call an ambulance? Within the private room, Ye Xuan turned to Lu Yanran, concluding that they would be paying for their meal after all. Hello, I'd like to order some more dishes for takeout. Ye Xuan instructed the server, who promptly obliged. After ensuring he was satisfied, Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran departed, heading towards Jinling Hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Ye Xuan felt familiar with the surroundings. He instructed Lu Yanran to wait for a moment while he ascended to his sister Ying's office. Knocking on the door, he entered. Ah, Ye Xuan, what brings you here? A female doctor greeted him with a warm smile, her face lighting up upon seeing him. Ye Xuan raised the takeout box, glancing around. Aunt Lu, where's my sister? Dr. Yi is currently in surgery for a patient, the doctor replied. Ye Xuan's heart sank. The elderly lady I mentioned earlier, she's not the one your sister is operating on, is she? You even came to deliver her meal? What a good brother you are. Just leave it here. I will give it to her after the surgery. She hasn't had a chance to eat since she rushed off. I heard it's an elderly woman in critical condition. I hope Dr. Yi has the time to eat afterwards, the doctor sighed. Ye Xuan understood the gravity of the situation. If the surgery succeeded, there might be time to eat, but if it failed, how could anyone find the appetite to eat knowing a life had been lost? All right, I'll take my leave for now, Ye Xuan said, stepping out of the office. Did you deliver the meal? Lu Yanran asked as he descended the stairs, surprised at his quick return. It seems she's busy with the surgery. It must be that elderly lady's operation, Ye Xuan replied, then looked at Lu Yanran's attire. Is this the only outfit you have besides your uniform? You look rather formal. It's a bit unusual. Her cheeks flushed at his comment, as she realized she had very few elegant clothes. She was known as a workaholic, often donning the same few uniforms. Let us go. Take me home. Tomorrow, I'll take you shopping for some clothes as a reward for being my driver. I also need to buy a few things, Ye Xuan suggested. At the emergency room entrance, a burly man stood, sighing heavily, clearly anxious. The emergency lights extinguished. In the operating room, doors swung open. A fatigued Yi Ying emerged, looking for the patient's family. The man sprang to his feet, trembling slightly. Doctor, how did the surgery go? Please remain calm. The surgery was very successful, and we managed to save your mother. She will need to be hospitalized for observation. Yi Ying assured him. Thank you, doctor. In a fleeting moment, a tearful revelation caused 2 streams of warm tears to cascade down the rugged face of the formidable man, startling Yi Ying. She gazed at him, struck by his imposing stature and ironclad demeanor, reminiscent of a figure forged from steel. It was unexpected that such a simple statement could evoke such profound emotion. It's all right. Your mother has regained consciousness. You should spend some time with her. Yi Ying casually recounted the details of the surgery. Although her tone was light, the myriad of dangers involved was known only to her. It was akin to rescuing a soul teetering on the brink of the netherworld, snatching them back from the clutches of the king of hell. At this moment, Yi Ying recalled the details noted by the operator earlier. Without those intricate particulars, the probability of saving the old lady would have been exceedingly low. Even if she were revived, brain death would typically ensue. Consequently, Ying was curious about the individual possessing such remarkable skills, capable of making such precise judgments through mere observation and inquiry. She prepared to ask, but decided to hold off for a moment, as her stomach also protested for sustenance. In the office, the female doctor cast a worried glance at her colleagues. "Do you think Xiaoying can manage?" The gravity on their faces mirrored the seriousness of the situation. They were all aware of the implications of cardiac arrest, particularly given the prolonged transport time. Such a surgery was deemed too perilous for them to attempt. "Speak up," the female doctor urged, her voice breaking the silence, though she too fell quiet afterward. "Why is it so quiet in here? Have you all finished your meals?" A voice rang from the doorway, filled with exasperation. Suddenly, everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, where a graceful figure appeared. "Xiaoying? Dr. Yi, have you completed the surgery? Was it successful?" Excitement rippled through the room. "Yes, it was successful," Ying replied, then glanced at the food containers. "Did you bring me lunch?" The female doctor looked back at her, relief washing over her features. "This is the meal we brought for you. The other is from your brother." "I'm so envious." "Xiao Xin came? Where is he?" "He left, saying he heard you were busy and just dropped off the food." Ying shook her head, touched by her brother's thoughtfulness. "You all take a break. I'll step out to eat." She picked up 2 portions and headed outside. The female doctor, suddenly anxious, exclaimed, "Why disturb us for a meal? Where are you going?" "To inquire about the patient's family," Ying responded. In the hospital room, the rugged man clasped the old lady's hand. "Mom, thank goodness." The old lady, unable to speak, merely squeezed his hand. "You haven't eaten yet. Come, let us share a meal." As Ying entered with the food, the man stood at attention and introduced her to the bedridden lady. "Mom, this is the doctor who performed your surgery. She's the one who saved you." The old lady regarded Ying, offering a slight nod. "Doctor, I'm not hungry," she managed to convey. "Please sit and eat something. You must nourish yourself. You seem to have a military background. Am I right?" Ying inquired of the rugged man. "By the way, what is your name?" "I am Ying." "Ah, Dr. Yi, I am Zheng Jianghao." "Indeed, I have a military background." Zheng Jianghao, sensing Yi Ying's amiability, shed his reservations and opened the food container. "I have a sister in the military as well." "You seem quite young. What prompted your departure?" "My mother's health has been poor, so I left the military. I suppose I'm not the most dedicated soldier." Indeed, balancing loyalty to family and duty is a perennial challenge. "By the way, I wanted to ask you something." "Go ahead," Zheng Jianghao replied, taking a bite of the meal his colleague had brought for Yi Ying, noting the substantial difference between their portions. Yi Ying engaged in casual conversation. Who was the one performing the emergency rescue at the scene today? It was a child who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, Zheng Jianghao recalled. This child was remarkably composed. Reflecting on the calmness of Ye Xuan during that critical moment, Zheng Jianghao felt a wave of shame wash over him. "Really?" Ying was taken aback. "Are children today so advanced?" She felt her worldview shift. At her age, she couldn't have made such precise judgments, let alone perform a procedure without trembling. She briefly thought of Ye Xuan, but dismissed the notion. Each time she tried to impart medical knowledge to him, he seemed disinterested and reluctant to learn, making it unlikely he could be the one responsible for such remarkable composure and knowledge. If Ye Xuan were aware of his sister's thoughts, he might retort, "Sister, my impatience stems from the fact that my medical skills surpass yours." Zheng Jianghao lamented his failure to record the child as contact information, wishing he could express his gratitude personally. After all, without that child's intervention, his mother would not have been saved. Particularly, the use of the cooling cap was crucial. Had it not been employed, even if they managed to revive her, the risk of brain damage or death was significant. "You owe your gratitude not to us, but to him," Yi Ying stated, her demeanor lightening as she savored her meal. "I must inquire about where my brother sourced this delicious food." "I understand," Zheng Jianghao nodded. "By the way, do you have any concerns regarding medical expenses?" Yi Ying observed their modest attire, and sensed they might not be affluent. Zheng Jianghao quickly shook his head, feigning ease as he smiled. "Dr. Yi, we are fine. Should any issues arise, please feel free to contact me." "Thank you, Dr. Yi." After finishing her meal, Yi Ying departed. Zheng Jianghao turned to his mother, momentarily sighing before returning with a broad smile. Upon her return to the office, Ye Ying handled some matters before heading home. I wonder what kind of family could raise a child with such capabilities. She mused as she opened the door to her villa, only to find Ye Xuan reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, engrossed in his phone. "Sister, you're back," he exclaimed, shifting as she settled beside him, and then he laid his head on her lap. "You seem quite comfortable," Ye Ying remarked. "What's wrong? Sister, are you exhausted from surgery today?" Ye Xuan noticed her unusual demeanor. "What happened?" he asked, looking up from his phone. Then, Ye Xuan exclaimed in surprise. From his vantage point, he couldn't see her face, obscured as it was. "Indeed, my sister possesses a remarkable capacity for understanding. Little brother, would you like to learn medicine? I can teach you." "Enough, dear sister. With your medical skills, when will you manage to alleviate your menstrual pain? Only then can I consider learning from you," Ye Xuan remarked dismissively, waving his hand as he sat up, adopting an air of ennui. Ye Ying retorted, "Am I, it seems, being looked down upon by a mere child? Little brother, do you harbor any misconceptions about me? Little brother?" Ye Xuan glanced back at her with a chuckle. The remark lacked aggression, yet brimmed with insult. As night fell, Ye Xuan found himself once again summoned into his eldest sister's room. It must be said, she possessed a certain prowess in the game of rock, paper, scissors. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a check-in opportunity. Would you like a check-in?" "Oh, another check-in opportunity? Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the luxurious cruise ship, Deep Sea Marquis." "The Deep Sea Marquis?" Ye Xuan researched it quickly. The ship boasted 751 cabins, 26 elevators, and 18 decks, with 14 accessible for guests. It featured 4 main restaurants, 2 specialty dining venues, 21 bars, an entertainment center, and 4 swimming pools. On the port side lay a similar cantilevered sea view bar, offering unparalleled vistas. The expansive atrium provided a venue for social gatherings, while the upper level housed a glass walkway extending 28 feet above the ship, resembling a floating corridor over the water. Luxurious, secluded cabanas by the pool, a state-of-the-art television studio, and the largest onboard pastry shop were among its many attractions. Moreover, all exterior cabins were equipped with private balconies. This introduction piqued Ye Xuan's interest. The Deep Sea Marquis was reputedly the most opulent cruise liner in Huaxia, costing over 4 billion. That was more than sufficient. Indeed, being near his eldest sister allowed him to acquire such splendid rewards, unlike the fourth sister, whose check-ins yielded only superficial trinkets. The following day, after breakfast, Ye Xuan activated his summoned secretary spell. At that moment, Lu Yanran was still conducting a morning meeting. Upon seeing the call, she gestured to the president. "Xiao Lu, is it Mr. Yi? You may go." The president consented immediately. Colleagues looked at Lu Yanran with barely concealed resentment. "What the hell? You've liberated yourself? Haven to you? You were out all day yesterday, and now you're leaving again?" Though disgruntled, they recognized the privilege of being associated with Mr. Yi, a luxury they could hardly aspire to. Chapter 31. Do not move. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan accompanied Lu Yanran to Huaxing Plaza. Upon arrival, he refrained from contacting any supervisors. For today, he was merely there to shop. At the parking lot entrance, he surveyed the situation. "All right, I'll see if there are any parking spaces inside. Wait for me here, and don't move," he instructed. Lu Yanran pondered. Haven't I heard that somewhere before? Why does it sound so familiar? As Ye Xuan descended, Huaxing Plaza was bustling with high-end brands and luxury goods, attracting a clientele of a different echelon. The underground parking lot was a testament to this. Luxury cars were ubiquitous, including a few sporty models, albeit not the top-tier supercars, primarily comprising the Panamera series. Ye Xuan's eyes caught sight of 2 vacant spots. He approached to place a plastic marker, but just then, the roar of an engine interrupted him. A BMW zoomed past, wedging itself between the 2 spaces, occupying half of one and knocking his marker aside. The driver, a bleached-haired youth, exited the vehicle. "What are you doing, kid? Afraid I might run you over? And what else with that pathetic plastic marker?" Ye Xuan's expression darkened at the insolence. He observed the young couple, the woman heavily made up and the man flaunting his bleached hair, exuding an air of entitlement. "I arrived first for this spot, and it's rather inconsiderate of you to park a car that occupies 2 spaces," he stated calmly. The bleached youth laughed derisively. "You were first? Where's your car?" "No car, no say. Tell your parents to drive it in before you talk." He continued, "Do you even know what car this is?" "A BMW. It's only natural for a larger car to take up 2 spots. If you had a car, you could do the same. Ye Xuan met his gaze steadily. So, you refuse to step out, huh? The youth threatened. You think you can intimidate me? Watch it or I'll hit you. With a smirk, the youth flexed his fist, clearly dismissive of Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan merely nodded and walked away, causing the youth to revel in his perceived victory. See? A mere child, easily intimidated. He then took his girlfriend's hand, ready to shop. As they prepared to leave, a forklift suddenly parked behind their BMW, effectively blocking it in. The situation became quite awkward for the BMW, trapped between a wall in front and the forklift behind, with no escape unless it maneuvered sideways. Ye Xuan approached the staff and waved them over. The worker, having received the payment notification, hurried away. This month, he likely wouldn't need to work at all. Ye Xuan turned to the stunned couple, a smile gracing his lips. Since you wish to remain in that parking spot, I shall ensure you stay there. The bleached youth, realizing Ye Xuan's role in this predicament, seethed. What do you mean, kid? Do you want to fight? His anger boiled over. He had taken his date out only to be thwarted by a child. Ye Xuan responded calmly, gesturing toward the surveillance camera. If you dare to challenge me, just know my family can cover the damages to your BMW. The youth growled. How arrogant. Arrogant? I'm merely stating the facts, Ye Xuan replied, crossing his arms, unconcerned. Years of martial arts training from his sister had prepared him well. Taking down a spoiled rich kid would be a piece of cake. 1. I could take on 10. Scared? Then stay put. Ye Xuan chuckled as he walked away. The youth, seething, was determined to confront him, but his girlfriend quickly pulled him back. It's not worth it. Don't stoop to his level, the young woman remarked, and the white-haired boy glared in response. This little brat was indeed quite ruthless. Yet he couldn't believe that the other party would dare to block him persistently. Meanwhile, a stream of vehicles had entered, revealing a BMW obstructed by a forklift. Many pairs of eyes widened in astonishment, filled with confusion. Has the BMW become so precious now? Is it necessary to block a parking space with a forklift? Fearing that others might bump into his car, Ye Xuan stepped outside, only to remember that the Ferrari he had received as a signing bonus was still parked in the underground garage. Well, he thought he would wait a while before taking it out. Young master, is there a parking spot? Lu Yanran inquired. Ye Xuan shook his head, suggesting that there probably weren't any inside, and advised her to find a place to park casually. All right, then wait for me a moment while I park, she replied. After Lu Yanran parked the car, Ye Xuan accompanied her upstairs. At Huaxing Plaza, the 5th floor was dedicated to international luxury brands, featuring Armani, Chanel, Gucci, and other high-end labels, creating a dazzling display. Lu Yanran was no stranger to this place, as she, being the director of Huaxia Bank, possessed several luxury items herself. Let us go, she said, and the two entered a Chanel boutique. Upon entering, the sales assistant was momentarily taken aback by their striking presence. This pair was simply too eye-catching. Ye Xuan's looks were extraordinary, and Lu Yanran was equally stunning. Together, they formed a breathtaking sight. The sales assistant quickly approached them, greeting, Good day, sir and madam. May I assist you in finding something specific? If not, I could provide some recommendations. Ye Xuan nodded and moved forward. Cool, me. Let us take a look inside, he said, leading Lu Yanran further in. Ye Xuan then turned to the sales assistant. Could you take that garment down for me to examine? Secretary, why don't you try this on? His words left the sales assistant momentarily speechless. What did he just call the young woman? Secretary? What did that mean? Were they not siblings? Lu Yanran glanced at the dress and then at the price tag hanging behind it, her eyes widening in disbelief. My goodness, this costs 188,000. That is far too expensive. Even though Lu Yanran had encountered substantial sums before, she couldn't help but feel her heart race. After all, this dress cost nearly half a year's salary. How could one not be astonished? The sales assistant noticed Lu Yanran's reaction, then glanced at Ye Xuan, who appeared entirely unfazed, and swallowed hard, quickly urging, Miss, you must try it on. It will look absolutely stunning on you. She did not allow Lu Yanran a moment to object. A short while later, Lu Yanran emerged from the fitting room, stunning everyone present. Indeed, the adage clothes make the man held true. At that moment, Lu Yanran resembled a princess who had just stepped out of fairy tale, her flawless skin and exquisite beauty enhanced by the dress, rendering her breathtakingly captivating. The transformation was stark. Where she had previously embodied a sophisticated urbanite, now she resembled the charming girl next door. Other customers turned to look, gasps of admiration echoing in the air. Many young men who had come with their girlfriends found themselves unable to tear their eyes away, while their partners, witnessing the scene, huffed in annoyance and stormed out. "Hey, darling, don't go." Several young men called after them, yet they stole one last glance at Lu Yanran before exiting. Ye Xuan nodded, then took out his phone, saying, "Secretary, let me take a few pictures for you to admire. You shouldn't always wear work attire. Today, enjoy this outfit." "All right," she replied. The sales assistant, witnessing the unfolding scene, hesitated to intervene, as photography was typically prohibited in the store. However, facing the two, especially Ye Xuan, she decided to remain silent. After all, Ye Xuan was dressed in high-end brands, albeit subtly, indicating that he favored the finest quality, which seldom sought attention. Just then, a couple entered the store, the young woman absorbed in her phone, playfully posing for the camera. "Hello, everyone. Today we are exploring the renowned brand Chanel, allowing you a glimpse of what's in store," she announced, then turned the camera towards the sales assistant and the racks. "Wow, is this really a world-class brand? It looks so upscale. The sales assistants are all beautiful." The comments flooded in. "Wait, host, quickly turn the camera to the side. Look over there. That young lady is stunning." The live chat erupted with praise for Lu Yanran, capturing the attention of even the young women watching, who were taken aback by her beauty. At that moment, jealousy ignited within some of them. Meanwhile, the young man beside Lu Yanran was equally astonished. Suddenly, he recognized Ye Xuan and exclaimed, "What the hell? You? Little brat. Wasn't this the same person who had ordered the forklift to block his car earlier?" It was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. Ye Xuan glanced at the white-haired boy, equally surprised, thinking how this was a small world. Yet, he had no desire to engage with someone like that, and continued to search for the best angle to capture Lu Yanran's beauty, which was simply beyond words. As he prepared to put away his phone, the young man pointed at Ye Xuan and addressed the sales assistant. "Is Chanel now catering to the masses? Even if it is, surely one cannot allow such photography." "Right," echoed the girl beside him, glancing at the screen. "Chanel has truly fallen from grace." The sales assistant shot them a glance, internally frustrated. She wished to retort, stating that they could not photograph. Yet here they were, live streaming. However, she held her tongue, recognizing that this young woman was no stranger to the store, having purchased items on previous visits, albeit through different men. She was certainly considered a customer. Moreover, there exists a deeper reason. This girl is a live streamer. Though her follower count remains unknown, it appears to be substantial. I recall hearing that she once visited the nearby Armani store, only to be halted by the sales staff from continuing her stream. Subsequently, she maliciously defamed that store online for several days, even inciting her followers to deliberately lower its ratings. Such tactics are utterly ruthless. Thus, the sales staff are understandably reluctant to offend someone like her. At that moment, she approached Ye Xuan, intending to offer him some counsel. Truly, it is astonishing that individuals of such low caliber are allowed in here. Indeed, she seems to be just a childish brat, lacking in understanding. The young man interjected, his eyes glinting with mockery and disdain. "Indeed, dear, look at him, still taking photos here. In ordinary stores, photography is prohibited, yet here he is, oblivious. A child who knows nothing, and adults who are equally ignorant." The girl chimed in, casting a glance at the nearby Lu Yanran. However, Ye Xuan turned to them and said, "I haven't even taken a photo yet. What's with your incessant chatter? And you, streaming live while holding your phone. How dare you criticize me?" The female streamer was taken aback by his retort, her anger flaring as she exclaimed, "What do you know? I am currently helping this store attract customers." Ye Xuan chuckled at her response. "I purchased this piece of clothing. So tell me, have you bought all the clothes you're streaming?" The streamer stared at Ye Xuan, momentarily speechless, and then sought help from the young man beside her. He coldly laughed. "Do you believe him? Can he even afford it? A mere child. What can he possibly buy?" The white-haired youth turned to the sales staff, demanding, "Why aren't you getting him thrown out? How you conduct business around here?" The sales staff stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. The girl next to the white-haired youth, captivated by Lu Yanran's ethereal beauty, immediately coveted the dress she was wearing. "Dear, that dress is stunning. Would you sell it to me?" "Sure," the white-haired youth replied, then addressed the sales staff. "Go find a piece for my girlfriend to try on." "Apologies, sir, but we only have this one piece in stock," the sales staff replied apologetically. "Then that's easily resolved. Just have her take it off." The white-haired youth responded nonchalantly. The sales staff looked at him. Sir, these two have already decided to purchase this dress. We cannot. Her words were abruptly cut off as she noticed the silver card clutched in a young man's hand. I recall this card grants priority purchasing rights, correct? I wish to buy this dress now. Do you have any objections? The sales staff's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the card, for they knew it symbolized significant purchasing power. One had to spend at least 200,000 to obtain such a silver card. In fact, it could range up to 2 million before one would qualify for a gold card. According to Chanel's policy, customers were considered gods, while those with membership cards were deemed gods among gods. The sales staff walked over to explain the situation to Ye Xuan and his companions, her face filled with apologies. Though she disapproved of the white-haired youth, she could only adhere to the rules. You might as well let her try it on. The white-haired youth regarded Ye Xuan and his group with a smirk of disdain, brandishing his silver card as if to intimidate. Ye Xuan, after a moment of amusement, remarked, I can't shake the feeling that this card looks familiar. He then opened his Gucci wallet, revealing a stack of cards, an impressive stack. As he examined them, the nearby sales staff gathered around, their curiosity piqued. Gucci gold card, high-tier membership card, Patek Philippe gold card. Ye Xuan flipped through each card until he paused, staring at a particular gold card. No wonder it looked so familiar. I have one too. Had I known, I wouldn't have made such a fuss. As he waved the golden card in his hand, the surrounding sales staff seemed to awaken, gasping, Gold card member. Gold card member. The voice of the female sales staff was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder in everyone's ears, causing their eyes to widen in astonishment at Ye Xuan's card, their bodies trembling with disbelief. After all, only those who spent over 2 million could possess such a gold card. This implied that this young man had, at the very least, spent 2 million at the Chanel store. How terrifying! The white-haired youth recoiled, his neck shrinking as he trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his demeanor akin to a startled bird. He glanced outside, grasping the girl's hand, muttering to himself, Oh dear, I just remembered I have something to attend to. Let us go. Hurry, it will be too late. The two fled as if escaping, nearly impossible to stop. Ye Xuan, observing their retreat, couldn't help but laugh. He tucked his card away and turned to the beautiful sales staff. Please wrap up this piece and that bracelet over there. Also, I'll take this limited edition handbag as well. The sales staff beamed with delight, already calculating her commission, and after a quick mental tally, she was practically radiant. Sir, your total comes to 2 million. All right, let us process the payment, Ye Xuan declared with grandeur, producing his bank card. Lu Yanran, hearing the staggering sum, was taken aback. My goodness, that's exorbitant. 2 million. Though she hailed from a wealthy family with parents who thrived in business, earning substantial sums, the notion that Ye Xuan could spend in less than 10 minutes what her family earned in 2 years was astonishing. Chapter 33, Shopping. Secretary, take this. Let us continue our shopping spree. Ye Xuan handed the items he had just purchased to Lu Yanran, and they proceeded to explore further. Their shopping adventure had only just begun, as they had merely completed their first stop. They then headed towards Patek Philippe. Upon entering, the sales staff immediately recognized Ye Xuan. All the salespeople were taken aback. Just days prior, he had acquired a Patek Philippe Duke watch valued in the tens of millions. Neither the warranty card nor the crystal box had been taken. What business could he possibly have here today? Surely, he wasn't returning to retrieve the warranty card and box, was he? One sales staff pondered, relieved that the warranty card had not been discarded. They quickly retrieved the warranty card and box. Mr. Ye, are you here for the warranty card and box? We've kept them safe for you. Ye Xuan glanced at the offered box and card. I don't need those. If the watch breaks, I'll simply get a new one. Today, I'm here to buy her something. Please help her choose a watch. The sales staff were in disbelief, unable to fathom what they were hearing. This was beyond extravagant. After a brief moment, Ye Xuan swiped his card, purchasing a watch worth over 2 million, detected that the host successfully spent 2,300,000, triggering the tenfold rebate skill, returning 23 million. All right, let's go. Ye Xuan waved his hand, leading Lu Yanran away, leaving behind a group of stunned salespeople. What on earth was happening? As employees of the Patek Philippe store, they had encountered many dignitaries before, but nothing quite like this. Such wealth and extravagance. Subsequently, Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran swept through the entire 5th floor like a whirlwind. They didn't enter many stores, but each time they did, their expenditure was no less than 1 million. The floor manager was equally astonished and hurried over to greet them. Sir, miss, allow us to assist you. During this time, the managers of nearby stores gathered at their doorsteps, having heard the news of such a lavish customer arriving. They were eager to attract his attention. Sir, would you like to take a look at our Adidas store? I assure you, you will be pleased. Sir, I'm the manager here. Why not come inside and have a look? You must be thirsty after all this shopping. We serve excellent coffee. Customers observing the scene were left in awe. Typically, when they entered these stores, the managers would be sipping coffee while salespeople assisted them with their purchases. But today, the managers of these luxury boutiques were actively soliciting customers. My goodness, they would never have believed their eyes had they not witnessed it firsthand. Before long, news of Ye Xuan's exploits spread throughout the 5th floor. People began to regard him not merely as an individual, but as a veritable walking fortune. Beside him, Lu Yanran felt her values being upended. Was this luxury shopping or merely grocery shopping? Master, I feel like I might be losing my composure. We've bought far too much, Lu Yanran whispered beside Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan glanced at her with a smirk. You're really not cut out for this. Lu Yanran? Not cut out for what? Well, I suppose I'm just not cut out for it. She conceded reluctantly. After acquiring a few more items, Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran changed into new outfits. Lu Yanran was now adorned in a way that even the most privileged heiresses could not compare. All right, this should suffice, Ye Xuan said as they made their way downstairs. Laden with bags, the managers trailed behind them, bowing and nodding, for in such a brief time, they had already amassed a staggering 10 million in sales. They then noticed a security guard standing off to the side. You, yes you, come help Mr. Yi and Miss Lu with their belongings, ordered the floor manager. The guard turned, his eyes widening in recognition. It's you. Ye Xuan looked at the burly man and realized he was the same one from yesterday. Your mother. She was saved. The doctor said that if it weren't for your prompt assistance and accurate diagnosis, even if she had been revived, she would have faced irreversible brain damage. The man smiled sheepishly, a grin that contrasted sharply with his intimidating demeanor. Ye Xuan surveyed the man. Name, Zhang Jianghao, height, 186 centimeters, weight, 100 kilograms, physical fitness, 400 average adult fitness, 100, favorability, 94 out of gratitude, 400? Ye Xuan was taken aback by the impressive statistic. This man was indeed a product of military training. After years of training, Ye Xuan himself had only reached a fitness level of 800. Why aren't you at the hospital with your mother? Why come to work today? Ye Xuan questioned, handing his items to Zhang Jianghao. The man accepted them with a bittersweet smile. Though she was saved, the medical expenses are substantial. Ye Xuan understood. What is your monthly salary? 4,000. All right, work for me as my bodyguard. I'll pay you 50,000 a month. Ye Xuan's words resonated like thunder in Zhang Jianghao's ears. Is this truly happening? Zhang Jianghao's eyes widened in disbelief. It was just him. The floor managers were equally astonished, glancing at Ye Xuan, amazed by his generosity. So what do you think? Ye Xuan asked Zhang Jianghao, who nodded vigorously. I'll do my best, but I don't think I'm worth that much. Before he could finish, Ye Xuan interrupted. If I say you're worth it, then you are. Now, you don't need to be a bodyguard anymore. Take out your phone, I'll advance you some salary. Phone? Ye Xuan repeated until Zhang Jianghao finally handed over his device. Moments later, Alipay received 600,000. The crowd fell silent, astonished. How extravagant. A direct transfer of 600,000. Use this to cover your mother's medical expenses and come back to me. Here, that's my phone number, Ye Xuan instructed. Noting how Zhang Jianghao's favorability rating rose to 94, indicative of his loyalty and appreciation. Okay, young master, I'll head to the hospital. Zhang Jianghao started to leave, but was halted by Ye Xuan. How do you plan to get there? By bus? He replied. No, Ye Xuan va vide, jizmi vede. He turned to Lu Yanran, little secretary. Where are your car keys? Right here, she replied, handing over the keys to her luxury Mercedes. Ye Xuan passed them to Zhang Jianghao. Can you drive? The car is over there. Can you see it? Zhang Jianghao nodded as he spotted the vehicle. Lu Yanran was left bewildered. Wait, that's my car? Her voice trembled as she realized the gravity of what just transpired. This was the car she had painstakingly saved for. Ye Xuan, observing her dismay, sighed. Your perspective is too narrow. Follow me. Where to? They placed their purchases outside for the managers to watch over. Then Ye Xuan led Lu Yanran into the underground parking garage. What expression is that? Ye Xuan chuckled at Lu Yanran's demeanor. Lu Yanran replied, my heart aches. It's just a Mercedes-Benz. Is it really that significant? As Ye Xuan walked and glanced around, he suddenly paused, having found what he was looking for. At that moment, not far from them, the white-haired boy and the girl were in a state of disarray, their vehicle still trapped and unable to move. They turned their heads and saw Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran, and in the next instant, they trembled as the headlights of a supercar illuminated before them. What the? The white-haired boy shuddered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Is that a LaFerrari? That's over 20 million. Who are these two? They're incredibly wealthy. My goodness. Lu Yanran also gazed at the car in disbelief. The vehicle was a brilliant crimson, its emblem gleaming with opulence. How does this car compare to your Mercedes-Benz? Ye Xuan asked with a smile. The words fell into Lu Yanran's ears, leaving her momentarily speechless. What car is this? A LaFerrari. She had never seen anyone drive such a car, yet she was keenly aware of its extravagant price and luxurious nature. Over 20 million. It exuded an air of grandeur and prestige just from its exterior. However, Lu Yanran was perplexed by Ye Xuan's earlier remark. You could just drive this car from now on. I can't drive anyway, Ye Xuan said, hand behind his neck, reasoning that riding is more comfortable than driving. Me? Driving this car? Lu Yanran's delicate face froze. It was simply too unbelievable. Come on, let's get in and see how it feels. Once inside, as she admired the luxurious interior, Lu Yanran felt as though she were in a dream. After taking off, the manager and staff were still standing by, observing the extravagant purchases made by Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran. These two are incredibly wealthy. I overheard them tallying up. Millions spent in just a short time. The manager remarked, if such distinguished patrons came every day, we'd be making a fortune. The staff expressed their envy. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the underground garage, reminiscent of a fierce beast awakening with a growl, startling everyone. A fiery red silhouette emerged and parked smoothly before them. The car door swung open, revealing Lu Yanran, who stepped out with one long, snow-white leg, then proceeded to open the front trunk to load her belongings. We're leaving now, she nodded to the manager and staff, while Ye Xuan in the passenger seat remained inside. Everyone was awestruck by Lu Yanran and her LaFerrari, unable to respond even as she spoke. After a moment, the manager turned to his colleagues. What was that car? A LaFerrari, worth over 20 million, one staff member confirmed, validating the manager's thoughts and leaving him speechless. When did Jinling acquire such wealthy individuals? Lu Yanran's face radiated excitement. It was her first time driving such a supercar, and the sound was exhilarating. Who says supercars are solely a man's romance? They are equally delightful for women. Ye Xuan reveled in the symphony of the engine, while he had supercars at home. Each one produced a distinct sound. On the road, many gazed at the car, their eyes wide in disbelief. When did Jinling begin to see such supercars? Aren't they typically rare in cities like Shanghai or Beijing? Goodness, a LaFerrari. That must be worth over 20 million. Honey, step on the brakes quickly. Don't get too close. If you bump it, my kidneys are gone. In an instant, vehicles swerved away, avoiding the LaFerrari as if it commanded its own space. This car was indeed extraordinary. All right, drop me off at home, then head to the office, Ye Xuan instructed. Understood, young master, Lu Yanran replied. After taking Ye Xuan home, she prepared to head to Huaxiao Bank for work. Meanwhile, at Huaxiao Bank, a female employee visited the director's office, only to find it empty. Upon returning to her own workspace, she remarked with a tinge of envy, Director Lu has been quite free lately. I just went there and found no one. She isn't returned yet. Her words drew disdainful looks from others, who had joined the bank around the same time as Lu Yanran, yet now held positions as mere junior supervisors or staff, while she ascended to the director's role. Naturally, they felt resentment. However, they only attributed her success to her appearance, unaware of the skills that set her apart. Of course, with her looks, she must be attracting plenty of deposits. Now she's even involved with the rumored wealthy Mr. Yi, who just deposited 600 billion. How could she not thrive? They mused. Do you really think Mr. Yi would choose her? Isn't she just a secretary to him? I suspect he is merely using her as leverage at Huaxiao Bank. As they conversed, they descended, ready for lunch, continuing to disparage Lu Yanran. Suddenly, a roaring sound interrupted them, and they turned to see a fiery red LaFerrari approaching. A LaFerrari? Worth over 20 million. Could it be a dignitary coming to deposit money with us? The mention of deposits widened their eyes, and they hurried over, viewing the LaFerrari as a potential boon for performance metrics. As they gathered, preparing to approach, a figure emerged from the car, asking, "Are you all ready for lunch?" They looked at the figure in stunned silence. Who is this? In an instant, they caught sight of Liu Yanran descending from a Ferrari, adorned in luxury brands, which left them momentarily speechless, filled only with envy. Why had they not sought out Mr. Yi? If only they could align themselves with him. Inside the hospital, Zhang Jianghao, after settling the medical fees with his bank card, entered the ward. Yi Ying was examining the elderly lady's condition. "Madam, your condition has stabilized. It seems you will be discharged soon. However, even after your discharge, it is essential to maintain a regular eating schedule." Yi Ying reassured her, then turned to Zhang Jianghao, noticing his absence with a hint of confusion. "Where's your son?" The elderly lady's previously smiling visage dimmed with melancholy as she sighed deeply, lapsing into silence. Yi Ying was aware that the family situation was precarious. Perhaps Zhang Jianghao had gone to work. "Please rest for now. I will check on other patients," she said gently. "Thank you," the elderly lady managed to reply, her speech significantly improved since yesterday. Shortly after Yi Ying left, Zhang Jianghao entered. "Mom, I'm here. How are you feeling? Better?" The elderly lady gazed at him, momentarily taken aback. At this hour, he should have been working. Sensing her confusion, Zhang Jianghao explained, "Mom, I encountered the young master who saved you yesterday. He offered me a job as his bodyguard with a salary of 50,000 a month." 50,000? That is an exorbitant sum, the elderly lady thought, fully aware that her son typically earned only 3,000 to 4,000 as a security guard. Nodding at Zhang Jianghao's words, she urged, "You must work diligently and be observant." "I understand, Mom," he replied. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan returned home, muttering to himself, "Things aren't going well. I still lack substantial power. I need to rectify this promptly." Despite his wealth, it was insufficient. Mere riches could render one vulnerable, akin to a fat pig awaiting slaughter. As he pondered, he made his way to Villa Number 2, feeling quite pleased today, having recruited a promising subordinate. Upon entering, he noticed his third sister, Ye Xuan, returning. Ye Xuan was a master of national martial arts, renowned for her prowess in numerous women's combat competitions, and even serving as the president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association. Her achievements were a testament to her exceptional abilities. As Ye Xuan entered the house, he made his way directly to the gym without needing to look around. There, he found Ye Xuan in form-fitting training attire, humming a tune as she jogged. The tight outfit accentuated her athletic figure, showcasing her graceful silhouette. With her ponytail swaying and her slender waist accentuated, she appeared deceptively delicate. Yet Ye Xuan knew her legs possessed the strength to execute a scissor kick capable of subduing an opponent. Yet he mused, many would likely desire to be ensnared by those legs. While lost in thought, Ye Xuan sensed someone behind her and turned slightly, her forehead glistening with perspiration and her cheeks flushed, resembling a flower emerging from water. Truly captivating. Ye Xuan found himself momentarily entranced. "Little brother." Upon spotting him, Ye Xuan's eyes sparkled with surprise, and she rushed over, lifting him with ease, a feat only she and their seventh sister, Ye Bing, could accomplish. "Sister, when did you return?" A warm kiss landed on Ye Xuan's cheek, and she tightened her embrace, allowing him to relish the sensation of her well-toned physique. "Sister, hold me a little tighter," he exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying the moment. "Congratulations, host. You have received a signing opportunity. Would you like to proceed with the signing?" A voice echoed in his mind. What a surprise. "Sister, you are formidable, granting me a signing opportunity right away." "Sign me up. Signing successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 doses of physical enhancement serum. This serum will strengthen the user's physique, only suitable for those with a physical score below 600. Ye Xuan nearly choked on his own breath upon reading the last line. After all, his physique was already at 800, rendering the serum useless for him. However, it could benefit his sisters and Zhang Jianghao. A plan began to form in his mind. "I just got back. I heard from our fourth sister that you had gone out, so I came to work out," he explained. Ye Xuan, beaming with happiness, queried, "How did you know I was back to find me?" "Sister, don't forget your Benz is still parked outside," he reminded her. "All right, I forgot." Ye Xuan laughed, leading him outside. "I bought you some comfortable innerwear. Let me know if they fit. If they do, I'll wash them for you." "Sister, I can buy these myself," he replied, somewhat exasperated. After taking the item she bought, he noticed her standing with her hands on her hips, her demeanor brimming with excitement. Aren't you going to turn around? He asked, bewildered. Why would I turn around? Who am I? I'm your sister. I changed your diapers when you were a baby. Now that you've grown, you want tea, let me see? She teased, a mischievous smile gracing her face. You little rogue, I need to report this. Ye Xuan raised her hands in mock surrender. All right, I'll turn around. I can imagine it anyway, she muttered as she turned. As the evening drew near, eldest sister Ye Xuan and second sister Ye Ying returned home. Third sister, what brings you back this time? Ye Xuan inquired, glancing at Ye Xuan. Some matters arose regarding Master Ma, the one recently discussed online for his lack of martial ethics. His actions have tarnished the reputation of our martial arts, making a laughingstock. I intend to confront him. If I can persuade him with reason, that would be ideal. If not, then I shall resort to force. Ye Xuan replied, a hint of disdain curling her lips. But can you defeat him? Questioned Yuan. The individual in question is the master of the mixed Yuan Taiji sect. Nonsense. I am the president of the National Martial Arts Association. Ye Xuan said this while curling her lips, clearly lacking any respect for the other party. After dinner that evening, Ye Xuan immediately called Zhang Jianghao. Zhang Jianghao was accompanying a patient at the hospital when he saw Ye Xuan's name on the screen. He stood up abruptly, walked into the corridor, and answered the call. Young master, what can I do for you? Jianghao, I recall you mentioned you were a veteran. Do you still have connections with others like yourself? I intend to form a team. Since you all have a military background, there's no need for me to start from scratch. Ye Xuan's voice came through the line, leaving Zhang Jianghao momentarily stunned. He indeed had several contacts. Money is not an issue. I'll pay each person 30,000 a month, and I'll take as many as you can gather. I'll transfer the funds shortly. Please help me recruit them. If you find anyone in a situation similar to yours, assist them as well. As for the type of individuals to recruit, I trust your judgment. As Ye Xuan spoke, he absent-mindedly toyed with a body enhancement serum in his hand. Ye Xuan desired personnel from the military for a simple reason. They possess a foundation and are obedient. These two qualities are sufficient. Later that evening, Ye Ying, the second sister, unexpectedly won a game of rock, paper, scissors. She then turned her sparkling eyes towards Ye Xuan. Little brother, come with me tonight. You shall be mine. Ye Xuan retorted, what the heck? Do you all have to be like this? Do I have no personal rights at all? If this statement were to reach the ears of his older sisters, they would undoubtedly respond with a singular retort. Indeed, you have none. Dressed in a snow-white nightgown, which was entirely different from the cute style of their fourth sister, Ye Xuan, Ying called out, come here, give me a hug. Ying opened her arms wide, and Ye Xuan leaped into his second sister's embrace, relishing the softness, which was even more pronounced in the absence of a bra. All right, time for bed, said Ying, holding Ye Xuan. She then inquired, little brother, would you like to learn medicine from me? Ever since hearing Zhang Jianghao's words, Ye Ying had been eager to mold Ye Xuan into a little doctor. However, Ye Xuan simply turned over, clearly indicating his stance. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a check-in opportunity. Will the host check in? Another check-in opportunity? I must say, second sister, your drop rate is quite high. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired superlative pharmacological knowledge. Immediately, a vast ocean of pharmacological knowledge surged into Ye Xuan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned as he took time to digest it. Ye Ying, thinking he had fallen asleep, cautiously prepared to rest. A little while later, Ye Xuan was jolted awake by a cold gasp. He turned to see Ye Ying, her brows furrowed, clutching her abdomen. Recognizing the time, he realized her menstrual cycle had once again arrived. Second sister, you can save lives, but when it comes to yourself, you're useless. And you still want to teach me medicine? Ye Xuan was it. He jumped out of bed, though his movement did not provoke a response from Ye Ying, who was in considerable pain. The other sisters had already fallen asleep. Ye Xuan made his way to the storage room, eyeing the traditional Chinese medicine cabinet. As he selected herbs like Wu Zhu Yu, Wu Yao, and others known for alleviating menstrual pain and promoting sleep, he weighed them in his hands. He then boiled some brown sugar water. Within minutes, he discarded the remnants and poured the sweet concoction into a large stainless steel thermos before heading upstairs. At that moment, Ye Ying had begun to groan in bed. Observing her discomfort, Ye Xuan sighed. Second sister, even in this state, you still wish to instruct me in medicine? Perhaps focus on healing yourself first. Get up, drink some brown sugar water, he urged as he gently propped her up and fed her the liquid. The moment the sweet water touched her lips, Ye Ying felt a warmth surge through her body, significantly alleviating her pain. Second sister, see, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but if you struggle to heal yourself, how can you teach me? Ye Ying replied, what can I say? Just one more sip. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Ye Xuan rose early, brewed another pot of brown sugar water for Ye Ying, and after freshening up, stepped into the courtyard. He began practicing his punches, having previously signed a mastery of the 8 Extremes Fist from his third sister. The 8 Extremes Fist is a form of Chinese martial arts. The term 8 Extremes originally referred to an ancient geographical concept, stemming from Han Dynasty texts. In contemporary martial arts, it signifies the ability to exert force in all directions. The 8 Extremes Fist is characterized by its short-range striking techniques, seeking to deliver powerful, straightforward, and rapid movements. Its combat methods emphasize close-quarters techniques, embodying the principles of thrusting, pushing, squeezing, leaning, collapsing, and shaking. The power is generated from the heel, flows through the waist, and culminates in the fingertips, resulting in immense, explosive strength, rich in martial characteristics. Thus, the 8 Extremes Fist holds great significance in traditional Chinese martial arts, often regarded as a counterpart to Taiji in terms of civil arts. It occupies a paramount position within the realm of national martial arts. As Ye Xuan practiced each move, unbeknownst to him, a pair of beautiful eyes were focused intently on him from the second floor. At that moment, Ye Xuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing Ye Xuan's every move with astonishment. He appeared as a martial arts master rather than merely a child. Daijia. Second sister. Third sister. Come quickly. Little brother is practicing his punches. Ye Xuan called out as she dashed down the stairs. Shortly thereafter, 4 figures gathered at the window, peering through the curtains to avoid detection. Ye Xuan felt overwhelmed, seated on the ground with her head resting on the tumultuous waves caused by her eldest sister. Daijia, I don't want to be the center of attention. Look at how skilled he is. He's really impressive. Wow. Exclaimed Ye Ying, witnessing Ye Xuan perform an impressive fischleap. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Third sister, did you teach him this set of moves? Ye Xuan, taken aback, replied, huh? This technique I've never seen before. I certainly didn't teach him. It's strange. This technique seems even more powerful than what I practiced. Where did he learn this? Ye Xuan was just about to kick the tree in front of him, ready to demonstrate a grand show of strength, when he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. Turning around, he was taken aback as he noticed 4 pairs of eyes on the second floor staring at him, each adorned with a sheepish smile. He waved at them, prompting the girls to emerge from their room, beginning their morning routines of washing up and having breakfast. Little brother, I'm taking this pot of brown sugar water with me, exclaimed his second sister, Ye Ying, her excitement palpable as she clutched the large pot prepared by Ye Xuan, her sweet smile radiating joy. After breakfast, several of his elder sisters attended to their respective duties. Ye Xuan, feeling a bit bored, lay on the bed of his fourth sister, chatting with Lu Yun and others. Lu Yun, hey, Xiange, do you have time recently? Ye Xuan, what's up? Lu Yun, hee, Xiange. I've recently acquired a luxurious yacht and am planning to invite everyone for a little outing. Lin Yuhan, wow, that's impressive. Yinge, Gong Xiaohan, a luxury yacht? I've never been on one. As Ye Xuan perused the messages, he recalled that he also owned a grand yacht, the Deep Sea Marquis. Ye Xuan, sound good. Just set a date. Lu Yun, how about tomorrow? I'll invite a few more people. Ye Xuan, all right, let us connect tomorrow. Afterward, Ye Xuan decided to accompany Lu Yanran to the hospital, bringing some items to visit the elderly lady there. Zheng Jianghao and the elderly lady expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yanran stepped outside to make a call, returning with a look of helplessness and urgency on her face. What is the matter? Ye Xuan inwaited. Noticing her expression, Lu Yanran sighed. My parents just called. They said today is a rest day and want me to come home for some matters. Young master, why don't you come with me? Do you have anything else planned today? Actually, I have no plans. Sure, where do you live? Just on the outskirts of Qingzhou City. It's not too far. All right. Ye Xuan nodded, then turned to Zheng Jianghao. Jianghao, why don't you stay with your mother a bit longer? Those matters can wait. It's fine, young master. I've already arranged everything. I'll speak with them today, Zheng Jianghao assured confidently. With that, Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran made their way downstairs and into the car, heading toward her home. On the way, Lu Yanran called her mother. Mom, where are you now? I'm almost home. Huh? Weren't you supposed to come back this afternoon? Your dad and I are attending Lu Uncle's child's engagement banquet right now. Why don't you head home first? Upon hearing about the engagement banquet, Lu Yanran felt overwhelmed. It became clear why she had been summoned home, evidently prompted by the event. Meanwhile, as Lu's mother hung up the phone, a woman nearby warmly inquired, "Is Yanran coming back?" "Yes, today is a rest day. So I asked her to come back for a bit. She was supposed to return in the afternoon, but I didn't expect her to arrive so soon." "Wait, isn't Yanran turning 23 soon? Has she not found a boyfriend yet?" A middle-aged woman chimed in, and given the gathering, it was inevitable that such topics would arise. Each time these discussions occurred, Lu's mother couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps due to strict upbringing, Lu Yanran had never had a boyfriend or even close friends, which spared her family from potential troubles during her childhood. However, as she matured, the situation had changed dramatically. Approaching 23, she remained indifferent, showing no signs of urgency. This concerned Lu's parents, who were increasingly anxious. They had mentioned it several times, but she insisted there was no rush, claiming that at 23, it was still too early for marriage. Lu's mother attempted to brush off the topic, saying, "Well, you're just not being caring about Yanran. If she is not anxious, how can we, as parents, not be?" The woman who had spoken earlier responded, "If she doesn't find someone now, in a few years, she might be considered an old maid, and it will be much harder to find a match. Marriage is a significant matter for women. Look, here is a prime example. Sharon just got engaged. Just look at the exceptional boyfriend she found. I heard he drives a luxury car." The woman then turned to Zhang Xiaoran. Upon hearing the inquiry, glanced at Lu's mother. She had always been compared to Lu Yanran while growing up, and she felt a sense of resentment for never measuring up. Now that she had something to boast about, she seized the opportunity. "Oh, my fiancé drives a Ferrari 812. It must be worth a few million, right?" "Indeed." Zhang Xiaoran nodded, causing the surrounding relatives to gaze at her with envy. "Look at the boyfriend she found. He drives a supercar worth millions." Chapter 39. Showing off with a triumphant smile, Zhang Xiaoran radiated pride. She waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, my boyfriend, isn't that remarkable? He just transitioned from the military and dabbled in a few ventures to earn some money. His car, while impressive, isn't on the same level as those supercars." Zhang Xiaoran was aware that her boyfriend Zhang Bin's Ferrari 812 was secondhand, but even so, it was still worth over $1 million, enough to feel proud. At that moment, Zhang Bin approached, having overheard the conversation. "Zhang Bin, you're here," Zhang Xiaoran exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Her mother beamed with satisfaction. This son-in-law brought them a sense of pride, allowing them to hold their heads high among relatives. After listening to the compliments, Zhang Bin feigned modesty. "I just got lucky. I graduated from a 985 university, and many of my classmates are doing even better, earning over $1 million a year without breaking a sweat." "Over $1 million a year? And it's easy for you?" The crowd gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. They found it hard to fathom such a statement. After all, many of them, now in their 50s or 60s, took years to reach an annual salary of $300,000 to $400,000, a relatively decent figure, while these young people were raking in millions right out of school. "Xiaoran, you're incredibly fortunate to have found a boyfriend like Zhang Bin. Your future looks bright." Zhang Xiaoran and Zhang Bin exchanged smug glances, their expressions brimming with pride. Then, Zhang Xiaoran turned to Lu's mother. "Aunt Lu, I remember Yanran works at Huaxia Bank, right? Surely she must meet many quality clients. She shouldn't be lacking in suitors. I'm getting old, and Yanran rarely shares her matters with me, whether personal or professional. Xiaoran, you have truly achieved remarkable success and found such an admirable partner. It is indeed commendable." In that moment, Lu Ma felt a twinge of awkwardness, offering a few evasive remarks before praising Zhang Xiaoran once more. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoran's mother felt as though she had just tasted honey, her face radiating pride. After graduating from school, Xiaoran had secured a position at a financial firm, earning an annual salary of around $300,000 to $400,000. Meeting Xiao Bin was a stroke of serendipity, and she recalled that Xiao Bin was surrounded by numerous good friends. Moreover, hadn't Xiao Bin just mentioned that his classmates easily earn $1 million a year? Such a high-caliber young man. "Xiao Bin, if you have any worthy candidates among your friends, could you introduce them to my friend's daughter, Lu Yanran?" After Zhang Ma made this remark, Zhang Xiaoran's expression darkened immediately, and she cast a glance at her mother. "Mom, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. "I remember that Yanran just joined Huaxia Bank not long ago, right? While Huaxiao Bank is indeed a reputable institution, Xiaobin's friends are all graduates of 985 universities, each with lofty aspirations. How could we casually make introductions? If something unfortunate were to occur later, wouldn't the blame fall on our Xiaobin? After all, the criteria for both parties do not seem to align well. Following her words, Lu Ma's demeanor faltered, for such comments were undeniably harsh. What did it mean that the criteria for both parties were mismatched? What did she mean by making casual introductions? The implication was painfully clear. Was it not suggesting that their Yanran, in terms of status and standing, was simply not worthy of being introduced to Zhangbin's friends? Many present chose to ignore Lu Ma's expression and continued to support Zhang Xiaoran. They even began encouraging Lu Ma to urge Yanran to enhance herself, emphasizing that in today's world, equality between genders was paramount. If the male partner was accomplished, then the female counterpart should not merely be ornamental, lest she be looked down upon. With elevated horizons, capabilities, and self-worth, finding a partner equality would surely follow. Otherwise, finding a match would indeed prove to be challenging. Each remark served to elevate Zhang Xiaoran and Zhang Bin while diminishing Lu Yanran and her parents. Had it not been for the embarrassment, Lu Ma would have long since walked away. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoran, Zhang Bin, and Zhang's parents basked in the adulation of many throughout the evening, feeling a sense of elation that bordered on arrogance. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the conversation became increasingly unrefined. Eventually, as dinner concluded, Lu Ba and Lu Ma, along with the others, headed outside. Zhang Ba and Zhang Ma were in high spirits as they glanced at Lu Ba and Lu Ma before turning to Zhang Bin. Xiao Bin, why don't you offer to drive Aunt Lu and Uncle Lu back? Before Lu Ba and Lu Ma could decline, Zhang Xiaoran looked at her father, stamped her foot with urgency, and said, "Dad, Zhang Bin's car is a Ferrari." Then she turned to Lu Ba and Lu Ma. "Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, I am truly sorry. It's not that I don't want Zhang Bin to take you home, but his car only accommodates two. It would require 2 trips. How about I arrange a taxi for you?" Lu Ba and Lu Ma's expressions darkened once more, but as adults, they managed to refrain from showing their frustration. With a resigned wave of their hands, they replied, "We drove ourselves, so there's no need to trouble you." That's fine. That's fine," Zhang Xiaoran responded insincerely, her disdain and pride glaringly apparent in her eyes. "By the way, Aunt Lu, didn't Yanran say she was coming? Did she leave already?" Zhang Xiaoran sought to flaunt before Lu Yanran, adding another comment. "She probably went back first," Lu Ma replied, preparing to leave, as she could no longer endure the atmosphere. How bothersome. Just as Lu Ba and Lu Ma were about to depart, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance, akin to a fierce beast awakening. Suddenly, the attention of the crowd was drawn to a dazzling red supercar speeding toward them. The logo gleamed brilliantly, the paint shimmered in the sunlight, and its aerodynamic design resembled that of a fighter jet, exuding an aura of sheer magnificence. This vehicle was the kind that, upon a mere glance, conveyed its exorbitant worth. Even Zhang Bin, who prided himself on his automotive knowledge, found himself trembling in disbelief at the sight before him. How could this car be here? Isn't this the kind of vehicle you'd only see in Shanghai or Beijing? His eyes sparkled with desire. What man wouldn't yearn for such a supercar? Onlookers admired the car's stunning appearance, but being older, they were oblivious to its true market value. They turned to Zhang Bin, asking Zhang Bin, "What kind of car is this? Do you recognize it? Tell us more." Zhang Xiaoran, looking at the car, scoffed. "Zhang Bin, isn't this the same as yours? They're both Ferraris." Her words caused Zhang Bin to regard her with a transformed expression. His second-hand Ferrari paled in comparison to this one. This was a Ferrari flagship model, hailed as the soul of Ferrari, equipped with a 6.3-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine and an electric motor, boasting a maximum horsepower of 800. It could accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in under 3 seconds, thanks to the electric motor's assistance. As Zhang Bin articulated these details, many present found themselves utterly bewildered, as if he were speaking to a wall. This vehicle was leagues beyond anything he could own. It was valued at a minimum of 20 million, and even in Shanghai and Beijing, only a handful could afford it. Such a car was reserved for the Armée de la Armée. Zhang Bin's revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving them almost in disbelief. Did he just say this car costs over 20 million? Just like that, a vehicle worth over 20 million appears before us? They had been awestruck by Zhang Bin's $100,000 car, but now, this astonishing vehicle had utterly shattered their perception of value. Who could possibly own such a magnificent machine? A sense of curiosity arose within them, eager to discover the person behind the wheel of such a luxury. After all, for such remarkable individuals, if they do not witness them today, they may never have the opportunity in their entire lives. In full view of the crowd, a fiery red Ferrari LaFerrari slowed its pace, approaching them. Huh? What is happening? It seems as though the car is coming straight towards them. Just as everyone was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what was about to unfold, the vehicle came to a halt right before them. The driver's side door swung open, and out stepped an enchanting urban beauty. She possessed an unparalleled elegance, captivating enough to sway nations. Her lips resembled blooming peaches, her skin akin to finely milled cream, and her delicate arms danced gracefully, exuding charm. She was the epitome of beauty. Zhang Bin was momentarily entranced, hesitant to gaze at the stunning woman before him, as if even a fleeting glance would be a sacrilege. Zhang Xiaoran felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority, wishing desperately to vanish into the earth. However, in the next moment, a voice emerged from the beauty. Looks like I timed my arrival perfectly. Mom and Dad, have you finished your meal? Shall we head home? Initially preparing to get into the car, Lu Dad and Lu Mom heard that familiar voice and, upon seeing the graceful figure not far away, were taken aback. Wasn't this their daughter? But how could it be? How is their daughter driving such a car? Is that Yanran? My goodness. She has blossomed into such a stunning beauty. She is truly remarkable, driving a supercar like this. It turned out Yanran was indeed someone who concealed her true brilliance. A chorus of voices erupted, showering her with praise, reminiscent of how they had previously treated Zhang Xiaoran, but now amplified to a fever pitch directed at Lu Yanran. Naturally, Lu Yanran chose not to explain herself. She had no obligation to clarify her status to those unfamiliar to her. By remaining silent, they perceived her reticence as tacit acknowledgement, fueling their jealousy to a frenzied level. Lu Yanran then addressed the gathering, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, I didn't realize my parents were dining with you. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoran's parents and the onlookers felt utterly humbled in the presence of Lu Yanran's warm smile. Even Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom began to stutter. Ah, yes. Today is Xiaoran's engagement banquet, so we thought we would gather together. As they spoke, they felt their faces flush with embarrassment. It was simply too humiliating. They had just made dismissive remarks about Yanran's social standing and suggested she needed to elevate herself to find a better partner. Yet now, she appeared before them, arriving in a supercar worth over 20 million. What a stark contradiction. Yanran, you have truly achieved great things. Xiaoran, you ought to learn from Yanran. Zhang Xiaoran's face turned crimson upon hearing her parents' words, leaving her speechless. She wished to retort, yet found herself a loss for words. All right, Aunt Zhang, Uncle Zhang. If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. Mom and Dad, shall we head home? Sure, Lu Dad and Lu Mom nodded, and they all got into the car. Lu Dad and Lu Mom waved goodbye to Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom, saying, Brother Zhang, we'll take our leave now. Let us gather again soon. Alright. Take care. In an instant, the attitude of the crowd towards Lu Dad and Lu Mom underwent a complete transformation. Standing there with reverence as they watched the Ferrari LaFerrari and an Audi A6 drive away, disappearing from view. After a while, Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran arrived at the residential complex. The security guard, upon seeing the supercar, widened his eyes in disbelief. Typically, even a Porsche was a rare sight in their neighborhood, let alone a Ferrari. This complex's security could not be compared to that of Tianyue Bay, where Ye Xuan's family resided. Thus, the guard immediately waved them through, even bowing slightly. Once they reached the ground floor, just as Lu Yanran parked the car, the Audi A6 arrived, known as a government model. Lu Dad and Lu Mom stepped out. Although they had refrained from asking earlier, surely they knew their daughter well. While they had never worried about Lu Yanran, they were aware of her previous car, a Mercedes-Benz, which was impressive in its own right. However, they had just heard Zhang Bin mention the value of this car. It was a supercar worth over 20 million. Yanran, where did you get this car? Lu Dad hastily inquired. Before Lu Yanran could respond, Ye Xuan, sitting in the passenger seat, stepped out and nodded at Lu Dad and Lu Mom, saying hello, Uncle and Aunt. At the sound of his voice, Lu Dad and Lu Mom shifted their focus to Ye Xuan, who possessed striking good looks that garnered instant favor. Who is this? Lu Mom asked. Lu Yanran took a deep breath. Having already contemplated her explanation, but not yet discussed it with Ye Xuan. She looked at him with a pleading expression. Ye Xuan, understanding hergaze, shuruk. Feel free to explain as you wish. I'll just listen. Seeing Ye Xuan's relaxed demeanor, Lu Yanran felt a bit more at ease. She turned to her parents. Mom and Dad, this car isn't mine. Not yours. Lu Dad and Lu Mom were bewildered, finding this to be the most acceptable explanation. Well, it belongs to my best friend. She lent it to me. This is Ye Xuan, my best friend's younger brother. He couldn't be here today, so he asked me to look after him, and I just brought him along. Lu Yanran introduced Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan replied, great. Now I'm just your best friend's brother. All right, say whatever you want. I'm too lazy to explain. Relieved that Ye Xuan wasn't too keen on clarifying further, Lu Yanran felt a weight lift off her shoulders, particularly since her mother had a heart condition. If she learned that Ye Xuan was a billionaire at such a young age, it could trigger a health crisis. Ah, so he comes from a prominent family. No wonder he is so polite and likable, Lu Mom thought as she looked at Ye Xuan, increasingly fond of him. Let us hurry up and go inside. We have a little guest today, and we're having dinner with Uncle Su's family tonight. Let us take our little guest out to eat, Lu Mom said, pulling Ye Xuan along as they headed upstairs, seemingly indifferent to Lu Yanran and Lu Dad's presence. Upon arriving home, Ye Xuan gazed at the home before him and could not help but remark that, although it spanned less than 130 square meters, it exuded a refined and warm ambience. In contrast, his own residence felt excessively spacious, accompanied by a few sisters who seemed almost ethereal. The atmosphere was devoid of the earthly vibrancy one might expect. Xiaoyi, please take a seat while I prepare some tea, said Lu Yanran, who settled beside Ye Xuan. Lu's father promptly fetched their finest tea, the prized Lion Peak Longjing, and began the intricate process of brewing. The art of tea preparation demanded a certain finesse, and soon the air was suffused with a tantalizing aroma. Ye Xuan inhaled the fragrant steam, nodding appreciatively. Lu's father poured a cup for both Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran. As Ye Xuan lifted the cup to savor the tea, Lu's father couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of such a young child, seemingly no more than 8 years old, engaging in the art of tea appreciation. How is it, Xiaoyi? He inquired, bemused. Ye Xuan set down the cup, reflecting on the experience. Tea is offered to guests just as wine is. A sip evokes the spirit of the clouds drifting by. With that, he articulated a sentiment that left Lu's parents momentarily speechless, pondering how such profound wisdom could emanate from a mere child. This was not mere folly, but a display of remarkable intellect, an extraordinary prodigy. Lu's father, initially dismissive, now regarded Ye Xuan with newfound respect. Xiaoyi, do you enjoy tea? Ye Xuan replied, I wouldn't say I enjoy it, but I have acquired some knowledge of tea culture from my sister. This brew should be Lion Peak Longjing, prepared with spring water, which explains its exquisite clarity. However, it is not the top grade, so the flavor is slightly lacking. If you appreciate Lion Peak Longjing, I can bring some of the finest from my home next time. Lu's mother and Lu's father exchanged astonished glances, marveling at how Ye Xuan discerned the tea's origin and quality with just a sip. Lu's father looked at Ye Xuan as if he had unearthed a treasure, realizing that in their household, both Lu's mother and Lu Yanran were mere novices when it came to tea. With a sense of pride, Lu's father exclaimed, Look at this child. He truly embodies the qualities of a well-bred individual. His eloquence surpasses that of my old friends, who would struggle to identify the tea or the water used in its brewing. Turning to Lu Yanran, he suggested, You should learn from Xiaoyi. Stop fixating on coffee. Why am I being dragged into this? Lu Yanran retorted, slightly annoyed. Chapter 42. A scholar of history, Lu's father then engaged Ye Xuan in discussions of historical events, delving into obscure topics, prompting Lu Yanran to glance at her father, wondering if he was intentionally trying to stump the boy. Yet, Ye Xuan seamlessly referenced historical texts and the works of notable figures, articulating his views with clarity and precision. What began as a light-hearted challenge transformed into a profound exchange of ideas, as Lu's father found himself captivated by Ye Xuan's insights. As their conversation unfolded, Lu's father gradually lowered his guard, shifting from a playful examiner to a respectful interlocutor, eager to absorb knowledge from this remarkable child. Lu Yanran was taken aback. Witnessing her father's transformation, he was now addressing Ye Xuan as one would a mentor. After a while, Lu's father rose, and Lu Yanran followed him. Father, what's wrong? Your expression seems a bit off, she teased, concerned for him. Shoo, let me gather my thoughts, Lu's father replied, grappling with the realization that today's youth were astonishingly astute. Yinran, tell me, what does Xiao Ye's family do? Are they a scholarly lineage? Not quite. I believe they are in business, Lu Yinran speculated uncertainly. Business? My goodness. I have truly seen the world today. This child possesses knowledge that far exceeds my own, Lu's father remarked. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he recalled his earlier attempts to impress Ye Xuan, only to be outshone. This child is destined for greatness, he finally concluded. Lu Yinran, nearly choking on her drink, exclaimed, Did you really need to come to that conclusion? I already knew. If he weren't exceptional, how could he possibly withdraw over 1,000 billion and deposit it in 3 different banks? And that's not even his entire fortune. After a moment of reflection, she turned to her father. What are you planning to discuss with Uncle Su tonight? Isnt, his son, the manager of the large fitness center at Huaxing Plaza? I intend to explore potential collaboration opportunities and strengthen our relationship, Lu's father explained. Huaxing Plaza, Lu Yinran echoed, her thoughts racing back to the expensive gifts Ye Xuan had purchased for her there. As they conversed, Lu's father noticed a watch on Lu Yinran's wrist. When did you acquire that watch? It looks quite luxurious. Surely it cost a pretty penny? At this, Lu Yinran coughed, flustered. Oh, it wasn't too expensive, really. Lu Yinran spoke with a hint of uncertainty in her heart, for the watch in question was valued at several million. Once they stepped outside, Lu's mother glanced at Ye Xuan, her face alight with a smile, having observed his knowledge and eloquence just moments ago. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only he were a decade older, he would undoubtedly be a candidate for a son-in-law. After sipping tea for a while longer, Lu's parents took Ye Xuan on a tour of their home, even entering Lu Yinran's room, where Ye Xuan stumbled upon some of her old photographs. It must be said that Lu Yinran was a stunning beauty from a young age. Her face radiated innocence back then, and now she exuded a more competent charm, each phase possessing its own allure. After a while, Lu's father turned to Ye Xuan, saying, Young Yi, we shall dine at Huaxing Plaza shortly. I have to meet another acquaintance to expand my network, so I cannot entertain you alone this time. Next time, I'll personally host you, with Yinran accompanying you. How's that sound? Ye Xuan was agreeable to this arrangement. Soon after, they arrived at Huaxing Plaza. Ye Xuan observed the bustling scene, noting that his frequent visits underscored the plaza's significant status in Jinling. After waiting for a while, Lu's father grew somewhat impatient, as they were already 20 minutes past their scheduled meeting time. Yinran, why don't you take Young Yi inside first? I'll wait here. All right, Lu Yinran nodded, just as she was about to lead Ye Xuan toward the Jinling Hongkou Hotel when, in the distance, a jaguar pulled up and several figures emerged. Brother Yu, Lu's father exclaimed, hurrying forward to shake hands with the middle-aged man at the forefront. Ha, my apologies for the delay. Traffic was a nightmare, the middle-aged man said, his tone devoid of any genuine remorse, casting a disdainful glance at Lu's father. Beside Yu Fei stood his wife and daughter, along with a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Who is this? Lu's father inquired, though he had a strong suspicion of the young man's identity. Upon hearing the question, Yu Fei's pride swelled. Oh, my dear brother Lu, how forgetful of me. This is my daughter's boyfriend, Ye Feng, who manages the Shandao Sports Fitness Club here at Huaxing Plaza. Remarkable for his age, indeed. Lu's father marveled, and at that moment, Lu's mother, Lu Yinran, and Ye Xuan joined them. Allow me to introduce you, Yinran. You should remember your uncle Yu. This is his daughter, Yu Li. I believe you both attended the same middle school. You must know each other? Of course I remember. Yinran was quite the prominent figure in our school, Yu Li replied, her smile masking a glint of disdain in her eyes. Though they had been classmates, they had little interaction. Back then, Lu Yinran was the epitome of grace and beauty, resembling a blossoming rose, adored by many and often referred to as the school beauty. Yu Li, recalling her own envy from those days, let out a derisive huff, looking at Lu Yinran with an air of superiority. You were the school beauty, but it seems that hasn't amounted to much. You look decent, but I wonder if it's merely a facade. Knowing well that Lu's father had invited them to build rapport for ulterior motives, she felt a swell of triumph, deliberately showcasing her luxury items to Lu Yinran, though the latter remained unperturbed by her antics, further irking Yu Li. Their attention then shifted to Ye Xuan. Who is this? Yu Fei asked. This is Yinran's friend's child, named Ye Xuan, Lu's father replied, intending to elaborate on Ye Xuan's background. However, before he could say more, Yu Fei and his companions dismissed Ye Xuan with a scoff, viewing him merely as a child unworthy of their attention. "Dad, I'm a bit hungry," Yuli piped up, prompting Yu Fei to laugh heartily, addressing Lu's father. "Brother Lu, we've already delayed for quite some time. Let us head inside." Of course, Lu's father acquiesced, despite his displeasure at their disregard for Ye Xuan. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to remain composed, given the circumstances. They proceeded inside, selecting dishes and entering the private room. Meanwhile, on the staircase, several well-dressed individuals were ascending, laughing and chatting. One of them caught sight of Lu's father's group and fixed his gaze on the leisurely Ye Xuan, his eyes widening in disbelief. Who is that? He wondered, stealing another glance to confirm the resemblance to the photograph he had seen at Huaxing Plaza. As he prepared to act, a few rival business owners approached, noticing his peculiar reaction. "Son, what's the matter? Did you spot a distinguished guest?" No. I just felt a bit of discomfort in my chest. I'll grab some medicine from the car." "You all go ahead," Son replied, as the others expressed their concern for his health before proceeding upstairs. Once again, Son, the owner of the Jinling Hongkou Hotel, cast several glances at Ye Xuan before summoning the manager, Yang Tianheng. "What's the matter, boss?" the manager hurriedly inquired. Son pondered for a moment before stating, "Yang, make sure that table S bill is waived. And let me think. No, wait. I'll consider it further before instructing you again. Be on standby. It's imperative that we treat Mr. Yi with the utmost respect today." Yang Tianheng was taken aback by his son's unusual demeanor, for he knew his boss to be a decisive and straightforward man. Yet today, he was exhibiting a rare hesitance, addressing Ye Xuan with such reverence. As a perceptive individual, Yang followed Son's gaze and immediately recognized Ye Feng, the manager of the Shandao Fitness Club. Could it be that Mr. Yi refers to him? Subsequently, Yang Tianheng informed the lobby manager of the front desk before making his way up the stairs, ready to be on standby at any moment. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan and his companions had finished ordering their dishes and entered a private room, where Ye Xuan took a seat beside Lu Yanran. Soon, the dishes began to arrive one after another, and Lu Yanran continuously served food to Ye Xuan. Her attentive demeanor elicited eye rolls from Yuli, who found the situation amusingly reminiscent of a servant attending to a master. Was this the same ice-cold campus beauty who had once looked down on others and rejected male admirers? How intriguing. "Young master, how about you? Is there anything you would like to eat?" Lu Yanran whispered to Ye Xuan, who shook his head and smiled. "Just enjoy your meal. There's no need to worry about me." As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Lu's father turned to Yu Fei, saying, "Brother Yu, I heard your renovation company has recently secured a significant project. You truly are on a roll. I'm aware of several major projects already." After this remark, Yu Fei set down his chopsticks and waved his hand modestly, though the pride and satisfaction in his eyes betrayed him. "It's just a small business. Nothing grand about these projects. This year has been decent, primarily thanks to Xiao Yi." At this moment, Ye Feng chimed in, "Uncle, you flatter me. I merely happen to have some work at hand. Our gym is planning to open several branches, so naturally, the renovation contracts will be given to you." "Opening branches? How remarkable. This gym has only been established for a short while, and you're already expanding?" "Indeed, quite promising." Ye Feng's role as manager made his prospects seem even more limitless. Lu's father couldn't help but express his admiration for the youth's achievements. Meanwhile, Yu Li's mother interjected, "Where's Yanran working now? If her job isn't satisfactory, we can have our Xiao Yi assist with arrangements. I believe she graduated from a 211 university." Upon hearing this, Yuli immediately expressed her discontent. "Mom, what are you saying? The people working with Ye Feng all possess at least a 985 degree and have considerable abilities. Not just anyone can waltz in." Her words cast an awkward pall over the table, and she glanced at Ye Feng, who nodded, wearing an expression of helplessness. "I'm truly unable to assist with job placements. It's not personal. Our establishment is not one where just anyone can enter." Following these exchanges, Yu Li's demeanor grew more arrogant, while Yu Fei and his mother maintained their smiles. However, Lu's father and mother exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. As adults familiar with the complexities of social interactions, they recognized the underlying sentiment. Was this not a slight against their daughter? The bluntness of the comments was hard to overlook. Had circumstances been different, they would have certainly reacted more strongly. Lu Yanran's expression also shifted. She was bewildered as to why the conversation had turned to her. Observing the tension in the room, Yu Fei attempted to lighten the mood, Addressing Ye Xuan, you share the Ye surname as well, young one. Children like you are the hope of the nation. Make sure to study diligently and learn from your elder brother Ye. Ye Xuan was taken aback. What on earth? Why involve me in this? He had been enjoying his meal in peace, and now he was being dragged into this conversation. Noticing that Ye Xuan was ignoring him, Yu Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment. He redirected his attention, asking, Xiao Yi, I recall you have connections with the management of this hotel, correct? Ye Feng nodded. I am friends with the owner and manager here. This was somewhat exaggerated. He had merely met them a few times, and they likely did not remember him. Nonetheless, he intended to maintain his facade, especially since he had been captivated by Lu Yinran's beauty, her pure aura drawing his gaze repeatedly. Seizing the moment, he declared, Uncle Lu, I think I misspoke earlier. I am indeed friends with the owner and manager here. Allow me to cover tonight's bill as an apology. Please do not take it to heart. This statement significantly improved his standing in the room. Observing the expressions of those around him, he smirked inwardly. Having adeptly navigated the social dynamics, he had initially attempted to assert his superiority, but was now redeeming himself, creating the perfect balance. Then, Ye Feng called over a server, who promptly entered. Please bring the bill, he instructed. The server, recognizing Ye Feng, calculated the total and said, Manager Yi, your bill tonight is 530 yuan. You can settle it with 500 yuan. 500 yuan. They had not paid much attention to the prices while ordering, but knew the establishment standards were high. So they had ordered moderately. The price surprised them. Ye Feng was unfazed by the amount and prepared to transfer the payment when a lobby manager rushed in. Speaking briefly to the server, who quickly apologized and exited. What's going on? Why the apology? The lobby manager quickly added, Manager Yi, I apologize. Your table's meal is complimentary tonight. Complimentary? Why? What's happening? Is the hotel running some promotion? Ye Feng was taken aback. It was Manager Yang's instructions. The previous server was unaware. My apologies, the lobby manager clarified. Manager Yang? Ye Feng was momentarily stunned. This was the manager of the Golden Jiang Hotel. Why would he waive their bill? Yet, he glanced at the people at the table, realizing that their status and connections with Manager Yang were the highest. So he dismissed any further thoughts. As long as the meal was free, he could still save face. Where is Manager Yang? He inquired. He finished his duties and went upstairs, the lobby manager replied. Feeling slightly disappointed, Ye Feng realized he had lost a chance to show off. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from weaving his narrative further. Indeed, the evening continued to unfold. Subsequently, the crowd began to inquire. Xiao Yi, what is happening? Who is this Manager Yang? Why is he treating us? Greetings to all. I am immensely grateful for your enthusiasm towards this book. It has received a recommendation, which means it is competing with other works. If it fails, it may be lost to obscurity. Thus, I wish to establish a rule for additional chapters. Each captain will contribute to an extra chapter. For every 50 5-star reviews, there will be an additional chapter. For every 10 5-star reviews in the comment section, there will be another chapter. However, the principal method for additional chapters is through recommendation votes. I have set a rule that for every 300 weekly recommendation votes, there will be an extra chapter. That means 300 yields one additional chapter, 600 yields two, and if it reaches 1500, then 5 chapters will be added. Is this not generous? Who dares to propose such a rule for additional chapters? I know that all of you, handsome readers, possess recommendation votes. Just imagine, if each of you casts 3 or 4 votes, or even 5 or 6, dozens of us could easily meet the requirement for additional chapters. After all, many hands make light work. This book, as I have mentioned before, is free, forever free. This also means I receive no subscription fee, not a single cent. It is all for the love of it. This is not an easy feat, as it is for my dreams and for all of you, so that you do not incur any costs. I simply wish for my work to be seen by more people. That is my modest aspiration. Thus, I kindly ask you to cast your recommendation votes and leave a few good reviews. Your support will invigorate me, enabling me to offer more chapters with higher quality. Thank you to all who cast their recommendation votes. You are the reason this book continues to thrive and remain free of charge. Chapter 46. Sending wine. Upon hearing this question, Ye Feng smiled and replied, Uncles and aunties, you know that the Jinling Hongkou Hotel is a high-end establishment within Huaxing Plaza. The owner, Sun Zaitan, is quite a formidable character, but he is seldom present. Usually, it is Manager Yang who oversees affairs here, and I have had dealings with him before. This statement clarified Manager Yang's identity and emphasized Ye Feng's connection to him, leading everyone to naturally assume that Manager Yang was treating them to this meal due to his relationship with Ye Feng. Indeed, Yu Fei and Yu Ma's expressions reflected surprise. Xiao Yi, you are impressive. This Manager Yang, as you describe him, is quite a significant figure to treat us without a word. You must have a good relationship with him. Indeed, Ye Feng responded, subtly elevating his status to that of Manager Yang. Just as they were preparing to leave, a young woman in a formal suit hurried into the private room. Upon seeing them about to depart, she appeared flustered, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She took a moment to steady her breath and raised the 2 bottles of wine in her hands. Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I apologize. Manager Yang asked me to fetch a few bottles of wine from the cellar for you, but the cellar's lock was broken, and I have only just retrieved them. I am truly sorry. As she spoke, she repeatedly bowed her head in apology. What? My goodness. The group was momentarily taken aback. Not only were they treated, but they were also presented with wine. Their gazes towards Ye Feng shifted once more, now imbued with a sense of reverence. It seemed that Ye Feng's connection with Manager Yang was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, they sensed that the woman seemed to be trying to curry favor with Ye Feng. Ye Feng himself was perplexed. He had no idea what was happening, yet he accepted it without question. He glanced at the bottles of wine in the young woman's hands, and upon first sight, he gasped, Is this the 5-star Fei Mitai? And what is this? The 1995 vintage of the rare Domaine de la Roman Iconi? Yu Fei was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was not well acquainted with the rare Domaine de la Roman Iconi, but he knew that a bottle of the 5-star Fei Mitai from 1975 was worth at least 200,000. It could be assumed that the Roman Iconi would be similarly priced. To give away tens of thousands worth of wine, are the hotel's resources truly this extravagant? Yu Fei remarked, his face reflecting pride, for this was a gesture of respect towards his daughter's boyfriend. At this moment, Ye Feng felt a sense of unreality wash over him. He was aware of his own standing and knew he was not on the same level as Manager Yang. Why would he go to such lengths to appease him? Therefore, he inquired, Are you certain that Manager Yang sent you to deliver this to our room? Absolutely. I am certain, the young woman replied earnestly. Manager Yang specifically mentioned it was from Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi? Yu Fei and Lu Ba and Lu Ma exchanged glances, finally landing their gaze on Ye Feng. Since it was addressed to Mr. Yi, it must indeed be him. Hearing this, Ye Feng felt a sense of relief. He pondered whether Manager Yang had sent the wine because he needed something from him, especially since his fitness club was currently expanding. Nevertheless, now that the situation had unfolded, he signaled for everyone to take their seats again. Since Manager Yang has sent the wine, we might as well enjoy it. It would be impolite to refuse, and I shall repay such kindness in the future. Meanwhile, Yuli glanced at the bottles of wine, then at Lu Ba, Lu Ma, and Lu Yanran, feeling quite displeased. Such expensive wine was given merely because of her boyfriend's influence, yet it was now in the hands of these unsophisticated country bumpkins. It was a sheer waste. However, she could not voice her disdain in such a setting. Her expression darkened, and her gaze towards the Lu family grew increasingly unfriendly. Soon, amidst the praises for Ye Feng, they began to open the wine. The moment they tasted it, the experience was nothing short of exhilarating. Both Lu Ba and Yu Fei felt enlightened. Indeed, this wine worth tens of thousands was unlike anything they had ever consumed. Its rich and aromatic flavor enveloped them, and with each sip, they could feel the weight of history in their mouths. Yu Fei sighed, unable to contain his admiration. What fine wine! This sip is truly delightful. Yet I can only imagine its value is in the thousands, or even tens of thousands. It pains me to think that this wine is worth more than gold. How fortunate we are to enjoy such exceptional wine. All thanks to Xiao Yi, Yu Ma chimed in, taking a sip and also expressing her admiration. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's chest swelled with pride. Haha, it is merely Manager Yang and their kindness towards me. Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit entered the room, his face adorned with a smile, his posture slightly bowed, exuding a demeanor of humility and respect. As he entered, his gaze fell upon Ye Feng, and he quickened his pace. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with the wine and dishes today? Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the man beside him, who was none other than Manager Yang Tianheng. It is worth noting that Yang Tianheng usually presents himself as a person of high status, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain for others. Yet now, he appeared so obsequious, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, almost rendering Ye Feng unrecognizable. Particularly, the address of General Yi left him astounded, for previously, he had always respectfully referred to Yang Tianheng as Manager Yang. The roles had seemingly reversed. After a few steps, Yang Tianheng approached Ye Feng, grasped his hand warmly, and began to engage in pleasantries. Chapter 47. Don't you know him? As they settled down to drink, Ye Feng introduced Yang Tianheng to his parents, saying, "Uncle and Annie, this is the Manager Yang I mentioned." Upon hearing this, even Lu's father and mother smiled at Yang Tianheng and rose to greet him. However, Ye Xuan remained seated, unperturbed. Yang Tianheng noticed the others standing and, while verbally courteous, felt a sense of satisfaction in their deference. He then observed Ye Xuan, thinking that the child lacked proper upbringing. Ye Feng also noted Ye Xuan's demeanor, thinking it was impolite for the child not to rise upon the arrival of Manager Yang. While eating, Ye Xuan glanced at Ye Feng and replied nonchalantly, "Why should I stand up?" His words cast an awkward silence over the room. Yang Tianheng Zhou failing so mohat display asset. After all, he was a prominent figure at this hotel, and being addressed in such a manner by a child was rather humiliating. Ye Feng shot a stern look at Ye Xuan, but before he could say anything, Lu's father interjected, "Don't mind him. He's just a child and doesn't understand some things. Let's not hold it against him." Indeed, Lu's mother chimed in. With their intervention, the tension around Ye Xuan eased a bit. Once seated, Ye Feng turned to Yang Tianheng, saying, "Brother Yang, you are far too generous. Not only did you waive the bill, but you also brought 2 bottles of such fine wine." Yang Tianheng replied, "Ah, that was not my doing. I would never presume to take credit for someone else's merit." This response left everyone puzzled. Then whose decision was it? They inquired. "It was my boss who instructed me to do so," Yang Tianheng explained. The revelation left everyone in shock. His boss? The owner of the Jinling Hongkou Hotel? The gravity of this statement left them all momentarily speechless. Yang Tianheng continued, "When you all arrived, my boss noticed you and told me to waive the charges and send over the wine. He was concerned about interrupting your meal and suggested I wait to come down. But I could not contain my eagerness and came in for a drink." "Ha ha, Ye General, you truly are a person of hidden depth. If you have such a connection with my boss, why bother coming to me? A simple call to him would suffice," Yang Tianheng mused, recalling Ye Feng's previous attempts to curry favor with him. However, that was in the past. Much might have transpired between the two of them during this interval. That was no longer his concern. He then poured himself a drink and said, "I will drink to honor you first." After downing the shot, Ye Feng's smile broadened, pride emanating from him. He turned to Yang Tianheng and said, "Manager Yang, surely you must drink a couple more glasses." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianheng's expression slightly darkened, though he dared not protest. "Well, I may have misunderstood the situation before. Ye General, I shall toast you twice more." With that, he raised his glass and drank again. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. "Boss son, how could you be so deceitful? You saw Mr. Yi earlier and did not inform us. Aren't you making it seem like we neglected Mr. Yi?" One of the men among the group glared at Sun Zitong, the owner of the Jinling Hongkou Hotel, his rage palpable. "You are quite the schemer. You see Mr. Yi and fail to notify us, rushing in to ingratiate yourself. If he lies with you, how can the rest of us compete? Mr. Yi is a person of considerable stature, the owner of the entire Huaxing Plaza, and countless shops are leased through him. He is an elite of the highest order." However, Sun Zitong had already seized the opportunity, leaving the others with no choice but to muster their courage and approach, hoping to salvage their standing, for without that, they would indeed have no chance. Sun Zitong, reveling in his triumph, prepared to enter the room, confident that he had secured the upper hand with the waived bill and complimentary wine. As he entered, Yang Tianheng also stood, a smile adorning his face, calling out, "Boss." The address prompted everyone, including Lu's parents, to rise in respect. They were well aware of Sun Zitong's identity, having observed the opulent decor upon their arrival, far beyond the mere notion of luxury. Ye Feng approached Sun Zitong, shaking his hand and expressing, "Thank you, Boss Sun, for waiving the bill and providing such fine wine." As he spoke, he emphasized the words "waive bill" and "fine wine," taking great pride in his delivery. However, this statement left Sun Zitong momentarily stunned. Yang Tianheng then chimed in, "Boss, I just came to accompany Ye General." Sun Zitong abruptly interrupted, "Ye General? Which Ye General are you referring to?" Yang Tianheng, perplexed, replied, The Ye Feng you were shaking hands with, the manager of the Shandao Fitness Center. Ye Feng, unabashed, added indeed. Boss, you did send the wine to me, did you not? Yes, boss. I distinctly remember your gaze on Yi General. Yang Tianhang supplemented. Yet in the next instant, Sun Zitong's countenance darkened with fury. Who are you? I do not recognize you at all. The room erupted in disbelief, everyone stunned into silence. You don't know him? But you waived the bill and sent wine? What does this mean? Chapter 48. Throw him out. In that instant, even Yang Tianhong's brow furrowed, his body trembling as he quickly inquired, Boss, did you not mention Mr. Yi earlier and instruct me to waive the charges and send the wine? How can you say this now? Upon hearing this, Sun Zitong began to grasp the situation, his mind racing with confusion. Subsequently, he let out a cold snort and spoke. This is Mr. Yi, the one I mentioned. After Sun Zitong finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards the innermost part of the room where Ye Xuan was seated, his round face brimming with reverence and flattery, nearly reduced to the utmost humility. What? Mr. Yi is not Ye Feng? But rather, at that moment, they all followed Sun Zitong's gaze to look inside, their eyes landing on Ye Xuan. Boom! In an instant, it felt as though a bomb had detonated within the private room. Each person's eyes widened in disbelief at what they beheld. Ye Xuan was, in fact, Mr. Yi. Although Sun Zitong's voice had not been loud, it resonated in their ears like a thunderclap. At this revelation, their bodies began to tremble. And Yi Feng's expression was one of utter disbelief, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Yuli appeared as if a duck had been seized by the neck, left only with wide eyes. Yu Fei and his mother were akin to having plunged into a frigid river, their bodies shaking and goosebumps rising. Nearby, Yang Tianheng gazed at Ye Xuan. Boss, you mean this young man is Mr. Yi? His heart was filled with astonishment. After all, Ye Xuan appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. Had the boss lost his mind, addressing a child of such tender years as Mr. Yi? Just as he was grappling with this doubt, a man beside the boss let out a cold laugh and said, Son boss, it seems you mistakenly entertained the wrong person as Mr. Yi. TSK. Your subordinates couldn't even recognize Mr. Yi. Is this the kind of arrangement you call good? He then turned to Yang Tianheng and addressed Ye Xuan with a slight bow. Mr. Yi is the owner of the entire Huaxing Plaza, meaning that the whole of Huaxing Plaza belongs to him. Do you understand now? What? The crowd appeared as if struck by lightning, frozen in place as if turned to stone. For a long time, the private room was suffocatingly silent, so much so that one could hear a needle drop. Subsequently, whether it was Yu Fei, his mother, Yu Li, or Ye Feng, their gazes towards Ye Xuan shifted, as if he had reached a status far beyond their comprehension. Particularly Ye Feng, who was nearly scared to the point of losing control. At this moment, upon hearing the man's words, Sun Boss turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes filled with resentment directed at the man. How could you do this? You'd even add insult to injury? If Ye Xuan were not present, he would have certainly engaged in a physical altercation with a middle-aged man. However, the immediate priority was to clarify matters with Ye Xuan. He looked at Ye Xuan and pointed at Ye Feng. Mr. Yi, I truly had no idea my subordinates would mishandle matters to such an extent. Yang Tianheng, I trusted you, but starting tomorrow, you will no longer serve as general manager. You will start from the ground up. This statement left Yang Tianheng dumbfounded, glancing at Ye Feng with disbelief. Don't you know your own status, Ye Feng? How dare you deceive me? Just wait. If I suffer, I will ensure you do too. I will tell your boss about this when I return. After all, your boss relies on Huaxing Plaza for a living. Let us see how you fare from here on out. Brother Yang, I. Ye Feng attempted to explain, but Sun Zitong hastily called for security. You there, throw him out. Li, uncle and aunt, please help me speak to Mr. Yi. Otherwise, I will become unemployed. Ye Feng was now utterly terrified, crying out desperately, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Yuli also grew anxious, as her current status was entirely thanks to her boyfriend's managerial position. If he lost his job, where would her good fortune go? Mom and Dad, why are you still standing there? Just moments ago, Yu Fei and his mother had held their heads high, but now they too were lowered in stature. They then saw Lu Dad and Lu Mom, Brother Lu. Look at this situation. It's like the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple, a family failing to recognize one another. This mister, you must be your nephew, right? Could you perhaps speak on behalf of Ye Feng? He truly didn't mean it. It was all a misunderstanding, wasn't it? Lu Dad and Lu Mom also turned to Ye Xuan, who met their gaze with a smile, before turning to Sun Zitong, Sun Boss. Shouldn't you be doing what you ought to be doing now? Your efficiency seems rather lacking. My apologies, Mr. Yi, my apologies. Sun Zitong hastily ordered. Get him out of here. With that command, security approached Ye Feng, lifting him up and preparing to toss him outside. At this point, neither Yu Fei nor his mother dared to say anything. A little while later, Sun Zitong began to toast Ye Xuan repeatedly, apologizing profusely, acting as if he had never enjoyed fine wine before and was merely there to mooch off it. The scene was truly unnerving. 15 minutes later, several bosses crowded around Ye Xuan and his party as they exited. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving with Ye Xuan, Lu Yanran said as she drove Ye Xuan away. Ye Xuan smiled and nodded at Lu Dad and Lu Mom before departing. Meanwhile, the remaining crowd stood there. Yu Fei and his mother casting glances at Lu Dad and Lu Mom, who had also begun to humble themselves. Brother Lu, my earlier attitude was somewhat arrogant. Shall we go have some tea now? I think it's best to pass. Lu Dad waved his hand, still reeling from shock and in need of a moment to recover. In the car, Lu Yanran reflected on the earlier scene, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, relishing how that pretentious individual had been reduced to such a state. Not only him, but also Yu Li and the others. On the other hand, Ye Xuan asked Lu Yanran to drop him off at the villa's entrance, and upon entering, he found his sister Ye Xuan wearing a hamster-themed hat, seated and munching on a sizable cream puff, her eyes fixed on their sister Ye Xuan, who appeared somewhat excited. Little brother, you've been away all day. Where have you been? As Ye Xuan began to speak, she noticed Ye Xuan's return, her face lighting up with joy. Little brother, come here. I have something to tell you. I was out with friends, sister. What is you so cheerful? Ye Xuan approached and was promptly embraced by Ye Xuan, resting his head against her shoulder, finding it incredibly comforting. I must say, regular exercise truly enhances certain qualities of the body. Little brother, you have no idea. Today, sister went to challenge Master Ma. Ye Xuan chuckled, offering her cream puff to Ye Xuan, who shook his head. That opponent must have been left with a bruised visage. Ye Xuan had heard of Master Ma, a notorious charlatan, while his sister was the president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association. The disparity was quite evident. Ye Xuan nodded in agreement. This fellow initially avoided me, but after exerting considerable effort, I finally managed to summon him. I gave him a good thrashing. Let us see how he dares to boast and deceive now. As Ye Xuan spoke, Ye Xuan was also engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, she was taken aback and handed the phone to Ye Xuan. Sister, take a look at this video. It's incredible. What's going on? Ye Xuan took the phone and gazed at the screen, where none other than Master Magua was displayed. However, the current Master Ma was quite different from before. Half of his face was swollen, and there were dark bruises around his eyes. Despite his condition, he managed to smile at the camera, addressing his audience with cheerful greetings. Hello, friends. Here's what happened yesterday. A few days ago, someone came to see me, saying, Master Ma, I'm from the Shuang Provincial Martial Arts Association, and our president wishes to spar with you. I asked him to bring their president in person. When they arrived, to my surprise, it was a young girl around 7 meters tall and weighing approximately 50 kilograms. I realized she was no match for me, but I thought I should give her a chance. So I said, let us fight. In an instant, she sprang up, launching a swift kick and jab. I successfully defended against her strikes. However, just as I was about to retract my fist, she managed to land a punch on my right eye. I had let my guard down, thinking I had already won according to traditional martial arts, which calls for restraint. If I had landed my punch, her nose would have been broken. Instead, this young lady, trained and cunning, took advantage of my moment of weakness, delivering a series of blows that left me on the ground. Such a breach of martial ethics. This young girl, despite her age, resorted to deceit and surprise attacks against a 69-year-old man like me. How outrageous! I advise this young person to reconsider her actions and, if she sees this video, to promptly apologize online, helping to restore my reputation. She must clearly state that she ambushed me, violating the principles of martial arts. Otherwise, I will pursue legal action to protect my honor. Thank you, everyone. As Ye Xuan listened to Master Ma's words, her anger swelled. What audacity! She abruptly stood up and headed upstairs, leaving Ye Xuan bewildered as to her intentions. He wasn't alone. Ye Xuan also recoiled slightly, wary of her sister's dark expression, which was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. What's going on? Ye Xuan pondered, confused about Master Ma's meaning. Look, This is the video from yesterday, Ye Xuan said, finding the clip and showing it to Ye Xuan. In the footage, their sister faced off against Master Ma. They began with a salute, then Ye Xuan unleashed a powerful kick and jab combination. Goodness! Ye Xuan exclaimed, astonished. The ferocity of Ye Xuan's attack was evident, targeting vital points. For Master Ma, it was clear he had endured many blows in the past, standing firm against her onslaught, a testament to his resilience. As Ye Xuan continued watching, he noted Master Ma's counterattack, a punch that stopped mere centimeters from Ye Xuan's nose before being deflected by her. Then came a sweeping kick, followed by an aerial kick to Master Ma's chest, sending him reeling. Impressive. Ye Xuan marveled, though he recognized vulnerabilities in her technique. After all, being a woman, Ye Xuan's strength was naturally less than that of a man like Dwayne Johnson. He then turned to Ye Xuan. You should be careful in the future. If it comes to blows, in your frail state, a single punch from her could knock you down. I'm not that weak. Why would you hit me? She protested, though deep down, she nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Master Ma, however, was utterly shameless. As they watched the video, Ye Xuan noted the comments below, recognizing that even an untrained observer could see the one-sided nature of the match. Yet, Master Ma still proclaimed his prowess, even accusing Ye Xuan of lacking martial ethics. At that moment, they heard the sound of a door slamming shut upstairs, followed by Ye Xuan descending the stairs, clad in her training attire. Sister, where are you going at this hour? Ye Xuan inquired, startled by the fire in Ye Xuan's eyes. Had she not known her sister was not angry with her, she would have fled. Where do you think I'm going? Ye Xuan replied fiercely. I'm going to confront that shameless Master Ma. Wait, sister, it's late. Let us handle this tomorrow. Ye Xuan interjected, grabbing her arm. Yes, please, calm down, Ye Xuan added, aware of Ye Xuan's relentless determination. If they didn't intervene, she would undoubtedly seek out Master Ma to settle the score. After some persuasion, Ye Xuan managed to restrain her while heading upstairs to make a call to Zheng Jianghao. Young master, what are your instructions? Zheng Jianghao asked, standing respectfully before his comrades, who quieted down to listen. Tomorrow, I need you to handle a matter concerning Master Ma, whom you may have seen on television, Ye Xuan conveyed, detailing the task. Zheng Jianghao listened intently, then turned to his companions. This is the first task from the young master. Let us ensure we execute it flawlessly. Rest assured, Brother Zheng, we'll follow your lead, they responded in unison. Let's rise early tomorrow, Zheng Jianghao concluded. For now, let us get some rest. After making the arrangements, Ye Xuan succumbed to slumber. The following morning, he was stirred awake by Ye Xuan's gentle prodding. Little brother, hurry up. Fourth sister, what is it? Ye Xuan replied, glancing at Ye Xuan, who was already dressed in athletic attire, her ponytail cascading neatly behind her, though her face betrayed a sense of urgency. Third sister left early this morning. She's likely off to confront Magua. We should hurry as well. After all, it's his territory, and despite third sister's prowess, she ultimately faces the challenge of multiple adversaries. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan slapped his forehead in realization. Oh, third sister, let us go, he exclaimed, promptly boarding Ye Xuan's Maserati as they sped towards the location of the Magua martial arts school. Meanwhile, on the other side, a Mercedes-Benz bore the elegant figure of Ye Ying in the passenger seat. It was her day off, and having witnessed Ye Xuan sneak out early, she decided to accompany her. Ye Ying cast a glance at Ye Xuan, letting out a sigh, for the expression on third sister's face was far from cheerful. All right, third sister, there's no need to be so disheartened. We will certainly deal with him soon enough. Ye Xuan observed her second sister's nonchalant demeanor and also sighed. Not long ago, there was a surge of interest in national martial arts, along with practices like Qigong. During that time, numerous factions emerged, many of which lacked genuine skill and thrived on deception for profit. While some have been dismantled over the years, others remain entrenched in their deceit. Our Shuang region is renowned for its martial arts, and having trained for a while, I hope to eliminate Magua this time. Yet, even after defeating him, he still dares to make such claims on television. How shameless can one be? Profit, of course, Ye Ying interjected knowingly. Such a business is quite lucrative. I believe I've seen him on the internet before. He reportedly taught students in the metropolis, charging them exorbitant fees, sometimes even without his direct involvement. Imagine the profits from so many students. Isn't that just exploiting others? Ye Ying shrugged. Now, third sister, do calm down. You've contacted the reporters, right? Let us see how he explains himself after we defeat him again. By the way, I recall he has hired many individuals. I heard he even bribed a European boxing champion to bolster his reputation. He claimed victory over the champion barehanded, which brought him quite the notoriety. As Ying spoke, her expression grew more anxious. After all, Ma Guo was no fool. Unable to fight himself, he would certainly employ skilled fighters to intimidate others. Ye Xuan's solo venture into his territory could spell trouble. Just then, Ye Xuan's phone rang. Hello, I've seen the news. I'm heading to confront Ma Guo right now. I want to see if he dares to face me today. If he does, I swear I'll make him unrecognizable. All right, you all should come quickly and bring more reporters. We must uphold the honor of Chinese martial arts. Such fraudulence cannot be tolerated any longer. Okay, let us proceed as planned. Ye Xuan hung up, her expression still grim. She pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward, arriving at the destination shortly after. After parking, Ye Ying surveyed the impressive entrance. Wow, this place is quite grand. Just look at that magnificent gate and the large plaque above. Hunyuan Taiji Men. Impressive indeed. However, they were not the only ones present. Many people had gathered outside, with a young woman at the entrance registering those seeking to learn martial arts. My goodness, these folks must be here to study under a master, Ye Ying remarked, astonished by the crowd. So many people, despite his notorious reputation. Don't they check the internet? Most of them appeared to be older, likely drawn in by Ma Guo's claims of enhancing health and strength. As they approached the young woman, she spoke without looking up. Please queue at the back. Regardless of your eagerness to study under Master Ma, rules must be followed. No cutting in line. Ye Qin retorted. I'm not here to study under Master Ma. I'm here to challenge him. You'll need to wait your turn to register and pay. If you merely wish to learn Hunyuan Taiji, it's 30,000 yuan. For one-on-one instruction with Master Ma, he must first evaluate your aptitude. If you qualify, it will cost 100,000 yuan per semester. Before she could finish, a voice interjected, We are not here to study. The young woman looked up, confused, as she spotted Ye Xuan in her training outfit approaching. If you're not here to learn, what is your purpose? Everyone else here has come to study. I'm here to challenge him. Is Master Ma inside? Challenge? Ye Xuan's voice was soft, but resonated with thunder in the young woman's ears. It had been ages since anyone dared to issue a challenge there. Please wait a moment. I'll inform him, the young woman said hurriedly, disappearing inside. Moments later, she returned. Master Ma says he is unwell today, and, since you have no appointment, you must schedule one to compete with him. How absurd. Ye Xuan erupted with rage. Unwell? He certainly didn't appear to be unwell when he criticized me on television for lacking martial ethics. Now, he pretends to be ill? Call him out. If not, I will go in and find him. Tell him not to hide like a coward. As she spoke, several burly men emerged from within. The sight of them startled Ye Ying. Each man was formidable, towering over 6 feet with muscular physiques. The leader, glaring at Ye Xuan, declared, Master Ma said he will not meet with you. Now leave. Many individuals nearby turned their attention towards the imposing figures, their hearts racing with trepidation. Ye Ying regarded these muscular men, estimating that any one of them could effortlessly lift her with a single hand. Observing the scene, she tugged at Ye Xuan's sleeve, expressing her concern. Sister, what shall we do now? These individuals do not appear to be easily provoked. Ye Xuan cast a glance at the formidable men before her. Understanding the gravity of the situation, these men claimed to be disciples of Master Ma from the Ma Kingdom, yet it was inconceivable. Each one of them could easily overpower anyone from Ma Kingdom. Their presence here was merely to serve as muscle, having been lavishly compensated to maintain order. If Master Ma resolutely refused to see her, entering would be futile. Although Ye Xuan believed she could take on one or two, the sheer number of adversaries was daunting. After all, there is wisdom in the saying, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. As she contemplated her next move, Ye Xuan figured it would be prudent to wait a while, knowing that the members of the Mountain City Martial Arts Association must have already alerted the reporters. The journalists, upon hearing such news, would undoubtedly rush over like moths to a flame. At that moment, a voice broke through the din. This place is quite lively. It seems this con artist is rather skilled. Ye Ying and Ye Xuan turned to see a group of men striding towards them, their postures straight and commanding. In stark contrast to the ruffians stationed nearby, it was evident at a glance that these men were of military background. The leader of the group, Zhang Jianghao, noticed Ye Xuan and her tense stance against the ruffians. With a grin, he inquired, Hello, what brings you here? I'm here to challenge. Ye Xuan replied defiantly. Challenge? Zheng Jianghao shook his head apologetically. I'm afraid, sister, you should step aside and allow us to handle this con artist. Though he arrived later, this rough work is best left to us. With that, Zheng Jianghao turned towards the ruffians, commanding, bring Master Ma here. Isn't he reputed for his skills? I wish to spar with him. Ye Xuan observed the situation, realizing that though these men were indeed formidable, they were vastly outnumbered by the ruffians. The latter regarded them with disdain, and Ye Xuan felt a pang of worry for them. One of the ruffians sneered, there are quite a few pests today. I said, our Master Ma, is unwell. You'd best leave before we resort to violence. Should we act, things will not end well for you. Zheng Jianghao stepped closer to the ruffian, asserting, since we've come to see him, do you think we care whether he wishes to meet us? If he doesn't, we'll just force our way in. His words, though not loud, struck the ears of the ruffians and the onlookers like thunder. Insane. This youth must be out of his mind. Here he stands against so many ruffians, daring to speak so boldly. This is sheer madness. Yet, Zheng Jianghao maintained an air of calm and determination, dismissing the ruffians as inconsequential. After all, this was the first task assigned to him by the young master, and he was determined to execute it flawlessly. The leading ruffian glared at Zheng Jianghao, then unleashed a swift punch aimed directly at his face, the force of which could easily fracture bones. Watch out! Ye Xuan cried, breaking free from Yi Ing's grasp, ready to assist. However, in the next moment, a hand seized the ruffian's fist. With a firm grip, a series of cracking sounds echoed as Zheng Jianghao twisted the ruffian's hand into a grotesque position, splintered bones protruding ominously. A collective gasp filled the air. The ruffian howled, collapsing to the ground, pleading, let go. What are you all doing? Join me, attack. As he cried out, Zheng Jianghao delivered a swift kick to the ruffian's chest, sending him sprawling backwards, blood spraying from his mouth. Chapter 52. Like a dying dog, the remaining ruffians charged forward, fists raised. They could hardly believe that a mere handful of individuals could stand against them. In the inner hall, adorned with a gilded plaque reading Hanyuan Taiji School, Master Ma sat comfortably, attended by a beautiful secretary. Master Ma, it seems someone outside claims to challenge you. Should you prepare? My dear Ting Ting, what need have I to intervene? I'm the leader here. Why should I dirty my hands? Master Ma replied, reflecting on the earlier report. Upon hearing that an exceptionally attractive female was involved, he immediately recognized it as Ye Xuan, the president of the Swang Martial Arts Association. Just yesterday, she had decisively defeated him, and he was not one to forget such a humiliation. Yet, dismissing the thought with a cold smirk, he reminded himself that this was his headquarters, fortified by the finest individuals he had hired at great expense. Even if Ye Xuan sought to confront him, she would not pass through their defenses. His assistant gazed at him with admiration. I shouldn't have let her go yesterday. Now she dares to return, Master Ma mused. Very well, as she is a woman, I shall let her off this time. Now, I wish to retire for a while. As he stood, a resounding crash echoed from the other side. The heavy wooden door leading to the inner hall was shattered by a single kick. The door, crafted from solid mahogany, typically required considerable force to move, but in that instant it was sent flying. Then, from the swirling dust emerged figures that made even Master Ma's eyes widen in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Each of the youths grasped the hair of his hired muscle, dragging them into the inner sanctum, where they lay gasping for breath, struggling for life. In Ma country, a sense of urgency enveloped the scene as numerous reporters hastily arrived from all directions, their faces etched with anxiety. Earlier, the Swang Martial Arts Association had contacted them, announcing that today, President Ye Xuan would engage in a second battle with Master Ma at the Hanyuan Taiji. It was well known that during the first encounter, the reporters had been present, meticulously documenting the contest, which had garnered significant attention online and provided them with considerable benefits. However, they were taken aback when they learned that Master Ma had claimed in a morning interview that he had subdued Ye Xuan, only for Ye Xuan to retaliate with a fierce attack that left him on the ground. This revelation sparked a heated debate across the internet, with many criticizing Ma country, while a few adopted a more watchful stance, and a larger crowd simply wished to spectate the upcoming duel. The reporters understood the gravity of their coverage. If executed well, it could be a catalyst for promotions and salary increases. Thus, they hurriedly abandoned their tasks upon receiving the call, rushing to the scene. Upon arrival, they sensed something amiss. They had visited this location before, yet today it was teeming with an unusual crowd. "Excuse me, please make way. I'm a reporter from Suong Television. Let us pass. Please be cautious not to damage our equipment." A throng of reporters squeezed through the mass, provoking dissatisfaction among bystanders, but their determination to enter was unwavering. After some effort, they managed to penetrate the crowd, only to be met with an alarming sight. What was happening? Why were the disciples of Hongyuan Taejuman sprawled on the ground, their faces smeared with blood? Was there an altercation? Nearby, a young child turned to their grandmother, exclaiming, "Grandma, I don't want to learn Taejuman anymore. I want to be like those big brothers and take them down with just a few moves. Is that all right?" This innocent remark drew the attention of the reporters, who exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what the child meant. Regardless, they pressed on, eager to uncover the unfolding drama. As they delved deeper, the reporters' astonishment grew. What in the world was occurring? Their legs began to tremble, faces drained of color. Before them lay individuals moaning in agony, some barely breathing. Immediate medical attention was crucial to avert potential fatalities. Who could have inflicted such harm? The reporters assessed the scene, recognizing that even a single one of these individuals could easily overpower them, typically bullying others without hesitation. Yet now, they resembled defeated beasts. They feared a ferocious beast had invaded. Yet, as they hastened toward the inner hall, they came to an abrupt halt, their eyes wide with disbelief. What was this? The imposing redwood door of the Taejuman had been shattered into splinters. Debris lay scattered across the floor. A group of young men stood nearby, not in shock over their presence, but rather the sight of them gripping the hair of the defeated ruffians, dragging them along. What in the world was happening? One reporter gasped, "I don't know. Quick, we need to document this." Chapter 52. Yielding, the reporters directed their cameras towards Zheng Jianghao and his companions, their lenses zooming in as the cameraman diligently recorded the unfolding events. Familiar with past encounters, the reporters recognized these individuals were not disciples of Master Ma, but rather skilled fighters hired to maintain order. Yet, here they were, captured and dragged by their hair. Master Ma, who had intended to move elsewhere, found himself frozen in place, his legs trembling. A chill enveloped him, as if he were trapped in an icy abyss. His body covered in sweat. Zheng Jianghao took a step forward, and Master Ma's complexion paled further, his lips devoid of color, resembling a lifeless visage. Instinctively, he assumed a defensive stance, bracing for confrontation. Zheng Jianghao's lips curled into a smile as he addressed Master Ma. "So, you are the one they call Master Ma? We have come to challenge you. Since you refuse us entry, we shall force our way in." This smile, seemingly innocuous, struck terror into Master Ma, who perceived Zheng Jianghao as a devil emerging from hell, bearing fangs. The palpable aura of menace surrounding Zheng and his companions was reminiscent of warriors steeped in bloodshed. The mere sight almost caused Master Ma to lose his composure. Zheng Jianghao mused himself with such cowardice. How can he claim to run a martial arts school or establish a sect? Master Ma, noticing the reporters, feigned a sigh of relief, attempting to regain his composure, even brushing his hair and straightening his clothes. Just as he was about to speak, Ye Xuan emerged, her eyes blazing with fury. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Master Ma, step forward. I shall fight you." Master Ma, wincing at the pain in his right eye, stammered, You disregard martial ethics. I refuse to fight you." He recalled his earlier statement, emphasizing that the martial world should prioritize harmony over internal strife. Zheng Jianghao regarded Ye Xuan with intrigue, internally questioning her motives. "Who are you, and why do you continually interfere? This is our task." He turned to her, "Please step aside. This is our mission, and you, as a mere girl, should know your place." Ye Xuan, taken aback, responded, "Am I being looked down upon? What was happening?" However, just now, Ye Xuan observed the formidable fighting prowess of Zheng Jianghao and his companions. It is no exaggeration to say that these individuals are exceptionally skilled. Even in a confrontation with them, she would barely manage a 50-50 chance. After all, their techniques are not merely martial arts, but rather lethal skills aimed directly at vital points. She belongs to the martial world. I do not. I'm just a casual fitness enthusiast here to spar with you. I have heard that you can perform the 5-linking whip. What else can you do? I shall seek your guidance." With that, Zheng Jianghao took an agile step forward, closing the distance to Magua to 2 meters before executing a swift kick. The reverse whip kick sliced through the air towards Magua. As the kick was unleashed, a piercing sound of wind followed. In an instant, all present turned their gaze to the whip kick, feeling as if it were a fragrant wood cleaving a mountain, powerful and heavy. Moreover, the speed was astonishing. Aimed directly at the head, if this kick connected, Master Ma would likely spend a considerable time in the hospital. However, in the next moment, Zheng Jianghao was about to halt when he realized that Ma Guo had actually evaded his whip kick. The method of evasion was rather peculiar. He simply knelt down. Zheng Jianghao exclaimed, "What the hell, impressive. He has foresight to avoid it in such a manner." A group of young onlookers and reporters echoed his surprise. Unbelievable. Truly a master, decisive and without hesitation, kneeling without a word. Little friend, in the martial world, harmony is paramount. Ma Guo trembled as he addressed Zheng Jianghao, who could only smile wryly in response. "Are you still trying to act tough? Are you a fraud?" "I am indeed a fraud," Ma Guo replied, while still on the ground. The reporters rushed over, their cameras focused on him. In an instant, he felt all his strength drain away. After years of deception, he found himself reduced to this humiliating state. Ma Guo, kneeling on the ground, appeared utterly defeated. Ye Xuan stood by, equally stunned. "Is this it? After I thoroughly defeated you yesterday, you dare to speak so boldly today, yet now you crumble so easily? I expected more fierceness from you." Zheng Jianghao raised his head, looking at the gilded plaque not far away, a cold smile gracing his lips. After retracting his leg, he picked up a stone and hurled it towards the plaque. It struck with a resounding crash, shattering the plaque into pieces. "If I catch wind of your deceit again, that plaque will be your fate. Do you understand?" Zheng Jianghao crouched down, locking eyes with Ma Guo, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, though his heart remained unfazed. Ye Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Just yesterday, Ma Guo had been so arrogant, accusing her of lacking martial ethics. Yet today he knelt and begged for mercy. The disparity was staggering. Shortly thereafter, members of the Xuan National Martial Arts Association arrived, entering the inner hall and beholding the scene before them, their mouths agape in shock. "President, you are incredible. How did you manage to make him concede? Finally, we have rid ourselves of the toxic element in Su Hong's martial arts." Voices of admiration rose, while Ye Xuan glanced at the others, biting her lip. This wasn't her doing at all, but perhaps it was best not to clarify. The feeling of being revered was rather pleasant. Soon, various news headlines erupted. 69-year-old veteran scares himself to kneel. What's the intention? Veteran shows no martial ethics. Shockingly concedes after a single move. I advise this 69-year-old veteran to reflect. The headlines flooded the internet, and laughter ensued as people read them. Look at these headlines. They crack me up. In the inner hall, as Ye Xuan listened to the praise from the Xuan National Martial Arts Association members, she felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the day's events were primarily the work of Zheng Jianghao and his companions. She had not made any significant contribution. "Thank you all," Ye Xuan said as she approached a few of them. "We were merely fulfilling the task assigned to us by our young master." Zheng Jianghao replied, sensing Ye Xuan's bewilderment. With a sigh, Ye Xuan led everyone away. Outside, Ye Xuan and Ye Chuan arrived a bit late. Ye Chuan looked at Ye Xuan and said, "You go ahead. I'll park the car." "All right," Ye Xuan replied, making his way in through a side door. Upon seeing the thugs sprawled on the ground, he clicked his tongue. It seemed Zheng Jianghao and his friends had indeed arrived. Their combat skills were formidable. Each thug appeared to have been subdued in a single move, indicating the strength of Zheng Jianghao and his companions. Ye Xuan then spotted 2 stone balls meant for playing, lying beside one of the thugs. "So, this is what they think makes them martial masters?" He picked one up, spinning in his hand as he proceeded inside. Meanwhile, within the inner hall, Master Ma Guo remained collapsed on the floor, nearly petrified with fear, while Ye Xuan had already led the Xuan National Martial Arts Association members out. The remaining crowd continued to murmur amongst themselves. These men are astonishing. Clearly, they hail from military backgrounds. Such skills would make them elite even within the armed forces. Finally, a voice emerged from the crowd. "It seems I have arrived late. You have all resolved matters here." Upon hearing this, Zheng Jianghao turned sharply, seeing Ye Xuan enter, casually spinning 2 stone balls in his hands. A broad smile broke across his face. Young master, you have arrived. Young master? The onlookers, unfamiliar with Ye Xuan, quickly grasped from Zheng Jianghao's words that this was the individual who had aided them. They hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, Young master, young master. The murmurs were soft, yet they echoed loudly in the ears of the crowd, who widened their eyes in disbelief. These rugged men were addressing a mere child as young master. Their minds were blown. Even Master Ma Guo glared at Ye Xuan, venom in his gaze. You, who are you to disrupt my affairs? Have I crossed you? Little brat, you lack martial ethics. If you have the skill, face me without assistance. Let us duel. At this moment, Ma Guo was seething with rage, yet upon uttering these words, he drew the attention of those nearby. Good heavens, they thought, he truly dares to speak such audacious words to such a young child. How shameless can one be? This old trickster, if he possesses any real skill, should challenge me to a fight. As Zheng Jianghao was about to respond, Ye Xuan let out a cold laugh and looked at Ma Guo. Are you really considering a duel with me? Yes, Ma Guo exclaimed, elated. This boy must have lost his mind. Was it to strike down a mere child like him? Though the situation had already been settled and the internet was ablaze with discussions, it hardly deterred him from seeking vengeance. Today, I will crush you, you wretched brat, Ma Guo thought, while those around him gasped in disbelief. The onlookers were astonished by Ye Xuan's audacity. How could this child be so bold? Although the opponent was a con artist of considerable age, the frieliest camel is still larger than a horse. Easily dealing with a mere child would be a walk in the park. Zheng Jianghao and his companions also grew increasingly uneasy, as they perceived Ye Xuan's behavior as nothing short of reckless. However, in the next instant, before anyone could voice their thoughts, a sharp cracking sound reverberated through the air. The noise was jarring and instantly captured everyone's attention. They turned to see Ye Xuan holding two stone spheres, which had just shattered into fragments, scattering dust and debris. In that moment, the crowd trembled, their hairs standing on end, as if they had just emerged from the depths of a frozen river. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Ye Xuan discarded the broken pieces onto the ground, dusted off his hands, and approached Ma Guo. Ma Guo, witnessing the scene, was paralyzed with fear, his body trembling like a ragged sack as he swallowed hard. With each step Ye Xuan took forward, Ma Guo's complexion grew paler. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 3 strides, Ye Xuan stood before Ma Guo, who lay on the ground, gazing up at him with a face drained of color. Drenched in cold sweat, his body shaking uncontrollably. In the next moment, he fainted. 3 steps were all it took to frighten a seasoned master into unconsciousness. Not only were the onlookers stunned, but Zheng Jianghao and the others were equally astounded, rendered speechless. Ye Xuan looked at Ma Guo, a cold smirk playing at his lips, then turned to the visibly shaken Zheng Jianghao and the others. Let us go. Chapter 54. The yacht once outside. Zheng Jianghao finally regained his composure and turned to Ye Xuan. Young master, you. He trailed off, unable to finish his thought. The group of men around him also regarded Ye Xuan with a mix of admiration and bewilderment. Initially, upon first encountering Ye Xuan, they felt an inexplicable sensation, despite him having resolved their difficulties and offering generous compensation. Yet, his demeanor made him seem more like a wealthy heir indulging in a game. However, the display of power they had just witnessed truly astonished them. They had never imagined such strength. Jianghao, you lead the team back. You all performed well this time, Ye Xuan stated, glancing at the group. Are there not more of you? Indeed, I have gathered 50 individuals, all former comrades or students of mine, each selected for their excellence. Rest assured, young master. Excellent. I will find you all upon our return. I have something for you. Understood, young master. Ye Xuan then made his way to find fourth sister. Meanwhile, fourth sister had parked the car and coincidentally encountered third sister Ye Xuan and second sister Ye Ying, who were engaged in casual conversation. Big sister, Ye Xuan called out as he approached. You've arrived late, little brother. The situation has already been resolved. That old con artist Ma Guo has vowed to cease his deceptive ways, second sister Ye Ying remarked with a smile. Fourth sister Ye Xuan was taken aback. Third sister, you were truly formidable to have forced that con artist to capitulate. After hearing this, Ye Xuan was infuriated. She hadn't even had the chance to intervene. Zheng Jianghao and his group handled everything. Enough, let us head home, Ye Xuan said dismissively. Huh? Third sister, what is wrong? Ye Xuan inwarded, puzzled. Beside them, Ye Ying chuckled it. Today a group arrived to challenge us, We merely observed. And they even referred to you as little sister and asked you to step aside so as not to hinder important matters. Ye Xuan, Ye Xuan, let us go, let us go. On the way back, Ye Xuan sat in fourth sister's car, the fragrance of blossoms wafting through the air. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Congratulations, host. You have received a check-in opportunity. Please complete the check-in. Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of exceptional proficiency in the arts. A vast ocean of knowledge surged into Ye Xuan's being. It took him some time to fully assimilate it. Upon returning home, a phone call from Lu Yanran led Ye Xuan to a factory behind Huaxing Square. Inside, 50 formidable men were standing tall, each brimming with energy, all around 27 or 8 years old. Once Zheng Jianghao and his team returned, the atmosphere grew even more vibrant. Especially upon hearing about Ye Xuan's age and witnessing his strength in shattering the stone spheres, even those who were once elite soldiers were awestruck. Eager to meet this legendary young master. The young master will arrive shortly. Let us assemble, one of them announced. Upon hearing this, everyone straightened up. When Ye Xuan finally appeared, they all greeted him in unison. After familiarizing himself with the group, Ye Xuan discussed training and mission details with Zheng Jianghao, also distributing the body enhancement potion he had obtained from his last check-in. Once everything was arranged, Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran headed towards the seaside. At the seaside, numerous supercars were parked, and several young elites disembarked, heading toward the young man dressed casually, none other than Lu Yan. At that moment, Lu Yan looked back at the crowd of young elites. You all arrived quite promptly. Of course, Brother Yun, you called us, so we had to come early. Moreover, since you bought a yacht for us to experience, we must make the most of it. Look, I even brought my father's top fishing rod. It's his prized possession. Brother Yun, didn't you always claim to be a fishing expert? Today, let us see who can catch the biggest fish. Really? Upon hearing the mention of fishing, Lu Yan's interest was piqued. He turned to the crowd and said, We agreed that today I have not prepared any meat, only some staple foods and fruits. How much you eat depends on your own abilities. If you can't catch any fish, don't complain about having no lunch. Of course, you can team up if you wish. Instantly, a young man thumped his chest in agreement and looked at Lu Yun. Brother Yun, can we team up? Lu Yun responded, while others chimed in. What about your pride? Are you willing to let that go? That's a bit harsh. Brother Yun, you can dive, right? When we reach deeper waters, I can go down and catch some food for you, a young man suggested. Many quickly gathered in teams, recognizing the stability of such an arrangement. Diving down could yield sea cucumbers, abalone, lobster, and perhaps even sea urchins and nautilus. After all, the offshore waters near Jinling were relatively well preserved, leading to an abundance of resources. Diving was certainly not a concern. At that moment, Lu Yun surveyed the individuals before him, an expression of disdain on his face. Come on, you all can fish. It's not embarrassing to dive for seafood. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Meanwhile, a sizable yacht approached, and Lu Yun glanced at the people around him, then at his own yacht. What do you think? This is the largest yacht in Jinling, he said, pride evident in his tone. The yacht, measuring over 10 meters and pristine white, was undeniably impressive. My goodness, Brother Yun, you truly are remarkable. You bought the Hailan Hao yacht. It's stunning. It must have cost a fortune. Absolutely, others chimed in. After all, the Hailan Hao is considered the largest yacht in Jinling. I wanted to buy a yacht myself, and even looked at the Hailan Hao, but it was far too expensive for me. Brother Yun's boldness is commendable. Expressions of envy filled their faces as they gazed at the yacht. Although they were prominent figures from Jinling or Shanshang, they could not help but admire the vessel. As they prepared to board, a rumbling sound suddenly emerged nearby, causing many young elites to turn their heads in curiosity. The noise was akin to a ferocious beast awakening, irresistibly captivating. They turned their gaze to see a supercar, resembling a fiery phantom, racing towards them. Is that Yi Ji's car? They exclaimed. They then looked back at Lu Yun. Brother Yun, did you invite Yiga? You truly are impressive. I haven't had a proper conversation with Yiga yet, one remarked. Indeed, those bank executives were terrifying. I was too scared to speak to Yiga. With thoughts of wealth in mind, they hurried towards Ye Xuan, who was a colossal figure in the business world, someone even their fathers treated with utmost respect. Upon reaching, Lu Yun opened the passenger door for Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan nodded, stepping out of the car with Lu Yanran. The crowd stared at Lu Yanran, swallowing hard. The conditions mentioned by Director Liu included her becoming Ye Ji's secretary, and they were astonished to find it true. With such a secretary, Liu Yun and the other young elites could only feel envy. Liu Yun promptly introduced, Ye Ge, this is my recently acquired Hailan Hao yacht. I thought I'd invite a few friends to enjoy the sea today. I appreciate your presence. Your yacht is quite impressive. Ye Xuan replied, Haha, Ye Ge, you don't understand. Brother Yun's yacht is the largest in Jinling. Ye Xuan was taken aback. His yacht was arguably the largest in all of China. However, he quickly realized this was not a yacht, but a cruise ship. Shall we board, Ye Ge? A young man suggested, all eyes on Ye Xuan with respect, eager to seize such an opportunity. As they conversed, one person suddenly gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. Look over there. What is that? My goodness, is that a cruise ship? It was indeed a luxurious cruise ship, and the ones they had boarded before paled in comparison. Look, it seems to have a name. They examined the ship, and a few words were visible on its hull. Deep Sea Duke. What? A few among the young elites gasped, trembling in astonishment. What's wrong with you? A young lady inquired. Are you unaware of this? A nearby youth responded, surprised by her ignorance. Upon seeing her shake her head, he elaborated. The Deep Sea Duke is the largest and most luxurious cruise ship in all of China, valued at tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. It has 3,000 guest rooms and can accommodate 6,000 people. It boasts over 20 dining halls, multiple swimming pools, a theater, a cinema, and a park. It even features a glass wall beneath the ship, allowing one to view the ocean floor. Moreover, it houses several large casinos, a boxing ring, clubs, and other facilities, each crafted with immense investment, far beyond the mere description of luxury. The youth spoke passionately, detailing the ship's construction, history, and amenities, leaving the crowd in awe. They gazed at the magnificent cruise ship, their expressions filled with envy. The opulence of the ship was staggering, and they fantasized about living aboard such a vessel, drifting on the sea daily. Yet for the moment, all they could do was envy. Liu Yun looked at the cruise ship, and then at his own luxurious yacht, suddenly feeling its grandeur diminish in comparison. Well, there's no need for envy. Such vessels are seldom owned by individuals. They're typically acquired by groups or consortiums for chartering. Liu Yun observed the expressions of those around him and uttered a few words, attempting to salvage his dignity. Among the crowd of young elites, several realized the truth. It dawned on them that, even if it were a rental, it would undoubtedly require a substantial sum of money. Indeed, it seemed that in his lifetime, he would never have the opportunity to set foot on such a vessel. A wave of sighs swept through the group. However, in the next moment, a convoy approached from the distance. The young elites turned their attention to the approaching vehicles, puzzled by the significance of this arrival. Soon, the convoy came to a halt, and a middle-aged man at the forefront caught sight of Ye Xuan, momentarily taken aback. His face then transformed into one of astonishment, and he hurriedly made his way towards Ye Xuan, almost breaking into a jog. It was quite a sight to behold, a man in a suit dashing forward. Nevertheless, the young elites discerned the urgency in his demeanor. The man soon stood before Ye Xuan, gazing at his youthful face with utmost reverence. Young Master Ye, you arrived quite early. I hope you weren't kept waiting? No, I just got here, Ye Xuan replied, gesturing toward the magnificent deep-sea yacht. This one is my cruise ship, right? His words left the crowd momentarily speechless. They looked at Ye Xuan with wide eyes, incredulous at the revelation. Did he just say that this luxurious cruise ship belongs to him? They murmured in disbelief. The young elites quickly grasped the implication of Ye Xuan's words. He referred to it as his rather than any corporate ownership, suggesting that he had personally acquired the vessel. It was well known that the construction cost of such a luxurious cruise ship was in the realm of billions, and if sold, its value would exceed that significantly. The mere notion that Ye Xuan could purchase such an extravagant vessel elevated their perception of his financial prowess. After all, even among the wealthiest families in Jinling or Shansheng, it would take the collective fortunes of 10 families to afford such a yacht, and that would require liquidating all their assets. At that moment, Liu Yun swallowed hard and turned to Ye Xuan, young Master Ye. Is this yacht truly yours? All by yourself? Indeed, Ye Xuan affirmed. The middle-aged man beside him then addressed Liu Yun, stating, the ownership of this yacht now belongs entirely to young Master Ye. He then turned back to Ye Xuan. Young Master Ye, please sign here. This is a gift from us following your purchase of the yacht. It includes top-tier staff, renowned chefs, 6 months' worth of fuel, and all necessary maintenance and supplies for half a year. Is it really that generous? The surrounding young elites were taken aback by such a splendid offer. Ye Xuan smiled, genuinely appreciating the thoughtfulness. He signed without hesitation. Excellent, young Master Yi. The yacht is officially yours now. Ye Xuan nodded and turned to the astonished Lu Yanran. So, what do you think of this yacht? She glanced at him, still reeling from the opulence of the deep-sea yacht, and finally managed to express her thoughts. It's incredibly luxurious. Ye Xuan grinned and led her aboard. He then addressed the other young elites. You all intend to set sail today, right? Cool, mate. Let us enjoy together. Their spirits lifted. The young elites cheered, astonished at the prospect of boarding such a world-class luxurious yacht. Lu Yin chimed in. Let's plan to take my yacht out to sea next time, shall we? Absolutely, young Master Yi. Lu Yun eagerly agreed, recognizing the honor bestowed upon him. Upon boarding, they were struck by the beauty of the deck, which resembled a verdant garden, complete with lush greenery. The air was refreshingly clean, reminiscent of a natural oxygen bar, with sun loungers and umbrellas scattered about, an ideal spot to bask in the warm sun and gentle sea breeze. Yet, their excitement propelled them forward as they followed Ye Xuan to explore the yacht under the guidance of the supervisor. They toured the banquet hall, dining areas, casino, sports facilities, and various clubs, each locale more opulent than the last, leaving the young elites in awe. After an hour of exploration, they had barely scratched the surface. Eventually, Ye Xuan called for a break, and they settled into one of the yacht's luxurious lounges. Inside, they were greeted by 2 rows of attendants clad in elegant light blue kipeos, all radiating warmth and friendliness. Young Master Yi and esteemed guests, welcome to the most luxurious lounge aboard the deep-sea yacht. The staircase you see is crafted from Swarovski crystals, consisting of 72 steps leading to the main hall, at a cost of over 18 million. What? The young elites were momentarily stunned, realizing they were treading upon steps worth a fortune. Ye Xuan nodded in appreciation, contemplating the grandeur before them. As they ascended, they beheld the resplendent main hall, adorned with crystal decorations. Impressive. Let's dine here. Please bring the menu, Ye Xuan commanded. Seated in the plush private room, they gazed out the mesmerizing ocean view, with seagulls soaring in the distance. Young Master Yi, if we venture further out, you may even spot whales breaching the surface, the supervisor enthusiastically noted, piquing the interest of several young women, though they were soon disappointed, realizing they had only just departed and wouldn't travel too far. Here is the menu. A server presented it to Ye Xuan, who perused it thoughtfully. Let us have the egg and sea urchin soup, and 1 portion of the exquisite lobster for each of us. Also add this dish. Ye Xuan spoke for a while, after which the supervisor hurriedly called for someone to serve. Shortly thereafter, the waitstaff brought forth an array of exquisite dishes. Upon seeing the culinary delights, even the young ladies accustomed to lavish feasts could not help but swallow hard. It was simply magnificent. Come, eat. Don't be shy, Ye Xuan said, glancing at everyone. Lu Yin also signaled to the group, and only then did they realize, promptly diving into the sumptuous meal. After a few bites, they collectively felt that the chef here was nothing short of extraordinary. Each of these young ladies, having indulged in numerous delicacies, found themselves captivated by the dishes from the very first bite. Perhaps only Lu Yanran and Ye Xuan remained unfazed, as Ye Xuan had previously taken Lu Yanran to a meal that cost several $100,000. After the meal, Ye Xuan led the group to enjoy a massage at the clubhouse, followed by sunbathing on the deck. Everyone changed into casual attire. The boys typically went shirtless, donning loose, colorful trousers, exuding a beachy charm. The girls sported bikinis, as the changing rooms were stocked with various brands and sizes. Soon they emerged, and Lu Yanran appeared in a white bikini adorned with a large pink bow at the back, her face still blushing, as it was likely her first time wearing such an outfit. Her entrance left the onlookers speechless. Chapter 57. Envy overload upon Lu Yanran's arrival. The young gentleman's eyes widened in disbelief. She was simply stunning. Previously, Lu Yanran often donned her work attire from Huaxia Bank, but today she wore something entirely different. Her cheeks flushed, resembling the girl next door, with a single expression that could make hearts race. Ye Xuan beckoned her over, and she approached him. Once she settled, Ye Xuan casually reclined on her lap, humming a tune with remarkable ease. Lu Yin, Lin Yuhan, the others exclaimed, "Goodness, Yiga, this is too much. Young master, would you like some fruit?" Lu Yanran's gentle voice chimed in. Ye Xuan glanced up, realizing yet again that this was another beauty whose face was hidden from view. However, her smooth, fair thighs felt delightful. Ye Xuan opened his mouth, and Lu Yinran delicately placed a high-end imported grape into it. "Ah, I can't take it anymore. Yiga, you're trying to kill us," Lu Yin exclaimed. "I wish Lu Director would feed me a bite as well," Lin Yuhan lamented. Each young gentleman was consumed by varying thoughts, yet none dared to reveal their feelings. Their eyes were filled with envy as they gazed at Ye Xuan, wishing they were in his place. After some time, as they ventured further out to sea on a calm day, they spotted numerous seagulls and even a whale. As it spouted water, a rainbow arched overhead. Ye Xuan was in awe, and Lu Yinran, sitting beside him, wore a delighted expression that was simply infectious. "Young master, what shall we do? Stay out at sea a bit longer or head back?" "Let us return," Ye Xuan replied, looking at everyone. They had intended to enjoy a leisurely outing on Lu Yun's yacht without informing their families, including Ye Xuan's older sisters, about their plans. A few hours later, they returned to the harbor. The arrival of the luxurious yacht evoked expressions of extreme envy among the onlookers. "This is simply extravagant." Then, they spotted a group disembarking from the ship, led by a young boy. The entourage, despite their laughter and sparkling attire, obediently followed him. "What's going on here? Yiga, are we leaving?" Lu Yin inquired. Ye Xuan nodded, and the group of young gentlemen and ladies expressed their gratitude to him. "Thank you for the hospitality. Yiga, we'll take our leave now." After their departure, Ye Xuan requested Lu Yinran to accompany him home. At home, his sisters were still waiting. The third sister was engrossed in news about Ma Gua, feeling particularly pleased, even though today's events had little to do with her. With a click, the villa door swung open, and Ye Xuan stepped inside. "Where have you been? Returning so late?" His fourth sister, Ye Xuan, called out, patting the sofa beside her. "Come here, let me give you a hug." Ye Xuan walked over and was embraced by her. "Congratulations, host, you have received a sign-in opportunity. Will you sign in?" Ye Xuan was taken aback. "This can be triggered too?" "Sign in." "Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. You have received 90% shares of the Dinglong Group." "Dinglong Group?" Ye Xuan was momentarily stunned, then looked at his fourth sister with admiration. Ye Xuan, noticing his appreciative gaze, appeared perplexed. "What have I done?" "Sister, you've grown. No longer limited to just signing in for good looks. Quite impressive. The Dinglong Group is among the top conglomerates in Huaxia, valued at over $1 trillion, with a vast range of operations including computers, electronics, industry, food, beverages, and liquor. Let us go, sister. I'll treat you to dinner." Ye Xuan glanced at the time and looked at his third sister, Ye Xuan, who waved her hand. "I have a dinner engagement tonight, so you two go ahead. Then let us be off." Ye Xuan took his fourth sister, Ye Xuan, out. "Sister, where shall we dine?" he asked. Ye Xuan pondered for a moment and replied, "There's a newly opened trendy restaurant at Huaxing Plaza. Why don't we check it out?" She then drove her Maserati towards Huaxing Plaza. After parking, as she stepped out, she drew the attention of many. A beautiful woman with an exquisite car was a dream for many. Yet they knew such beauty was beyond their reach. After exiting the car, they entered the restaurant. The establishment was indeed spacious. "Table for two?" "Yes, please follow me." The courteous waiter guided them inside. Upon entering, Ye Xuan noted the central feature of the restaurant, a pristine white piano surrounded by various musical instruments, with dining areas encircling it. The ambience was quite refined. After they sat down, Ye Xuan ordered a few dishes, and, as they chatted, the food arrived. The beautifully presented plates, adorned with exotic patterns, instantly uplifted their spirits. The shrimp dumplings were small, yet charmingly pink. A gentle bite revealed a burst of freshness, as if one had bitten into a live shrimp, with a tender texture delightfully springy. Immediately, a rich and fragrant flavor spread across the palate, eliciting an involuntary salivation. Although this delicacy is quite commonplace, it captivates the taste buds with its exquisite essence. The sushi, adorned with gold leaf, must have just been crafted, presenting a perfect texture at the most opportune moment, thus offering patrons an unparalleled experience. Other dishes, while average, still boast commendable flavors. Soon, the elegant strains of a piano began to resonate, capturing the attention of Ye Xuan and Ye Xuan. They turned to see a woman in a white princess dress gracefully seated at the piano, her posture upright and dignified, embodying a breathtaking beauty from behind. Truly, she is the daughter of the owner, such piano skills could only be honed over years of diligent practice. Yet, one must understand that artistry is not solely a product of labor. Innate talent plays a crucial role as well. Were she not supremely confident in her abilities, she would not have established the rule that those whose piano skills she deems worthy could enjoy complimentary services at the establishment. Is that so? Such a delightful opportunity? Ye Xuan and his sister exchanged glances, overhearing nearby patrons discussing the piano virtuoso's challenge for a duel. It certainly piqued their interest. Most guests shook their heads, lamenting that while the reward was enticing, their skills fell short. Chapter 58. Enraptured Fair Lady. May I have the honor of a trial? A male voice suddenly resonated from the crowd's rear. All eyes turned toward the source, revealing a young man clad in a white suit, smiling at the pianist. I am a graduate of piano studies, holding a level 10 certification. Last year, I fortuitously won a gold medal at a national piano competition. His declaration drew gasps of astonishment from the audience. They recognized the competition's prestige and acknowledged the young man's prowess. The pianist paused her performance and stood, her face adorned with a smile laced with anticipation. Of course, sir. As she spoke, her demeanor radiated warmth, and the crowd finally beheld her true visage, delicate features framed by flowing black hair, exuding an aura of gentle elegance. The young man caressed the keys and launched into a Beethoven sonata. The lively and brilliant melody cascaded from his fingertips, mesmerizing onlookers, who perceive his hands as dancing across the piano, striking each key with remarkable speed and precision. His performance, though brief, was captivating, and, as he concluded, he turned to the pianist with a confident smile. How was that? Did I play well? The audience could hardly suppress their exasperation. They acknowledged his talent, but questioned his pride. To their astonishment, the lady shook her head lightly. Both the young man and the spectators were taken aback, perplexed by her response. After such an impressive display, was it truly insufficient? Stepping forward, she remarked, "Your rhythm is commendable, and your technique is indeed excellent. It's apparent you are a trained musician. However, you made 4 mistakes during your performance, which is nearly unforgivable." Her pursuit of perfection in piano playing left no room for error. As a professional pianist, committing 4 mistakes within a few minutes was not merely a lapse in skill, but a sign of a lack of passion for the craft, something she deemed most grievous. "Apologies, but you have not earned my approval." With that, her smile vanished, replaced by a cold dismissal as she resumed playing. The young man, struggling to articulate a response, recognized his own shortcomings and remained silent. Other eager patrons, witnessing her stringent standards, reconsidered their intentions, realizing their abilities paled in comparison. On the sidelines, Ye Xuan felt a flicker of ambition but understood her own limitations. If only Fifth Sister were here, she could surely secure us complimentary service. Ye Xuan pondered. Fifth Sister? You mean Ye Fei, the rising star of the music scene? She is trained in various instruments since childhood. If she were present, it would indeed be feasible. However, he noticed the expression on his sister's face. "Sister, shall I give it a try?" Ye Xuan proposed. At his words, Ye Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Little brother. That previous contestant practiced for over a decade and still fell short. I've never seen you practice even once. Fear not, Fifth Sister has taught me. Ye Xuan replied confidently as he stepped forward. Observing Ye Xuan's youthful countenance, the patrons felt compelled to dissuade him. Perhaps it's best to refrain, given the lady's standards. Only a seasoned veteran could hope to meet her expectations. Indeed, for someone so young, how many years of practice could one possibly have? The previous contestant was dismissed. Why would he fare any better? Hearing the dismissive comments, Ye Xuan bristled. Only she could critique her brother. She shot a glare at those who doubted him. Ye Xuan seemed oblivious to the naysayers, advancing confidently to the piano. I would also like to give it a try, he declared. The pianist paused, her expression softening. Young one, what piece do you wish to perform? Despite his youth, she offered him the respect he deserved, contemplating a slight adjustment to her standards. Recognizing the disparity between him and the previous contestant, Ye Xuan deliberated, ultimately deciding that to truly test his skills, he would select a challenging piece, the second piano concerto. Upon hearing Ye Xuan's response, the young lady stood transfixed, taking a considerable time to absorb the situation. She could hardly fathom that Ye Xuan had chosen the most challenging piano piece. The second piano concerto epitomizes the quintessential style of Prokofiev, characterized by an intense and concentrated expression of anger and catharsis. The strength and explosive force required to convey such profound emotions are indeed formidable, which is precisely why this composition is regarded as the most difficult among all. After a moment of contemplation, the young lady spoke. "Little brother, have you truly made up your mind? It is perfectly acceptable to select a different piece." Ye Xuan merely smiled, remaining silent as he proceeded to the stage. He gracefully took his seat, eliciting smiles from the audience, who found his demeanor quite charming. However, what unfolded next was entirely unexpected. In the blink of an eye, Ye Xuan's hands danced across the keys like delicate butterflies. His posture was impeccably straight, his resolute profile sharply defined, and the seriousness in his gaze was almost palpable. Captivating the onlookers, Ye Xuan chose to perform an excerpt from the second movement of the concerto. The introduction was somewhat subdued, but soon a surge of fervent emotion erupted, reminiscent of a colossal wave crashing towards the shore, propelling the audience to its crest. Every spectator was spellbound, their eyes wide with astonishment. It was utterly inconceivable. The young boy's hands seemed to possess an enchanting quality, guiding their emotions on a tumultuous roller coaster ride. The tempo of his playing quickened, with significant leaps that made his hands appear to soar, landing with precision. The audience felt as though an invisible hand had gripped their souls, compelling them to sway with the rhythm of the music, alternating between tension and ease. How could this be? Was this the so-called allure of music? As Ye Xuan's speed intensified, the force of his strikes upon the keys grew stronger. The sensation was akin to waves crashing against one's face, with the oppressive feeling almost tangible. Yet, upon opening their eyes, they found themselves standing in the opulent hotel lobby, their skin untouched by a single droplet of water. This experience emanated from the very depths of their souls. Gradually, Ye Xuan withdrew his hands, concluding the performance. Yet, those nearby seemed to remain entranced by the rhythm of the piece, slow to awaken from their reverie. Moments later, they emerged from the daze, their souls rekindled. Chapter 59. This is Mr. Ye's signature. My heavens, I was blind before. Let us have another piece. Who said the young lad was incapable? The expressions of the audience, initially dismissive, gradually solidified into sheer astonishment. Let us have another piece. Yes, little friend, don't rush off. Play us another. Voices arose in chorus. Ye Xuan simply shook his head gently, replying, "No, I came up here to play for my sister." Play for fun? The young lady was momentarily stunned by his words. Such skill could hardly be considered mere amusement. If this was merely play, then finding someone of professional caliber would be a rare endeavor indeed. Suppressing her astonishment, she intended to announce that Ye Xuan's expenses would be waived, only to catch the lobby manager casting urgent glances her way. With a slight furrow of her brow, she approached him and whispered, "What does this mean? Is there a problem?" The lobby manager replied eagerly, "If it were any other guest, it might be manageable. But this patron's expenditure at our hotel has already surpassed 1 million. If we waive this, it would be an enormous loss." Her eyes widened in disbelief. 1 million? Is that truly the case? A single meal costing 1 million? Yet, her gaze returned to Ye Xuan. She hadn't anticipated that this seemingly youthful individual possessed such extraordinary financial capacity, indicating a background of considerable means, coupled with his astonishing piano prowess. She couldn't help but reflect on the future. If he were to wait another decade, would my sister still be single? As the young lady pondered, Ye Xuan stood up from the piano and called out, "I wonder if my previous performance was satisfactory?" She glanced at the lobby manager, unable to utter the words, "not satisfactory." His performance had been nothing short of exceptional, with every note played flawlessly, every rhythm perfectly executed. As someone who appreciates piano performance, she could not fabricate criticisms. Despite knowing the financial implications of this event, she resolutely nodded. "Your performance was outstanding, far exceeding my expectations." The lobby manager sighed, choosing to remain silent. He had already provided the necessary reminders to the young lady. How she ultimately decided was beyond his control. 1 million was a substantial figure for the month's revenue. Yet for the owner's financial capacity, it was but a trifling sum. Ye Xuan nodded in acknowledgement and approached his sister Ye Xuan, taking her hand and exclaiming, "Let us go. We've just enjoyed a lavish meal. We should make our escape." With that, he led her away amidst the reluctant gazes of the onlookers. The young lady and the manager exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. "You've settled the bill. yet you speak so nonchalantly in front of us. It's utterly disheartening. A 1 million bill weighed heavily on their minds. The nearby diners sighed as they watched the pair depart, lamenting, being an artist is wonderful. They effortlessly saved over $1 million. Shortly thereafter, while the young lady and manager were still grappling with their financial woes, a waiter hurried over, holding a check. Miss, take a look at this. He handed the check to the young lady, who gasped upon seeing the amount. $1,070,000. Precisely the cost of the meal. Signed by Ye Xuan. Is the young man named Ye Xuan? Perhaps. After a moment, the owner entered, observing his daughter with a smile. What's the matter? Why this expression? The young lady recounted the events to her father, and gradually, his expression morphed into one of disbelief. My dear, you played quite a risky game. We almost gave away $1 million. While our revenue far exceeds that, it's still a significant amount, enough to purchase a modest apartment in Jinling or a luxury car. He handed her the check. Here, take this to exchange tomorrow. Isn't this a mere promissory note? The boss teased as he took it. The beautiful woman shot him a glance, remarking that since they had received a complimentary meal, there was no need for a worthless check. After a moment of silence, she noticed her father's expression. His eyes were wide, fixated on the signature on the check. What's wrong, Dad? She inquired, to which the boss grasped her shoulders and exclaimed, Is this check from a child, perhaps 8 or 9 years old? Tell me quickly. Huh? This startled her. What's the matter? A girl brought a child. Do you recognize her signature? The boss replied, Oh dear, my silly girl, that's not the girl's signature. It's the child's. No. It's not Boss Ye's signature. He hastily corrected himself. Huh? Bossy? Who is that? Ye Xuan, the child, is the owner of Huaxing Plaza. Boom! Her father's words sounded like thunder in her ears. What? The owner of Huaxing Plaza? She placed her hand on her father's forehead, checking for fever. Little rascal. Who are you with? Subsequently, the boss conveyed a few more sentences to her, although she didn't catch the details. The restaurant staff observed the young lady's pallor and furrowed brow, suggesting she was grappling with a perplexing revelation. Chapter 60. A desperate yearning. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan and his sister Ye Xuan had dashed outside. Ha! Little brother, you're incredible, Ye Xuan exclaimed, lifting Ye Xuan and planting a deep kiss on his cheek, leaving a lipstick mark. I can't, Ye Xuan protested. No wiping it off, let's stay. By the way, did you learn piano from Fifth Sister? Ye Xuan remained silent, as Fifth Sister's piano skills were undoubtedly inferior to his. However, Ye Xuan instinctively assumed it was taught by Fifth Sister Ye Fei. As for the complimentary meal, she didn't ponder it much, thinking the restaurant might have offered it due to Ye Xuan's youth. Then, she noticed a lottery shop nearby. Little brother, since you're having such good luck today, why don't we buy a lottery ticket? Ye Xuan's playful spirit was ignited, and the two proceeded to the lottery shop, eager to test whether his newfound luck would hold. Upon entering, the disinterested female owner looked up at Ye Xuan and Ye Xuan, sitting up from her slouch position. Young lady, little boy, here to buy a lottery ticket? Yes, just having some fun, Ye Xuan replied. Please randomly select a set of double color ball numbers for me. Oh, a random selection of double color ball numbers. 1 ticket? 100 tickets. The owner was momentarily taken aback, questioning her hearing. How many tickets? 100? She had been running the lottery shop for years, witnessing various levels of enthusiasm, but this was unprecedented. 100 tickets, Ye Xuan affirmed. The owner was stunned, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. The odds of winning the first prize were over 17 million to 1. Even the likelihood of winning at all was nearly 1 in 10. Yet, here was this young boy, so resolutely confident in a single number, willing to wager 200 yuan without hesitation. Little friend, I don't mean to meddle, but I must advise you against this. It's akin to throwing money away. I've studied this for years and wouldn't dare engage like this. If you want to gamble, consider a combination ticket. Moreover, you're still a minor and cannot legally purchase a lottery ticket. Ye Xuan waved his hand dismissively, insisting, just this 100 tickets. He then turned to his sister. Ye Xuan chuckled. Little brother, buying 100 tickets for the same number seems a bit excessive, don't you think? It would be wiser to purchase them separately. Ye Xuan shot her a glance, urging her to pay. All right, it's clear you've been spoiled since childhood. Ye Xuan had no choice but to comply. Ye Xuan laughed. Of course they spoil me. No one has ever hit me besides second sister when I was a toddler, but I've long since repaid that debt. He regarded the lottery shop owner and his sister, not minding her unsolicited advice. After all, typically, a lottery shop owner would eagerly print the tickets and then curse quietly once the customers left. If you trust me, you could also buy a ticket, Ye Xuan suggested with a grin. The shop owner, rolling her eyes inwardly, thought, why would I waste money on that? As for Ye Xuan, she selected a few numbers she felt were lucky. She certainly didn't believe Ye Xuan, especially after he chose a random selection. Seeing Ye Xuan's obstinacy, the owner opted to not waste any more breath and printed the tickets. After a quick exchange of money, the siblings exited the shop. Ye Xuan tossed the ticket to Ye Xuan. If I win, let me know. If I don't, you don't need to tell me. What if I win? Ye Xuan teased. You? Win? What are you thinking? Ye Xuan laughed heartily. Ye Xuan retorted, do you look down on me that much? Inside the shop, the owner shrugged as she counted the cash, muttering, some people just don't listen. Throwing away money and expecting me to sell them a ticket? Do I look like a fool? She rolled her eyes and returned to her slouched position. Upon returning to the villa, eldest sister Ye Xuan had already arrived home and was video chatting with fifth sister Ye Fei. Just as Ye Xuan and his sister entered, she ended the call. Just now, fifth sister was asking where you went. She'll be back in Jinling soon, probably tomorrow, so there's no need to call her back. Fifth sister is returning? Ye Xuan was it. Ye Fei was a renowned diva in the music industry, possessing the most enchanting figure and voice among his sisters. That evening, after lounging on the sofa with his sisters for a while, Ye Xuan checked his phone, coinciding perfectly with the lottery draw. As the winning numbers were announced, Ye Xuan was astonished. Indeed, his luck was no jest. He had won. All 100 tickets had the first prize. He had drained the jackpot. He promptly called Lu Yanran, his secretary, tomorrow, accompany me to the prize redemption center. After hanging up, Lu Yanran smiled. What a huge prize. A lottery shop can't handle this? We need to go to the redemption center? At that moment, in another location, the lottery shop owner stared at the information before her. Her eyes wide with disbelief, overwhelmed with astonishment. This is a win. That little child actually won a prize? Randomly selected 100 tickets, and they won. It was her selection, after all. Yet, she failed to heed the child's advice and purchase even one ticket. Just one ticket would have sufficed. That would have guaranteed at least 5 million. However, she let the opportunity slip through her fingers. In an instant, the female boss felt a wave of despair wash over her. Chapter 61. Is this cream puff? The next day, Ye Xuan rose early, and once in the car, Lu Yanran gazed at him. How many lottery tickets did you win? Not many, just 100 first prizes, Ye Xuan replied nonchalantly. Lu Yanran, as if she had been prepared for this moment, exclaimed, just 100 first prizes? You can't claim them at the lottery store. How much? What did you just say? 100 first prizes? Doesn't that mean I've emptied the prize pool? Yes. Ye Xuan took out the lottery tickets to examine them, then handed them to Lu Yanran. She hastily retrieved her phone to compare the tickets with the winning numbers announced the previous night. Every single one matched. Indeed, 100 first prizes. Moreover, it wasn't a combination ticket. It was a straightforward win. All of them. At that moment, what was she holding? This wasn't just a piece of paper. This was over 600 million. All right, let us drive to the redemption center quickly. We have other matters to attend to, Ye Xuan said, just as a phone call came in. Brother Ye, there's a fish exhibition in Jinling recently, and I managed to get several tickets for my dad. Why don't we go together? The caller was none other than Lu Yun, who felt a sense of pride as he glanced at the tickets in his hand. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Brother Ye's status was quite advantageous. As soon as he mentioned Ye Xuan's name to his father, he was immediately granted those tickets. Sounds good, Ye Xuan nodded, then glanced at his Apple phone, which was rather inconvenient due to poor signal. Never mind. I'll just get a new one. Secretary, I'm going to buy a phone. Take me to the Wanda Plaza. After a brief drive, Lu Yanran parked in front of a large mobile phone store. You can stay in the car. I'll be out shortly. Once inside, Ye Xuan was taken aback by the multitude of displays and phones. The Honor Series, the Series, and more. He strolled through the aisles, occasionally trying out the sample devices. Meanwhile, a saleswoman who had been munching on a steamed bun quickly finished it before strutting over in her high heels, smiling brightly. Sir, are you looking to change your phone? Ye Xuan glanced at the saleswoman and then at her uneaten bun, suddenly feeling a pang of hunger as he hadn't eaten anything since waking up. He observed the array of phones, recalling that most were from earlier releases. Are there any newly released models? He inquired. The saleswoman paused for a moment, then replied, Yes, we do have newly released models, but they come at a premium price. This little one, is it feasible? She added playfully, knowing that there weren't many customers around. She then led Ye Xuan directly to the Huawei 40 series display. After examining it, he was drawn to a particular model, the Huawei 40 Porsche edition, priced at 11,999 yuan for the 12 gigabytes, 256 gigabytes version and 12,999 yuan for the 12 gigabytes, 512 gigabytes version. Sir, is this the one you're interested in? The saleswoman smiled, amused that he had chosen their most expensive phone at first glance. This smartphone features an octagonal star diamond design on the back, and Huawei claims it is crafted with 14 polishing processes, combining a sculptural ceramic body with dynamic lines, available in ceramic black and ceramic white. The 40 Porsche design merges the genes of Porsche, Leica, and Huawei, inheriting supercar design language while incorporating iconic dynamic lines and a sculptural curved body, enhanced by a custom diamond cutting process to meet the needs of smartphone users. The front of the Huawei 40 Porsche design features a 6.76-inch curved screen, just like the standard version. It is powered by the Kirin 9000 chip, undoubtedly the most powerful Kirin chip to date, and the world's first smartphone built on a 5nm process. By the way, sir, we also have the Huawei 40 Porsche Design Collector's Edition available for 13,999 yuan, which includes a 66 car charger, allowing you to charge in your home vehicle. Admittedly, Ye Xuan struggled to grasp the entirety of the saleswoman's spiel. Nevertheless, he did catch the mention of the Kirin 9000 chip, Huawei's most formidable chip, and the price exceeding 10,000. These factors were enough to pique his interest. Excuse me, could I take a look at the Huawei 40 Porsche Design Collector's Edition? Of course, sir. The saleswoman handed him the phone with both hands. After a moment of examination, he asked, you mentioned this model comes with a 66 car charger? Can it charge in a Ferrari as well? The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. Then, seeing the relaxed demeanor on Ye Xuan's face, she burst into laughter. Yes, it can be used in a Ferrari too. Would you like to try it out? Her smile suggested she felt victorious in their playful banter. After all, did this young man actually have a Ferrari at home? Would his mother scold him if she found out about his boasting? All right, I'll take this one. Ye Xuan proceeded to make the payment. The saleswoman was momentarily stunned. Huh, I was just teasing you. Aren't you going to discuss it with your parents first? As she pondered this, Ye Xuan fixed his gaze on her, which made her feel a little uneasy. Sir, please have a seat for a moment. Our staff will fetch your purchase. Ye Xuan nodded. By the way, do you offer any freebies? The saleswoman's demeanor shifted. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated this question. Yes, we do. Would you like a bag or something else? Before she could finish, Ye Xuan pointed to the bag containing several steamed buns. I'll take that bun. I saw you enjoying it earlier, and I haven't eaten breakfast. The saleswoman protested. That's not fair. I made those this morning. It is not a steamed bun. That is the cream puff she made this morning. The cream puff. It contains cream. Nevertheless, she still offered it to Ye Xuan. After all, he is her little golden benefactor. Just as Ye Xuan was about to take a bite, a staff member handed him a gift box. The box exuded an air of sophistication, elegantly wrapped in a black ribbon, presenting a high-end gift vibe. Ye Xuan then opened the box, revealing a white velvet lining inside. He touched the lining and nodded, noting its extraordinary texture, delicate and refined, adorned with English inscriptions meaning witness your important moments. This gift box distinctly set itself apart from ordinary ones, a delightful surprise. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was at 60% battery. All right, I shall take my leave now to test the fast charging feature you mentioned, he said. In an instant, the beautiful saleswoman chuckled. You truly have a sense of humor. However, she accompanied Ye Xuan outside, seeing him off. As she watched him enter the passenger seat of a Ferrari, her expression shifted from lightheartedness to astonishment. It dawned on her that Ye Xuan was not jesting. He genuinely owned a Ferrari. Inside the car, Ye Xuan munched on the cream puff while transferring data from his old phone to the new one. Taking a bite, he was momentarily taken aback. Is there filling? Cream? What is this? Ah, bun? No, buns usually contain vegetables. And it's certainly not a steamed bun, as that would also imply filling. In an instant, as he gazed at its round, plump form, he thought, could this possibly be a failed cream puff? The longer he stared, the more plausible it seemed. He contemplated asking the beautiful saleswoman how she managed to create such a unique version of a cream puff. However, he decided against it. After tasting one, he found it surprisingly delightful. He then checked his phone. Indeed, the saleswoman was correct. The Ferrari fast charging was impressive, nearing full charge in no time. A phone costing nearly 15,000 is incomparable to ordinary ones. How does a new phone look? Ye Xuan inquired, showcasing it to Lu Yanran. It looks good. But how much is it? She asked. 15,000, Ye Xuan replied. Lu Yanran remarked, that price isn't too exorbitant. But you just got the customized Apple 12 not long ago. And now you're switching? Clearly, wealth allows for such whims. Chapter 62, A Windfall. Subsequently, Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran set off once more, as they needed to claim their substantial lottery winnings at the redemption center. Due to traffic congestion, it took nearly an hour to arrive. Upon reaching, they found a throng of reporters and staff gathered outside the lottery center. Nearby, more reporters were making their way over. Did we arrive too early? A cameraman gasped, struggling to catch his breath as he spoke to a nearby host. The host, a young woman, was already glistening with sweat from her brisk movements. It's still early. We're here to secure a good position to capture the winners in full view. They were journalists from the local morning news, heading to the local welfare lottery center. Following yesterday's lottery draw, astonishing news broke. One individual had won a staggering 100 first prizes, with a total prize amount reaching 600 million. This marked the highest award in the history of the welfare lottery. The announcement sent shockwaves across the internet, igniting curiosity among netizens and lottery enthusiasts alike about the existence of such a grand prize winner. As reporters, they were tasked with uncovering the truth. The best evidence would be the winner's redemption process. Excitement coursed through the reporters. Securing this major scoop would guarantee their bonuses for the month. In journalism, merit is measured by the sensational stories one pens and the unique records one captures rather than years of service. This was an excellent opportunity for the young female reporter to build her portfolio. Turning to the cameraman, she declared, for the sake of our bonuses, let us give it our all. With the prospect of monetary rewards driving them, their pace quickened. Approaching the lottery center, they were met with a sea of people. The female reporter and cameraman exchanged puzzled glances. What is going on? Is there a problem? She wondered aloud. Let's hurry and check it out, she exclaimed, sprinting toward the entrance. The cameraman, contemplating the situation, switched on his camera, hoping to capture some noteworthy footage, ensuring they would exceed their assignment for the day. However, as they drew nearer, the cameraman realized many familiar faces surrounded them, reporters from other television stations, radio stations, newspapers, and various magazines. The female reporter's expression morphed into one of despair, nearly brought to tears. It's over. We've arrived too late, she lamented. I overheard someone say that some reporters came here with their gear in the early hours of the morning. Is that a sleeping bag next to them? The cameraman remarked, bewildered. That seems excessive. Despite feeling disheartened, he attempted to console her. Look, this is the dedication of media professionals. We must be more proactive next time. Just then, an acquaintance from a newspaper chimed in. You two, stop lamenting and find a decent spot. Those out-of-town reporters will be arriving soon. Out-of-town media are coming for the scoop? The female reporter asked incredulously. The newspaper journalist rolled his eyes at their naive expressions. You're not rookies. What are you so surprised about? This is a 600 million jackpot, a historic first. Who would want a piece of this monumental news? Have you seen those unfamiliar faces over there? They're from self-media outlets and arrived even earlier than us. Upon hearing this, the duo finally grasped the urgency of the situation. Without waiting for the newspaper journalist to finish, they dashed off in search of a better position. Working together, they eventually secured a relatively good spot. The female reporter yielded her position to the cameraman, stating, regardless, we must capture the winner today. The opening and closing remarks can be recorded later. Having collaborated for considerable time, they shared a mutual understanding. As time passed, more media personnel arrived at the scene, including some renowned journalists who mingled in the crowd, likely discussing the unfolding events. Do you think the jackpot winner will show up today? One inquired. After all, the deadline for claiming the prize is 7 days. Will they come on the last day? How could that be? Do you think it's just a few hundred yuan? When there is time, one can come. This is 600 million. I would be vigilant even at midnight. Typically, one would rush to claim the prize as soon as possible. Having the money in hand brings peace of mind. Wouldn't you agree? The crowd exchanged opinions, acknowledging that winners are likely to appear on the first day. Yet they must also prepare for a protracted wait. Food and drinks are easily managed. With the convenience of delivery, one can easily order refreshments. Seasoned reporters had already booked nearby hotel rooms online, not solely for accommodation, but due to the stringent regulations at the lottery center. which prohibits anyone from entering or leaving after hours. If there were hotels nearby, it would prevent the panic of searching for a restroom. As for sleeping arrangements, a sleeping bag suffices perfectly. Most of them came in pairs, taking turns to avoid exhaustion. Everyone was eager for first-hand information, and soon, masked individuals in costumes rushed to capture photographs. It didn't matter who they were. Capturing the moment was paramount. After a while, Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran parked their car and walked over. The reporters, captivated by the exquisite child, couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Such a beautiful child. If only we were covering social news. Capturing this adorable little one could potentially skyrocket our readership. The reporters excitedly murmured, only to be further enchanted by the graceful Lu Yanran. Dressed in a pastel blue professional ensemble, she exuded an air of competence and sharpness. Their gazes were fixated on the pair, utterly mesmerized. How strikingly beautiful they were. Were it not for the presence of others, they might have screamed in delight. Lu Yanran quickly approached Ye Xuan and whispered, audible only to them, "Are we really just going to walk in like this? Shouldn't we disguise ourselves a bit?" In her memory, genuine winners always concealed their identities to avoid recognition. How could Ye Xuan be so unguarded, striding in without any cover? Ye Xuan winked at Lu Yanran and replied, "You don't understand, do you? They're waiting for someone masked to enter. By being so open, they want to even suspect us to be the winners." Lu Yanran felt skeptical, yet they had already traversed halfway. It was too late to turn back for a mask. As she wrestled with her thoughts, the pair successfully entered the lottery center. Unfettered and without incident, Lu Yanran joyfully touched her chest and exclaimed, "Wow, that was surprisingly easy." Ye Xuan glanced at her, a smirk of indifference gracing his features. "Little secretary, you can't keep patting your chest like that. It's quite unsettling." Outside, the reporters resumed their duties, their eyes scanning each individual entering the building like cameras. Some muttered quietly, finding Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran somewhat suspicious. After all, why would a woman bring a child inside? An older reporter scoffed at the remark, saying, "Isn't it obvious that you young folks lack life experience? Who goes to claim a grand prize without being fully prepared? If recognized, even distant relatives would swarm, either seeking money or causing trouble. What will you do then? Do you think that wealth would erase familial ties? Would you abandon your home? Surely not. The best course of action, after much contemplation, is to quietly claim the winnings. Unnoticed, I can continue my carefree life while you all lead your ordinary days. Let us not disturb one another." There has never been a case of someone boldly walking in to claim their money. A young reporter, somewhat defiant, retorted, "What if someone has no relatives? What if they are completely alone? Perhaps they encountered good fortune due to their unfortunate circumstances." The older reporter smirked dismissively. "No relatives? Is that really the case? Everyone knows their face nationwide. Does that guarantee safety? In the face of such wealth, human nature can quickly become corrupt." Ye Xuan led Lu Yanran into the reception hall of the lottery center. With operations just commencing, few staff members were present. They appeared lethargic, some eating breakfast while others leisurely groomed their nails. As Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran entered, the employees merely glanced up without making any move. "Xiao Li, what's going on?" Ask them why they're here. The reception area isn't for just anyone. The woman polishing her nails called out impatiently. Xiao Li, the security guard, hurried over and inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask what brings you here?" Lu Yanran, feeling quite dissatisfied with the interruption, frowned and replied, "We're here to claim a prize." Upon hearing the words "claim a prize," the employee who was still eating breakfast looked up and muttered, "Only tickets over 5,000 yuan need to be processed here. If it's a smaller amount, just go to where you bought it." Ye Xuan was infuriated. What kind of work attitude was this at the lottery center? He marched directly to the woman polishing her nails, shaking the ticket in his hand. "This prize can only be claimed here." The woman finally set down her nail tool and examined Ye Xuan's ticket. As she recognized the series of numbers and the subsequent 100 entries, her mind went blank with a resounding buzz. Wasn't this the ticket for the 600 million grand prize? The winners were just a child and a young woman? My heavens! The feeling was indescribable. The woman felt her hands trembling as they held something of immense value. 600 million. What kind of mansion could accommodate such wealth? Overcome with excitement, she abruptly stood, left a hasty "please wait a moment," and dashed into her supervisor's office. Chapter 63. Crying poverty before she even entered. The sounds of laughter from within the supervisor's office reached her ears. What do you think of my new outfit? Doesn't it look fabulous? Don't you think something's missing? Missing? I think you just need a man. Oh, you're so annoying. I'm in a designer handbag. Come here for a hug. I'll buy you two. The speakers were Zhang Tian, the supervisor of the lottery center, and his secretary, Zhang Jing. They were discussing the unprecedented large prize won by Ye Xuan, which had nearly drained the lottery center's prize pool. As staff members, it was imperative for them to properly attend to such a significant winner in order to host such an esteemed client. Zhang Jing indulged in a lavish shopping spree at the mall, acquiring high-end international fashion items worth several tens of thousands. This seemingly simple green fashion shirt alone cost over 30,000 yuan. With such a price tag for a single shirt, one could imagine how many necessities a typical family could procure for an entire year. Not only was Secretary Zhang Jing adorned in luxury, but Supervisor Zhang Tian also donned a bespoke suit, valued at over 100,000 yuan, not to mention the Rolex watch adorning his wrist. Altogether, his attire amounted to 50 or 60,000 yuan. Zhang Tian lit a cigarette, taking a leisurely puff, and remarked, "This time, the grand prize is indeed substantial. I reckon that lucky winner will be arriving to claim their prize today. We must prepare in advance." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing nodded enthusiastically, casting a flirtatious glance at Zhang Tian, and coyly said, "Brother Tian, do remember to consider my purse when making your donations." As a center for welfare lottery, they oversaw numerous social welfare initiatives. Before each grand prize winner, they would engage in a persuasive discourse, encouraging them to part with a portion of their winnings for charitable organizations. For a grand prize winner, a sum of several hundred thousand or 1 to 2 million yuan was hardly significant. Many of these individuals, having recently acquired wealth, were often at a loss as to how to utilize it effectively. Thus, they were merely helping alleviate their concerns. Furthermore, these winners were apprehensive about not receiving their full prize, often contemplating spending a bit to expedite the process. After all, mutual benefit was the aim. A small fraction of these funds would indeed find their way to charitable organizations, but a more substantial amount would inevitably line their own pockets. Otherwise, how could they afford such extravagant lifestyles on a mere few thousand yuan monthly salary? Luxury handbags were likely beyond their wildest dreams. Zhang Tian and Zhang Jing greedily mused. For a winner of 600 million, is it too much to ask for a donation of 10 to 20 million? To them, that is but a trifle. Yet in their hands, yet another bountiful year awaited. Zhang Tian chuckled heartily, as if the multi-million yuan bonus had already found its way into his pocket. Rest assured, we shall articulate our case persuasively, and the funds will be ours. Zhang Jing exchanged knowing glances with him. Both were well-versed in this game, having orchestrated it countless times before. Should they secure this windfall, a trip abroad would undoubtedly be in order. The overseas luxury market was abundant and affordable, and upon their return, they would certainly incite envy among many. Just then, the receptionist knocked on the door, announcing loudly, "Supervisor, I have something to discuss with you. The winner of the 600 million prize has arrived. Would you like to greet them personally?" Upon hearing 600 million, both Zhang Tian and Zhang Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. How swift indeed." Zhang Tian responded boisterously, quickly adjusting his attire as he and his secretary ventured outside. Upon reaching Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran, he was greeted with the sight of an 8-year-old child and an innocent young lady claiming the prize. A grin stretched across his face. How serendipitous. If it had been a middle-aged person, he would have needed to coax them, but an 8 or 9-year-old child and a girl. This would be a cinch. What concept of money could such individuals possess? In a matter of moments, he could persuade them to part with 100 million. After all, a child would hardly comprehend. Zhang Tian, brimming with excitement, signaled to Zhang Jing and swiftly approached Lu Yanran, adopting an exceedingly affable tone. "Hello, are you the fortunate winner of this grand prize?" "Not me, but my young master. However, it was purchased by my sister, and I am here to claim it for him," Lu Yanran replied, echoing Ye Xuan's earlier sentiments, as he was aware of his own age limitations. "Ah, so it is you, little one?" They could hardly contain their glee. This young child was sure to be easily swayed. Ye Xuan detested such insincerity, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he urged, "Yes, it is indeed me. Can we expedite the process?" After receiving the prize, he had many matters awaiting his attention. Zhang Tian nodded vigorously and directed Zhang Jing. Hurry and escort them to the office to complete the prize collection procedures. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing reached for Ye Xuan's hand, only to have him deftly evade her grasp. Lu Yanran stepped protectively in front of Ye Xuan, addressing the secretary. I apologize, but our young master dislikes being touched. Please maintain your distance. Lu Yanran scrutinized Zhang Jing and, with her heavily made-up visage and overly sweet smile, felt an instinctive aversion. It only further fueled her displeasure that Ye Xuan seemed uncomfortable with Zhang Jing's presence. Zhang Jing felt unjustly treated. Her intentions were merely to appear approachable. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she became, and her eyes began to well up. Supervisor, please see that I harbor no ill intentions. You must vouch for me. Zhang Tian, consumed with thoughts of money, had little patience for Zhang Jing's grievances. Ignoring her entirely, he approached Ye Xuan directly, exclaiming, Sir, please follow me to the office to formalize the prize collection. Ye Xuan followed him into the office. Zhang Tian presented a prize collection document with utmost respect, stating, kindly fill out this form. Our staff is currently validating the ticket, and once all is in order, you may collect your rightful winnings. Ye Xuan remained indifferent, taking the form and handing it to Lu Yanran. You know my information, please fill it out. It was merely 600 million. The paperwork felt excessively tedious. Were it not for the winnings already secured, he would not have bothered to come. Nevertheless, he mused that even a fly's leg constituted meat. It should not go to waste. If only those nearby could hear his thoughts, they would surely be aghast. 600 million, draining the entire prize pool. And yet you say you can't be bothered to show up? How utterly pretentious. Zhang Tian regarded the duo before him with disdain. A mere child and a woman easily swayed by emotion dared to claim such a monumental prize. Who better to exploit than these two? As he pondered, he cleared his throat, stating, You two arrived to claim such a substantial prize, yet stroll in so nonchalantly? I saw a throng of journalists this morning. The crowd had been so dense that he initially thought they were there to protest. However, as a staff member of the lottery, he understood precisely what a 600 million prize entailed, a dream that many would scarcely dare to imagine. Ye Xuan leaned back in his chair, finding a comfortable position and responding with a nonchalant murmur. Observing their demeanor, one would hardly suspect them of being winners. They had simply walked in without a care. Zhang Tian nodded knowingly, genuinely appreciating their candidness, which indeed made them appear more forthright, thus averting suspicion. Ye Xuan gently closed his eyes, too disinterested to engage further. After all, Zhang Tian was merely a supervisor at the lottery center. There was little of substance to discuss. Zhang Tian felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet for the sake of the money, he pressed on. He let out a heavy sigh, casting a furtive glance at Ye Xuan's expression. Mr. Yi, you are truly fortunate. If only I possessed such luck, I could assist more children. Zhang Tian continued, disregarding whether Ye Xuan was paying attention. You have no idea. The children in the mountainous areas surrounding Jinling cannot afford education. They struggle to find enough food and proper clothing, and when ill, they cannot receive treatment. Witnessing their pitiable condition truly breaks my heart. Have you ever seen children whose only sustenance comes from potatoes for every meal? Children your age, yet they are a full head shorter than you. Their nutrition is severely lacking. How can they grow strong? As he spoke, Zhang Tian endeavored to squeeze out tears. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing, standing nearby, promptly handed him a tissue and feigned comfort. Rest assured, supervisor, there are still many good people in this world. Seeing so many unfortunate children, if it only takes a little money to ensure they are well fed and clothed, I believe many compassionate individuals will extend a helping hand. Their duet exhibited a remarkable synergy. The underlying intention unmistakable. They were subtly probing Ye Xuan. Are you not a compassionate person? With just a small monetary contribution, you could help children like yourself. Shouldn't you lend a hand? Anyone with a modicum of humanity would not stand idly by. Upon hearing their words, Ye Xuan finally opened his eyes. He regarded Secretary Zhang Jing, adorned in a luxurious Chanel ensemble, and the supervisor's wrist gleaming with a Rolex watch, and couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. If they genuinely wished to engage in charity, they might consider foregoing some luxury purchases. Surely, they could contribute something substantial. Their attire alone must cost a fortune. Yet here they were, lamenting poverty. How absurd! Moreover, Ye Xuan was quite familiar with the situation around Jinling. While there were indeed some villages that were not progressing rapidly, The dire circumstances they described were far from accurate. After all, these were plains, not remote mountain paths. It was inconceivable that anyone could be unable to afford food. Let them continue their charade. Ye Xuan, disinterested in exposing their pretense, merely responded with a nonchalant, "Indeed, life is quite challenging nowadays, and some impoverished individuals are desperately seeking a way out. I appreciate your donations to charitable causes. You are truly benevolent." Zhang Tian and Zhang Jing exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe such perfunctory words could emerge from the mouth of an 8-year-old child. "What do you mean, thanking us for your contributions to charity? Do we need your gratitude? Are you handing us a good person card? You claim to enjoy charity? Then why not take action and donate?" Ye Xuan, uninterested in continuing the facade, noticed Lu Yanran had completed the form and pushed it towards the supervisor, stating, "The form is filled out. Please assist us with the process. We have other matters to attend to." He was eager to leave, rather than engage in further meaningless exchanges. Zhang Tian grew anxious, realizing he could not allow them to leave with the money so easily. "Mr. Yi, didn't you say you enjoyed charity? Look at the substantial winnings you've just received. Shouldn't you contribute a sum of 1 or 2 million to help those unfortunate children?" He scoffed. "After winning such a hefty prize from our lottery, you don't even want to leave a single penny. This is utterly outrageous. Before coming here, did you not inquire about our lottery rules? You cannot leave without contributing something. And that is 600 million. A million or two is negligible. Even considering taxes, you would still owe 120 million. Just think of it as an additional tax payment. Why are you dawdling here?" Zhang Tian was seething, his frustration directed entirely at Ye Xuan. How could an 8-year-old child be so heartless? After all the effort put forth by the adults, a typical child would willingly part with their money. Unlike you, who hesitates and refuses to contribute. It was infuriating. Zhang Tian felt an overwhelming urge to shake Ye Xuan, demanding he come to his senses. "Hurry and pay up, otherwise. How can you leave? If you walk away like this, what will we eat or drink? How will we fund our upcoming trip abroad? And what are those luxury items I wish to bring home and showcase to my friends? This is simply intolerable. Mr. Yi, I sincerely hope you will save those unfortunate children who are just like you, granting them a new life. It would have no impact on you, would it?" Ye Xuan smiled slightly at him and replied, "Of course, if there truly are such unfortunate children, I would certainly provide assistance." The supervisor visibly relaxed. This child was indeed insistent on making his intentions clear before parting with his money. Nevertheless, it was a step forward. "All right, Mr. Yi, how much do you intend to donate? I'll register it for you." The supervisor seized the moment and inquired eagerly. Ye Xuan, gazing at the supervisor's expectant expression, innocently stated, "Why must you assist me with the registration? If I wish to engage in charity, can I do so independently? Why must I go through you?" "Mr. Yi, first, we are a professional organization, and government regulations dictate you cannot circumvent us in charitable matters. Second, given your substantial win, if you choose not to donate a single penny, there are reporters outside. If I were to inform them of your stance, how detrimental would that be for your reputation? We're looking out for your best interests, are we not? Otherwise, should you expose yourself, it could lead to untold complications." The supervisor's demeanor had shifted. Now, wearing a disingenuous smile, Ye Xuan merely chuckled coldly. "Are you threatening me? I'm sorry, but must take my leave. Please step aside." Ye Xuan stated unflinchingly. Realizing he could no longer deter them, the supervisor quickly signaled to his secretary to fetch the reporters. He was eager to see how Ye Xuan would handle the scrutiny of the press. Has he no shame? Very well, let them stand their ground. Zhang Jing dashed outside to the lottery center entrance, calling out to the idle reporters, "What are you all doing here? The grand prize winner has already entered to claim their prize, and you're just standing around." Furthermore, she added, "Dear reporters, you must report diligently on this prize recipient. We introduced our various charitable projects and shared the plight of many isolated children. Yet the individual showed no interest and even remarked that the poor deserve to starve. Such a despicable character." In mere moments, her words incited an uproar, and the reporters sprang to their feet, exclaiming, "What? Such a person exists." Upon hearing the news, the reporters were immediately incensed. As professionals dedicated to social reporting, they held a deep-seated disdain for wrongdoing. The arrogance and malice exhibited by an individual who had recently acquired wealth were intolerable. Could such a person truly exist? It was imperative that their actions be exposed to the public, allowing the nation to witness the truth. Yes, let the masses judge for themselves. Is having a bit of money truly commendable? What gives one the audacity to claim that the poor deserve their fate? It is those who provoke public outrage with such statements who deserve scorn. A call was made for the authorities to revoke his prize eligibility and expel him from the land of Huaxia entirely. Together, they resolved to confront him and demand an explanation for his words. The reporters, equipped and resolute, surged into the building like arrows released from a bow, with Zhang Jing reluctantly trailing behind, her heart heavy with resentment. Dressed elegantly, she wondered why she was compelled to follow, feeling her grace and composure slipping away. Upon entering the lottery building, the reporters quickly surrounded the supervisor and Ye Xuan. The strikingly handsome young man before them left everyone momentarily speechless. How could someone so appealing utter such venomous words? Why did you declare that the poor deserve to starve? They demanded. At your young age, do you even grasp the concepts of conscience and morality? How can you claim that the existence of the impoverished is a waste of resources? After winning a substantial prize, how did you choose to allocate your funds? Did you simply purchase toys and a grand house to store them in? With such a windfall, why did you not consider giving back to society? Even if you chose to remain stingy, your words are utterly outrageous. The reporters, fueled by indignation, pressed on with their accusations, even in the presence of the ethereal Ye Xuan. At that moment, the supervisor stepped forward, his expression a mask of distress, his voice tinged with emotion. Mr. Yi, whether you choose to donate generously or not reflects your intentions. We do not compel contributions. But why must you utter such hurtful remarks? Why belittle us and the children in the mountainous regions? We can endure, but they are merely children, only 8 years old, yearning for survival. What sin have they committed? After a few poignant statements, the supervisor fell to his knees, bowing his head in profound sorrow, igniting the collective fury of the crowd. Chapter 65, Mr. Yi, Part 7. This was precisely the reaction he sought. He could hardly believe that, under the pressure of public opinion, an 8-year-old child could withstand the burden of refusing to donate. He was determined to expose the truth. Ye Xuan faced the throng of reporters with unwavering composure, an unexpected gravitas for one so young. He took a step toward them and proclaimed, "Since the supervisor has raised these points, I kindly request that he reiterate his earlier statements for the benefit of my esteemed colleagues in the press, so they may analyze their veracity. Moreover, I urge you all to observe the attire of the supervisor and his secretary. Can their lavish wardrobe truly be afforded on their salary?" Ye Xuan added, and the reporters, seasoned and discerning, quickly recognized the high-end brands adorning their figures, all authentic. The supervisor instinctively attempted to conceal his Rolex watch, but the keen-eyed reporters had already captured it, scrutinizing the image. A Rolex gold watch could not be had for less than several $100,000. The other reporters were astonished. A mere lottery center supervisor flaunting a luxury watch worth hundreds of thousands? How could this be? Who would dare purchase such an extravagant timepiece without a fortune exceeding millions? Coupled with their designer clothing, the situation became painfully clear. The supervisor, now visibly pale and flustered, feigned calmness as he declared, "Do not heed their nonsense. These are merely replicas. We purchased these fine garments to receive you properly. How could we possibly afford such attire in the mountains? Mr. Yi, if you choose not to donate, that is your prerogative. But why must you initially humiliate us and those innocent children, only to accuse me now?" He spoke with righteous indignation. "I may not always act with the utmost integrity, but I have consistently donated a portion of my salary over the years. How could I possibly be guilty of embezzlement? This is slander." Just as tensions escalated, a poised figure pushed through the crowd. "Excuse me, please make way," the man insisted, prompting discontent among the reporters. "What do you think you're doing? Which media outlet are you with?" One reporter retorted. The man shot him a piercing glare, causing the reporter to falter. "Do you have any idea who he is?" "This is Mr. Lu Zonglin, the general manager of the Dinglong Group's Jinling branch." A gasp rippled through the crowd, and reporters hastily stepped aside. The one who had just spoken nearly stumbled in shock. The general manager of Dinglong Group's Jinling branch? Such a figure was indeed rarefied among the elite of Jinling. Without pausing, Lu Zonglin approached Ye Xuan, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Yi, my apologies for the delay. I was caught in traffic." "Mr. Yi?" The revelation left the crowd in disbelief. Many recognized Lu Zonglin, the general manager of the Dinglong Group's Jinling branch. "What do you mean, Mr. Yi?" One reporter inquired. Lu Zonglin turned to the reporters with a smile, introducing, "This is our chairman, Ye Xuan." The attendees were left astounded, their expressions a canvas of disbelief. How could it be? An 8-year-old child was the chairman of Dinglong Group, a publicly listed company, one of the foremost conglomerates in Huaxia. Was steered by a mere child? The reporter's mind spun, struggling to comprehend the bombshell revelation. What had they been doing at 8 years old? Running around aimlessly, perhaps. Yet here stood Ye Xuan, already at the helm of a listed company. It was utterly astonishing. He was indeed a child of fortune, having casually purchased a lottery ticket that nearly drained the prize pool. 600 million. No wonder he appeared unfazed. A trivial business for Dinglong Group could easily involve projects worth hundreds of millions. In such an environment, the notion of 600 million was but a trifle to him. Chapter 66, Exposure. Ye Xuan regarded Lu Zonglin with a smile. "Mr. Lu, may I ask if it's permissible for me to allocate the funds for charitable purposes within my own company?" Lu Zonglin paused, slightly confused by the context, but responded earnestly. "Of course, that is your prerogative." Ye Xuan grinned and addressed the reporters. "Is that so?" Just moments ago, the supervisor did not express it that way. He stated that the Welfare Lottery Center is a professional institution, and the state regulations prohibit bypassing them for charitable endeavors. Lu Zonglin immediately furrowed his brow and countered, "That is certainly not the case. Not only does our Dinglong Group have dedicated charitable funds, but even without them, as an ordinary donor, one possesses the right and freedom to choose the projects and amounts they wish to contribute. If there are indeed so many restrictions, would it not amount to coercion in donations?" After Lu Zonglin's statement, noticing some journalists were skeptical, he quickly elaborated. "Our Dinglong Group's Jinling branch also has its own charitable organization, specifically aimed at assisting children and families in need within the Suzhou and Hangzhou areas. Given my frequent involvement in this sector's approvals, I am quite familiar with the legal statutes pertaining to charity." This must be Supervisor Zhang, right? "I have heard of your dealings. A primary school built at over 10 million, and yet it is merely a large tile-roofed house. In contrast, the establishments constructed by our Dinglong Group, regardless of location, scale, or facilities, have only cost 5 million. Furthermore, I have also heard that you raised 1 million under the guise of helping children with leukemia, yet only allocated 2,000 to their families." Lu Zonglin continued to speak with fervor, exposing the supervisor's concealed tactics. At his words, Zhang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Zonglin, stammering, "What are you talking about?" Lu Zonglin let out a cold laugh, responding, "Am I speaking nonsense? All you need to do is present the data, allowing everyone to see where the funds for that 10 million primary school were actually spent. What could possibly justify such an exorbitant cost? Moreover, I believe that if our Dinglong Group's Jinling branch investigates, we should be able to locate that child who only received 2,000. As all subsequent expenses were covered by our branch, he has since recovered, and I could arrange a confrontation with his parents. Would you dare?" As Lu Zonglin's voice rose, a tremor ran through the crowd, and Zhang Tian's expression darkened, nearly dripping with anxiety, for these were indeed deeds he had committed. If he were to disclose the data or confront the child's parents, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, he glanced at the advancing Lu Zonglin, stumbling back a few steps until he fell to the ground. Lu Zonglin looked at him and asked, "Supervisor Zhang, where did your clothes come from? What about your car and house? Are you sleeping well at night? If you have a guilty conscience, are you not afraid of the ghosts at your door?" With each utterance, Lu Zonglin stepped closer, while Zhang Tian's face grew increasingly pale. In that instant, all the journalists realized there seemed to be an even greater scandal unfolding here. And who was Ye Xuan? He was the chairman of the entire Dinglong Group. Who would dare to report on this? If any details were misrepresented, it wouldn't just cost them their jobs. Their very livelihoods could be at stake, as they could be ousted from the industry altogether. They held no doubts, for the Dinglong Group undoubtedly possessed such power. Thus, they swiftly turned their cameras toward Zhang Tian on the ground. "Supervisor Zhang, is what Mr. Lu said true? Do you have any explanations to provide? May we examine the data? Can we see your fundraising records? Can we review your bank statements?" A few hours later, articles began to emerge. Jinling Lottery Center Supervisor Zhang Tian engaged in such misconduct. 1 million raised in a day, yet only 2,000 reached the victims. Utterly shameless. Using donor funds to purchase clothing. Does that bring you comfort? As these reports circulated, the online community erupted in outrage. Heavens, so this is how it is. Truly deranged. Honestly, why appoint such a person as a supervisor? Were it not for the Dinglong Group's intervention, that child who received only 2,000 might have perished. Indeed, a series of comments nailed Zhang Tian to the pillar of shame. In no time, the Lottery Association was in turmoil, and the entire management convened an emergency meeting, swiftly forming an investigative team to head to Jinling. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian's phone was inundated with calls. Hello, leader? What on earth have you done? I didn't appoint you as the supervisor in Jinling to pocket money. The man on the other end shouted. Supervisor, please let me explain. Explain what? Dinglong Group is already preparing to investigate you. They've teamed up with the investigative department. Brace yourself for prison. Zhang Tian's face drained of color. Why should the Dinglong Group investigate him? You ask me? I want to ask you. The leader roared before abruptly hanging up. Listening to the voice and then glancing at the news online, Zhang Tian collapsed to the ground, tearing his luxurious clothes to shreds. All his misdeeds had been exposed by the Dinglong Group. It was over for him. In just a few hours, Dinglong Group stocks surged by 5 points in defiance of the market trend. Ultimately, the primary beneficiaries of this incident were Dinglong Group and a multitude of media outlets, while the online community feasted on the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the Lottery Association bore the brunt of the fallout. At this time, Ye Xuan, accompanied by Lu Zonglin, Lu Yanran, and other high-ranking officials from Dinglong Group's Jinling branch, made their way to a restaurant. Their meal cost between 5 to 600,000, leaving the executives in awe. So this is what life is like for the wealthy. At the dining table, the executives toasted to Ye Xuan, who opted for tea instead of alcohol, consuming not a drop. Occasionally, he merely raised his cup, and the others would empty theirs. As they departed, the executives respectfully saw Ye Xuan to his vehicle. Mr. Yi, please drive carefully. Mr. Yi, slow down and take care on the road. Each high-ranking official bowed and nodded toward those in the car, displaying utmost reverence. At that moment, Lu Yanran still felt somewhat dazed. In the vehicle, she turned to Ye Xuan and asked, Young master, you are the chairman of Dinglong Group? Did you not see? A few days ago, I purchased 90% of their shares. Lu Yanran gasped. You acquired 90% of Dinglong Group's shares? But what is Dinglong Group? It is a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. As she pondered this, Lu Yanran felt her head spin. This was yet another significant shock from Ye Xuan following the last incident. Chapter 67. The rules. A while later, Ye Xuan returned home with a 600 million prize. Upon arriving, he noticed a McLaren parked in the yard. Whose car is this? Sister Five's? Has she returned already? Ye Xuan then entered the house, only to see a graceful figure seated and enjoying fruit. Sister Five, you're back. After greeting her, his gaze fell upon her. A screen popped up. Name, Yi Fei. Attractiveness, 98. Figure, height, 172. Favorability, 95. Hearing Ye Xuan's voice, Yi Fei turned to him and asked, Where have you been, little brother? You didn't come home to welcome me. She patted the sofa beside her, inviting Ye Xuan to sit closer. Once seated, Ye Xuan leaned against Yi Fei, tilting his head to rest on her chest. This sensation was far superior to that experienced with his other sisters. Moreover, Yi Fei's voice was extraordinarily melodious, evoking a sense of enchantment. Opening her mouth, Yi Fei picked a cherry and placed it into Ye Xuan's waiting mouth, her small hand remaining poised to catch the pit he would spit out. Fifth sister, you spoil him too much. Look at him when he's with you. He seems to have no backbone, always leaning on you. He wouldn't dare do that with me, remarked the fourth sister, Ye Xuan, as she entered with nuts and pastries. Fourth sister, are you still unaware of why I don't lean on you? It's simply because your embrace lacks the expansive warmth of fifth sisters. It doesn't have the same comforting waves, Ye Xuan thought, but dared not voice aloud, for that would surely lead to trouble. Ye Xuan settled down. Fifth sister, are you heading to the company soon? Yes, after I finish my tasks tonight. I should have ample time to keep you company, Yi Fei replied, gently cupping Ye Xuan's face and playfully squeezing it. The sensation was still delightful. Then, Yi Fei stood up. All right, I must take my leave now. Come back early tonight. Good luck. As Ye Xuan witnessed Ye Xuan waving her over, she moved closer, and soon he was resting against her chest. Now I finally understand why you seem spineless. My goodness, you've really taken advantage of your sisters, haven't you? Is it comfortable? Ye Xuan asked softly. Quite comfortable, Ye Xuan began to say, but a sudden sensation of unease washed over him, prompting him to quickly amend his response. driven by a strong survival instinct. Fourth sister, where did fifth sister go? He then offered a cherry to Ye Xuan, who mumbled, she's attending some event, seems like an annual gala or something. Oh, Ye Xuan responded. After resting for a while, the eldest, second, and third sisters returned one after another. Once dinner was prepared, they gathered around the dining table. Ye Xuan activated the home projector, casting a massive image across the wall that displayed the promotional video for the TMI Entertainment annual gala. Although the event had yet to commence, everyone began to eat while waiting. Xian, look, the Rising Star annual gala is about to begin. Yi Chan's slightly excited voice resonated throughout the room. Yi Xian chuckled and turned to the exuberant Ye Xuan, fourth sister. Why are you so excited? One might think you were going to participate live. The eldest sister, Ye Xuan, chimed in with a laugh. You know, your fourth sister once dreamed of becoming a singer. Before she could finish, Ye Xuan hurriedly attempted to silence her. Silence? Why? Because when fourth sister participated in the talent show, she didn't even pass the preliminary rounds. And in frustration, she became a streamer, added the second sister, Ye Ying, while eating. You all are so mean, Ye Xuan exclaimed, rolling her eyes before shifting the conversation. Little brother, you clearly don't understand the significance of the Rising Star annual gala. Let me tell you, the entertainment news has been buzzing about this event every day. How could it not be important? Ye Xuan's emphasis on the gala stemmed not only from its media coverage, but also from her concern for fifth sister Ye Fei. Tonight's gala was essentially a grand competition finale, showcased to a nationwide audience. To ensure fairness, the event was attended by a multitude of fans, along with both television and online live broadcasts, making it an unprecedented spectacle. As the most vocal contender for the championship, Ye Fei's performance tonight could very well mark her crowning moment. Ye Chan's expression was filled with longing as she imagined. Can you picture it? Your fifth sister in a stunning gown, captivating the entire nation with her voice. Her main desire was to see her sister shine as the brightest star of the evening. Ye Xian nodded in agreement, firmly believing in Ye Fei's abilities. Such a significant opportunity for performance must have undergone countless rehearsals, ensuring an extraordinary presentation. Meanwhile, Ye Fei was backstage at the Rising Star annual gala, preparing for her makeup. Her natural beauty required minimal effort from the makeup artist, and the mirror reflected her already radiant visage. As the makeup artist worked, she couldn't help but praise, Fei, your skin is impeccable. Being your exclusive makeup artist is a breeze. You must consider me for future events. I'll give you a discount. Ye Fei chuckled, her eyes sparkling as she replied. Teacher Jenny, isn't your fee always exorbitant? I can hardly afford it. Jenny was a renowned figure in the makeup industry, sought after by many top-tier celebrities, and his services were indeed costly. For the sake of the gala's production quality, Jenny had taken on the role of chief makeup consultant, and he held high regard for Ye Fei, not merely for her beauty, but for her humble and polite demeanor, believing she would thrive in the entertainment industry. With a shared smile, the playful banter subsided, and Ye Fei gently closed her eyes. After taking a couple of deep breaths, she opened them, and her entire demeanor transformed. Tonight, she was determined to claim victory. As the gala was on the verge of commencing, everyone present was diligently focused on their tasks. Even those who had completed their preparations were repeatedly checking their work. Such live events allowed for no margin of error. Amidst the palpable tension, no one noticed a charming figure slipping into the organizer's workspace, hastily making her way to the general manager's office. Zhang Tao, the general manager of TMI Entertainment, was reclining with his legs propped on the desk when the sudden opening of his office door startled him. Irritated, he straightened up and frowned at the woman entering. Why aren't you preparing backstage? What brings you to my office? As he spoke, his gaze unabashedly roamed over Yu Yi's form. It must be noted that her figure was quite appealing. Although she couldn't quite match Ye Fei's perfection, she was undeniably beautiful. Moreover, given the significance of the annual gala, Yu Yi's attire and makeup were impeccable, rendering her a vision reminiscent of a blooming rose, captivating and thought-provoking. I gazed upon the exposed skin, so fair and exquisitely supple. Zhang Tao's eyes sparkled, his gaze lingering on the bare flesh, reluctant to divert his attention. Yu Yi, under the scrutiny of a man, felt no shame. Instead, she proudly puffed out her chest, accentuating her feminine allure. With a slight tilt of her head, she cast a bewitching glance at Zhang Tao, her voice dripping with allure as she said, Look, General Zhang, I am already prepared for your inspection. dressed in a sweeping black evening gown with a daring thigh-high slit. Ye subtly adjusted her attire, revealing long, elegant legs that glimmered under the bright lights. Zhang Tao, a seasoned veteran of the entertainment industry, recognized the scene for what it was. Ye was attempting to seduce him. Her intentions were clear. As the host of the Tomorrow Star annual gala, the determination of who would claim the crown rested in their hands. Zhang Tao settled back into his chair, the large office seat creaking under his weight. Clearing his throat with feigned seriousness, he said, "As the general manager of TM Entertainment, I suppose it's permissible for me to conduct an inspection, but I must also assess your willingness to cooperate." Zhang Tao was no novice in such matters. He understood the dynamics at play. Whether Ye would achieve her desired outcome depended on her ability to navigate the situation. She too was aware of this, her mind resolute in the belief that she would secure the championship title, regardless of the cost. Prepared and unashamed of trading her body for resources, Ye gracefully approached Zhang Tao, each step igniting his imagination. Her movements were tantalizing. The curves of her hips drew attention, amplifying her femininity. Unable to resist, Zhang Tao pulled her into his embrace, his hands exploring with eagerness. Ye giggled, her laughter causing her bosom to rise and fall enticingly, a sight that stirred Zhang Tao's desires. With a coy demeanor, she perched atop him, saying, "Oh, General Zhang, I'm quite timid and uncertain. What rank do you think I might achieve tonight?" She had already prepared for this encounter, but sought Zhang Tao's assurance. Ye was determined to be crowned the queen of the annual gala. Zhang Tao, eager and assuring, responded, "Rest assured, tonight's champion will unequivocally be you." Yet, he pondered, would Ye Fei be agreeable to this? After all, she seemed to be a formidable contender. As Ye feigned distress, she leaned against Zhang Tao, who was becoming increasingly agitated by thoughts of Ye Fei questioning their authority. How dare she? He had elevated her status, and if she dared to challenge them, she would find herself ostracized from the industry. With Ye now assured of her victory, she let Zhang Tao take the lead. As he grew more aggressive, he recalled the recent rejection he faced from Ye Fei when he had sought a sincere relationship with her. How could she refuse him, the general manager of TM Entertainment, the son of its chairman? She could have enjoyed the heights of fame alongside him. Yet she had turned him away without hesitation. As Zhang Tao's frustration mounted, so did his actions. Ye bore it all with a smirk, thinking to herself, "Ye Fei, what does your talent matter? The title of queen will belong to me, and you shall be my defeated rival." Before long, Zhang Tao completed his desires and urged Ye to prepare herself, instructing her to refresh her makeup while assuring her that she had nothing to worry about regarding the championship. The message was clear. The victory was hers. Ye left with a smile, only to encounter her frantic manager, who had been searching for her. "Where have you been? You were supposed to be rehearsing your lyrics." The manager was aware of Ye's rigorous schedule, filled with various engagements that left little room for practice. Ye, with a dismissive smile, glanced toward the general manager's office and arrogantly replied, "Do not fret. Even if I faint on stage today, the crown will still be mine." As the manager opened her mouth to scold, she followed Ye's gaze and understood, leading both of them to their makeup room with renewed optimism. Their faces beamed with anticipation, eager to reap the rewards of their impending success. The gala was about to commence, and Ye needed a quick touch-up. She longed to witness the performance of her rival, Ye Xuan, whose anxious demeanor elicited laughter from those nearby. Amidst the laughter, the Tomorrow Star annual gala commenced. The stage, once bright, was now ablaze with vibrant lights, reminiscent of a superstar's concert. Before the audience could cheer, an explosion of colorful fireworks illuminated the venue, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. At this captivating moment, a male host clad in a black tailcoat and a female host in a flowing white gown ascended the stage. "Welcome to the Tomorrow Star annual gala," they proclaimed in unison, their voices igniting a thunderous roar from the crowd. Exchanging glances, the hosts anticipated the exuberant response, yet were taken aback by the audience's fervor, which persisted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. The female host, with a radiant smile, elegantly remarked, "I can feel the audience's passionate enthusiasm. With your support, tonight's gala will undoubtedly be extraordinary." The male and female hosts exchanged witty banter on stage, eliciting uproarious laughter from the audience. Even Ye Xuan and Ye Xuan, seated in front of the television, were amused. The first performer to grace the stage was a male celebrity, embodying a rock persona. As the music of Roaring Life surged, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Although the male star's singing was conventional and not particularly standout, his solid foundation and the inherently powerful nature of rock music created an explosive atmosphere. I yearned for a life that bursts forth, akin to soaring in the vast sky, traversing endless wilderness, possessing the strength to break free from all constraints. I desire a life that flourishes, standing at the pinnacle of the rainbow, meandering through the resplendent galaxy, wielding the power to transcend the ordinary. His coarse, yet captivating voice ignited the passionate night. The audience waved their hands in rhythm, their deafening screams echoing throughout the venue. Following his performance, the program transitioned to a dance segment. A dozen graceful dancers adorned in exquisite attire took to the stage, their flowing sleeves gracefully swirling in the air like ethereal sprites. After the dance concluded, the female host ascended the stage, the spotlight illuminating her presence. The stunning hostess, resembling a goddess, descended from the heavens. Gazed down upon the mesmerized audience. Dance is an innate ability of humankind, a natural expression of love for Mother Nature. Throughout centuries of evolution, dance has accompanied our lives. Let us offer our warm applause to the dancers for their flawless performance. Next, she invited Miss Ye to sing the song Left Hand Points to the Moon. As the hostess exited the stage, Ye's fans erupted in cheers. Ah, it's finally Ye's turn. Go for it. With such a challenging song. You must win today. You are incredible. You are my goddess, forever the best in my heart, regardless of the outcome. Amidst the fervent cheers, Ye gracefully stepped forward, clad in a floor-length black evening gown. Under the stage lights, the sequins woven into the fabric shimmered brilliantly. Ye appeared as an elegant black flower, delicately gliding to the center of the stage. Her subtly exposed legs accentuated her tall and graceful figure, exuding femininity. To highlight her physique, Ye intentionally posed alluringly, prompting another wave of enthusiastic screams from the audience. Wow, did you see that figure? Absolutely stunning. Those long legs are eye-catching. Ye truly embodies the essence of a queen, in stark contrast to the excitement of the male audience. The women expressed disdain towards Ye's display of her figure. Isn't this a singing competition? Why flaunt such provocativeness? In an instant, those aware of Ye's past controversies could not help but critique the scene. After all, her public image had suffered greatly due to previous scandals involving diva behavior and mistreatment of staff. Unaware of her misstep, Ye began to sway gently to the music, her voice rising to sing. To be frank, Ye's vocal prowess was commendable, and her ethereal style suited the song well. In front of the television, Ye Xuan furrowed her brows, murmuring, I can't believe Ye chose such a challenging song. It sounds decent for now, but I wonder if she will become a competitor for the fifth sister. Ye Xuan, however, remained unconcerned, directly pointing out Ye's shortcomings. Her vocal condition is passable, but her breath control is evidently unstable. The latter part will likely pose difficulties. He was not trying to comfort Ye Xuan, but merely stating the truth. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan glanced at her younger brother, surprised at his insight. Then, the singing commenced. With my left hand grasping the earth and my right hand holding the sky, the lines of my palm crackle with lightning, turning fleeting time into years. In this world, I remain unseen. With my left hand, I pluck flowers, and with my right hand, I wield a sword as 1,000 years of snow settles between my brows. However, during the climactic high note, Ye's breath faltered, unable to sustain the strain, and she cracked her voice. A collective gasp filled the room, both live and on-screen audiences stunned. Such a flawless song, faltering at the peak, was nothing short of an affront to Left Hand Points to the Moon. Ye's reaction was swift. Recognizing her limitations, she seamlessly transitioned into a dance, effectively concealing her vocal misstep, making it appear as if the flaw was merely part of the performance. The audience, already disgruntled, grew increasingly irritable. How ironic. This performance is utterly subpar. It's a live broadcast. How could it sound like this? I thought she was confident, and yet she delivered such a wretched performance. How embarrassing. My goodness. If I were the director, I'd have to hold someone accountable. Ye Xuan and Ye Xuan were equally taken aback, unable to suppress their laughter. It seems the fifth sister's victory is secured. Even Ye's fans could not deny that their idol had faltered this time, performing on such a beautiful stage. This level was indeed disappointing. Meanwhile, Ye Fei's assistant helped her adjust her gown, chuckling, "Sister Fei, as long as you perform normally, the championship is yours for the taking. Your competitors have either underperformed or encountered issues. What great luck for you." All right, don't jinx me." Ye Fei waved her hand, not one to gloat in another's misfortune, simply focusing on her own performance. At this moment, the male host stepped onto the stage, his black tailcoat accentuating his tall stature, reminiscent of a gentleman from the Middle Ages. Before I could speak, I felt the wave of warmth from the audience's anticipation. Next, let us welcome the most celebrated female singer of the evening, Miss Ye Fei, to perform her piece Diao. Just as the male host finished his introduction, Ye Fei ascended the stage in a dazzling silver gown. Her fair complexion radiated even more vibrantly against the shimmering fabric. If previously Yu Yi's attire resembled that of a goddess, then Ye Fei has now truly embodied the essence of divinity. As soon as Ye Fei made her entrance, the spotlight was cast upon her, and the stunning figure captured the attention of all. The venue fell into a momentary hush, quickly followed by an eruption of astonished cheers. Chapter 69. The result absolutely breathtaking. "My beloved concubine is undoubtedly the goddess of the night," exclaimed one onlooker. "Isn't she just exquisite? Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would have doubted that the camera wasn't enhanced with filters. How shallow you all are. The true beauty lies in my concubine song, which I listen on repeat every day." As Ye Fei gracefully made her way to the center of the stage, she passed by Yu Yi, who was heading towards the audience. Out of courtesy, Ye Fei offered a radiant smile as a greeting. However, to Yu Yi, that beautiful smile felt like a glaring provocation. She scoffed disdainfully, her expression revealing her contempt, and in a hushed tone meant only for the two of them, she uttered, "No matter how hard you strive tonight, the truth of your impending failure is already sealed." With that, Yu Yi turned on her heel and departed, indifferent to Ye Fei's feelings. For Yu Yi, it was her fervent wish that Ye Fei would falter on stage, suffering embarrassment before the crowd. Regrettably, Yu Yi felt that her weighty words had failed to sway Ye Fei's composure. Ye Fei took her position at the center of the stage, and the children's choir she had invited began to sing the prelude. Their melodious voices intertwined perfectly with the music, captivating the audience below. Diao, a relatively obscure folk song, transformed under Ye Fei's reinterpretation, akin to a theatrical performance that irresistibly drew everyone's gaze. Ye Fei's voice was remarkably distinctive the moment she sang. One could instantly identify it as hers. Her voice transcended mere beauty. It radiated strength, embodying the resilience of womanhood, paired with the gentle melody of a diao. All of Ye Fei's vocal advantages were on full display. "My heavens, Ye Fei sings divinely. I am utterly in awe," exclaimed a fan. Did she adapt this song herself? What a musical prodigy. A true singer should evoke emotion through their performance, just as she does, drawing us into her narrative. Ye Fei is the champion. Let's all cast our votes for her to secure victory at this grand annual event. Seemingly oblivious to the fervent audience, Ye Fei immersed herself fully in her performance. Fate, often tumultuous, bids farewell to countless stations of youth. Embracing the ordinary, yet resisting decay, you are Jiao, a bird of freedom. Ye Fei's clear and powerful voice conveyed the tenacity of a woman's spirit. As she soared to a climactic note, the audience erupted in applause, their excitement palpable. She surpasses the original artist. This is the true Jiao, a soaring Jiao, though the song speaks of another girl. It feels as if Ye Fei is singing her own story. She must be that kind of strong girl. That high note is simply phenomenal. Ye Fei is not only stunningly beautiful, but also possesses a voice to match. Could she possibly be a daughter of the divine? What a splendid description. Ye Fei is indeed favored by the heavens, which explains her unparalleled perfection. Go, Ye Fei, we adore you. The audience's thunderous cheers harmonized with Ye Fei's melody, gradually fading as she delivered her final note, bringing her performance to a breathtaking conclusion. Gazing at the exhilarated fans before her, Ye Fei felt a slight breathlessness. Yet she maintained her smile, expressing gratitude towards the audience. Without uttering a single word, her eyes spoke volumes, conveying an unspoken connection. Both male and female spectators felt a pang in their hearts, as if the hard shells around them had shattered. Through the power of a single song, Ye Fei had indelibly etched herself into the hearts of all present. This is the true allure of music. In an instant, even those in Villa Number 2, including Ye Xuan and others, erupted into applause, their faces aglow with astonishment. Despite Ye Xuan's prior acquisition of unparalleled musical talent, he could not help but acknowledge that his sister's performance was utterly flawless. It seemed that the crown was assured. As Ye Fei's performance concluded, the male and female hosts took the stage, leading into the most exhilarating moment of the evening, the voting. The male host began now. We arrive at the highly anticipated voting segment. Please cast your votes for the contestant you favor. This truly feels a bit cruel. We possess but one vote. Yet each performance tonight has been exceptional, making the choice exceedingly difficult. The female host expressed her dilemma with a resigned gesture. The audience, however, felt no such indecision, fervently chanting Ye Fei's name. The collective fervor created an atmosphere reminiscent of a solo concert rather than a competitive event. As the hosts exchanged glances, seasoned in the industry, they recognized that the champion was already apparent. At that moment, the host received instructions through their earpieces, facilitate audience voting, then delay for about 10 minutes before announcing the results. The male host swiftly responded, seizing the microphone. Without further ado, please cast your precious vote for your favorite artist. The female host chimed in 3, 2, 1. Voting begins. Each audience member, equipped with a voting device, unhesitatingly pressed the button representing Ye Fei. Before long, the 30 seconds for voting concluded. The male host discreetly glanced at his watch, announcing, "Now, we require some time to tally the votes. In the meantime, let us engage with the audience through some interactive games, shall we?" I think that's a splendid idea. Our production team has prepared numerous small gifts, and we also have signed photos from several contestants to give away. Who's interested? The female host skillfully stirred the crowd's enthusiasm, her words charged with excitement. Upon hearing about the signed photos, the audience immediately envisioned Ye Fei's charming face, their voices rising in pitch with excitement. What a delightful game. Let's get started quickly. Choose me, host. I don't care about the gifts. I only desire Ye Fei's signed photo. My friends will surely be envious. This is the crowning night of the champion. Ye Fei's signed photo will surely skyrocket in value. A collectible and an investment. The audience's excitement knew no bounds, and the hosts expertly maintained the lively atmosphere, creating a fervent engagement with the crowd. The production team had prepared ample small gifts for such moments, perfectly timed for use. With the enthusiastic cooperation of the audience, 10 minutes swiftly passed. Simultaneously, the male and female hosts received instructions in their earpieces. The voting results were in and could now be announced. Both hosts sighed in relief, having finally endured the empty moments on stage. The female host gracefully took the microphone and declared, "The joyful moments always seem fleeting, and it is time to conclude the competition that unfolded tonight. Now, let us invite the general manager of TM Entertainment to the stage to announce the champion of the Tomorrow Star Annual Gala. Please welcome Mr. Zhang." As the male host spoke, he gestured invitingly towards the stage. Zhang Tao adjusted his suit and strode confidently onto the stage. He accepted the microphone from the host, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "First, on behalf of the production team, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your presence and cooperation." Zhang Tao exuded confidence on stage, effectively masking his usual disreputable demeanor. The champion of tonight's Tomorrow Star Annual Gala is Zhang Tao. Paused for dramatic effect, relishing the eager faces of the audience before slowly revealing the name, Yui. Chapter 70, Slander Yui. The name echoed through the venue and across television screens, abruptly extinguishing the audience's anticipation. Their excitement was doused as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them, leaving them bewildered and unsure of how to react. A collective gasp filled the air, both in the auditorium and in homes, as the anticipated thunderous applause was replaced with a chorus of boos. The audience, in utter confusion, instinctively turned to their companions, seeking an explanation. What is happening? I voted for Ye Fei. How did the out-of-tune Yui win the championship? Confusion morphed into a profound sense of anger. Was this not an overt deception? They were not fools. They had ears, and they had witnessed the performances on stage. Even the male singer could not possibly compare to Yui. What kind of sham production team is this? Are they engaging in underhanded dealings? They didn't even announce the voting numbers before declaring the results, clearly concealing the truth. This is outrageous. I want to file a formal complaint. I voted for Ye Fei. How could Ye possibly be the winner? The production team has no conscience. Can't they see how the audience reacted? This is utterly false. Zhang Tao, unperturbed by the audience's outcry, feigned ignorance, expressing gratitude to the attendees before bowing and exiting the stage. The hosts, bearing the weight of public scrutiny, persevered to conclude the event. Although the audience was infuriated, they were composed individuals and refrained from directing their ire towards the innocent hosts. Ye Xuan and Ye Xuan, glued to their television screens, were equally astonished by the announcement, their previously confident smiles vanishing. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief. This was undoubtedly a scandal, utterly abhorrent. To win the championship after such a poor performance was simply unacceptable. Ye Xuan, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure and exclaimed in fury. The other sisters shared her sentiments. The situation was far worse than simply undermining their intelligence. Ye Xuan's expression darkened as well. It was evident to all that this was a rigged outcome. Tianma Entertainment certainly had a knack for manipulation. Realizing that Dinglong Group had its own entertainment subsidiary, Ye Xuan retreated to her room and called Lu Zonglin to relay the incident. Meanwhile, the sisters deliberated, no longer discussing the possibility of a scandal, but rather contemplating how to comfort Ye Fei upon her return. After a lengthy wait, they finally welcomed Ye Fei home, accompanied by her assistant. As she stepped inside, the sisters rushed forward to greet her. Fei, don't be disheartened. We all saw your incredible performance. They reassured her. Yes, and it's clear what transpired in this competition. As they spoke, the initially somber expression on Ye Fei's face transformed into one of relief. Sisters, she began, settling onto the sofa. It seems that I have turned misfortune into fortune. What do you mean by misfortune turned into fortune? They asked in unison, intrigued. You wouldn't believe it, but Lu Zonglin, the general manager of Dinglong Group's Jinling branch, just called me. He invited me to join Dinglong Group, offering a generous salary and even covering my breach of contract. Upon hearing this, the sisters' eyes widened in disbelief. Dinglong Group? They were well aware of its formidable influence, ranking among the top in the entire country. It seemed that Ye Fei's performance had indeed captured their interest. In comparison, Tianma Entertainment and Dinglong Group were not even in the same league. The assistant, visibly relieved, noted that many fans on social media had begun to condemn Tianma Entertainment's dubious actions, expressing support for Ye Fei. Consequently, her popularity soared online. Opening Weibo, Ye Fei discovered an abundance of supportive comments on her page. Fei, we stand by you. Your performance was outstanding. Keep pushing forward. There must have been foul play. I support Fei in uncovering the truth. I was there in person. I can attest that Fei's performance far surpassed that of Ye by leaps and bounds. At that moment, the sisters exchanged relieved smiles. Meanwhile, in the office of Tianma Entertainment's general manager, Zhang Tao was in a compromising position with Ye. Suddenly, the door burst open. A shriek echoed as Ye sprang up, startled as if someone had stepped on her tail. Zhang Tao's expression froze. His face contorted with anger as he turned to the department supervisor who had barged in. What is going on? Have you forgotten how to knock? The supervisor, taken aback by the shout, quickly assessed the situation and wisely refrained from speaking. After Zhang Tao vented his frustration, the supervisor cautiously stated, General Manager, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Please, do not be angry. What is it? Is the sky falling? Zhang Tao asked, propping his legs on the desk as he turned to the supervisor. Well, General Manager, there's a growing wave of online dissent regarding tonight's results. The uproar is escalating, and some voices are gaining traction. Should we intervene? The supervisor inquired. Subsequently, Zhang Tao waved his hand dismissively. Isn't this a trivial matter you can resolve? Just get in touch with those heads of the online trolls. However, there was another matter that the supervisor hesitated to disclose. What is it? Speak up. Zhang Tao said impatiently. Just now, Ye Fei submitted a request to terminate her contract with Tianma Entertainment, and I believe she has already found a new opportunity with Dinglong Entertainment, a subsidiary of Dinglong Group, which has even offered to cover her breach of contract fees. What? In an instant, Zhang Tao slammed his hand on the table, glaring at the supervisor, his expression shifting unpredictably. The reason he felt bold enough to act this way was that Ye Fei's contract was of considerable magnitude. Should she breach it, the penalties would be substantial. Thus he felt secure. However, The emergence of such a situation, with Ding Long Entertainment intervening, sent a chill down his spine. Zhang Tao's anger surged. If Ye Fei left, Tianma Entertainment would lose a cornerstone talent. Currently, Ye Fei was at the pinnacle of her career with a plethora of supporters. If she spoke even a few unfavorable words about Tianma Entertainment, the repercussions would be dire. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he realized he was not alone in his distress. Both Yu Yi and the supervisor fell silent alongside him. Even Yu Yi had not anticipated that Ye Fei would catch the eye of Ding Long Group, a truly remarkable turn of events. Pondering this, her eyes suddenly brightened. She approached Zhang Tao and said sweetly, "It seems that Ye Fei is resolute in her decision to leave. If she does depart, our strength will be significantly diminished. Moreover, Ding Long Entertainment is now our competitor, and her joining them will undoubtedly bolster their position, which is exceedingly detrimental to us." As Yu Yi spoke, Zhang Tao's frown deepened. "Am I unaware of these matters? Do you need to enlighten me?" No, Zhang Tao, what I mean is that we need to guide the online narrative, diverting attention away from tonight's gala, while simultaneously diminishing Ye Fei's influence. Considering Ye Fei is at the center of tonight's event, then, Zhang Tao looked at Yu Yi and suddenly understood her implication. What you mean is, yes, Zhang Tao, draw the fire elsewhere. If we cannot hold onto the sand, it is better to scatter it, Yu Yi replied, a ruthless glint in her eyes. Good. Zhang Tao's expression brightened, though the supervisor's gaze towards Yu Yi shifted, now understanding the true nature of her cunning. Such a stratagem was not one that an ordinary individual could conceive. Moments later, Zhang Tao listened intently to the voice on the other end of the phone. Do you understand? Rest assured, Zhang Tao, I comprehend fully. In Villa Number 2, Ye Fei was preparing to announce her impending move to Ding Long Entertainment alongside several sisters and assistants. Ye Xuan observed nearby, aware that his sister's star power would significantly bolster the fledgling Ding Long Entertainment, a veritable win-win scenario. Just as the atmosphere was ripe for their announcement, the assistant, engrossed in scrolling through Weibo, suddenly went pale. She leapt up as if pricked by a needle, her voice trembling. No, this is bad, Fei. You need to check Weibo. There's suddenly a plethora of expos about you. Expos? Ye Fei was unfazed. She had always held her head high, dismissing the slanders of others. By now, she had learned to face such accusations with equanimity. Ye Fei and her companions swiftly grabbed their phones and opened Weibo. The moment they entered Ye Fei's trending topic, they were bombarded with a barrage of scandalous claims. Ye Fei, questioning the dark underbelly of the industry. How dare she? She should first explain her past abortion. Ye Fei, I have some dirt. Before debuting, she was kept by a wealthy benefactor. Rumor has it she even terminated a pregnancy. How could she rise to fame so quickly, with such a high starting point? Ye Fei, while being involved with a benefactor, she had a boyfriend. I heard he advised her to reconsider, only to be dealt with by the benefactor's henchman. A cheating woman, utterly repulsive. Ye Fei being kept? Now this trending topic puts my mind at ease. Finally, someone has unearthed her dark history. No matter how deeply one hides, their actions will eventually come to light. The internet was awash with accusations of abortions, being kept, and infidelity. Ye Fei could hardly believe the extent of the smear campaign. How could a woman not care about her reputation? She had never even had a boyfriend, let alone been unfaithful or had an abortion. Ye Fei's fans attempted to confront the online trolls, but their voices were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries. The trolls continued to push the narrative, painting Ye Fei as a gold digger, claiming she had used her connections to rise to fame, only to terminate a pregnancy to enter the entertainment industry. Such a ruthless woman. Once a person loses their moral compass, they become shameless and willing to commit any atrocity. Let us resolutely reject such a disgraceful star. Ye Fei should exit the entertainment industry. You still regard her as a goddess? Look at this video. Is there any doubt? In the subsequent blurry video, a young woman appeared to be embraced by a middle-aged man as they enter a Rolls-Royce. However, the footage was too indistinct for a definitive identification. Link, Ye Fei. Chapter 71. Kicking down the door. Ye Fei, along with her sisters and Ye Xuan, stared at the online news, their expressions reflecting their dawning realization. How could it be such a coincidence? Just after Ye Fei sent a message to Tianma Entertainment about terminating her contract, and after the events of the evening, she had stood on moral high ground, only to be smeared immediately afterward. The source of this orchestrated attack required no further explanation. It was undoubtedly the machinations of Tianma Entertainment. A cold smile crept upon Ye Xuan's lips as he gazed at the screen before him. What clever tactic! Truly masterful. This maneuver had the potential to completely reverse the situation. After tonight, all scrutiny would be directed at Ye Fei, who would remember the dark undercurrents of the annual gala. Furthermore, should Ye Fei's reputation become tarnished, even if Dinglong Group acquired her, it would be of little consequence. Tianma Entertainment, adhering to the principle that it is better to scatter sand than to grasp it, had set this scheme in motion. At this moment, Ye Xuan and the others were not only furious, but also deeply concerned. Fei, do not be afraid. We will find a way. For now, do not look at it, do not dwell on it. Just try to get some sleep, her sister Ye Xuan urged, preparing to mobilize her fans to help clear Ye Fei's name. She also planned to reach out to their sixth sister, a prominent star in Huaxia, hoping that together they could significantly aid in rehabilitating Ye Fei's image. While uncertain of the outcome, they knew they had to act. As Ye Xuan was resolutely making her decision, Ye Fei grasped her hand tightly, a faint smile emerging on her pale face. Fourth sister, I understand your intentions. But given the current circumstances, if you choose to stand with me, you may also face the backlash. It is best that I bear this alone. Rest assured, I will be fine. Upon noticing Ye Xuan on the other side, Ye Fei suggested to Ye Xuan, fourth sister, why not take the little brother to bed first? She waved her hand, urging, please, take it back to sleep. It's late, and I do not wish for him to worry or witness my current state. Ye Fei respected in Ye Xuan. With a sigh, Ye Xuan nodded and led Ye Xuan upstairs. Once Ye Xuan had left, Ye Fei buried her head between her knees, tightly embracing herself. The room was filled with an air of indifference, the dim yellow light casting shadows on her back, accentuating her frail figure. Several sisters nearby were at a loss for words, their minds racing with potential solutions. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ye Xuan could no longer contain his rising anger as he observed the escalating numbers in the trending discussions. He swiftly picked up the phone and dialed Lu Zonglin, the general manager of the Dinglong Group's Jinling branch. Lu Zonglin, still at the office processing documents late into the night, felt a jolt of anxiety upon seeing Ye Xuan's call and hurriedly picked it up. As soon as he answered, Ye Xuan's voice rang out with urgency. Investigate something for me. I need to know the results in the shortest time possible, at any cost. The gravity of the request made Lu Zonglin tense up, quickly reaching for his notebook. Yes, Mr. Yi, please go ahead. After receiving the instructions, Lu Zonglin stood abruptly. Wait for my news. I'll notify everyone immediately. He hung up and wasted no time contacting the director of the Public Relations Department, succinctly relaying Ye Xuan's demands. At that moment, the PR director was just about to retire for the night when the call jolted him awake. Honey, I might have to work late tonight. Quickly find me some clothes. He explained the urgency to his sleepy partner, who, upon understanding the significance, began preparing for him. After hanging up, Lu Zonglin placed several more calls, rapidly expanding his network to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, Ye Fei, feeling exhausted, finally calmed down with the comfort of Ye Xuan and her sisters. This ISN, TA solution. You should try to rest a little, all right? Ye Xuan urged, her eyes filled with concern. Ye Fei gently shook her head, her voice soft and slightly hoarse like a feather. No, I don't think I can sleep right now. Having just endured a dark moment in her life, restful slumber eluded her. Ye Xuan prepared a glass of water infused with a sleep aid and handed it to Ye Fei. Mei, please drink some water. Eventually, the medicine took effect, and Ye Fei fell asleep as her sisters assisted her back to her room. Ye Xuan arranged for her assistant to occupy another guest room before accompanying Ye Fei to rest. As they escorted Ye Fei to her room, another figure emerged from a different room, holding a phone. Ye Xuan, having received Lu Zonglin's update, was informed, Mr. Yi, I've located them. Their address is a factory in the southern district of Jinling. We have already commenced the cleanup operations, and regarding the surprise you arranged for Tianma Entertainment, I'm also on it. I believe it will be completed shortly. Ye Xuan glanced at the clock. Less than an hour had passed. The swiftness was remarkable, especially given it was still night, which would require additional time to gather personnel. Such efficiency was indeed daunting. Send the address to my phone. Ye Xuan instructed before calling Lu Yanran to have her pick him up. He then dialed Zheng Jianghao, relaying the address. By the time Lu Yanran arrived downstairs, both groups were en route to the southern district of Jinling. After reporting the location to Ye Xuan, Lu Zonglin feeling uneasy, called back the PR director to inquire about the number of personnel on the other side. The number is indeterminate since most of their manpower consists of online civilians. It depends on how many resources they have at their disposal, the director explained. Lu Zonlin worried that Ye Xuan's team might be outnumbered, so he summoned the security department to gather all available personnel to accompany him, with urgency instilled by the security manager's commands. The security team hastily piled into company vehicles, racing toward the southern district of Jinling. As they sped down the road, several sports cars approached from the opposite direction. "What's this?" Lu Yun, leading the convoy of supercars, observed the fleet of vehicles. "Is that Dinglong Group's company cars? So many? Where could they be headed?" "Brother Yun, what is going on?" Lin Yuhan, feeling fatigued from racing all night with the affluent, inquired as Lu Yun brought their convoy to a halt. "It seems there has been an incident. Let us follow them and see where this convoy of Dinglong Group is headed," Lu Yun replied, prompting the group of young elites to quickly rally and follow suit. At this moment, Ye Xuan had arrived outside the factory in Jinling Southern District, where Zheng Jianghao and the others awaited. Upon seeing Ye Xuan, Zheng Jianghao approached him, stating, "Young master, it sounds like there are quite a few people inside, but the main gate is locked tight. We haven't found any other entrances yet." Having arrived earlier, Zheng Jianghao, known for his astuteness, had already assessed the situation. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan remained silent, directing a cold smirk at the dilapidated factory walls as he approached the imposing black iron gate. The gate was firmly locked, but a faint glow and indistinct voices emanated from within. Feeling anxious, Lu Yinran tightened her grip, yet Zheng Jianghao and the others pushed her aside, positioning themselves closely beside Ye Xuan, prepared to charge in at a moment's notice. They were about to employ a cutting machine when suddenly their eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Xuan stood before the iron door, lifted his foot, and without warning delivered a powerful kick to the formidable barrier. In that moment, Zheng Jianghao and the others felt their hearts race, bewildered by Ye Xuan's audacity. Could such a heavy door truly be breached with a mere kick? Surely, this was absurd. However, in the next moment, boom, a thunderous explosion reverberated, causing everyone's ears to tremble. They turned to face the iron gate, which now appeared as fragile as paper, warping and yielding, with the latch inside shattering. The entire gate flung wide open in an instant. Chapter 72, Mr. Yi. With a single kick, the young master managed to force open the previously locked door. The people outside the factory were left astonished. What kind of strength was required for such a feat? It was simply unimaginable, and even harder to believe. After all, how old could this young master be? Not a single one of the 50 burly men brought by Zheng Jianghao could accomplish such a thing. Zheng Jianghao recalled the last time Ye Xuan had crushed a stone ball with his bare hands. A chill ran down his spine, yet he quickly urged everyone to rush inside. At that moment, on the second floor of the factory, a voice with a distinct duck-like tone was speaking on the phone, saying, "Mr. Zhang, are we continuing or not? The package you purchased has already been exhausted." This individual was the leader of the Water Army, responsible for managing business affairs and delegating tasks to his subordinates. They charged fees based on the number of posts or the popularity of topic. Today, as Yi Fei was at the center of a controversy, prices had soared. Given the current situation, he had even generously provided Zhang Tao with a few hundred additional posts as a courtesy. On the other end, Zhang Tao replied, "Keep sending them. Just keep them coming. I refuse to believe it. I'll transfer the money to you shortly. Oh, by the way, what about the payment from last time?" The man chuckled after his statement. "Don't play coy with me. Do you still want to ask for money? You lot have caused quite a stir." Zhang Tao retorted, smirking. "I've been having nightmares because of this." "Ah, Mr. Zhang, this has nothing to do with us. That actress chose to jump off a building herself. It's her business, not ours. Besides, what are you afraid of? Just focus on your work. The money won to be short." The Water Army leader thanked him profusely before hanging up. It was yet another lucrative day. Perfection. "Brothers, let us keep the post coming," he shouted, and naturally his comrades joined in the cheer, eager for the profits. They eagerly opened their messaging apps to contact their respective Water Army members. However, in the next moment, a deafening bang resounded through the factory, echoing as if an explosion had occurred, sending shivers down the spines of the Water Army leaders. Soon after, they beheld a formidable group entering, led by none other than Ye Xuan. As they watched over 50 muscular men march in, The Water Army leader felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. What in the world was happening? How could so many people arrive at once? In terms of numbers, they outnumbered his group several times over. In terms of strength, these 50 men resembled iron towers, and any attempt to confront them would be futile. Hey, our rent has already been paid. The Water Army leader managed to suppress his fear and stepped forward to speak. Zheng Jianghao exchanged a glance with Ye Xuan, who calmly replied, "First, control the situation." Over 50 individuals swiftly encircled the staff members, who looked at Ye Xuan in terror. Even a fool could see that this young boy was the leader of the group. But how could they possibly offend a mere child? Ye Xuan approached the man at the forefront, who was crouched on the ground, clutching his head. Ye Xuan bent slightly to pat his face and asked, "You were the ones spreading rumors about Ye Fei, weren't you?" Boom! The words, though softly spoken, struck the crowd like thunder. They realized that trouble had come knocking at their door. At that moment, the man knew that arguing would be futile against someone who could bring such a force to bear. "Young master, we were merely following orders from Mr. Zhang Tao of Tima Entertainment. We're just workers here. If we don't do it, someone else will. Please let us go. We're just trying to make a living." Various voices echoed, eliciting laughter from Ye Xuan. Making a living? Is the taste of blood-soaked buns to your liking? Things were destroyed, and lives were wasted, Ye Xuan replied slowly. His voice, though soft, carried the weight of judgment, sending a chill through the hearts of those present. Before pleas for mercy could escape their lips, they were drowned out by cries of anguish. Zheng Jianghao's men acted with precision and swiftness, breaking their arms and legs in ways unimaginable to ordinary people. Their strikes were rapid, and while the blood loss was not extensive, the collective pool of blood from 20 or so individuals formed a significant puddle on the ground. The air was thick with the sweet, metallic scent of blood and the sounds of their wails. Ye Xuan confiscated several phones, briefly examining them. After reviewing the Water Army leader's chat records, he understood the situation, which aligned with his suspicions. After witnessing the destruction of the phones and various electronic devices, Ye Xuan exited the factory. He soon encountered Lu Zonglin and Lu Yun, who were hurrying toward him. Upon seeing Ye Xuan emerge from the factory, they froze in disbelief. "Is that Brother Yi? What is he doing here?" Lu Yun thought, a shiver running down his spine. Could it be that Lu Zonglin and the others were looking for Brother Yi? Just as he pondered this, Lu Zonglin and the others disembarked from their vehicle and approached Ye Xuan. "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" "What?" The single utterance left the young masters and young ladies dumbfounded, their bodies trembling as their hair stood on end. "Mr. Yi." A bold notion began to swell in their minds. Chapter 73. The invasion. Ye Xuan acknowledged Lu Zonglin and the others with a nod, appearing unperturbed as he stated, "Now that you're here, please help wrap things up. Those individuals inside should be taken to the hospital promptly. There is still a chance for them." After speaking, he beckoned Zheng Jianghao and the others to depart. Lu Yun and Lu Zonglin, still in shock, entered the factory. Upon witnessing the bizarre scene and the blood-soaked floor, the wealthy young women accompanying them immediately retched. "Ugh, that's disgusting. This is too brutal. My goodness. Did Brother Yi go too far? Even if they receive treatment, they will likely suffer lasting effects. Brother Yi is truly ruthless. What heinous acts have they committed?" Everyone stood frozen, their faces pale as though they had never seen the light of day. Lu Zonglin called for an ambulance, and soon the injured were taken away. On the way back, Ye Xuan glanced at the trending topics on Weibo and noted that, indeed, after his decisive action, the barrage of posts had ceased. Furthermore, the public relations department of the Dinglong Group was not idle, quickly collaborating with Ye Fei's fan club to launch a counterattack, effectively suppressing the negative history. Seeing the situation stabilize, Ye Xuan relaxed slightly. However, he had only dealt with the small ants forging ahead. It was high time to address the true puppet masters behind the scenes. Only by truly eliminating the root cause can we fundamentally prevent such occurrences from happening. Although Lu Zonglin was busy managing the scene, he was also directing operations continuously. With the rapid escalation from the public relations department, various scandals surrounding Tima Entertainment began to surface across major platforms. Allegations emerged that the executives of Tima Entertainment had exploited their female actors, coercing them into compromising transactions, which tragically led to the suicide of a prominent actress. A shocking revelation. In a bid to evade hefty tax liabilities, Tima Entertainment allegedly engaged in the signing of dubious contracts with its actors. Furthermore, allegations surfaced of senior executives sexually assaulting newcomers and employing threats to manipulate female performers, with several actresses already confirming these claims. There were accusations of data fabrication as well, revealing that Tianma Entertainment had altered financial statements for its own gain, leaving innocent investors to bear the brunt. The scandals surrounding Tianma Entertainment rapidly gained traction that night. Lu Zonglin, having received orders from Ye Xuan, was determined to ensure these dark secrets were exposed without reservation. Consequently, Dinglong Group leveraged its extensive connections, prompting various media outlets to eagerly report on the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, the executives of Tianma Entertainment remained blissfully unaware, lost in their own indulgences, completely oblivious to the escalating crisis. When the stock market opened the next day, Tianma Entertainment faced a severe plunge, with astute observers recognizing that the company was on the verge of collapse, prompting many associated enterprises to distance themselves. Within Tianma, chaos ensued, akin to a heavy blow striking each individual's heart. The chairman hastily convened a meeting. Upon receiving the notification, the senior executives rushed to the conference room. The room filled with the high-ranking officials, while the chairman sat in silence at the head of the table, his expression dark and brooding. What is going on? Can anyone provide me with an explanation? The chairman glared at the assembled executives, but no one dared to speak, leading him to angrily overturn his teacup. The stock's drastic decline equated to a substantial financial loss. Moreover, the current public sentiment and other factors were decidedly unfavorable for Tianma Entertainment. The relevant authorities would have undoubtedly received wind of the situation and would likely initiate an investigation. Was this the beginning of Tianma Entertainment's downfall? Were these individuals utterly incapable? The chairman's frustration boiled over, prompting one executive to timidly rise and whisper, "Based on my current findings, it appears that Dinglong Group collaborated with journalists to leak this information." Everyone in the room was taken aback at the mention of Dinglong Group. Although a well-known corporation, its business interests did not extend to the entertainment industry. Why would they suddenly target Tianma? This was perplexing. Does anyone have connections at Dinglong? Share your contacts. We need to investigate this matter further. Clearly, this is not a simple issue. Dinglong is a massive corporation. How could they orchestrate such moves without prompt detection? I suspect they intentionally exposed this situation. There must be something more at play. The executives voiced their opinions, yet General Manager Zhang Tao remained silent in his seat, deep in thought. Upon hearing Dinglong Group's name and recalling the unresponsive head of the mercenary group from the previous day, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. If he were not seated, he might have collapsed. The chairman, noticing his son's unusual demeanor, wondered why Zhang Tao was so quiet today, contrasting with his typically fiery temperament. Perhaps he was genuinely concerned for the company's welfare? This realization brought a sense of pride to the chairman. His son was maturing and taking an interest in the family business. While the chairman was lost in contemplation, a frantic voice from the secretary interrupted, "I apologize, gentlemen, but you cannot enter. This is a meeting of our senior executives." Just as the executives were about to protest, the conference room door swung open, revealing Ye Xuan leading the way, closely followed by Lu Zonglin. The chairman, incensed at a mere child intruding upon his meeting, scolded, "Who are you, little brat? Do you understand where you are? This is not a place for your childish antics." His frustration grew as he pondered the incompetence of his security personnel, who allowed such an intrusion. The chairman's fury intensified upon seeing Ye Xuan, and he scolded him vehemently, oblivious to those behind him. However, when he caught sight of Lu Zonglin, the general manager of Dinglong Group's Jinling branch, along with other senior executives, his voice faltered. "This is Lu Zonglin? And the executives from Dinglong Group? Why have they come here? Is it not enough that they are attacking us online? Must they confront us in person?" The chairman's anger surged, but he dared not voice his feelings. After all, Tianma Entertainment was not on the same level as Dinglong Group. Even a single branch could overwhelm them. Hearing the chairman's reprimand directed at Ye Xuan, Lu Zonglin's eyes narrowed, a fierce glint igniting within them. He stepped forward, smirking. "You all seem to have quite a bit of energy left." Clearing his throat, he announced, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Ye Xuan, the chairman of Dinglong Group." Chapter 74. Standing firm under fire in an instant, the conference room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could have been distinctly heard. This child is the chairman of Dinglong Group? My heavens! This revelation is even more explosive than the plummeting stock prices. Dinglong Group, a corporation that countless individuals aspire to be part of. The chairman, Zhang Qing, felt his lips twitch in disbelief. The boy standing before him was indeed the chairman of Dinglong Group. Ye Xuan, standing confidently, regarded Zhang Qing with a mocking expression. In that moment, Zhang Qing regained his composure. The fact that Ye Xuan was the chairman of Dinglong Group was irrelevant. Tim Entertainment and Dinglong had already severed ties, rendering pleasantries unnecessary. He looked directly at Ye Xuan, stating, "What of it? This is our Tim Entertainment office building, and this meeting is for our senior executives. You need to leave." His words burst forth in anger, as he perceived Dinglong Group's intrusion as an affront to his authority. Yet to Ye Xuan, this declaration seemed utterly ludicrous. "Chairman Zhang, you still seem to be quite confused. Even now, you have yet to recognize your position. Tim Entertainment is merely a pariah in the eyes of the public. Out of courtesy, I address you as Chairman Zhang. Without such courtesy in my presence, you are nothing, unworthy even to serve as my shoe shine." Each word dripped with assertiveness. The other executives were left in stunned silence, unable to believe their ears. It was their first encounter with someone daring enough to speak to Zhang Qing in such a manner. Subsequently, Zhang Qing was seething with rage, his eyes practically blazing with fury. "Director Yi, you certainly have some audacity. I acknowledge your prowess in unveiling the dark secrets of Tim Entertainment, employing ruthless tactics that leave me in the dust. However, do you truly believe that Tim Entertainment lacks temper? You think you can bully us without fear of retaliation?" Zhang Qing threatened, only to be met with a cold laugh from Ye Xuan. Casually dismissing a senior executive, Ye Xuan settled comfortably into a chair and remarked slowly, "As the chairman of Tim Entertainment, it is remarkable that you can utter such words. Am I the one bullying? Was it not your company that initiated this? What? They acted first? What are you talking about?" Zhang Qing was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding situation. "Fine, I will assume your ignorance. My sister, Ye Fei, attended your company's annual Star of Tomorrow Gala yesterday, only to encounter underhanded tactics. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" Zhang Qing was genuinely perplexed. The annual Star of Tomorrow Gala was the largest project Tim Entertainment had recently undertaken, and they had spared no effort. There was no way they could have orchestrated any foul play. Otherwise, what would that mean for the company's reputation? Such a grand event merely to elevate a star? Tim Entertainment, driven by profit, would never engage in such a thankless endeavor. Yet, Zhang Qing was no fool. Given Ye Xuan's assertions, it could not possibly be a mere misunderstanding. He immediately turned to the senior executive in charge of the gala, demanding, "You must clarify what exactly transpired." The executive instinctively glanced at Zhang Tao, noticing his averted gaze, and was caught in a whirlwind of turmoil. Just then, Zhang Qing's furious shout pierced the air. "Speak! Why are you pretending to be mute?" Startled, the executive trembled, realizing that concealing the truth would benefit him in no way. Why should he take the fall for someone else? He pointed directly at Zhang Tao, declaring it was all the general manager's orders. He insisted that Ye win the gala's top prize. After he confessed his feelings to Ye Fei and was rejected, he bore a grudge and instructed us to fabricate the results. Furthermore, yesterday, the general manager even hired a smear campaign to tarnish Miss Ye Fei's reputation, accusing her of infidelity and abortion. The executive laid bare the truth, and though he did not elaborate on the details, the others understood the implications. Zhang Qing felt his blood pressure spike with each revelation. This reckless young man had dared to engage in such misconduct at the most critical event for Tim Entertainment. Not only had he sullied the company's image, but he had also unwittingly offended a powerful figure. The company's stock had plummeted, and he was at a loss for how to report this to the board. Frustrated, Zhang Qing slapped Zhang Tao with all his might, causing his son's face to swell visibly. Zhang Tao remained silent, fully aware of the catastrophe he had caused. One slap had been remarkably lenient under the circumstances. Who could he blame? Ye Xuan observed Zhang Qing and spoke with a resonant voice. "There is no need for you to continue this farce of punishing your son in my presence. The damage is done, and it has reached an irretrievable point. I did not come here to hear your apologies. There is a saying, one must take responsibility for their mistakes and stand firm when facing retribution." Ye Xuan sat there, surveying the room with an air of authority. The executives of Tim Entertainment and Zhang Qing alike trembled under his gaze. Each of these executives was accustomed to wielding power. Yet before this young man, They found themselves devoid of any bravado. Silence enveloped the room as they collectively processed the impending doom of their cherished brand. Zhang Qing felt his legs weaken, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. The once mighty chairman was now reduced to a pitiful state. Yet he had no time to mourn. He hurriedly knelt before Ye Xuan, pleading in a near-begging tone, "Chairman Ye, I implore you to show mercy. Tianma Entertainment is willing to apologize to Miss Yi Fei and to make amends for the harm caused." He would rather kneel and call Yi Fei mother than watch Tianma Entertainment crumble. The collapse of the company would signify the end of their prosperous lives. Zhang Qing's face turned pale as he could hardly bear to contemplate the hardships that lay ahead. Suddenly, he felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, and he coughed violently, spitting blood onto the ground. In a state of disarray, he hastily wiped the blood from his mouth and pulled Zhang Tao, who was still in shock, to his side. "You fool! Hurry and apologize to Chairman Yi yourself. Do you want me to end you, you ungrateful wretch?" Zhang Qing bellowed. Zhang Tao, witnessing the terror etched on his father's face, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "I understand my mistakes, Chairman Yi. Please, grant Tianma Entertainment a chance for survival." As he recalled the venomous words he had uttered to the smear campaign leader, Zhang Tao was genuinely terrified. Such wickedness could not possibly allow him to escape unscathed. After all, they were up against the Dinglong Group, an entity to which even his father had to bow. He was merely a privileged heir, unable to change the course of events. Chapter 75. The collapse is imminent. Ye Xuan addressed the two men, who were ashen-faced, stating, "I am here today to acquire your company and to take over your existing artist contracts." Zhang Qing paused, contemplating that while bankruptcy was dire, being acquired was a better alternative. Though the company would cease to exist, he would not be left destitute. "What price do you propose?" Zhang Qing inquired, a glimmer of hope in his voice. Tianma Entertainment still held promise. If they weathered this storm, everything would eventually improve. Naturally, he hoped for a favorable price. Ye Xuan smirked, meeting his gaze. 300 million. 300 million? That is far too low. Gasps filled the room. 300 million would not even cover Tianma Entertainment's current debts. Zhang Qing calculated that if he liquidated all his assets, he might barely fill that gap. But what would he live on afterward? Without savings, even modest lifestyle would be a struggle. Zhang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. 300 million? You must be joking. Ye Xuan leaned back, crossing his legs, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Do you truly believe you have the leverage to negotiate with me at this moment?" Upon seeing Zhang Qing's silence, Ye Xuan stood up, preparing to leave. "If that is the case, then await your company's demise. The employees and those artists will join you in your misery." The executives present quickly realized that if the acquisition went through, their livelihoods could still be secured. They rallied around Ye Xuan, showering him with flattery. "Director Yi, please, do not leave. We will hand over all our shares. Yes, this is not our fault. It is all their doing. We possess a significant number of shares, sufficient to overshadow them. Indeed, Chairman Yi, please hold on for a moment." A group of executives hastily followed Ye Xuan out. Zhang Qing slumped to the ground, aware that the situation had reached an irrevocable conclusion. Aside from Ye Xuan, it seemed no one else was willing, nor dared, to assume the burden he had left behind. The preliminary acquisition intentions had been signed, and Ye Xuan directly summoned Yu Yi's contract, tossing it onto the floor, declaring, "This artist lacks virtue. Her hidden scandals must be exposed. Terminate her contract and spread the word. Anyone who collaborates with her is opposing Dinglong Group." With this pronouncement, the executives trembled, glancing at the contract on the ground, their lips twitching. This statement effectively marked Yu Yi's banishment. After all, no one is a fool. What magnitude does Dinglong Group represent? Worth over 100 billion. Who would dare to confront it? Who would be foolish enough to oppose such a colossal entity for the sake of a mere artist? Soon, Yu Yi, still lost in her delusions of grandeur, received the notification of her banishment. Her contract was terminated, all her engagements canceled, and brands withdrew their endorsements. Even on Weibo, her past transgressions resurfaced, not as slander or entrapment, but genuine skeletons tucked away by time. Faced with the unfolding reality, Yu Yi was utterly despondent, sitting there with a pallid complexion, while the staff around her observed with cold indifference, all retreating without offering her support. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan returned home early after settling matters. The previous night, his older sisters had employed certain strategies online to reverse the downward spiral, initially with little success. However, they soon discovered a miraculous turn of events. Not only was Ye Fei vindicated, but Tim Entertainment was also exposed for its underhanded dealings in a series of disgraceful incidents, leading to a catastrophic decline in its reputation. This was something they had never anticipated. After confirming the news multiple times, fatigue overcame them, and they succumbed to sleep only to awaken early, witnessing the escalating turmoil with mixed emotions of apprehension and exhilaration. "Look, Kim Entertainment has been acquired by Dinglong Group," exclaimed fourth sister Ye Xuan, her face betraying astonishment as she gazed at her phone. Just then, as everyone was about to gather around to see, the villa's door swung open. They all turned in unison. Ye Xuan entered, humming a tune, only to pause in surprise at the sight before him. His elder sisters were all sporting dark circles under their eyes. Those in the know recognized that these exceptional beauties had not slept well, while others might have mistaken them for sporting panda makeup. "Sisters, have you not slept at all last night?" Ye Xuan asked as he sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. His sisters looked at him in astonishment, questioning why he was not resting in his room, wondering when he had ventured out. "Did you think I could sleep? I went out last night. Did you not see? I sought help," Ye Xuan replied, feeling somewhat fatigued. His sisters could not help but chuckle at his demeanor. "You little rascal, seeking help. Are you not afraid of boasting too much?" Fourth sister Ye Xuan teased, pulling him close, her tone lighthearted. "Little brother, have you seen the news? Dinglong Group's intervention seems premeditated, and this may serve as a catalyst for change. You did not, by any chance, enlist someone from Dinglong Group, did you?" Third sister Ye Xuan chimed in with a laugh. To them, it seemed implausible that Dinglong Group would take such swift and significant action for the sake of one artist. They had been jesting about Ye Xuan, perceiving him as a child under their protection, their cherished little brother. How could he possibly know someone from Dinglong Group? Even if he did, it was improbable that his connection would trigger such a major acquisition. Observing their skeptical expressions, Ye Xuan refrained from further elaboration and headed upstairs, urging them to check their dark circles and get some rest. "Rest? It's already time to work. I suppose I'll have to apply heavy makeup today." First sister Ye Xuan lamented as she rose, followed by the others who also went to freshen up. Ye Xuan gently opened fifth sister Ye Fei's bedroom door, finding her curled up in bed like a little rabbit. He sat on the edge of the bed and tenderly stroked her face, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Ye Fei stirred awake, glancing at Ye Xuan with a start. "Little brother?" "Sister, you should check your phone," Ye Xuan urged, and, as she did, her expression shifted from confusion to dread upon seeing the screen. "Look, last night, Kim Entertainment collapsed. It has now been acquired by Dinglong Group, and the rumors about you have been cleared up. You should take a look, elder sister." Upon hearing this, Ye Fei seized her phone, opened it, and as her expression transformed from despair to a frozen shock, excitement began to bloom on her cheeks. She then enveloped Ye Xuan in a tight embrace. "Little brother, this is wonderful. I thought I was finished last night." Ye Xuan, overwhelmed by the sudden embrace, exclaimed, "Whoa. Fifth sister, I'm being smothered here. You have no idea how powerful your 36-inch chest is." Just then, a notification appeared before him. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in?" "Huh, what is this?" "Sign in. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have acquired 30% shares of Dazhong Group." 30% of Dazhong Group. Before Ye Xuan could fully grasp the excitement, another notification popped up. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in?" "Whoa, 2 sign-in opportunities. Sign in. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received 2 armed helicopters. They're now parked outside the factory at Huaxing Plaza." 2 armed helicopters? Fifth sister, your luck surpasses even that of your giant bear impact. Ye Fei released Ye Xuan, examining her phone repeatedly, her happiness intensifying. Yet, she could not help but reflect on the fickleness of fortune, how quickly one can rise and fall. At that moment, she felt immense gratitude towards her new benefactor. Suddenly, Ye Xuan's phone rang. He got off the bed and walked out of the room. "Brother Yi, have you finished your tasks?" Lu Yun's cautious voice came through the phone, accompanied by several other young heirs gathered around, listening intently. "Seems I've wrapped things up. What is the matter?" Ye Xuan leaned against the second-floor railing, listening to Lu Yun's words, and heard a few breaths on the line. causing him to momentarily pause in surprise. Without hesitation, it must be those affluent young masters and ladies who always gather together when making calls. Lu Yin continued, Brother Yi, I don't have much going on, but I wanted to invite you to the fish exhibition. I wasn't sure if you were busy, so I came to ask. Upon hearing the words fish exhibition, Ye Xuan felt a bit bewildered. Fish exhibition? It was only through Lu Yun's explanation that he realized it was an auction for rare fish. Curiosity piqued, he asked, You actually have an interest in fish? He had always believed that only older individuals enjoyed raising fish or tending to flowers as a leisurely pastime. To his surprise, Lu Yun, a scion of a wealthy family, also harbored such interests, which made Ye Xuan regard him with newfound respect. Lu Yun, feeling slightly embarrassed by Ye Xuan's comment, chuckled, Brother Yi, you truly know how to tease me. I can't afford those rare fish. If I had enough money, I would certainly buy a few new sports cars to enjoy. It's mainly because my father's fond of them, so when I have time, I visit. I just happen to get a few tickets and thought of bringing you along. I heard there are some genuine treasures this time. However, he was unsure if Brother Yi had the time or inclination, so he inquired first. After all, this fish exhibition only occurs once every 3 years, and if they missed this one, the next opportunity would be 3 years later. Though Ye Xuan had little interest in fish and had originally planned to decline, the mention of a rare fish auction intrigued him, and he felt compelled to attend. With matters resolved, he also needed a brief respite. Whether or not he would take up fish keeping was one matter. Experiencing the beauty of exquisite fish was indeed a delight. All right, send me the time and address, and we will meet at the entrance of the fish exhibition. Lu Yun's face lit up with joy at Ye Xuan's acceptance of the invitation, and he immediately offered to come and pick him up. After a couple of polite refusals, Ye Xuan relented. After hanging up, a collective sigh of relief escaped the wealthy young masters and ladies who had been holding their breath in anticipation. All right, everyone, let's get ready. Tomorrow, we will go pick up Brother Yi, Lu Yin instructed, reminding them to dress appropriately. The young masters and ladies nodded seriously, particularly recalling the previous night scene when Lu Zonglin, the general manager of the Jinling branch of the Dinglong Group, had addressed Ye Xuan as Director Yi. The impact of that moment was still fresh in their minds. Not only did it affect them, but when they relayed the news to their parents upon returning home, their parents were equally astonished and cautioned them to be respectful and cautious in their interactions with Ye Xuan. This was also the reason Lu Yun's father had given him the tickets. Otherwise, would he have received them? It was not only because the tickets were precious, but also because the exhibition would be attended by dignitaries from various places, and ordinary folks could not gain entry. If these young and inexperienced individuals offended someone important at the event, it would be a grave mistake. We understand, Brother Yin, don't worry, the group replied, all nodding and understanding. Just as they were preparing to return home for some rest, Gong Xiaohan glanced at her phone, her eyes widening in disbelief. Everyone, come look. Quickly. Look at your phones. Tim Entertainment has been acquired. Gong Xiaohan's voice trembled with excitement, causing the nearby young masters and ladies to grow anxious. What about Tim Entertainment? Speak up. Lu Yun hurriedly moved closer, peering at the screen, and then exclaimed, What the hell? No way. Even Lu Yun, usually composed and refined, was taken aback, his voice shaking with astonishment. The news that Tim Entertainment had been acquired by the Dinglong Group struck them like thunder, causing them to tremble in shock. So, Brother Yi directly acquired Tim Entertainment? With such a thunderous approach, leaving no room for retreat. Yet, they still struggled to accept it. What kind of entity was Tim Entertainment? Among these young masters and ladies, only Lu Yun's family had any industry that could somewhat compete with Tianma's vastness. The rest paled in comparison. Yet, such a colossal entity was simply acquired by Brother Yi with a mere statement. Their conviction only grew stronger at that moment. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan set down his phone and sent a message to Lu Yanran, but she did not reply, likely still lost in slumber. Little brother, aren't you going to sleep? Ye Chan inwudit, Gunanjink Ye Xuan. You seem to need more rest than I do. Fourth sister, Ye Xuan replied. Ye Chan sighed, I don't have that luxury. I need to report to the variety show crew. I'll be participating in a treasure appraisal program, so I might not be home for a while. Then I'll go find fifth sister and catch up on sleep, Ye Xuan said, heading toward his room. Ye Chan pondered for a moment, realizing everyone seemed to be busy. She made a phone call. Being you, I might not have much time lately. Are you free? Can you all take care of Ye Xuan? Sure. Came a cheerful voice from the other end. A lovely figure leaning against a large floor-to-ceiling window smiling as she listened. Sorry, once I'm done with my tasks, I'll take you out to eat. We've all been quite busy, and my parents are abroad, so it might be a while before they return. I appreciate your help. That's all right. I'd be more than happy to take care of your brother, came the teasing response, unbeknownst to Ye Xuan as he napped. His fourth sister had entrusted him to someone else. After a deep slumber, he awoke in the evening and noticed a message from Lu Yanran. He then called her to relay Lu Yun's invitation to the fish exhibition. You should be free now, right? Why not join me for a stroll? Lu Yanran readily accepted Ye Xuan's invitation, stating, when Director Ye has spoken, it is my duty as his secretary to comply. That evening, after a meal, the older sisters promptly fell asleep. Ye Xuan took a shower to wash away the lingering scent of blood before drifting off to sleep himself. The next day, Lu Yanran arrived almost simultaneously with Lu Yun and the others. However, a young security guard, witnessing the scene outside, swallowed hard and hurried toward the security booth. Captain, you need to see this outside. What is it? The captain turned to look outside, only to be struck speechless. There, lined up, was a fleet of supercars, 20 to 30 in total, parked in a staggering display that took their breath away. Though they were security at Jinling's most luxurious community and had seen many luxury cars, they were still awestruck by such an impressive spectacle. As the security guards were left in shock, Ye Xuan slowly stepped out. Instantly, the drivers of the supercars rushed out, creating a commotion that startled the security personnel, who instinctively prepared to protect Ye Xuan. Subsequently, Lu Yun turned his gaze towards Ye Xuan and quickly stepped forward. Brother Ye, shall we depart? All right. Following this, Ye Xuan and Lu Yanran entered the vehicle, accompanying Lu Yun as they headed in another direction. Meanwhile, a few bewildered security personnel remained on the scene, perplexed by the unfolding events. Is it now fashionable to refer to younger individuals as brother? The convoy drew immense attention along the way, causing passers-by to pause and capture the moment on their devices. The cars twisted and turned before finally halting in the parking lot of flower, bird, fish, and insect market. Upon seeing the modest red sign, Lu Yanran remarked, Young Master Lu, is this the fish exhibition you mentioned? By the looks of this market, it seems even less substantial than a proper morning market. Lu Yun intentionally held back, not revealing too much, but instead gestured towards the parking lot and said, Patience. Director Lu, just take a look at the vehicles outside, and you'll understand my point. Had Lu Yun not pointed it out, Lu Yanran might not have noticed that this seemingly small parking lot was teeming with luxury cars. In one corner, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked next to a sizable Mercedes-Benz with an estimated value of at least 4 to 5 million. Though the parking lot was not large, nearly every vehicle there was worth over $1 million. Lu Yanran cast a surprised glance at Lu Yun and inquired, Is there a tycoon hidden within this flower, bird, fish, and insect market? This feels like a scene from a television drama, where a wealthy magnate retreats to a small shop, only to be discovered and sought after by countless visitors. Lu Yun chuckled heartily, his laughter growing louder. Director Lu, your imagination is quite impressive. We're not headed to this market, but to a section behind it. Lu Yun explained seriously. Did you not notice how full the parking lot is? This indicates that there is no space inside, which is why we had to park outside like everyone else. Having visited this place 2 or 3 times, along with a lengthy discussion with his father the previous day, Lu Yun had gradually accumulated some insights. If it were an ordinary location, he wouldn't dare to mislead Ye Xuan, not even with 100-fold courage. This place was indeed quite exceptional. Lu Yanran glanced outside, and during their brief time parked, several more luxury cars had arrived, filling the lot. Newcomers appeared helpless as they exited their vehicles, leaving drivers to find parking spots on their own. Ye Xuan and a group of young elites descended from the car and moved forward, forming a rather peculiar formation. Ye Xuan led the way, followed closely by Lu Yanran and Lu Yun, with a group of other young ladies and gentlemen trailing behind. Nevertheless, everyone maintained a relaxed disposition, engaging in light-hearted conversation. As they rounded to the back of the flower, bird, fish, and insect market, their view suddenly opened up. A vast expanse of land, seemingly dozens of acres, was dominated by a grand, traditional Chinese mansion. The ancient architecture, meticulously crafted to reflect historical styles, featured 2 imposing stone lions at the entrance. Though they were focused on the ornamental balls beneath their paws, their presence exuded an undeniable majesty, rendering any jest inappropriate. Were it not for the hundreds of luxury vehicles parked on the open ground, One might easily mistake the setting for a time long past. Observing the multitude of vehicles, Lu Yinran shook her head. Many of the luxury cars were from out of town, suggesting that the owners had arrived overnight. What on earth are they selling here? How did it attract so many dignitaries? Ye Xuan, intrigued by the mansion, took a few steps closer, exclaiming, "This must be a remarkably well-preserved ancient residence." The fact that it has maintained this condition speaks volumes about the owner's dedication. He was eager to discover the internal layout of the mansion. Lu Yun, grinning widely, declared, "Brother Yi, I've been inside, and I assure you, you will be utterly amazed. This is a 7-courtyard mansion, featuring everything one could possibly desire." Everything? Ye Xuan and Lu Yinran exchanged skeptical glances. It seemed somewhat exaggerated. Others shared their doubts as well. Is this ancestral home truly the residence of a prominent family? Ye Xuan pondered aloud. Lu Yun regarded Ye Xuan with astonishment, surprised by his knowledge of history. At his age, Lu Yun had likely only been at a second-grade level, knowing little of such matters. Nodding, Lu Yun confirmed, yes. This was once an ancestral home, now repurposed for the fish exhibition. The interior arrangement is indeed extraordinary. As they conversed, they approached the grand entrance. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, ISNT that, young Master Lu? Have you come to buy fish today?" Turning towards the voice, Lu Yun recognized a few wealthy second-generation friends from other provinces, their faces lighting up with delight. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "Oh, what are you all doing here?" His friends, laughing, urged him to check his phone. Upon doing so, Lu Yun realized they had attempted to contact him multiple times. Recalling that he would likely be present, nonchalantly scratching his head, he replied, I was just accompanying Brother Yi to check out the fish exhibition. I had my phone on silent." The expressions of his friends shifted to seriousness. Lu Yun was no ordinary person. He was among the elite of Jinling's wealthy second generation. To have his phone on silent indicated the importance of the individual accompanying him. Noticing their reactions, Lu Yun pointed to Ye Xuan and said, "This is Brother Yi. Say hello." The group stared at Ye Xuan in disbelief. He was merely a child, yet Lu Yun referred to him as brother. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would scarcely believe it. Despite their confusion, they dared not voice their questions. Recognizing Lu Yun's demeanor and understanding that anyone who commanded such respect must belong to an illustrious lineage, they promptly greeted Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan merely nodded and said to Lu Yun, "Let us proceed inside together." Following this, they exchanged greetings with the Jinling young elites. Under Lu Yun's introduction, the out-of-town friends were increasingly astonished. Each individual they encountered held considerable status, yet they willingly trailed behind a mere child. Curiosity piqued. They turned to the nearby young elites and inquired, "Brother, may I ask who this leading Brother Yi is?" "The chairman of Dinglong Group," one young man whispered. With that, they continued onward, and the out-of-town young elites stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. What did he just say? Who? The chairman of Dinglong Group? Come on. What are you all doing? Hurry up and catch up. Lu Yun called out to his friends, who remained rooted to the spot. Chapter 78. The inner courtyard. The proprietor of the residence is quite discerning. The vicinity of the grand entrance is impeccably clean, devoid of any haphazardly parked vehicles. As they stepped through the main gate, they were greeted by the first courtyard, flanked on both sides by several side rooms, which in ancient times served as quarters for the household staff. Despite this, an aura of antiquity and the fragrance of ink and paper enveloped them, instilling a sense of tranquility. A flicker of delight passed through Ye Xuan's eyes, amplifying his curiosity about the forthcoming courtyard. Lu Yun, well acquainted with the place, pointed at the side rooms and explained, "When there is no fish exhibition, only this first courtyard is open to the public. Guests can select fish-keeping containers and food here, and even reserve rare species at a premium. Those with a revered status in the fish community receive complimentary invitations to the exhibition. For those visiting out of mere curiosity, however, a deposit of over 1 million is required, along with a guarantor for entry. It is precisely because of such stringent regulations that patrons feel a sense of security, contributing to the increasing popularity of the fish exhibitions year after year." Observing the ancient courtyard, Ye Xuan remarked lightly, "Who truly enjoys order? It can only be said that upon arriving here, one is compelled to abide by it." On this day, the first courtyard was not bustling with guests. Yet from the entrance, one could glimpse the arrangement of aquariums within. The high-end aquariums were illuminated from below, causing the colorful fish to appear even more resplendent. Ye Xuan found himself captivated, and in that moment, he began to comprehend why so many people cherished fish keeping. The sensation of fish gliding freely within a confined space evoked a sense of calm. The group did not linger long, as Lu Yun urged them to venture deeper, declaring that the main event awaited them, where the finest treasures lay hidden. Upon entering the second courtyard, everything transformed. Though referred to as the second courtyard, it was, in fact, a lush garden. Moreover, a stream meandered through the area, where vibrant red koi swam energetically upstream. A wealthy young woman following Lu Yun gasped in astonishment. "Look at the red koi. There are so many." Lu Yun ran, curious, paused and inquired, "What distinguishes these koi?" Lu Yun explained, "Koi are an esteemed ornamental fish, adored worldwide, with loyal enthusiasts across the globe. They are often referred to as the jewels of the water or aquatic artists, signifying their esteemed status in people's hearts." The koi swimming freely in the courtyard exhibited exceptional quality and vivid colors, with each fish commanding a significant price. The presence of such precious specimens in this space was a testament to the extraordinary nature of the owner. Numerous guests gathered around, pausing to admire, occasionally sharing their thoughts. "These koi are breathtaking. I wonder how they are nurtured." You might not know, but these koi are not for sale. It is said that they are guardians of the residents, and raising them is quite challenging. "Oh, is this the legendary kind? My goodness, I believe those were mere tales." Lu Yun overheard the guest conversations and enthusiastically began to elaborate. It is said that koi raised from a young age develop a sense of spirituality after 12 years, thus safeguarding the household's peace. The care for these koi is meticulous, with numerous restrictions. However, once cultivated successfully, their protective effects are remarkable. Lu Yinran interjected, "Then let's raise them. The more we have, the better. Just nurture them together for 12 years. Wouldn't that be impressive?" Surely, the wealthy desire a safe home. Lu Yun and the others gazed at her in disbelief, exclaiming, "Director Lu, such a perspective is rather narrow. Do you realize how arduous it is to raise fish for 12 years? These are koi, ornamental and exceedingly delicate. Even adept fish keepers find 7 or 8 years to be their limit. 12 years is nearly impossible." Lu Yinran's face flushed. "Really? Is it that difficult? Has anyone succeeded? Or is it merely a legend?" Lu Yun nodded. "Many claim that a certain entertainment mogul in Xiangjiang has 2 koi, each imbued with spirituality, having saved their lives on several occasions." Intrigued, the group urged Lu Yun for further details. "Oh, how can I know the specifics? I heard that those brothers narrowly escaped multiple assassination attempts, yet were fortunate to survive. When their family visited, they noticed a long scar on one koi, which appeared gravely ill." Lu Yun recounted with vivid detail, captivating the audience. Many in Xiangjiang are fervent believers in feng shui and destiny, and they consulted their personal geomancer regarding this incident. The geomancer, upon hearing, exclaimed that it was indeed a life koi, explaining their remarkable fortune and ability to avert disaster. Life koi. The crowd eagerly pressed. What happened next? Was it confirmed? Lu Yun chuckled and shook his head. How could such matters be substantiated? Even if you rushed to inquire, would they disclose such secrets? Would they allow others to disrupt their feng shui? Regardless, the tale spread, giving rise to various versions of cultivation methods. Many were mere fabrications and unreliable. Yet, some individuals sought out genuinely skilled practitioners who shared more credible techniques. It is rumored that raising koi within the ancestral home is a swift method, allowing the koi to sense the family's essence and subsequently protect the descendants. Though such rumors should be taken with caution, the reverential expressions of the guests suggested a significant degree of belief. Lu Yun expressed regret. "My father attempted this as well, but unfortunately, it failed. The koi perished after 5 or 6 years. They were raised alongside him from birth, serving as his companions. When he learned of their demise, he was truly heartbroken." Ye Xuan listened to these extraordinary tales, chuckling softly, for such matters are often a matter of belief. As they conversed and strolled, they discovered several small fish ponds excavated within the garden, each housing various ornamental fish. Lu Yun indeed possessed knowledge of these aquatic wonders, pointing out the species. "Yigo, look, those are guppies. Their tails are as splendid as a peacock's display. Truly impressive. And this is a type of koi. Observe the shimmering silver brightness. The price is unimaginable. These are arowanas. You must be familiar." Golden and silver arowanas are some of the most coveted species nowadays. The group continued into the third courtyard, where numerous high-end aquariums were embedded within the walls of the room. Upon illuminating the lights, it felt as though they had entered an underwater realm. Lu Yin provided a brief overview, stating that this area housed numerous tropical ornamental fish. To maintain their necessary temperatures, they could only be kept within aquariums. Ye Xuan paused before a tank showcasing frogfish, noting that tropical ornamental fish typically exhibited more vivid colors, resembling a Picasso abstract painting. The colors are extraordinarily rich. Although they clash, there exists an underlying harmony. The striking white stripes on the clownfish are exquisite, and when it swims through the water, it becomes a breathtaking sight, akin to a vivid landscape. In contrast, the map fish appears less appealing, resembling a palette of blurred hues with colors stacked together. Lu Yun, brimming with excitement, passionately explained to the crowd as the vibrant variations among tropical ornamental fish cater to diverse preferences, much to his frustration. "Is this how you show your commitment to learning?" he exclaimed in exasperation. Amidst the playful banter, a sudden uproar erupted from the entrance leading to another courtyard. "What do you mean? Do you look down on people?" A woman's voice echoed, laced with indignation. The crowd quickly gathered, witnessing a man in uniform earnestly explaining, "I apologize, madam, but this is our fish exhibition auction. Clients without an invitation are not permitted entry." The woman, seemingly offended, retorted, "I know it's an auction. Can't I just pay a deposit? If I exceed the limit, I simply won't buy anything." Her argument held some merit. The man in uniform maintained his stern demeanor, stating, "That is not how it works, madam. To attend the auction, one must pay the deposit in advance, rather than causing a commotion here. Alternatively, you may contact the estate's steward for assistance." His message was clear. His authority was limited to managing entry. If you have an invitation, you are warmly welcomed. If not, I'm afraid you cannot enter. The woman appeared intent on arguing further, but was forcibly escorted away by her companions. Turning to Lu Yun, Ye Xuan inquired, "Is an invitation still required to enter?" Lu Yun patted his pocket, confirming he had brought an invitation. "Indeed, that is the protocol here, established due to the many dignitaries who frequent this place." He then glanced apologetically at the wealthy individuals accompanying him, stating, "An invitation allows only 2 people to enter. I'll take Brother Yi and Director Lu for a tour." The affluent youths nodded in understanding, acutely aware that such exclusive venues were beyond their reach, perhaps even beyond that of their forebears. Subsequently, Lu Yun guided the two into the ticket-checking area. Once his invitation was verified, the trio entered the fourth courtyard. This courtyard, tranquil and reminiscent of an inner chamber from ancient times, was traditionally reserved for the lady of the house. Yet, it exuded an air of elegance and grandeur. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast hall filled with guests sipping tea and engaging in subdued conversations. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, invigorating the senses and signaling the quality of the brew. As they settled at a table, a mocking voice broke through the ambience. "Oh, Lu Yun, you've arrived. Whereas Director Lu today. Instead, you bring someone else?" Ye Xuan turned to see a young man in his 20s, clad in a flashy Givenchy outfit, exuding the air of a nouveau riche. Although Ye Xuan sometimes found Lu Yun's attire lacking, it paled in comparison to the ostentation before him. "Brother Yi, ignore him. That's Lu Fan, and we're not on good terms. He's just a lunatic," Lu Yun whispered to Ye Xuan, suppressing his disdain for Lu Fan. Unwilling to engage in conflict here, the attendees of the fish exhibition auction were dignitaries from near and far, and Lu Yun could not afford to lose face. Noticing their silence, Lu Fan sneered. Lu Yun, aware of the competitive history between their families, felt a surge of irritation. Under normal circumstances, he would have engaged Lu Fan, but with Ye Xuan present, he deemed it unworthy of his time. Lu Fan then scrutinized Ye Xuan's youthful visage, seemingly unacquainted, and asked, "Lu Yun, who is this? Your cousin or perhaps your father's illegitimate child?" Lu Yun's anger flared. He could tolerate Lu Fan's insults, but to involve Ye Xuan was utterly intolerable. "Close your foul mouth. This is Jinling, not your Yuhang. In my territory, there's south no place for your insolence. If you dare cause further trouble, I will throw you out." His words chilled Lu Fan, who retorted with a mocking smile, "If your father were here, I'd leave without a word. But you? What authority do you have in Jinling? You think you can command me to leave? You lack the qualifications." Lu Fan's gaze shifted to the burly bodyguards behind him. a smug expression on his face. Just as Lu Yun prepared to retaliate, an elderly voice interrupted from the front row. "Since we're here, let us take our seats and await the auction." Lu Yun regarded the elder, who wore a long robe and kept his eyes half closed, maintaining an air of grandeur. Lu Fan and Lu Yun exchanged glances, recognizing that the elder's intervention silenced the room. Once seated, Lu Yun explained to Ye Xuan, "This elder is Zhang Feng, the renowned head of the Zhang family from Suzhou and Hangzhou. His family possesses numerous enterprises, reportedly paying over $1 billion in taxes annually. Compared to him, I'm insignificant. Without my father's status, I wouldn't even be in a position to sit with someone of his caliber." "I understand," Ye Xuan nodded. At that moment, an auctioneer stepped to the center, addressing the attendees with a resonant voice. "First, thank you all for coming. Let us proceed without further ado into today's auction." The auctioneer wasted no words, promptly bringing forth a small fish tank containing a diminutive fish, a blend of white and orange, measuring only 4 to 5 centimeters. The crowd buzzed with speculation about the fish's breed. "What kind of fish is this? It looks rather unfamiliar. Behold the dorsal fin of that fish. How remarkably unique it is. I have never encountered anything like it. Could it be an exceedingly rare species? It must be one of those exceptionally uncommon varieties. When has a typical fish ever graced the auction at a fish exhibition? It appears so beautiful, and the vitality of this fish is undeniably vigorous." The auctioneer, observing the inquisitive expressions of the crowd, promptly revealed the answer. "This is a flying blade fox from the deep seas of Kura Ao, and its numbers are extraordinarily limited. The last recorded auction of such a specimen occurred 7 years ago, featuring a mere 3-centimeter-long flying blade fox. This one measures 5 centimeters, making it vastly more precious in both rarity and size than its predecessor." The guests expressed their astonishment, many displaying eager anticipation. To possess such a rare species in one's home aquarium would indeed be a matter of prestige. Furthermore, it could be seen as an investment. Should someone desire to purchase it at a high price, one could effortlessly profit. The starting bid was set at $10,000, a rather reasonable price. The affluent bidders were enthusiastic, fervently raising their bids until they gradually ceased at a staggering $100,000. That amount translates to 700,000 yuan, an exorbitant price for a single fish. Ye Xuan found the situation quite amusing and turned to Lu Yun beside him, inquiring, "Isn't your father fond of such creatures? Why not buy one to honor him?" According to the auctioneer's description, this flying blade fox seems exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. Lu Yun, appearing rather nonchalant, replied, "Brother Yi, you may not be aware, but given the rarity of this fish, who knows how to care for it properly? Even finding information is quite a challenge. Not to mention the upkeep. If it dies, it would all be in vain." Ye Xuan found his reasoning quite sound. However, unbeknownst to him, Lu Yun cast a sidelong glance at the fish, secretly lamenting his lack of cash. Yet, admitting this would surely invite ridicule from Ye Xuan, so he sought a more palatable excuse. This was also drawn from his own experience. Previously, he had spent his allowance on fish for his father, thinking that if he endeared himself to his father, the expense would surely be repaid manifold. He had once on a rare fish for over 100,000 yuan, bringing it home with great excitement. His father had been overjoyed, taking numerous photos to flaunt to his friends. Yet, when it came time to care for it, they were at a loss. After extensive research, they still could not ascertain its dietary needs. Before he could even showcase it to his friends, the little fish perished, leaving his father feeling disgraced and reprimanding Lu Yun for his reckless spending. The subsequent auctions showcased an array of unheard-of exotic fish, igniting a stir among the attendees. The dignitaries were wide-eyed in astonishment. "My goodness, that is a red mint fairy, a true gentleman's fish. How exquisite! The patterns are enchanting. The prices were indeed exorbitant." The fish market had become increasingly vibrant in recent years, causing these high-end ornamental fish to reach astronomical prices. The luxury of such specimens was evident, far surpassing what he had seen in Hong Kong. The general sentiment among the attendees was similar. They were prepared to bid their utmost, leaving the outcome to fate. Ye Xuan, seemingly there for the spectacle, discovered that the appetizers provided at the auction were delightful, and he leisurely indulged in them. Sipping fragrant tea while savoring snacks was a pleasure. Lu Fan, feeling dejected after a failed bid, noticed Ye Xuan's blissful demeanor. With a sardonic smile, He seized the opportunity to jest. I say, Lu Xiao, are you merely here to mooch snacks and drinks with your little brother? Since you've come, why not let your brother join us as equals? Look around. All the esteemed guests here have made bids. Except for you, why not join in? Even if you do not win, it would be worthwhile to indulge in the experience. His words momentarily quieted the hall, as all eyes turned to Lu Yun and Ye Xuan. They were well aware that Lu Fan's comment was merely a jab at Lu Yun's pride. How could they possibly afford such expensive fish? Not to mention Ye Xuan, a mere child who had only entered through Lu Yun's influence. Bidding at such an event would be utterly absurd. A girl nearby suddenly burst into laughter, causing her accompanying middle-aged father to furrow his brow. His daughter, usually well-mannered and composed in public settings, was now behaving rather indiscreetly. Xiaoyu, what is the matter? He asked, his displeasure evident. The girl straightened up and whispered something in her father's ear, mentioning that she recognized Ye Xuan from a live stream, noting that his sister was a streamer who had previously featured him. Though her voice was soft, the hall was silent, allowing her words to resonate with the audience. Upon hearing this, expressions of disdain spread across the faces of those present, and Lu Fan laughed heartily. Despite the fact that every profession has its merits, they considered internet influencers akin to beggars, even deeming them inferior to performers. For the esteemed guests, it would be unacceptable for their sons to associate with actors, let alone to share space with the brother of a social media personality. The irony was palpable. Lu Xiao, I must admit I misjudged you. Have you recently found a streamer to support, bringing her brother along for a taste of the high life? The derisive undertone was unmistakable. Sigh. What a commotion this auction had stirred. Even the elder Zhang Feng shook his head in resignation, taking a sip from his teacup. Today, Lu Yun had indeed tarnished both his own and his family's reputation in front of these dignitaries.